Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Deadly Greed Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a world where 80% of the population possesses superpowers known as quirks, every child dreams of becoming a hero at some point. However, one boy thinks differently. Musawa, Japan. A green-haired boy named Izuku was sleeping while his sister, Izumi, watched him with a smile. As soon as she noticed he was waking up, her expression shifted to a teasing grin. Izuku opened his eyes and, upon seeing her, felt annoyance wash over him. Izumi, it's about time you woke up, you nerd. Mom says that since today is Saturday, we're going to see the doctor to find out what our quirks are. Izuku, yeah, I know. You don't need to tell me. Izumi, I just came to mock your existence. Izuku grabbed his pillow and threw it at her, shouting, "Get out of my room." Izumi dodged the pillow and left, closing the door behind her. Once outside, her face returned to a smile, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Izuku sighed, I wish I were old enough to move out of here. A few minutes later, as he descended the stairs, a voice called to him from the kitchen. Inko, wow, you really slept in today. You should go to bed earlier, it's not good for your health. Izuku, yeah, I know, Mom, but I was reading something really interesting, and before I knew it, it was late. Izumi, ugh, I have such a boring brother. You just read books and search for information online. Izuku, at least I'm not obsessing over heroes like a lunatic, he replied, not paying attention to her as he sat down for breakfast. Izumi, hey, I talk about them because they're awesome. Izuku, sure, it's great how they put on shows just to make money. Izumi, say what you want, but when I get my quirk, I'll make you look ridiculous. Izuku, honestly, I'm not even interested in knowing what quirk I'll have. This shocked Izumi for a moment, but she quickly retorted, still, I'm sure you'll end up with a useless quirk, just like you. Izuku, I'm not useless. Izumi, with a teasing smile, replied, yes, you are. The two siblings were about to start a fight when their mother intervened. Inko, kids, stop fighting or we'll be late. Izumi and Izuku, okay Mom, we're sorry. Inko, now eat quickly because we're going to see the doctor later. The siblings nodded and sat down to eat, exchanging a few last words. Izumi, boring. Izuku, crazy. As they ate, Inko turned on the TV to watch the news. Suddenly, Izumi exclaimed, it's All Might, while watching a report about the famous hero. Izuku thought to himself, there he goes again, continuing to eat with a bored expression. After finishing their meal, Inko started washing the dishes while Izuku and Izumi returned to their room to prepare for their outing. A few minutes later, Izuku was the first to come down. He sat and began reading the book he had brought, but soon his mother interrupted him. Inko, you should play more with your sister. Izuku, it's just that every time I try, she starts talking about heroes until I feel dizzy. Inko laughed, you're right, but she is your sister. Izuku, okay, I'll try, although. Let me know if you need any further assistance. In recent days, Izumi had been more bothersome than ever. Inko, yes, maybe it's because they're at the age when their quirks start to manifest. Izuku, yeah, although I'm not that excited about it. Inko, that's strange. When I was your age, I was really excited. Izuku, so why didn't you become a hero? Inko, well, at first I wanted to, but then I resigned myself to it. I don't regret it, though. I just hope that because of my weak quirk, Izumi doesn't end up with a strong quirk that would make her a hero. Izuku, don't worry, I'm sure she'll get a good one. Besides, you see how stubborn she is. Inko, smiling, you're right. Up in the bleachers, Izumi was hiding, having overheard everything. A smile and a slight blush crept onto her face. Izumi, thank you, Oni-chan. I love you, she whispered. Inko, well, I'm going to change. Izuku, that's fine, he said as he started reading his book. Izuku was so absorbed in his reading that he didn't notice when Izumi snuck up behind him and quickly snatched the book away. Izumi, let's see. Molecular physics? What is that? It's probably something completely useless. Izuku, getting up angrily, give that back. Izumi, make me loser. Just wait and see, thought Izuku as he lunged at his sister. A few minutes later, Inko came downstairs and found her children fighting. Inko, what's going on here? Izuku, Mom, she took my book. Inko, smiling, Izumi, please give him back his book. Izumi, reluctantly returning the book, what a boring brother. Inko, oh, what am I going to do with you two? After that, the three Midoriyas left to go to the doctor. A few minutes later, they were seen walking down one of the main streets. Izumi admired all the hero advertisements when she suddenly noticed her brother, who was once again engrossed in his book. Izumi looked at him with annoyance and thought, why is he so focused on that book? I know. Izumi quietly approached her brother and snatched his book again. Izuku, angry, darn it, Izumi again? Inko just covered her face with her hand and sighed. Izuku started chasing Izumi to get his book back, while Izumi teased him, causing him to get even angrier. Suddenly, without realizing it, Izumi bumped into a pole, causing the book to fly out of her hands and fall into an open sewer. My book! Izuku said, tears beginning to form in his eyes. Izumi realized what she had done and started to feel guilty. Izumi thinking, no, what have I done? I'm sorry, Oni-chan. Inko approached to hug her son and said, don't worry, don't cry. Tomorrow I'll go to the bookstore and buy you another one. Izuku glared at Izumi with anger and then nodded. Then the three siblings continued on their way to the clinic. Once they arrived, they were attended to, and after running some tests on the two younger Midoriyas, the doctor called them in for the results. Inko, so, doctor, what are my children's quirks? Doctor, well, I have good news and bad news. Inko, please tell me the good news first. Doctor, all right, little Izumi has a pyrokinesis quirk. Izumi celebrated along with Inko. Izumi, Mom, does that mean I can be a hero? Inko, yes, that's right. Izumi looked at her brother, who seemed bored, and in her excitement, she forgot that the bad news was coming next. She thought, yes, when Oni-chan gets a quirk too, I'm sure he'll start to like heroes. At that moment, Izumi felt a slight blush. As for Izuku thinking, and I suppose the bad news is that my quirk is very weak or that I simply don't have one. Well, that's fine by me. Inko, so what's the bad news? Doctor, unfortunately, little Izuku doesn't have a quirk. Upon hearing this news, Izumi was shocked, desperate to see her plans fall apart. Inko, I see, Izuku, I'm so sorry. Izuku, don't worry, Mom, it's no problem for me, he said with an expressionless attitude that surprised the doctor. Doctor, wow kid, you're very mature for your age. Chapter end. At the Midoriya house, Izumi was sitting on the couch, very worried. The reason was that her brother still hadn't returned. Oni-chan, where are you? Why aren't you back? Is it because of me? Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Izumi ran to open it. When she did, she found her brother standing there. Izumi, thinking, I'm so glad he's okay. Izumi, stupid nerd, where did you go? Izuku simply looked at her with a stoic expression and then said, and there you go again, as he walked past her. Izumi watched him walk away, and once he went up to his room, she let out a long sigh of relief. Izumi, Oni-chan, I'm so glad you're okay. In Izuku's room, he stood for a moment in thought, then approached his desk and opened a drawer, pulling out a notebook and a pencil. Izuku, well, this is a good time to use this. Then on the cover he wrote quirk analysis. After that, Izuku began writing everything he knew about his quirk, and a few minutes later he said, done, I finished. So what should I do now with this power? Izuku, that guy I asked for help ran away, and he calls himself a hero. Definitely, all those guys are idiots. Izuku looked at the ceiling while thinking, and then he said, I guess with this power, I could. As he looked at his hand, which began to glow green. Izuku, yes, with this power I could easily clean up this society. Izuku continued thinking when suddenly he heard a noise at his bedroom door. In a burst of speed he moved and opened the door, finding Izumi looking a bit scared. Izumi, ho! Hello, Izuku. Izuku shot a cold glance and asked, Izuku, how much did you hear? Izumi, I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku, I asked you a question. Izumi, I won't tell anyone. Izuku moved his hand toward the green-haired girl. Izumi, no, please wait, she said, backing away in fear. Izuku, well, I guess I can test my quirk better now. Izumi, no, please, Oni. Izumi didn't finish her sentence because Izuku grabbed her face with his hand. Then Izuku's hand began to glow a light green, and suddenly Izumi collapsed, unconscious. Izuku, incredible. So it's true. I can't believe this power has so much utility. When she wakes up, she won't remember anything. Well then. Izuku was about to go back into his room when he suddenly looked at his sister, who was unconscious, and thought, Izuku, I can't just leave you here. Izuku, looking at the reader, what did you think I was going to do? Come on, I'm only 4 years old. Izuku picked up Izumi and carried her on his back to her room, where he laid her down on the bed. Then he returned to his room to continue writing and planning. Throughout the night, the entire Midoriya family was asleep, except for one. In Izuku's room, he was dressed in black briefs, black sneakers, and a black hoodie. Alright, I'm ready. Just one last thing. The green-haired boy sighed as he held a white mask with 3 holes for the mouth and eyes. Izuku, I guess I have no choice, I'll have to put it on. Then the green-haired boy put on the mask. Izuku, alright, I guess I'm off. With that, Izuku stood at the edge of the window and made a big leap, reaching the rooftop of another building. He continued moving, jumping from building to building while keeping an eye on his surroundings. A few minutes later, Izuku spotted some thugs trying to mug a woman who was carrying a little girl. He was about to intervene when suddenly a hero appeared on the scene, the same hero who had fled, leaving Izuku behind. The green-haired boy looked at him seriously and said, Izuku, wow, I didn't think I'd run into that guy again. Well, let's see what he can do. Not even a minute passed before the thugs knocked out the hero. Izuku, seriously? Come on, your quirk is telepathy, but you're still a hero, right? You should be able to do more than that. The thugs turned back to harass the woman. Izuku, I guess it's my turn. With that, Izuku jumped from his position, falling between the woman with the girl and the thugs. Thug 1. Hey, who are you? Thug 2. Relax, he's just a kid. Thug 1. Yeah, you're right. Hey kid, you shouldn't be out here at this hour. Izuku simply ignored them and turned to look at the woman and the girl, who were watching him a bit terrified by his outfit. Then the thugs realized Izuku was ignoring them and quickly jumped in anger to attack him. However, Izuku swayed slightly, and in a burst of speed, he appeared in front of the 2 men and, with a single movement, struck each of them in the stomach, sending them flying and knocking them out at the same time. Then Izuku turned to the woman and the girl. Izuku, are you okay? Or you? The woman asked, frightened. Izuku, don't worry, I won't harm you, miss. Well, I suppose you should get going and be careful on your way home. The woman simply nodded and left with her daughter. Then Izuku approached the unconscious hero and removed a rope that was tied around his waist. Izuku, at least this is useful for something. He then tied up the 2 thugs with the rope. Izuku, alright, I guess that's done. But first, Izuku walked over to the hero and kicked him in the head to wake him up. What's? Seeing Izuku and getting into a fighting stance, who are you? Izuku looked at him with a disdainful gaze from beneath his mask and said, Izuku, oh nobody, just someone who did your job. The hero turned to see the tied-up and unconscious thugs, which surprised him. Hero, oh, thank you so much. He couldn't finish because he received a knee to the stomach from the green-haired boy. Hero, hey, what are you doing? Izuku punched him again and said, Izuku, well, I'm not done yet. Hero, what are you talking about? He couldn't finish his sentence because Izuku hit him again. Hero, wait please. If you hurt a hero, you'll become a villain, and society will come after you. Do you understand? Your life will be ruined. In a burst of speed, Izuku grabbed the man by the face. Izuku, seriously? You a hero? Don't make me laugh. Let's see if you still are after this. Then Izuku's arm began to glow with a powerful green aura. A few seconds later, the light disappeared, and then, "What did you do to me?" the man asked fearfully. Then Izuku began to squeeze the man's skull until he lost consciousness. Immediately after, Izuku threw him against a wall. "Alright, I guess that's it for today. I'll head home now," Izuku said. He jumped away, disappearing into the horizon. And that's how it all began. The origin of the vigilante who would be feared across the country years later, not only for defeating the most dangerous villains but also for initiating the great purge of false heroes. This vigilante would eventually be better known as Genesis. Izuku woke up in a dark place shrouded in a white mist. He looked at his body and realized it wasn't his real body but a silhouette of himself surrounded by a green aura. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Out of nowhere, the spot where he was standing lifted into the air. After a few moments, Izuku realized he was high up on a platform, and he noticed that there were more platforms around him, 7 in total. Izuku had experienced this dream before, however, in previous instances, he was alone in this place. This time, on 2 other platforms besides his, there were 2 silhouettes. One was a girl who seemed frightened, and the other was a man around 27 years old. Suddenly, the silhouette of the man spoke. "Then who are you, and why did you bring me here? Calm down, will you?" Izuku replied. "What did you say?" shouted the man's silhouette as he jumped to attack the green-haired boy, but an invisible wall around his platform prevented him from doing so. "Hey, what is this?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. "Welcome, greed, wrath, and envy. This time, I've gathered you all to introduce myself, although I would have preferred to do so with all 7. It seems the others have yet to be selected. Who the hell are you?" "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Deus. You should also know that I am the sponsor of this game." "A game?" Izuku asked. "Yes, although it would be better to call it a war." "A war? Does that mean I can eliminate the others?" "Yes, that's right." "Excellent. Well then, I wish you all good luck." Suddenly, Izuku woke up in his bed. Since that day I've been having these strange dreams, but that was the worst of all. I guess I've gotten used to it." Suddenly, a voice called out. "Inko, hey, wake up. If you don't hurry, you'll be late." 10 years had passed since Izuku obtained his quirk, and now he was in his last year of high school. "I guess it's time for me to go," he said. After putting on his uniform, Izuku left his room. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by a fireball from Izumi, which singed him a bit. "Great, now you're a fried nerd," Izumi teased. Someday," Izuku whispered as he headed to the bathroom to wash up. After breakfast, Izuku set off for school. "Hurry up or we'll be late," Izumi urged. But we're almost there." Suddenly, a gray-haired girl appeared. Izuku thought, and here comes the other one. "Katsumi, hi, Izumi-chan." "Izumi, hi, Katsumi-chan. I see you're early today." "Katsumi, yeah, well, that which made me leave early." "Izumi, I see." Then Katsumi looked at Izuku, who still had traces of the fireball Izumi had thrown at him that morning. I see you dressed the nerd up nicely today. I think it's my turn," Katsumi said as she created small explosions in her hands. Izuku merely watched and sighed. "Well, I don't want to be late, so I'll head on ahead." With that, the green-haired boy walked past the 2 girls, leaving them behind. He continued until he reached his classroom and sat down, only to feel someone hugging him from behind. "Hey, Midoriya. You seem more bitter than usual today." "Yeah, when the first thing you see upon leaving your room is a fireball heading for your face, I don't think you'd be any different." "Jaja, I guess you're right. And now I ask you, Kunimi, what's the reason for interrupting my morning peace?" Yuma Kunimi, Izuku's best friend. Quirk, hydrokinetics, which allows him to create and control water at will. "Come on, Izuku, you should have more fun," Kunimi said, smiling. Kunimi, you know very well he's the king of boredom. Look who's talking, Futaba-san, the only member of the science club. Ryo Futaba, another friend of Izuku. Quirk, astral body, which allows her to transport her consciousness to another place she has been before. At least I do something useful. Do you want me to remind you who got first place in the last ranking exams? Izuku said with a stoic expression. I don't understand how you get those results when all you do all day is stare at the clouds. Kunimi. Oh, hi Futaba. How was your weekend? Oh, it was fun, the gray-haired girl said, blushing a little. Then Izuku leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Come on, Futaba, it's obvious you like him. You should tell him, you know he's a bit slow to pick up on other people's feelings. Futaba glared at him in annoyance and slapped him in the face before heading to her seat. Kunimi, smiling, oh, looks like she's mad. Izuku simply looked at her seriously. Incredible, he says that when he doesn't even notice. Futaba thought irritably as she watched the green-haired boy and the gray-haired one staring intently at him. Another constant in Izuku's days was the whispers of his classmates. Student A, why does Kunimi hang out with him? Student B, how is it possible he talks to that Quirkless? Student C, I can't stand Kunimi-senpai hanging out with him. Student D, he's ruining his reputation. Izuku and Kunimi just listened with serious expressions. See? You shouldn't hang out with me, Izuku said. Kunimi, haha, and miss out on the fun of being by your side? Izuku simply whispered, thanks. Kunimi, well, changing the subject, look who's about to walk in. Izuku looked at the door and saw a girl with bicolor hair, half red and half white, along with a scar around her left eye that only enhanced her beauty. Kunimi, that's Shota Todoroki. Izuku, it's strange that the daughter of the number 2 hero comes to our school. Kunimi, yeah, well, don't you think it's a good opportunity? The girl simply walked in, but as she did, she turned to look at the green-haired boy, and their gazes met. Then she looked ahead again and walked to her seat. Kunimi, hey, handsome, she turned to look at you. She might be interested. Izuku, without changing his expression, simply said, what nonsense. Kunimi, just as expected from you. After this, the teacher arrived, and the first block of classes began. A few hours later, recess arrived. Izuku was pulling out a book to read when Kunimi approached his desk with a smile. Kunimi, how about we go to the rooftop? Izuku, sure. Izuku put away the book he was about to take out and then left the classroom with the brown-haired boy. As they walked down the hallway, Kunimi put a hand on Izuku's shoulder to get his attention, then pointed ahead. Izuku looked in that direction and saw Shota waiting for him with her arms crossed. Izuku was about to walk past her when suddenly, Shota, hey, I need to talk to you. At this comment, everyone's jaws in the hallway dropped to the floor. Izuku simply stopped and looked at her with a serious expression. Shota, I noticed you were looking at me this morning. If you have a problem with me, it's better to tell me now. Izuku closed his eyes and then simply sighed. Izuku, if you think the world revolves around you, you think too highly of yourself. After saying that, Izuku continued on his way while Kunimi followed him, smiling at his friend's performance. However, Shota was left in shock. It was the first time a boy had reacted that way toward her. Usually, boys treated her as someone superior and unattainable, and her mere presence made them tremble. So, Izuku's reaction left her stunned. After recovering from her trance, she turned to see the back of the green-haired boy and, annoyed, returned to the classroom. A few moments later, Izuku and Kunimi arrived at the rooftop. Then Kunimi couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Kunimi, I don't know how I didn't expect that performance from you. You never stop being the stoic and serious Izuku, even in front of her. Izuku, annoyed, well, it's the truth, isn't it? Kunimi, yeah, you're right, but I don't think she asked with that intention. Izuku just looked in another direction while sighing. Then he asked, Izuku, hey, what do you think you'll be in the future? Kunimi, I still don't know. Izuku, you should become a hero. Kunimi, a hero? Izuku, yes. You have a great quirk, and you're a good person with good ideals. Kunimi, you know I'm not interested in that. After all, my thing is basketball. Besides, if we're talking about using my quirk for something, I think it would serve me better as a firefighter. Izuku closed his eyes and said, Yeah, you're right. And what about you? What will you do afterward? Izuku looked at the sky and said, I still don't know. Then the bell rang, signaling the end of recess, so they both returned to class. The bell rang, indicating the end of classes, and everyone began to leave. Izuku was packing his things when Kunimi approached him. Kunimi, hey, Izuku, the guys and I are going to karaoke, and I was thinking you might want to come with us. Izuku looked at him seriously and then noticed the boys and girls waiting for the brown-haired boy at the door, their expressions clearly reflecting disdain toward the green-haired boy. Then Izuku looked back at Kunimi and said, I don't think so. I have things to do. Kunimi, are you sure? Izuku, yes, that's right. Kunimi, well then, see you tomorrow. After a few minutes, Izuku finished packing his things and proceeded to leave when he suddenly felt a gaze on his back. When he turned to look, he saw Shota staring at him seriously. Izuku simply turned back around and left. After walking for a few minutes, the green-haired boy passed by a store selling instant food. He bought his favorite, katsudon. The reason he did this was that his mother had been promoted, but now she didn't have time to cook, so he just ate this. He continued walking until he reached home, and upon opening the door, he found his sister wearing sports clothes. Izumi, Kane. Today, I'll go train for a while. Izuku looked at his sister, puzzled for a moment, as that wasn't how she usually behaved around him. Without answering, she walked into the house, left her food on the table, and went upstairs to change. A few minutes later, she came back down to eat, turned on the television, and started watching the news channel. Izuku thought, I've missed this tranquility. Still, I wonder where she goes every afternoon. Ever since that incident with that mud villain, she's been doing this. Well, it's not something that concerns me. After finishing his meal, Izuku went to the kitchen to wash his plate. He sighed when he saw that his sister had left everything she used dirty. I guess if I don't do it, it'll just cause more problems for Mom, he muttered to himself. After saying that, Izuku began washing everything he found dirty. Once he was done, he headed to his room. I guess I'll check it now, he said, opening his drawer and pulling out a notebook to analyze all the information he had gathered. After a while, Izumi arrived, and luckily for Izuku, she looked too tired to bother him. A moment later, their mother came in and started preparing dinner. So, how was your day? Inko asked. It went well. I had a lot of fun with Katsumi today, Izumi replied, smiling. I hope you're not neglecting your studies, Inko said. Don't worry, Izumi said, scratching the back of her neck. And what about you, Izuku? Inko asked. I'm fine, he replied. Well, tomorrow is Saturday, and since we're not going anywhere, I wanted to talk about something important. I thought about doing it now, but I'm tired from work, so we'll do it tomorrow, Inko said. After that, the three Midoriyas went to bed, except for one. Izuku waited until his mother and sister were asleep, put on his vigilante suit, and then slipped out through his window. A few minutes later, Izuku was sitting atop a building when suddenly another boy in the same suit appeared. Sir, I've received the report from the other clones, Izuku's clone said. And? Izuku asked. For now, everything is quiet, the clone replied. Good, you can go, Izuku said. The clone simply nodded and vanished. A few minutes later, a man appeared behind Izuku. I see you're here again, the man said. Izuku turned to see the newcomer. In the silence that followed, the man walked over and sat beside him. And I see you're still keeping that same boring attitude, the man continued. I never expected you to say that, Eraserhead, Izuku replied. Aizawa was a friend of Izuku's, or at least an acquaintance since the green-haired boy had saved him from a group of villains who had cornered him. So, what are you doing here? Aizawa asked. I was waiting for something to happen, but so far, it's been a quiet night, Izuku said. I see. Still, it surprises me that a kid would do this, or maybe you're already a teenager, Aizawa remarked. Izuku sighed. How many times have I told you to stop trying to get information out of me to figure out my identity? It's true. Well, at least answer me why you do this, Aizawa said. I'll just say I'm looking for a better society, Izuku replied. And that's the answer you always give me, Aizawa said. They spent a few minutes in silence. Aizawa thought, I think I got my hopes up too much thinking he would ask me the same thing. Well, I do this because I want to protect people, Aizawa said. Especially those who are close to you, right? Izuku asked. I can't say no to that. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask your advice about something, Aizawa said. What is it? Izuku asked. Aizawa started scratching his cheek. Well, tomorrow my sister is leaving her daughter in my care, and she asked me to take her out for some fun. Honestly, I don't know what to do. Since you're a kid or a teenager, I thought you could give me some advice. Are you sure you should be sharing that information with someone like me? Izuku asked. You're right, as a hero, I shouldn't trust a guy who rips out his opponent's organs just by touching them. However, so far, you've shown me I can trust you as a person, Aizawa replied. Izuku sighed and asked, How old is she? She's 8, Aizawa said. In that case, the best thing would be to take her to the amusement park, and maybe you can treat her to something sweet afterward, Izuku suggested. Wow, you surprised me. I didn't think you knew so much about this, Aizawa said. Well, I read about it somewhere, Izuku replied. After that, the two continued their nighttime patrol. The next day, as usual, Izuku woke up, and when he stepped out of his room, he was surprised not to be greeted by any fireballs. When he went downstairs, he found his sister sitting there, having breakfast. Izumi thought, I hope this change of strategy works. Flashback. The day before, Izumi and Katsumi had gone out for recess and were now walking down the hallway when they suddenly noticed all the other students staring in shock in one direction. Both of their eyes widened when they saw Izuku talking to a girl with two-tone hair. A few minutes later, they were sitting in a corner of the yard, away from everyone else. I can't believe it, Katsumi said. Yeah, what does that girl want with my Oni-chan? Izumi replied. And the worst part is that she's so full of herself, talking to him right in front of everyone, Katsumi added. No, I won't let her take him away from me, Izumi declared. You mean us, right? Katsumi corrected. Well, we've had this alliance for 11 years, so you're right, Izumi admitted. So what can we do? Katsumi asked. I think we'll have to be more direct, Izumi suggested. Yeah, you're right, Katsumi agreed. At that moment, both imagined confessing their feelings to the green-haired boy, which made them smile. But suddenly, they pictured themselves and him in embarrassing situations, causing their faces to turn red as they fumed. I don't think we can do that, Katsumi said. Yeah, you're right. But then, Izumi pondered. I know. What if we distance ourselves from him for a while? Katsumi proposed. Are you sure? Izumi asked. Yeah, maybe in time he'll miss us and come to us himself, Katsumi replied. Alright, we'll do that. So now, Izumi said. The two girls linked their pinkies and said their motto. Now or tomorrow, that broccoli will be in our bed. Then they both laughed. Flashback and Izuku started eating, but suddenly he noticed his sister looking at him expectantly. What's going on with her now? I hope it's not more trouble for me, he thought, ignoring her gaze as he continued eating his breakfast. Well, as I mentioned yesterday, today we'll talk about something important, Inko said. As you both know, this is your last year of high school, and there's only a month left until it's over. So I thought it was time we discussed what you want to do. Of course, Izumi wants to be a hero, right? Inko continued. Izumi nodded enthusiastically, her face lighting up. So, which hero course will you attend? Inko asked. I'll go to you, Izumi replied. I'm glad, dear. I'm sure you'll make it, Inko said. Yes, Mom, Izumi responded. And what about you, Izuku? What do you want to do? Inko asked. Both green-haired siblings looked at him expectantly, especially the younger one. Izuku leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling before saying, I don't know. I figured as much. Even though you know so much, you don't seem to care about anything, Inko said. Izuku thought, I don't care about anything? Let me know if you need any further adjustments or additional translations. It's ironic that I got my quirk in the opposite way. Inko said, I was thinking you should attend the same high school as your sister, which means you'll be going to UA. Upon hearing those words, a big smile spread across the green-haired boy's face. Izuku fixed a serious gaze on his mother and replied, I think you forget that I don't have a quirk. I know, Inko said, but UA also offers support and general studies courses, so you could enroll in either of those. So, Izuku crossed his arms and closed his eyes to think. I'm sure that other girl will be there too, which means I'll have to put up with her for 3 more years. Not to mention, being close to the heroes would put my identity as a vigilante at risk. But the worst part is that my mom will probably insist I go. I guess I'll have to be careful. So, what do you say? Inko asked. All right, I'll go, Izuku replied. Izumi felt like jumping for joy and hugging her brother, but she held back to avoid ruining Katsumi's plan. I'm so glad, son, Inko said. Well, the entrance exam is in 2 weeks, but I'm sure you don't need more time to prepare. Izuku stood up from the table and said, Well, I think I should get going to work now. He then went to his room to change, and after saying goodbye to his mother, he left. If you're wondering where Izuku works and why, he works at a library. The head librarian is a friend of his mother's, and when he noticed Izuku's keen interest in books, he offered him the chance to read all the books in the library as long as he worked there. Of course, he would also be paid a salary. After walking for a while, he arrived at the library. After greeting the librarian, he picked up a book and sat down to read. Now and then, customers would come in, and Izuku would simply give them the directions they requested. This would have been just another normal day at work if it weren't for an unexpected encounter. Izuku was reading when suddenly, a voice called out, You? Izuku looked up and found himself face to face with a bicolor-haired girl who was staring at him in astonishment. He looked at her for a moment, then, without saying anything, returned his gaze to the book. I think it's rude to ignore people, she said. Izuku lifted his head and replied, What do you want, Todoroki-san? Todoroki-san? I think it's strange that you call me that. After all, we're the same age, she responded. Izuku sighed and asked, Then how should I address you? Shota froze, as she hadn't expected that question. Well, you can call me. Just call me by my name. Izuku looked at her for a moment and asked, Are you sure? Shota blushed slightly, realizing what she had just requested. Yes, no problem, she replied, a bit embarrassed. All right, Izuku said, returning to his reading. An uncomfortable silence settled over Shota. What are you reading? She asked. Molecular quantum theory, Izuku answered. Shota leaned in to see the book, surprised to find it was at a university level. Wow, you like reading difficult books? Yeah, Izuku replied, not shifting his gaze, which began to irritate Shota a little. She walked away, and Izuku sighed, finally she's gone. However, his peace didn't last long. A few minutes later, Shota returned with a chair and sat down next to him, peering over to read the book he was engrossed in, which annoyed him a bit. They continued like that for a while until Shota pointed to a part of the book and said, I recognize that concept. It's Robert Oppenheimer's theory, based on the contraction of electromagnetic fields. Izuku turned his gaze to her, surprised. So, you're finally paying attention to me, huh? She teased. I was just surprised by what you said. I didn't think there was anyone else my age who could understand this, he admitted. Shota smirked. And now who thinks too highly of themselves? This comment annoyed Izuku a bit, which Shota noticed. That's definitely difficult. I think I only know it because my mother used to talk to me about it when I was a child, Shota explained. Your mother? Izuku asked. Yeah, she liked reading complicated books that I didn't understand, but when she narrated them to me, I felt like all that information flowed freely into me, Shota said, her eyes sparkling slightly. I'd like to talk to her, Izuku said. Suddenly, Shota's expression turned sad. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's possible. Izuku looked at her, silently asking why. Well, my mother was the hero Ice Queen, Shota revealed. At that moment, Izuku understood what she meant. 8 years ago, She gave her life to protect me and my siblings from a villain's attack. It was during that incident that I got this scar. Since then, my father has become a cold person. When I told him I wanted to enroll in UA's hero course, he flatly refused. With a determined look, Shota added, but I'll show him that I can be a great heroine. But don't tell me your whole life story, Izuku said, trying to lighten the mood. Shota blushed a little. Sorry, I got carried away. Izuku refocused on his book and said, maybe he just wants to protect you. Shota looked at him wide-eyed. Izuku continued seriously, have you never thought that maybe he doesn't want you to be a heroine because he fears you might end up like your mother? I don't. Shota began. Well, what you should do now is talk to him. I'm sure that's how you'll come to understand each other, Izuku advised. Shota looked at him in astonishment, then smiled. I will. Thanks for the advice, Midoriya. Izuku didn't respond and simply continued reading. Well, I should get going, Shota said. Izuku nodded. As she started to walk away, she suddenly turned around with a big smile. Midoriya, I enjoyed talking to you. By the way, it would be strange if only you called me by my name, so I'll do it too. After saying that, Shota left, and Izuku returned to his book. A few hours later, it was 7 p.m., the time when Izuku's day ended. He said goodbye to the librarian and left. Upon stepping outside, he noticed it was raining, so he took out his jacket and put it on, pulling up the hood. It's too big, he thought, realizing that the hood covered his face so much that it made it difficult to see. A few minutes later, while walking, he accidentally bumped into someone. Looking up, he realized it was Aizawa, who was holding a small girl's hand. Sorry, Aizawa said. No worries, Izuku replied, and they both continued on their way. But suddenly, so you took my advice, Izuku called out. Hearing that, Aizawa turned around, but he couldn't find Izuku, who had already gotten lost in the crowd. He simply smiled and continued on his way. Chapter end. 2 weeks had passed, and today was the day of the entrance exam for UA. Izuku was walking, followed by Katsumi and Izumi. So, has there been any change? Katsumi asked. Izumi, worried, replied, no, he's still ignoring me at home. Didn't it? I thought it was just at school, but it seems it's at home too, Katsumi said. Are you sure this will work? Izumi asked. Honestly, I'm not as sure as I was before, but what else can we do? The other plan wasn't getting us anywhere, Katsumi admitted. Yeah, you're right, but we need to do something, Izumi insisted. Don't worry, I'll think of something. For now, focus on the exam, Katsumi reassured her. Yeah, you're right. When they arrived at UA, Izuku walked while lost in thought. I feel like I'm walking into the lion's den. Today is not my day, he thought. So focused on his thoughts, he didn't notice when he tripped on a step and started to fall. Great, now I'm going to fall. Definitely not my day, he thought. But suddenly he felt himself floating. Hi, my name is Uraraka Achiko. Sorry for using my quirk without permission, she said. Izuku simply looked at her seriously without saying anything. Achiko thought, poor guy, he must be scared about the exam. I better not distract him. She was pulled from her thoughts by a strong aura she felt. When she looked, she saw a green-haired boy and a gray-haired girl staring at her intensely. Well, I should get going, Achiko shouted as she ran away. After walking a bit further, they reached an area where the path split according to the type of course they were applying for, Hero, Support, General Studies. Well, we'll go this way, Katsumi said. Good luck, Oni-chan, Izumi said, blushing. Then the two girls ran off to take their respective exams. Izuku stood there, watching them run away. Wait a minute, she just called me Oni-chan. Now I'm really scared, he thought. Then Izuku headed to the exam room for the General Studies course. After walking for a while, he arrived at a classroom and looked at the sign to confirm it was the right room for his exam. This is it, he said to himself. Entering the classroom, he maintained a serious expression. A few minutes later, the teacher in charge of supervising them arrived, and to Izuku's misfortune, it was none other than Aizawa. Aizawa entered the classroom and immediately began to scan all the applicants with his gaze, stopping when he saw the green-haired boy who caught his attention. That boy. Aizawa thought. No, I must have imagined it. Aizawa sighed and, with a bored demeanor, said, Welcome, everyone. Please check your applicant cards to confirm that this is the correct classroom. Then, take one of these exams. You have 1 hour to finish. Don't wake me up until you're done. With that, Aizawa leaned back on his desk and began to doze off. The students stared at him, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, creating an awkward atmosphere. However, a green-haired boy broke the silence. Izuku stood up from his seat and walked over to grab an exam, then began to work on it. After a few seconds, the other applicants snapped out of their trance and quickly approached to take their own exams. 10 minutes passed. Izuku leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. I thought this would be harder since it's UA, but this is actually pretty easy. Looking at Aizawa, well, he said to wake him up, so. Izuku stood up and walked over to Aizawa, drawing surprised looks from the others. Excuse me. Hey, Izuku said, trying to wake the professional hero. Aizawa stirred awake, rubbed his eyes, and said, I won't answer any questions about the exam, so go back to your seat. Izuku sighed and replied, I just came to tell you that I'm done. Aizawa looked at him for a moment and said, Are you sure? This will determine whether you get into UA or not. Izuku replied, No problem. All right then, leave your exam there and head out, Aizawa instructed. Without saying anything, Izuku complied and left. As he exited the classroom, Aizawa stared at him intently, thinking, that kid seems familiar. After leaving the classroom, Izuku headed home since, unlike the other 2 courses, the general study students didn't have a practical exam. After walking for a bit, he arrived home, where he found no one. His mother was at work, and his sister was still taking her exam. He went to his room, pulled out his notebook from his desk, and lay down on his bed. At that moment, he recalled a dream he had 2 weeks ago, especially the words spoken by that strange being. Deus, welcome greed, wrath, and envy. I would have liked to introduce myself with all 7, but it seems the others have not yet been selected. So there are 7 of us, huh? This is going to get complicated soon. I hope it doesn't interfere with my goals. Izuku opened his notebook and went straight to a page with his image and some information about his quirk. Subject: Izuku Midoriya, Quirk, Greed. Function: allows the user to seize anything from the target, whether it be objects, parts of their body, or even memories, causing the person to forget everything recorded in them. It can also take life force, enabling the user to regenerate any damage they have suffered. What an incredible quirk! However, the most important thing is that I can seize absolutely everything, including the quirk of my target, with the only requirement being that I touch them for 5 seconds. And of course, let's not forget. Izuku looked at his hand, which was surrounded by black and red lightning. If the other 6 have a quirk as powerful as this one, I don't think even the heroes will be able to stop it. Izuku made a frustrated face and said, Ugh, what should I do? Suddenly, he heard noise coming from downstairs. Looks like Izumi is back. I guess I'll take a nap. Izuku closed his eyes, turned away from his door, and prepared to sleep. Just then, he heard someone opening the door to his room. What's going on? Izumi stood in the doorway, staring at him with a blush on her cheeks. If only you knew how much I love you. One day I'll confess my feelings, and then we can be together. Then Izumi closed the door and went to her room. Izuku quickly turned around and started looking for something that Izumi might have done. He sighed and thought, I thought she would burn something, but it seems she didn't do anything strange. Still, she's been acting really weird these days. Now that I think about it, the other girl has been acting the same way. I hope they're not planning anything bad. Meanwhile, in the UA office, a strange mammal sat at his desk, grinning widely as he looked over a test. Nizu, so he scored exactly half. Suddenly, the door opened and Aizawa walked in. Nizu, so, Aizawa, how is your mission going? Aizawa, honestly, director, I haven't gotten anything. He's too smart to give away any clues about his true identity. I can imagine. However, I think I've got something, said the white mammal as he handed the test to the professional hero. Aizawa took it and began to read. Aizawa, Izuku Midoriya. In that moment, Aizawa remembered the green-haired boy he met during the test. Could it be him? But why would someone like that come here on his own? Nizu, I'll just say it's a hunch. Aizawa, I see. So, Nizu, well, we can't carry out an operation based solely on a hunch, so I'll ask Cementos to keep an eye on him. Aizawa, yes, I think that's best. A few hours later, at the Midoriya household, Izuku was having dinner with his family. Inko, so, kids, how did your exams go? Looking at Izumi's bandaged arm, that arm tells me you put in a lot of effort. Izumi, yes, Mom. It was amazing. I managed to destroy a lot of robots during the test, but I don't think I outperformed Katsumi-chan. Inko, I see, daughter, but don't worry. Strength isn't the only quality of a hero. Izumi, you're right. Then Inko turned her gaze to her other son. Inko, and you, Izuku? Izuku simply said, I did well, and continued eating. Inko smiled at him. Thank you for fulfilling my request, son. Meanwhile, the younger green-haired girl watched her brother with a smile, confident that he had passed the knowledge assessment. Inko, all right, tomorrow is your closing ceremony, so it's best if you both go to bed now. Izumi, yes, Mom. Izuku simply nodded, and the two green-haired siblings headed to their room. The next day, Izuku and Izumi attended the closing ceremony. After the principal gave his farewell speech, he invited all the students to the hall where a small snack party would be held. Finally, I can leave this place, Izuku said as he started to walk away, but suddenly felt a hand grab him by the collar of his shirt. He turned around with an annoyed expression. No, you're not going anywhere, Broccoli, Kunimi said, pulling him toward the hall. A few minutes later, Kunimi, wow, so you're going to UA's General Studies course? Izuku, just a reminder that I haven't received the results yet. Kunimi, well, with that brain of yours, I'm sure you got in. Suddenly, congratulations on your graduation, Izuku, Shota said as she passed by them, flipping her hair with her hand. You too, Shota-san, Izuku replied with a monotone expression. Shota smiled, a slight blush on her cheeks. All the students around them looked on in disbelief at the scene, while in the distance, a green-haired girl and a gray-haired girl watched with anger and jealousy. Izuku turned his gaze back to Kunimi, who was looking at him with a teasing smile. Suddenly, he began to nudge him lightly in the chest. Kunimi, hey, why didn't you tell me you were so close to her? Izuku, with a serious face, replied, I ran into her the other day at the library where I work, and while we were talking, she told me to call her by her name, and she'd do the same for me, though I don't know why she did that. Kunimi looked resigned and murmured, How can you be so smart and not realize? Izuku, huh? Did you say something? Kunimi, no, nothing. There was a moment of silence when suddenly, Kunimi, hey, Izuku, do you think I'm a good person? Of course, Izuku replied seriously. Kunimi looked at him earnestly and said, Thanks, that's all I needed to be sure about what I'm going to do now. Then Kunimi started to walk away from Izuku, who looked at him seriously. Kunimi walked until he was in front of Futaba, who blushed upon seeing him. Hi Kunimi, Futaba said, a bit shyly. Suddenly, Kunimi grabbed her by the shoulders and kissed her. After a few seconds, he pulled back a bit while everyone looked on in disbelief, and most of the girls had their hearts broken. Kunimi, Futaba, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Futaba was taken aback, but once she snapped out of her trance, she sighed and said, I know that the order of factors doesn't alter the product, but in this case, the declaration should come before the kiss. Kunimi just smiled while scratching the back of his neck. Sorry, I was nervous. So, what do you say? Of course I accept, said Futaba, and she immediately threw her arms around her new boyfriend. Silence filled the room until it was broken by the sound of someone clapping. Futaba and Kunimi stopped kissing and, along with everyone else present, turned to see who was clapping. There they saw Izuku, who was applauding with a monotone expression. Then Kunimi looked at him and smiled with a grin that radiated friendship. After a few more minutes, the gathering ended. Then Futaba, Izuku, and Kunimi were gathered at the exit. Izuku, with a serious voice. Congratulations, Kunimi, Futaba-san. Futaba, at least put in a little effort. Kunimi, I'm sure he does the best he can. Futaba sighed and said, yeah, you're right. Then Kunimi put his hand on Izuku's shoulder and said, thanks, Izuku, for being my friend. Suddenly, a slight smile appeared on the green-haired boy's face, leaving the other two speechless. Izuku, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Kunimi and Futaba snapped out of their trance and looked at the green-haired boy with big smiles. Izuku, well, I guess I should be going now. Futaba, goodbye, Izuku. Kunimi, goodbye, friend. Good luck. With that, the green-haired boy left, unaware that soon an event would occur that would change his life forever. In the next 2 chapters, battles will unfold, setting the stage for intense confrontations. Izuku reflected on the concept of greed, recognizing its power to take or give anything to another person, whether tangible or intangible. Chapter end. 4 days had passed since graduation, and there were still 2 days left until the results of the UA exam were announced. Currently, Izuku was in the living room watching the news. Reporter, television, once again today, new victims were found of the vigilante known as Genesis. This time, 3 villains were discovered tied up in an alley, and they had serious injuries all over their bodies. The heroes are currently investigating to find this criminal. Inko sighed, crime has really increased, it's becoming a bit more dangerous to go out late at night. Izumi reassured her, don't worry, Mom. I'm sure the heroes will catch him soon. Izuku simply got up and went to his room, which drew puzzled looks from the other 2 Midoriyas. After a few minutes, he came down dressed to go out. Are you going somewhere? Inko asked, looking at her son. Yes, I'm just going for a walk, Izuku replied as he headed for the door. All right, but come back before lunch, Inko said. Izuku nodded and continued to the door. Can I come with you? Izumi started, but Izuku had already left. She felt a bit down as she stared at the floor, and Inko watched her with a slightly nervous smile. Izuku was walking down the street when he suddenly saw a hooded man slip into an alley. He let out a long sigh and decided to follow him. Looks like I'll be doing some daytime work today, Izuku muttered as he pulled the hood of his sweatshirt over his head. Entering the alley, he used camouflage to become invisible, allowing him to follow the hooded figure unnoticed. The hooded man walked while glancing over his shoulder to ensure no one was following him. Suddenly, 2 other men appeared in front of him, and the hooded man took off his hood. Villain A. So, how did your investigation go? Villain B. Hooded, everything is perfect. Villain C. Excellent, the boss will be pleased. Villain B. Yes, when we attack the Yaoyorosu company, we'll become rich. Villain C. I can already imagine all the money we'll have. Izuku. Yeah, that money will come in handy for us. Villain A. You're right. Izuku. By the way, what time are we attacking? Did you forget the plan? Of course, we're attacking at midnight, one of the villains said, laughing with the others. But suddenly, they stopped and jumped away from the green-haired boy. Villain A. Wait a minute, who the hell are you? Izuku. I'm nobody. The villains looked him over and, Hi, he's just a kid, one of the villains said with a mocking smile. Yeah, you're right, another villain agreed. Villain C. Listen, kid, now that you've heard that, we'll have to get rid of you. Sorry, but that's just how life is. Immediately, one of the villains transformed his hand into a cannon and started firing several bullets at Izuku. However, to the villain's surprise, Izuku raised his hand, and the bullets stopped in midair. Villain C. Impossible, how did he do that? We have to get rid of him, shouted another villain as he jumped at Izuku with his hands transformed into blades. Izuku. Well, this is going to end badly for you. The villain was about to stab Izuku when he suddenly vanished in a burst of speed and reappeared in front of the blade-handed villain, leaving him bewildered. Before he could react, Izuku landed a punch on his face, sending him flying and crashing into a dumpster, knocking him unconscious. Shouted the villain with the gun hand as he fired. However, Izuku advanced toward him at great speed, dodging the bullets. When he was in front of the villain, he delivered a punch to his stomach, causing the villain to double over, and then he elbowed him in the face, knocking him out. The other villain was terrified and tried to escape. However, Izuku moved quickly, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. Villain, what do you want? Izuku, I want you to tell me more about the operation you're planning for tonight. The villain looked at him in terror but then managed to gather enough courage to speak. Villain, never, I will never betray the boss. Izuku, well then, you leave me no choice. At that moment, the villain watched in horror as Izuku's hand ignited with black fire and slowly approached his face. Villain, alright, I'll tell you everything I know, but please don't hurt me. Izuku, how quickly they break. Alright, now speak. Villain, I'm part of the criminal organization Eureka. Tonight, we were planning to hit the Yaoyorosu Trading Group's headquarters. Izuku, and may I ask why? Villain, are you stupid? At this, Izuku frowned, causing the villain to fill with terror. Villain, well, it's one of the largest trading groups in Japan, so we'll get a lot of money from this. Izuku, I see, well then. Izuku released the villain, who smiled as he fell to the floor, until he saw the green-haired boy's foot approaching his face, which, upon impact, knocked him unconscious. Izuku, that's for calling me stupid. Izuku let out a long sigh and said, alright, I guess now I just have to wait for nightfall. In the meantime, I'll head back home. What will there be for lunch? Izuku wondered as he walked back home. And so night fell. Currently, Izuku was in his room, already dressed in his vigilante outfit. Alright, let's do this, Izuku said as he climbed out the window and began jumping from building to building. Yaoyorosu Company. We see a man sitting at a desk in an office, looking over some documents. Mr. Yaoyorosu, it seems the stocks have increased, that's good. The company is doing well. Suddenly, the door opened, and a girl with black hair tied in a ponytail entered. Momo, hi, Dad. Mr. Yaoyorosu, smiling, hello, daughter. What are you doing here? Momo, well, I just came to visit you since it's been a while since you've been home. Mr. Yaoyorosu smiled nervously, scratching the back of his neck as he said, well, work has been really tough around here. I'm sorry I couldn't come. Momo smiled and said, don't worry, Dad. I know you're working hard for us. Mr. Yaoyorosu began to cry tears of joy as he looked at his daughter. Mr. Yaoyorosu, thank you, daughter. You truly make me happy. Momo, so, how's the company doing? Mr. Yaoyorosu, oh, very well, daughter. Look, this past month the stock value increased by 8%. Momo, smiling, oh, that's incredible. Yes, you're right. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from the ground floor. Momo, what's happening? Mr. Yaoyorosu, I don't know, but don't worry, the security system should have activated by now, and the heroes and police are surely on their way. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a group of armed men entered. Vector, who are you, and what do you want here? Albert, let's just get rid of him already. Jacob, calm down, we need him to get out of here. Vector, alright, both of you shut up. Albert/Jacob, sorry boss. Vector, well, forgive my subordinates. My name is Vector, I'm the leader of Eureka. That word caused Mr. Yaoyorosu's eyes to fill with terror. Vector, wow, it's flattering that you know us. That puts me at ease. Vector's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he said, from now on, this place is under my jurisdiction. Chapter End. The heroes and police had surrounded the Yaoyorosu Company and were currently trying to enter, but they couldn't due to the barricade and the hail of bullets from the members of Eureka. Villain, yes. I want to leave them like Swiss cheese. Police, imminent, we can't get close. Endeavor, why don't they just let me in there and burn them? Police, we're very sorry, but if you do that, the damage to private property would be invaluable, so please wait here. Fine, said the professional hero reluctantly. Suddenly, a figure appeared jumping between the buildings. Police, it's that vigilante, shouted Endeavor as he shot a fireball at the figure. However, the figure waved their hand, sending a gust of wind that stopped the fireball and knocked back the villains blocking the entrance for the police and heroes, then slipped into the building through a window. Izuku's point of view. Izuku had just entered through the window and was now inside the building, analyzing the place. Izuku, there's no one here. It seems they concentrated most of their forces on the ground floor. Then Izuku concentrated and said, "Sonar." Immediately, several invisible waves emanated from Izuku's head, spreading throughout the building, detecting every hostage and every villain inside, and Izuku noticed how the heroes and police were entering the building. Izuku, alright, I'm currently on the 32nd floor. There are hostages on the 14th and 48th floors, and there are 5 people on the 50th floor. Izuku thought for a few seconds and then said, "Okay, I'll leave the heroes to handle the 14th floor, and I'll take care of the 48th and 50th floors. Let's go." Izuku began to run toward the stairs and quickly reached the 48th floor, where the villains spotted him. "Villain, hey you, what are you?" He couldn't finish his sentence as Izuku quickly kneed him in the face, knocking him out. "Villain, minute, open fire." Izuku created a wall of wind that stopped the bullets, then created several clones of himself. "Izuku, take care of this floor, I'll head to the 50th. The clones, "Yes, boss." The clones began to punch, burn, and electrocute the villains while the original Izuku ascended the stairs. On the 50th floor, Momo and her father were tied up, sitting on the floor. Vector, "Alright, Mr. Yaoyorosu, now you can tell me the codes to open this vault." Mr. Yaoyorosu, "Alright." Momo, "Wait, Dad, you can't do that." "Shut up, brat," shouted Albert as he approached Momo with the intention of hitting her. Mr. Yaoyorosu, "No, don't do it." Vector, "Albert, stop now." Albert glared at Momo with anger before stepping back. Vector, "Alright now." Mr. Yaoyorosu. Mr. Yaoyorosu, "The code is..." He couldn't finish speaking because... "Jacob, boss, come here, you need to see this." Vector approached his subordinate, who showed him the camera screen. "Jacob, the heroes have entered the building, and someone just defeated everyone we left on the 48th floor and is currently coming this way." Vector's face turned to one of fury as he said, "Alright, go with Albert to stop that guy. I'll take care of things here." Jacob, "Yes, Albert, let's go." Albert smiled and said, "Finally, some fun." Then the two left the room. With Izuku, the green-haired boy had just reached the 50th floor and was heading toward the boss's office when suddenly he was stopped by a lightning bolt that struck in front of him. Izuku then observed who was in front of him. Albert, "Alright, the next one will be serious." Jacob, "Wow, but if it isn't Genesis, it's an honor for you to come for us." Izuku said nothing and quickly launched a burst of black fire. However, Jacob stepped in front of his partner and created a transparent wall that reflected the black fire back toward Izuku. Izuku, "I see, electrokinetics and mirror, huh?" Jacob, "Wow, I'm impressed, you figured it out just by looking at it." "Let's finish this quickly," shouted Albert as he charged at Izuku with his hands covered in lightning. Then Izuku created several fireballs and launched them at the electric villain, but transparent walls appeared in front of him, reflecting Izuku's attack, forcing him to dodge and leaving him no time to deal with the other villain, who punched him in the stomach, sending him flying and crashing into some columns. Albert, "That guy isn't so tough, I don't know how the heroes haven't captured him." Jacob, "Yeah, now let's get back to the boss." The two began to return to the office when suddenly Izuku rose from the rubble. Albert, "Impossible." Jacob, "A minute, I told you to hit him with everything." Albert, "Yeah, and that's what I did." Jacob, "Then." "Impossible." Izuku stood up, surrounded by wind. "Wind? I thought your quirk was controlling that black fire." Jacob questioned. In an instant, Izuku appeared in front of Jacob, who managed to create an invisible wall to defend himself. "First, your barrier is useless against physical attacks," Izuku said as he shattered the wall with a punch, then struck the villain in the face, knocking him unconscious. "Be sturdy," Albert shouted, trying to punch the green-haired boy with his fist covered in lightning. "Second, your close-range attacks are harmless to me, and you take too long to charge a ranged attack," Izuku said, delivering a knee to the villain's stomach, leaving him unconscious as well. Alright, now I should be on my way, Izuku said as he began to run toward the chief's office. A few seconds later, Izuku reached the door and upon entering, found Mr. Yaoyorozu beaten on the floor, while Vector held Momo with a knife to her neck and aimed a gun at the door. Listen carefully, if you don't want to see this girl's blood, you won't make any moves, Vector warned. Izuku stood still, watching the terror-stricken face of the dark-haired girl. How complicated, he murmured, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Vector laughed maniacally. Who would have thought I'd be the one to kill the most feared vigilante in Japan's history? Immediately, he pulled the trigger of his gun and shot the vigilante in the leg. Blood began to pour from the gunshot wound as Vector laughed. He then shot him in the arm and again in the side of the stomach, blood starting to seep from beneath the vigilante's face. Ah yes, this is fun, Vector cackled wildly. Momo stared in horror at the hooded figure before her, tears beginning to stream down her face. Well, now all that's left is the head, Vector said, aiming his gun at Izuku. No! Momo screamed, closing her eyes. However, no gunshot was heard. Suddenly, Vector's unconscious body began to fall to the floor. You took your time, Izuku said as he fell backward. Momo turned to see a hooded boy with a white mask, resembling the vigilante who had saved him, becoming visible. I'm sorry, Chief, this place is a maze, plus you didn't give me the chance to use sonar, an Izuku clone said as it faded away. Momo snapped back to reality after the shock and quickly ran toward the vigilante. Are you all right? She asked desperately, her dark hair framing her worried face. Izuku thought, yeah, I'm doing great. I'll go get help, Momo said as she stood up. But before she could take a single step, Izuku grabbed her hand. Don't do it. But you're hurt. Just give me a minute. Suddenly, the ground around Izuku began to rot as his body healed rapidly, which Momo watched in astonishment. Izuku stood up and walked over to Mr. Yaoyorozu. He cut the ropes binding him and placed one hand on his chest while the other was on the ground. Immediately, the earth around his hand began to decay as Mr. Yaoyorozu's wounds started to heal. Momo watched this, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Thank you so much. Don't worry about it, Izuku replied. Those words comforted Momo's heart. Well, I think I should be going, Izuku said, preparing to leap out the window when... Wait, what's your name? Momo called out. Well, He couldn't finish as suddenly... This is your end, villain, shouted Endeavor as he delivered a powerful blow to Izuku, sending him flying into a wall. Quickly, more heroes and police arrived at the scene, positioning themselves to protect Momo and her father. I should have left quickly, Izuku thought as he observed the heroes. All right, villain, surrender peacefully, Endeavor commanded. So that's Shota-san's dad, huh? They don't look alike, Izuku thought as he got back on his feet. Okay, Flame Guy, let's make a deal. You stay here, and I'll leave quietly without harming anyone. What did you call me? Endeavor asked, confusion crossing his face. Oh, I messed up, Izuku thought. I'm the number 2 hero. Endeavor shouted as he unleashed a powerful blast of fire at Izuku, sending him flying out of the building. This caused horror for Momo. Immediately, Endeavor launched himself after the green-haired boy. What did I say about private property? Thought a police officer, sweat beading on his forehead. Izuku floated to avoid crashing into the ground and then landed softly. Suddenly, Endeavor landed in front of him, using his flames as propulsion. Today will be the day I put you behind bars. Endeavor shouted as he charged at Izuku to deliver a fiery punch. However, Izuku wrapped his fist in black fire and used it to counter the attack. The collision created a powerful shockwave and heat that pushed away the surrounding police and heroes. After the clash, both opponents stepped back slightly, with Endeavor looking tired while Izuku appeared normal. Wow, you're tough. This will be a good fight, Endeavor said, smiling. I'd prefer to leave it at that, Izuku replied. Endeavor looked at him in surprise and then asked, Can I ask why? Well, I don't want society to lose its number 2 hero. Izuku thought, Besides, it would be bad for Shota-san if something happened to you after he started to reconcile with you. Endeavor chuckled. Ah, I see. However, if you're in front of me, I can't let you escape. Izuku thought for a moment and said, well, that can be arranged. Endeavor looked at him in confusion, especially as the vigilante began to fade away. If you can't see me, I'm no longer in front of you. Endeavor tried to detect Izuku, but he couldn't. Well, it seems you tricked me this time, but very soon. Sure, here's the clean text. You'll see. A few minutes later, Izuku arrived home, slipping in through the window of his room. He made his suit disappear and, after a long night, finally settled down to sleep. A week had passed since the UA entrance exam. Inko was cooking while Izumi paced back and forth in the living room. Izumi, I'm so nervous. I hope I passed. I wasted so much time destroying that giant robot to save that round-faced kid. I hope that didn't cost me the test. I should have listened to Katsumi-chan and just left her there. Suddenly, she was jolted from her thoughts by the sound of slurping. Turning around, she saw Izuku, who was eating udon with a bored expression on his face. I really wish I could have Oni-chan's calmness, Izumi thought, watching her green-haired brother with a bead of sweat on her forehead. Just then, the doorbell rang, prompting Inko to go open the door. A few seconds later, Inko rushed in, holding 2 envelopes labeled Izumi Midoriya and Izuku Midoriya. Inko, the results are here. Izumi dashed to grab her envelope and immediately ran up to her room. Inko smiled at her and then walked over to Izuku, who was lying on his back on the floor. Izumi had run out so excitedly that she hadn't even noticed when she bumped into him, causing him to fall. Inko approached her green-haired son and looked at him with a nervous smile. She simply set the envelope down beside him and went upstairs to see how Izumi had fared. Izuku thought, seriously, I'm going to have to put up with this for 3 more years. Izuku got up and picked up the envelope. When he opened it, he found a disc inside. Izuku thought, seriously, what do they want to show off? He flipped the disc over and pressed a button. Immediately, a hologram projected a man with a square build. Cementos, hologram, congratulations, young man. I'm here to inform you that you passed the exam. You are now in the General Studies course. Additionally, I, the professional hero Cementos, will be your classroom teacher, so I hope we get along well. The transmission cut off. Izuku thought, looks like I passed. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from the 2nd floor. Izumi, Mom, I passed. Inko, that's great, sweetheart. Izuku thought, looks like she did too. At least we'll be in different classes. Almost instantly, Izumi and Inko came downstairs, standing expectantly in front of Izuku. Inko, son, did you make it in? Izuku, yeah. Yay. Izumi shouted with a big smile. Izuku thought, yeah, I'll still be there to keep you entertained. Inko, alright, to celebrate, we're going out to eat at a restaurant. After that, the Midoriya family went out to celebrate Izumi and Izuku's acceptance, and a week passed until the first day of classes arrived. Currently, Izuku was walking to UA alongside Katsumi and Izumi, who were a few meters ahead of him. Izuku thought, while watching the 2 girls with a serious expression, they've been acting strange lately, but I'll find out what they're up to. At that moment, the 2 girls noticed Izuku's gaze and turned to him, beaming with smiles. Izuku let out a big sigh and thought, great, now I'm really scared. A few minutes later, Izuku separated from the 2 girls to head to his general studies class. He walked down a hallway, searching for his classroom. Izuku thought, this place is huge. Where could my class be? Suddenly, someone called out. Are you looking for the general studies class too? Izuku turned around and saw a boy with purple hair, who was looking at him with a face that was exactly like his own. Izuku, yeah. Shinzo, my name is Shinzo. Izuku, I'm Izuku. I think the class is over there, said the purple-haired boy as he walked past Izuku. Izuku simply followed him until they reached a large door that read, 1E. Shinzo, yep, this is it. Izuku opened the door, and they found several students who had already arrived. They went to sit in the last 2 empty seats. Suddenly, a boy stood up and said, "Why don't we introduce ourselves to get to know each other better?" All the students began chatting among themselves, agreeing that it was a fantastic idea. One by one, they introduced themselves until it was finally time for Izuku. "Boy A, all right, it's your turn." Izuku stood up with his usual monotone expression. "Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I like reading and I don't have a quirk." That's it. Everyone looked at him as if he were some kind of oddity, while some murmured, "Wait, he's really quirkless? Seriously? How could he even think of coming to you? Even if it's just general studies, this is a school focused on quirks." They continued introducing themselves until Cementos arrived. "Cementos, all right, you probably already know me, but I'll introduce myself anyway. I'm the professional hero Cementos." All the students looked at him with stars in their eyes, except for Izuku and Shinzo. Classes began, and after a few hours, lunchtime arrived. All the students started forming groups. Of course, Izuku just stayed seated, reading. Suddenly, "Shinzo, you must be crazy to come here without even having a quirk." Izuku said nothing, but then, "Shinzo, I think it's amazing that you did it. No, you're incredible." Izuku turned to look at him, and after staring for a few seconds, he said, "You know, you shouldn't hang out with me." But the purple-haired boy said something that would completely unsettle Izuku. "Shinzo, huh? And miss out on the fun of being next to someone like you? I'd never be stupid enough to do that." Izuku looked at him seriously and could clearly see the face of his best friend reflected in the purple-haired boy. "Shinzo, all right, I guess we should head to the cafeteria before the break ends." "Yeah, you're right," said Izuku as he got up. A few minutes later, they arrived at the cafeteria, where they bought something to eat and then went to sit down. "Shinzo, this place is really stuffy." "Izuku, tell me about it. I came here against my will." "Shinzo, what do you mean?" "Izuku, well, my sister got into the hero course, so my mom insisted that we should attend the same academy, which is why we both enrolled here." "Shinzo, I see." Suddenly, Izuku looked toward the cafeteria door, and his expression shifted to one of annoyance before he stood up. "Alright, I'm done. If anyone asks about me, tell them I went to the bathroom," said Izuku as he quickly left. "Is that all right?" asked Shinzo, looking confused. Suddenly, in front of him appeared a green-haired girl, a gray-haired girl, a two-toned girl, a round-faced brown-haired girl, and a black-haired boy with glasses. "Izumi, yeah, I saw my brother was with you. Where did he go?" Shinzo thought, "I see, so that's why." Shinzo, "Oh, let me know if you need any further assistance." "He said he went to the bathroom." Izumi, I see. Let him know I was looking for him." Shinzo, "All right." Then the group left, and just like that, recess came to an end, and all the students returned to their classes. Izuku was sitting at his desk when suddenly, "Shinzo, can you explain what that was about?" Izuku, "Oh, so they really approached us, huh?" Shinzo, "Yeah, and who were those people?" Izuku made an annoyed face and said, "The green-haired girl is my sister, and the others were probably her friends." Shinzo, "I see. Well, I won't ask any more questions." Then the teacher arrived and the last block of classes began. After a few hours, the bell finally rang. Izuku got up with his usual bored tone. "Shinzo, I guess I'll see you tomorrow." Izuku, "Yeah, I suppose so." Then the green-haired boy walked home. Upon arriving, he was met with a commotion, and when he opened the door, he heard his mom and sister chatting. "Izumi, yeah, UA is amazing, although Professor Aizawa is a bit strict." Inko, "Really?" Izumi, "Yeah, for example, today he threatened to expel us if we came in last, but in the end, it was a joke. Still, it was scary." Suddenly, "I'm home," Izuku said as he entered the room. "Hi, son. How was your day?" Inko asked, smiling. Izuku simply sighed and headed to his room to change, while the two green-haired girls looked at him with concern. "Inko, looks like he had a rough day." I doubt it. Oni-chan is always like this," Izumi said with a big smile. "Inko, you're right. Well, I'll go finish dinner." Izumi, "Okay." Meanwhile, with Izuku, Izuku finished changing and flopped onto his bed to relax before dinner. Izuku thought, I hate my life. I can't believe I'll have to attend that place for 3 years. Well, I guess I'll just have to get used to it as always. Chapter end. Some time had passed since classes started at USJ. Izuku opened his eyes and then, Izuku, here we go again. As always, 2 silhouettes appeared beside the green-haired boy, and in front of him stood the same giant that always showed up. Izuku examined the 2 silhouettes. As usual, the girl was trembling with fear. However, when she looked at the man, she saw a psychopathic smile on his face. Izuku thought, that guy is up to something. Deus, I called you here because I'm getting very impatient. Izuku looked at him seriously. Deus, you might be wondering why. Well, the reason is that so far, there hasn't been a single fight among you. I know I have to be patient, but I'm getting tired of waiting. I'll just tell you that if you don't confront each other, I'll have to pull some strings to achieve my goal. Now you can leave. Everything went dark, and suddenly Izuku woke up in his bed. Izuku thought, again? Well, I guess it's normal. After all, I've been really stressed lately. I suppose I should get ready now. So the green-haired boy put on his uniform and headed to UA. As he walked, Katsumi and Izumi were chatting. Izumi, I can't believe that bicolor girl defeated us. Katsumi, seriously, it drives me crazy. Izumi, well, soon we'll go on that expedition to practice our rescue skills. Katsumi, yeah, we could take the opportunity to make her look ridiculous with our abilities. Then the 2 girls started laughing. Izuku thought, seriously? You call those rescue skills? Don't make me laugh. A few minutes later, they arrived at UA, and Izuku went to his classroom, where he found Shinzo. Shinzo, hey Midoriya. Izuku, hi. Shinzo, you've been more cheerful lately. Izuku, well, I guess it's because I'm starting to get used to this place. Shinzo, yeah, you're right. Suddenly, the door opened, and Ectoplasm walked in. Shinzo, alright, today we're starting with math class. Then the professional hero began to explain the lesson, and after finishing, Ectoplasm, alright, now we'll move on to practice. Ectoplasm wrote a gigantic equation on the board. Ectoplasm, so, who can solve this? Everyone started desperately trying to solve the equation while the hero watched them. Izuku looked at the equation for a few seconds and then leaned back in his seat. Shinzo looked at him with a serious expression and said, Shinzo, don't you think you should take this more seriously? Izuku, not really. Shinzo, I see. Suddenly, Ectoplasm, wow, it seems we have someone who has apparently solved it. Alright, young Midoriya, could you help us with this, or are you not qualified enough to? Ectoplasm couldn't finish his sentence because 9 peri 5 pi for 5, said Izuku with a bored expression. Ectoplasm checked the answer, and with a surprised look, he said, Ectoplasm, that's correct. Everyone stared at the green-haired boy in astonishment while Shinzo looked at him seriously. Classes continued, with Ectoplasm not daring to bother the green-haired boy, and then recess arrived. Shinzo, I see why this place is so boring for you. Izuku, yeah, it's nice. So, shall we go? Shinzo, I suppose so. Meanwhile, at the entrance of UA, several journalists were trying to enter the school, but suddenly a metal wall covered the entrance, preventing them from getting in. Journalist 1, what the hell? Journalist 2, it's UA's barrier, we can't get in. The journalists started to leave, feeling dejected, unaware that in front of the iron wall stood a hooded figure. Suddenly, the figure raised his hand, surrounded by black and red lightning, then touched the metal wall. Instantly, the wall was covered in cracks emitting red light, and moments later, it began to crumble until nothing remained. The journalists turned around at the noise, seeing the destroyed entrance, and completely ignored the hooded figure as they rushed into the school. With Izuku and Shinzo, the 2 boys were walking down the hallway when suddenly, Izumi, Oni-chan, I finally found you. Izuku thought, not again. Shinzo, looks like you've been caught. Izuku turned around in annoyance to find Izumi, Katsumi, Shota, Achiko, and Lita standing in front of him. Izuku, annoyed, hi, Izumi. What do you want? Katsumi, We're always looking for you during recess. Where do you disappear to every time? Ignoring everyone, Shota walked up and stood in front of the green-haired boy. Shota, hi, Izuku-kun. Good to see you, and congratulations on getting into UA. Izuku, thank you. Quickly, Izumi and Katsumi rushed over to try to pull the bicolor one away, and then Lita and Achiko joined them. Lita, hi, my name is Tenya Lita, nice to meet you. Izuku thought, so this is Ingenium's brother, huh? Achiko, hello, I'm Uraraka Achiko. Your sister has told me a lot about you, it's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku thought, what has Izumi told them? Izuku, nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Suddenly, the alarms at UA began to blare. Katsumi, what's happening? Izumi, Oni-chan, what's going on? Izuku remained silent, wearing a serious and somewhat ominous expression directed at the door. Izuku thought, what's going on? Why do I feel this way? He was pulled from his thoughts by the worried looks of the others. Shota, a bit concerned, Izuku-kun, is something wrong? Izuku, it's nothing. Izuku thought, I guess I'll have to do something about this, but I can't use a quirk here. I know. Hey, Izumi, I want you to throw me over there, Izuku said, pointing at the doorframe. Izumi, Oni-chan, count on me. Izumi was surrounded by green lightning and lifted Izuku up. Just don't throw me too hard. Izuku screamed as Izumi launched him at full speed toward the doorframe, causing him to crash into it with a loud bang that drew everyone's attention. Izuku turned to glare at his sister, while the green-haired girl scratched her neck and smiled. Katsumi laughed beside her, while Shinzo looked at him with pity. Izuku thought, I knew she would do that. Well, at least I don't need to draw everyone's attention anymore. Izuku cleared his throat and spoke. Izuku, in this situation, you all need to prove that you're worthy of being UA students, so keep calm. Anyway, they're just a bunch of reporters. After he said that, all the students settled down. Once the students had left, Achiko, Lita, Shinzo, Shota, Izumi, and Katsumi approached the door while watching the green-haired boy. Izumi. Killing aura filled the air and then, Mega Fire, shouted Izuku as he delivered a massive blow to the Nomu's chest. The impact sent the Nomu crashing to the ground, while Izuku remained on top of it, still pressing his fist against it. Unbeknownst to anyone, his fist began to glow green. Then Izuku stood up to reveal the Nomu completely inert. What's wrong, Nomu? Get up! Shigaraki demanded. Those flames. It can't regenerate anymore, Kurogyari said, stunned. All Might and the three girls present were equally astonished by the power of the Vigilante Genesis. Well, what will you do now? Izuku challenged. Shigaraki simply glared at him with hatred, and then, Kurogyari, that DMN Vigilante has surpassed the Nomu's regeneration and impact absorption. We need to leave. However, he received no response. Shigaraki was staring at the Nomu with a serious yet sinister expression. No, not yet. Flashback. A light blue-haired boy was being beaten by a man, while two elderly people and a woman hugged a girl, all watching the scene in panic and helplessness. Please, Dad, I didn't mean to look at Grandma's photo, the boy pleaded. The man's anger increased as he said, that woman abandoned me to become a hero and then die. That's not your grandmother. The man continued to beat the boy while the others just watched. Even though the boy looked at them, pleading for help, they didn't move. A few minutes later, Shigaraki was sitting under a tree, crying and hugging his dog. I didn't want this. Wani-chan showed me the photo. No, it's her fault. I went because I wanted to, but what I can't forgive is that you all just stood there doing nothing. Suddenly, a voice spoke to him. Is that your wish? Shigaraki, a bit scared, replied, Echa? Who are you? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Help All Might. Doctor, don't worry, miss, we'll take care of it. Meanwhile, with Izuku. After escaping, Izuku teleported to the bathroom at UA. He took off his suit before heading to his class, only to find that no one was there when he arrived. Izuku, I figured as much, after all, it's pretty late. At least I know Cemento-sensei hasn't come back. However, Shinzo, wow, I didn't know the bathroom was that far, Midoriya. Izuku turned to look at his purple-haired friend and said, "What can I say? I got lost." Shinzo, well, it doesn't matter. It was my turn to lock up the classroom today, so I waited for you. Izuku, thanks. Shinzo, no problem. The two boys then left UA and headed home. When Izuku arrived, he found no one there, just a note on the table. Inko, note your sister suffered some injuries and is currently in the hospital. I'm going to check on her, so please prepare something to eat. Izuku stared at the ceiling in boredom and thought, I've suffered injuries too. After that, Izuku made himself something to eat and went to bed. Izuku opened his eyes and realized where he was. He let out a long sigh and said, here we go again. He looked around and saw the other silhouettes. The small girl was there, just as scared as before. However, he could now clearly see Shigaraki beside him, staring with a look that said he would attack if given the chance. Izuku looked at him with a bored expression and thought, why is he looking at me like that when he doesn't even know who I am? Then he examined himself and noticed he was wearing the Genesis suit. Izuku thought, I see. Deus, welcome. It's been a while since we last gathered. At that moment, the light blue-haired boy couldn't hold back any longer and lunged at Izuku, but as always, the invisible barrier prevented him. Shigaraki, Imenit, remove this so I can fight him. Deus, I can't do that, Ira, but don't worry, you'll soon have another chance to confront him. Izuku looked seriously at the strange being in front of him and thought, so he's been watching us, huh? He glanced at the little girl, who stepped back a few paces when she realized she was being watched by the green-haired boy. Izuku thought, if I encountered that sicko, then that means this girl is real too. She was scared the first time I saw her. I wonder who she is. Deus, alright, I called you here to inform you that the room has been chosen, but you still won't be able to meet with each other. That's all, you can leave now. Then Deus clapped, and suddenly Izuku's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he tried to get up, but a sudden, intense pain stopped him. Izuku, Diamanit. I feel like I've been run over by several elephants. I haven't felt this way since Izumi and Katsumi used me as a target for their quirks. At that moment, Izuku wore a monotone expression while memories flashed through his mind. Izuku, well, I guess I'll go get something to drink. The green-haired boy stood up and headed to the kitchen, where he poured himself a drink. Izuku thought, looks like they still haven't arrived. Well, that's better for me, I'll have a bit more peace. He then returned to his room, lay back down on his bed, and fell asleep again. A few hours later, Izumi and Inko arrived home. Inko, you have no idea how worried I was. Izumi, I'm sorry, Mom. I promise it won't happen again. Inko, that's a relief. Now go change while I prepare dinner. Izumi headed for the stairs. Inko, by the way, wake up your brother too, he must have fallen asleep. Izumi, yes, Mom, I'm on it. Inko with a teasing look, and don't try anything. Izumi looked at her mother in confusion. Izumi, what do you mean? Inko smiled mischievously and said, you know what I mean. Izumi blushed and quickly ran up the stairs. Izumi thought, I knew Mom knew everything. Well, it doesn't matter. Izumi walked until she was in front of Izuku's bedroom door. She tried to open it but suddenly hesitated, a deep blush spreading across her face. Izumi, no, first I need to calm down. Yes, that's it. She took a deep breath and slightly opened the door. Peeking in, she saw the green-haired boy lying on the bed with his eyes closed, so she assumed he was sleeping. Oni-chan, the green-haired girl asked softly. Izumi, good, he's asleep. She walked slowly toward the bed and sat down beside him, watching his face with a big smile. Izumi thought, you look so cute when you sleep. Slowly, Izumi's hand moved to start stroking the green-haired boy's hair. Her cheeks flushed red, and then her expression shifted to one of sadness, still blushing. Izumi thought, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. But don't worry, one day I'll make it up to you. Then Izumi closed her eyes and leaned closer to Izuku, kissing him on the forehead for a long moment. Afterward, she pulled back, looking at his lips with a big smile that showed her joy and determination. Izumi, one day I'll do it. With that, the green-haired girl left the room, her cheeks still flushed and a big smile on her face. Izumi went downstairs, where she found her mom cooking. Inko, did you wake him up? Izumi, I'm sorry, I forgot. Inko, noticing how deeply her daughter was blushing, wore a teasing expression and said, Izumi, I told you not to do anything. Izumi, but I didn't do anything. Inko, are you sure? Izumi, yes, really. Inko, well, I'll trust you, but if you don't want to lose to Katsumi-chan, you'd better hurry. Izumi, Mom. Izumi shouted, her cheeks flushed. Immediately, the green-haired girl went to sit on the couch while Inko watched her with a big smile. A few minutes later, Inko called out, Dinner's ready, sweetheart. This time, wake him up and don't get distracted. Izumi climbed up to her brother's room to wake him. As she entered, she approached his bed slowly and began to shake him gently. Suddenly, the green-haired boy woke up. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and looked at his sister, instinctively pulling back a bit. This made Izumi a little sad, but she quickly got angry when she saw Izuku checking every corner of his room to ensure nothing was burned. I can assure you I didn't burn anything, Izumi said angrily as she punched her brother, knocking him out cold. Izumi stormed down to the living room, fuming this time for a different reason. Inko simply looked at her with a smile, thinking, how complicated. Chapter end. 2 days had passed since the attack on USJ. Since then, the school had declared the following week a vacation for students to recover from the shock caused by the incident. Currently, in the Midoriya household, the 3 green-haired individuals were having breakfast while watching the news, which was broadcasting an interview with Yue. Since the incident, journalists had not stopped questioning Yue, prompting Nizu to attend press conferences continuously. Nizu appeared on TV, saying, First of all, I want to apologize once again for. A journalist interrupted, Do you really think a simple apology can heal the traumas and injuries of the students? Another journalist added, How dare you even think that? Nizu continued, As I mentioned before. Izumi remarked, Poor director Nizu, he doesn't deserve this. Inko agreed, Yes, sweetheart. From what you told me, I could see that the teachers risked their lives to protect you. And the saddest part is that the journalists only want to destroy Yue's reputation, Izumi added. Inko nodded, You're right. Isn't that right, Izuku? Both green-haired girls turned to look at their brother, only to find him staring blankly. Unbeknownst to them, a satisfied smile had formed on Izuku's face as he watched the UA director struggle. He thought, You deserve this for trying to capture me. Right, son? Inko said with a nervous smile, while Izumi wore a similar expression. Izuku looked at them, his face shifting to a serious expression as he simply replied, Yes. The news anchor shifted topics. Now, changing the subject, we have been informed that the main reason the villains failed in their mission was the intervention of the vigilante Genesis. At that moment, Genesis's image appeared on the screen. Izumi exclaimed, It's him. Inko replied, That's right, you told me he helped them. The anchor continued, After appearing 10 years ago, his identity remains unknown. Now, let's see what the public thinks. The image switched to a location where a regular person was being interviewed. The journalist asked, What do you think of Genesis, the vigilante who helped Yue? The interviewee responded, I think that, even if the heroes don't admit it, Genesis does a better job than they do. It's about time they acknowledged it. Inko commented, It seems this will be tough for the heroes. Izumi agreed, You're right. I hope this blows over soon. I'm done, Izuku said as he took his plate to the kitchen, while Izumi and Inko looked at him a bit puzzled. After finishing breakfast, Izuku headed to his room and flopped onto his bed, thinking, Wow, it seems like this is getting a bit out of control. Suddenly, a message arrived on his phone. He thought, That's strange. I have few contacts, and among them, the only one who texts me is. He quickly grabbed his phone, and a slight smile appeared on his face when he saw who it was. A few hours later, we see Izuku, and to our surprise, his expression had shifted to one of annoyance, but this time it was a special kind of annoyance. We see Kunimi and Futaba next to Izuku. This would cheer up the green-haired boy since they, along with Shinzo, were the only ones he could call friends. And now we see Izumi and Katsumi, all of them at the beach. The reason? Flashback. Izuku opened the message Kunimi had sent him. Kunimi, message, hey bro, how's it going? I'm writing to let you know that Futaba and I are going to the beach, so I thought you might want to join us. What do you say? Izuku started typing. Izuku, sure I'll go. Kunimi, message, great. How about 11? Izuku, message, sounds good. Kunimi, message, alright, see you then. Izuku left his room and went downstairs to tell his mom. Mom, I'm going out with my friends, he said. Inko was surprised. Wait a minute, you have friends? Izuku looked at her with annoyance, and then Inko laughed. I was just joking. It's fine, son, you can go. Yeah, well, I'll go get ready, Izuku replied. By the way. At that moment, Inko said something that terrified the green-haired boy. Izumi, your brother is going to the beach. Would you like to join him? Izuku thought, a minute. Faster than he could react, Izumi was already there. Yes, Mom, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Izuku was filled with dread, especially when Izumi added, I'll let Katsumi-chan know. I'm sure she'll want to go too. Inko encouraged, yes, go ahead. Izuku shot a reproachful look at his mother. But, he started. Inko insisted, come on, son, you need to spend more time with your sister. Flashback and Kunimi stepped forward in front of the group. Alright, guys, we're here to have a wonderful day. Yay! Yay! Izuku said with little enthusiasm, while Izumi and Katsumi cheered joyfully, and Futaba echoed them, albeit with her usual demeanor. After a few moments, Izuku and Kunimi finished changing and began organizing their things while the girls wrapped up their changes. It's been a while since I've relaxed like this, Kunimi said. Yeah, school must be tough, Izuku replied. You have no idea. How about you? Kunimi asked. Well, it couldn't be worse, Izuku said. Kunimi laughed. I can imagine. It must have been rough. Anyway, look who's coming over there. Izuku turned to where Kunimi was pointing, maintaining his serious expression. Izumi and Katsumi approached. Izuku watched them without changing his expression. Well, I think I'll be over there, Izuku said as he walked away. Hold on, Kunimi said, grabbing him by the shoulder. Izuku turned to look at his friend. Let me give you some advice. The best way to approach a girl is to face her head on, especially if she's interested in you, Kunimi said. Interested? What are you talking about? Izuku replied. Oh, just go for it, Tiger, Kunimi encouraged. He pushed Izuku, who stood in front of Izumi and Katsumi while Futaba approached Kunimi. Futaba remarked, this isn't going to end well. Kunimi reassured her, relax. He thought, well, I don't think he'll die. Izumi, blushing, asked, so, how's it going? Katsumi, also blushing, added, what do you think? Izuku looked at them seriously, causing them to blush even more. Then, after a few seconds, he said, well, as I was saying, I'll be over there, and walked away. The two girls stood there, blank-faced, watching the green-haired boy leave. Kunimi couldn't hold back and started laughing, covering his face with one hand. He's dead, Futaba said with a serious expression. Izuku was walking when he suddenly felt a murderous aura behind him. Izumi, with a sinister smile, called out, Oni-chan. Katsumi, with a similar smile, added, Izuku-en. Shine! Smash! Shouted Izumi and Katsumi as they punched the green-haired boy, sending him flying into the sea. Kunimi said, well, I'll go get him. He headed into the water while Izumi and Katsumi went with Futaba. That idiot, Izumi. He really is a fool, Katsumi agreed. Futaba sighed. Well, what did you expect? After the fantastic plan you developed over the years, this is the result. Izumi, with a sad expression, replied, yeah, you're right. Katsumi added, this is my fault. I came up with that plan. No, I agreed too, Izumi countered. Meanwhile, Kunimi had waded into the sea when he suddenly felt something bump into him. Well, here you are, he said with a smile. He then reached into the water and pulled Izuku out onto the sand, dragging him as Izuku had just regained consciousness from the attack. Kunimi left Izuku lying on the sand while he sat down beside him. "So, how's it going?" Kunimi asked. I just wanted to relax," Izuku said, annoyed. Kunimi laughed. Well, we reap what we sow." "You're right, I shouldn't have agreed to come with those two," Izuku admitted as he also sat up. Kunimi thought, I didn't mean that." "Well, let's head back," Kunimi suggested. "Yeah, sure," Izuku replied. The two boys returned to the others and then, "Oni-chan, I'm glad you're back," Izumi said with a smile. "Yeah, we thought you were lost," Katsumi added in the same cheerful tone. Izuku thought, "Yeah, I wish I had gotten lost." Kunimi announced, "We brought a ball and a net. How about we play volleyball?" "Yeah, that's a great idea," Izumi exclaimed. The boys set up the net and divided into two teams, Izuku and Kunimi versus Katsumi, Izumi, and Futaba. "All right, let's go," Kunimi said. Futaba tossed the ball, which Kunimi returned. Izuku warned, "Just don't pass it to Aizu." The ball landed in the green-haired girl's hands. "Dimen it," Izuku exclaimed. "Here it comes, Oni-chan," Izumi shouted. Izumi threw the ball so hard that it could be said she activated one for all. Izuku simply watched as the ball approached his face at breakneck speed, and upon impact he went flying without putting up any resistance, while a huge cloud of dust was kicked up. Izumi smiled. "Oops, I think I overdid it." Katsumi said, "He'll be fine." Izumi agreed, "Yeah, you're right." Futaba simply sighed, while Kunimi looked at the green-haired boy's inert body with a nervous smile. Kunimi approached Izuku. "Hey, you okay?" he asked. Izuku, with a blank stare, replied, "I hate my life." Kunimi just smiled. Izuku thought, sometimes I think I should reveal my quirk at least a little. "All right, they have a point, but we can still win," Kunimi said, extending his hand to his friend. Izuku took it and got up, and then the two started walking back to the girls. But suddenly, they saw 4 boys their age surrounding the girls and harassing them, so the two began to run toward them. "Come on, girls, don't you want to have some fun with us?" one boy taunted. "Come on, it'll be a good time," another added. The 4 boys started laughing, but suddenly, Kunimi said with a smile, "Hey, can we help you with something?" while Izuku stood beside him with his usual expression. "Who the hell are you?" one of the boys asked. Kunimi replied, "Well, we came with the girls, so we're concerned that you might have done something to them." "Look, kid, mind your own business," another boy sneered. "Sorry, but this is my business," Kunimi insisted. "You asked for it," one of the boys said as he approached them and punched Kunimi, who fell to the ground. Izuku thought, "And I wonder, what have I done to deserve this?" Seeing this, Katsumi and Izumi couldn't hold back and attacked the boys with an explosion and a punch. "What the hell?" one boy exclaimed. "Listen up, you BSS. Get lost, or I'll kill you," Katsumi said angrily. The boys ran away in fear, shouting, You'll pay for this, you witch." Kunimi said, "Well, good, we got out of that situation without any damage." Izumi agreed, "Yeah, you're right." Izuku thought, "Am I just invisible or what?" Katsumi added, "Though I would have liked to hit that guy." After that, our protagonists continued to have fun at the beach. Well, almost everyone. By the afternoon, they were about to leave when suddenly a gust of sand blew toward them, so quickly, Izuku, Izumi, and Katsumi dodged it while Kunimi did the same, carrying Futaba at the same time. "What the heck?" Katsumi exclaimed. Suddenly, the cloud of sand dissipated, revealing an older boy along with the guys who had harassed them moments ago. "I told you you'd pay for this." "Come on, Ishirai, take care of them," one boy shouted. Ishirai stepped forward, saying, "So, you messed with my brother, huh? Well, now I, Ishirai Kaguri, a third-year student from Shiketsu, will take care of you." "Oh, so Shiketsu, huh? What a great opportunity," Katsumi said, a psychopathic smile on her face. "Haha, I didn't think I'd face someone from Shiketsu so soon," Izumi said with a sinister grin as she cracked her knuckles. Ishirai looked surprised and scared. You're supposed to be trembling right now. Alright, now I really will be over there, Izuku said as he walked away. Yeah, and this time I'll back you up, Kunimi said as he followed him. Oh, I'll stay to make sure they don't get killed, Futaba said with a sigh. This was witnessed with fear by the harassers. Wait, you can't leave until I say so, Ashirai shouted as he launched a gust of sand at them. However, it was stopped by a gust of wind created by Izumi's punch. The boys looked on in terror. Alright, now it's our turn, Katsumi declared. The harassers began to back away in fear as both the green-haired girl and the ash-blonde girl lunged at them like demons. That day would be remembered by those unfortunate boys as one of the worst of their lives. Chapter End. A week had passed since the attack on USJ, and Izuku was currently in class waiting for Cementos to arrive. Shinzo, so, what do you think we'll do today? Izuku, I don't know. Shinzo, I don't even know why I bother asking you. Suddenly, Cementos walked in. Cementos, alright class, I have something important to share. Everyone turned their attention to the professional hero. Cementos, the sports festival is coming up soon, and as always, we will be participating. Immediately, a heavy aura of disappointment enveloped the class. Cementos, come on guys. I know that no one from General Studies has ever passed the first test, but we'll still give it our all. Izuku sighed out of boredom, but when he glanced at his friend, he noticed a motivated expression on Shinzo's face, which intrigued him. After a few hours, recess arrived. Izuku, do you want to go to the cafeteria? Shinzo, not this time. Izuku, you're going to class 1A, right? Shinzo looked at him seriously and nodded. Izuku, I didn't think you were interested in that sort of thing. Shinzo, well, I need to prove to myself that even with this quirk, I can be like them. Izuku, I see, that's a great dream. The two boys walked to the door of class 1A, where they found a large number of students gathered. Izuku, looks like everyone had the same idea as you. As they peeked through the door. Lita, what do you want from class 1A? Katsumi, isn't it obvious? They came to check out the competition. Kaminari, don't compare us. You guys are dumber than trash. Izuku frowned and stepped in front of the others. If there was one thing that truly annoyed the green-haired boy, it was being called dumb. Izumi looked at her brother, smiled, and then said, Hey, Onichan, what are you doing here? Izuku simply ignored her and turned to Kaminari. Izuku, listen up, Sparky, the only one here who's acting foolish is you. I bet you can't even solve a simple math problem. Kaminari, oh really? Ask me anything you want. Izuku, you're so foolish that you don't even deserve for me to do that, so I'll let Shinzo you do it. Shinzo looked a bit surprised but then smiled. Kaminari, fine, ask away. Shinzo, alright, what's 1 plus 1? Kaminari, that's easy. The answer is suddenly, Kaminari's eyes went blank. Shinzo, alright, now dance like a monkey. Immediately, the electric blonde started dancing like a monkey, causing everyone to burst into laughter, while some who knew him looked on in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Monoma, look everyone, this is class 1A. Everyone began to laugh when Izuku, okay, Shinzo, that's enough. Shinzo, Then Shinzo deactivated his quirk. Kaminari, what just happened? Izuku, nothing, Shinzo. Izumi, Onion, wait. Without saying anything, Izuku walked away with Shinzo. Shinzo, that was really good. Izuku, yeah, it just annoys me when someone calls me foolish, he said, still frowning. Shinzo, I see. A few hours later, Izuku was on his way home when suddenly, Clone, Izuku, via telepathy, boss, we found the target. Izuku, telepathy good, then keep watching. I haven't decided yet if he'll be an important asset. Clone, Izuku, via telepathy, as you wish. Izuku thought, alright, let's see how much your ideals are worth. Izuku arrived home and was about to open the door when it suddenly swung open, causing him to fall backward. Izuku, what now? He looked toward the door and saw his sister, who was dressed in workout clothes. Oh, sorry, Oni. I'm going to train with Katsumi-chan, Izumi said as she ran off. Izuku simply got up, maintaining a serious expression, then shook himself off and entered the house, where he found no one. Izuku thought, I guess I'll make something to eat. He walked to the kitchen, and suddenly a chill ran down his spine as he slowly turned his head to see a container on the table with a note on top. Izuku picked up the note. Izumi, note Oni-chan, I made you something to eat. Enjoy it while it's still warm. Smiley face. Sure, said Izuku as he created a clone. Izuku, clone, what do you need, boss? Izuku, this food was made by Izumi, taste it to see if it's safe. Izuku, clone, but. Izuku with a serious face, do it. Izuku, clone, at least let me say goodbye to my kids. Izuku, you don't have kids. Izuku, clone, fine. Then the Izuku clone took a bite of the food and closed his eyes, but nothing happened. Then the clone opened his eyes wide and said, it's clean. Izuku, impossible, the last time I ate something made by Izumi, I had to rush to the bathroom. Izuku, clone, try it if you want. Izuku, feeling apprehensive, took a bite, and then his eyes widened. Izuku, you're right. Izuku, clone, see, boss? Izuku, alright, this is starting to freak me out. You have a new mission. I want you to keep an eye on Izumi and Katsumi and let me know if anything seems off, but don't get too close or they might notice. Izuku, clone, as you command. With that, the clone disappeared. Then Izuku started to eat. A week passed, and finally, the day of the sports festival arrived. Izuku was sitting on a bench, waiting for Present Mike to call his class to the arena. Shinzo, so what now? Izuku, I just want this to be over so I can leave. Shinzo, yeah, just as I expected from you. Shinzo sat down next to Izuku, and a silence lingered between them for a few seconds. Then, Izuku, hey, how much do you want to prove to everyone that you can be a hero? Shinzo, you have no idea. Izuku, so, if you could have another quirk. Shinzo looked at him seriously and said, Shinzo, part of proving that I can be a hero is showing that, with this quirk, I can be a hero. Izuku, I see. Shinzo, besides, it's impossible to get another quirk. Izuku, you're right. Izuku thought, it's a shame, but I knew you would stay true to your ideals. Minutes passed until Present Mike began calling out the classes one by one, and finally, it was Izuku's class. As he looked at the audience, he noticed 3 girls from Class 1A watching him. Present Mike, alright, now a few words from the top scorer of the entrance exam. Midnight, Izumi Midoriya, please come up to the podium. Izumi stepped up to the podium and approached the microphone. Izumi, listen up. I'm telling you right now that I will be the best. I don't care who comes at me, I'll send them back where they came from with a kick. The students began to boo the green-haired girl, while Katsumi gave her a thumbs up and smiled. Izuku thought, just as expected from her. Midnight, now everyone, head to the starting line. Shinzo was focusing on the race when he suddenly saw Izuku standing there, lost in thought. Shinzo approached him with a serious look. It seems nothing can break your calm. Believe it or not, there are several things that can, Izuku replied. Yeah, I can imagine what they are, Shinzo thought, glancing at Izumi and Katsumi. Shinzo, so what do you plan to do? Izuku, I guess I'll just take it easy. Shinzo, I see. Izuku, by the way, this race? Your quirk will be really useful here. Yeah, I've got a plan, Shinzo said as he walked away. Izuku watched as Shinzo approached a group of boys. Suddenly, Midnight, go! All the boys tried to run, but to no avail, as a strong blast of ice froze them all. Wow, she's serious, Izuku whispered, ducking behind another student to avoid the ice. Present Mike, look at Todoroki Shota from Class 1A, he's frozen everyone. Aizawa, yes, but it seems some have managed to break free. Several students took off running, with Shota, Izumi, and Katsumi leading the pack. Suddenly, several robots began to appear, but they were quickly destroyed by the Hero Corps students. Izuku was running when he tripped over something and realized it was a piece of a robot. He stared at it seriously, then picked it up and strapped it to his back before continuing to run. Suddenly, Shinzo appeared beside him, being carried by several students who looked like zombies. Wow, your sister and her friends are incredible, Shinzo said as he watched them destroy several giant robots. Izuku, tell me about it. By the way, can you carry me? Shinzo looked at him for a moment. Alright, but you owe me a favor. I thought we were friends, Izuku said as he climbed onto the zombie students. Just kidding. And what's that thing? Shinzo asked, pointing at the piece of metal Izuku was carrying. Izuku, it's a keepsake. Shinzo just looked at him. Fine. Enjoy the ride. Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota had just arrived at the second trial. Present mic. Here's the second trial, the fall. What is this? Izumi said, sweat dripping down her forehead as she looked at the enormous canyon in front of her. Katsumi, it's incredible how much money is invested in you. Well, I'll see you at the finish line, Shota said as he used his ice to glide over the canyon. Katsumi, Demon Winter. We won't let her show off, Izumi said as she surrounded herself with green lightning and began jumping from rock to rock, followed by Katsumi, who propelled herself with explosions. A few seconds later, the other students reached the edge of the canyon, including Izuku and Shinzo. Izuku, looks like these guys won't be of any use to us. So, what's the plan now? I guess we'll have to improvise, Shinzo said as he grabbed onto the ropes hanging down to pass the trial. Izuku let out a long sigh as he followed his friend. A few minutes later, Izuku and Shinzo arrived at the third trial, where they could see Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota fighting each other as they advanced. Interesting, a minefield, Izuku said as he threw a stone onto the ground in front of him. That was unfortunate, Shinzo said as he watched the stone trigger a mine, knocking several students unconscious. Shinzo, so what do we do now? I have an idea, Izuku said, looking at Shinzo with a serious expression. Shinzo, I don't like the sound of that. Meanwhile, with Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota. Izumi threw a punch at the bicolor girl, who blocked it with a pillar of ice, then shot a blast of fire at the green-haired girl, who defended herself with a wall of flames, while Katsumi attacked her with an explosion. However, Shota managed to dodge. You won't get Oni-chan, Izumi said as she launched a fireball at the bicolor girl. And what will you do to stop me? Shota said as he blocked with a pillar of ice. No, he's mine. Katsumi shouted as she threw an explosion at both of them. Hey! Izumi yelled. Katsumi, sorry, but in love and war, anything goes. All right, Izumi said with a determined look on her face. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from behind, and everyone turned in surprise. Katsumi, what is that? Two silhouettes began to approach at high speed from the explosion. Shota, no way. Izumi, those are. Present mic, Izuku Midoriya and Shinzo Itoshir. What on earth are those boys thinking? Izuku, it worked. Shinzo, angrily, nothing worked, you idiot. How could you do that without warning? Well, now how do we land? Izuku looked at him seriously. I didn't think about that. Shinzo looked at him with a nervous smile. If we survive this, I swear I'll kill you. Izuku and Shinzo surpassed the three girls in an instant. Izumi, Oni-chan, I can't believe it. Don't just stand there. Katsumi shouted, pointing at Shota, who had already started running. Izumi, in it, let's go. Shota looked at the green-haired boy with a smile and thought, Izuku, how interesting, but I won't let myself be beaten. Katsumi, wow, Izuku is incredible, but we won't let ourselves be defeated, right, Izumi? Izumi, that's right. Izuku and Shinzo crashed to the ground as the three girls quickly overtook them. Oni-chan, I'll see you at the finish line, Izumi said, smiling at her brother. Izuku simply looked at her before turning to his friend. Izuku, are you alive? For your bad luck, yes, Shinzo said as he got up. All right, let's go. They're getting close, Izuku said as he watched the other students about to pass them. Then both students started running toward the finish line. Finally, the race ended with the following results. Izumi, Shota, Katsumi, Izuku. Chapter end. The first part of the festival had ended, and the second trial was already underway. Izuku's team consisted of him in the front, Shinzo as the rider, and two other teammates who were less significant. Of course, Shinzo had used his quirk on them. "Ah, this isn't much fun," Shinzo said as he snatched the headband from a certain gray-haired competitor who, along with his team, was frozen in place. Izuku replied, "Well, with your quirk, it's easy." He turned his head and saw the teams of Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota facing off. "Wow, there they are again," Izuku remarked. "4 minutes left." Present Mike announced. "I think we should keep going. There are still several who are distracted," Izuku suggested. "You're right," Shinzo agreed. A few minutes later, Present Mike declared, "All right, that's it. Now I'll announce the results. First place, Team Shota. Second place, Team Katsumi. Third place, Team Izumi. As expected from those three. And now, in fourth place, we have Team Tets. What's this? Not only in the first trial, but now these general study students, Izuku Midoriya and Shinzo Itoshir, have surprised us again by coming in fourth." Everyone began to cheer for them, while the other students looked on in astonishment. "All right, now we'll take a short break for everyone to relax," Present Mike announced. Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi quickly turned to find Izuku, but to their surprise, the green-haired boy had already slipped away, prompting the three girls to rush off in search of him. "Ah, poor broccoli," Shinzo said, watching the scene unfold. Izuku was walking down one of the stadium corridors when he suddenly stopped, noticing an imposing figure staring at him seriously. They locked eyes until, suddenly, Endeavor spoke up. "So, you're Izuku Midoriya, huh? You've got guts standing in front of me." Izuku looked at him for a moment and then attempted to walk past the fire hero. Endeavor clicked his tongue and grabbed Izuku by the head, pulling him back in front of him. Izuku met his gaze and said, "Do you have a problem with me? Because if not, I'd like to head to the cafeteria before it gets crowded." Endeavor sighed and replied, "My daughter has told me a lot about you. I also want to thank you because, thanks to you, our relationship has improved." "I see, that's great news," Izuku said with an expressionless face. Just as Izuku was about to leave, Endeavor spoke again. "That's why I wanted to ask you." An awkward silence hung in the air until Endeavor finally asked his question. "What are your intentions with my daughter?" Izuku looked at him and replied, "What do you mean?" Endeavor stared at him intently, thinking, wow, he's exactly as she described. "Shota, you're going to have a tough time." "Never mind, forget the question," Endeavor said. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to eat," Izuku said as he began to walk away, but suddenly, "Wait!" Endeavor called out. Izuku stopped. "Have we met before?" A silence lingered until Izuku replied, "I don't think so." With that, the green-haired boy continued on his way while Endeavor watched him leave. Once Izuku disappeared from view, Endeavor started to head back to the stadium. As he turned a corner, he encountered Shota, who was glaring at him with evident frustration. "As a father, I have the duty to." Yeah, whatever," Shota interrupted as she walked away. Endeavor simply watched her and let out a long sigh. A few minutes later, Present Mike announced, "All right, now we'll decide the matchups." Suddenly, several names appeared on a large screen, mixing together until they finally displayed the matchups. Izumi versus Shinzo. Ibara versus Mina. Shota versus Siro. Tokoyami versus Momo. Izuku versus Kaminari. Tetsu versus Kirishima. Katsumi versus Achiko. Lita versus Mei. A few minutes later, Izumi stepped out of her designated door and made her way to the arena. Meanwhile, Izuku and Shinzo were at the other door. "Are you sure about this?" Izuku asked. "I'm sure. My ideals will stand firm," Shinzo replied with a determined look. "You know who your opponent is, right?" Shinzo swallowed hard and said, "Don't worry." The purple-haired boy smiled nervously. "After a tough match in the infirmary." "I told you so," Izuku said. Darn it," Shinzo exclaimed. "Well, what did you expect?" "You're right. Anyway, I wish you luck in the matches," Shinzo said as Izuku nodded and left the room. After that, Mina got overconfident against Ibara, resulting in her defeat. Shota froze Zero, knocking him out. Tokoyami managed to push Momo off the platform. Kaminari became overconfident against Izuku and used his quirk recklessly until he short-circuited and lost. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu were both knocked out simultaneously, leading to their disqualification. Katsumi defeated Achiko. And finally, the unusual match between Lita and Mei ended with Lita as the winner. The second round. Alright, after those interesting matches, let's move on to the second round. Present mic announced. Izumi vs. Ibra. Shota vs. Tokoyami. Izuku advances directly to the next round, lucky guy. Katsumi vs. Lita. Izumi, using her speed, easily dodged Ibra's attacks and pushed her off the platform. Shota hindered Tokoyami's use of Dark Shadow by using the light from his fire, defeating him easily. Izuku advanced to the next round without a fight. And finally, Katsumi dragged out the fight until Lita was completely exhausted and then simply knocked her off the platform. And with that, the second round comes to an end. Now we'll move on to the semifinals. The matches will be as follows. Izumi vs. Shota. Izuku vs. Katsumi. A few minutes later, Izumi and Shota were face to face in the arena. Listen up, you're not getting my brother, Izumi said. Shota laughed mockingly and replied, Don't worry, I don't need your permission. Ensis broccoli. Izumi furrowed her brow as Shota looked at her with a mocking smile. Without saying a word, they both took their battle stances. Midnight, let the match begin. Izumi surrounded herself with green lightning and, in an instant, leaped towards the bicolor-haired Shota while preparing a punch. Shota smirked slightly and unleashed a blast of ice, forcing Izumi to dodge the attack. Then, Shota quickly moved to launch a fire blast at Izumi. Izumi observed the fire blast coming toward her and countered it with her own burst of flames, stopping Shota's attack. This surprised Shota, who took a moment to realize that Izumi had moved in front of her. By the time she noticed, the green-haired girl had already landed a powerful punch to her stomach, sending her flying. However, before Shota could leave the platform, she created a wall of ice to stop herself. Wow, I thought that would have knocked you out, Izumi said. Haha, I see you're strong, but you underestimate me, Shota replied. Izumi felt a pain in her arm and, upon looking, realized it had frozen. She was taken aback but then raised her gaze to meet her opponents, who mirrored her expression. The two girls exchanged smiles that hinted at their eagerness to strike each other. Well, I guess I was wrong. You're not the useless brat I thought you were, Izumi teased. That's quite a compliment coming from you, Shota shot back sarcastically. Both girls scowled at each other. You have no idea how much I'm going to enjoy hitting you, Izumi said as she leaped toward Shota once more. Shota watched as the green-haired girl approached. Let's see about that, Shota thought, igniting her left hand in flames while her right hand froze, generating a massive amount of ice. Izumi paused cautiously, observing Shota's actions. So you're going all out, huh? Izumi asked. Consider yourself lucky. Shota replied. Izumi laughed with an angelic smile but then turned serious, starting to charge an enormous amount of green lightning and fire in her hand. The audience watched in awe at the immense power of the two combatants. Don't you think this is getting a bit too heated? Achiko remarked. Their power is incredible, Lita added. Suddenly, Izuku stood up and began walking toward the exit. Midoriya-kun, aren't you going to stay to watch the end? Momo called out. No, I can already imagine how it will end, Izuku replied before exiting through the door. Izuku thought. Besides, I wouldn't want to be there when those two clash their attacks. Should I have told her? Nah, they'll be fine. Back to the fight. Izumi and Shota had finished charging their attacks. I won't let you have my brother, Izumi said with a cold stare. I know that, but as I said, I don't need your permission, Shota replied, equally icy. The two girls locked eyes for a moment, and then Izumi jumped toward Shota at high speed. Fire smash. Frostburn. Shota unleashed a powerful pressure wave generated by the gas expansion caused by the sudden sublimation of her ice, while Izumi delivered a powerful punch enveloped in flames. Despite the teacher's attempts to intervene, both attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A thick cloud of steam enveloped the arena. Present Mike, what the hell are you teaching your class? Aizawa, drags. I mean, they achieved this through their own efforts. Then the steam began to dissipate, and as it cleared, the result was midnight. Izumi Midoriya is out of the platform, so the winner is Shota Todoroki. Everyone cheered and erupted in excitement. A few minutes later, Present Mike, alright, now we'll start the next battle. Izuku and Katsumi stepped onto the platform. Izuku looked at Katsumi with a distant expression. Izuku thought, there are truly worse fates than death. Midnight, let the match begin. In the stands, Izumi and Shota had recovered and come to watch the fight. Poor Katsumi-chan, Izumi said. Yeah, you're right, Shota agreed. Back on the platform, Katsumi began scratching her cheek with a finger while looking away, her cheeks flushed. Izuku-kun, if you want, we can skip the fight. I really don't want to hurt you. You've already made it to the semifinals, and I think you've shown what you can do, so please just forfeit, Katsumi pleaded. Izuku thought, yeah, tell that to the Izuku you used to blast with explosions every time you saw him. Katsumi looked at Izuku, smiling, and asked, so, what do you say? Izuku let out a long sigh and gradually got into a fighting stance. You know, Katsumi, I thought you were a stronger woman. Izuku's words surprised Katsumi. If you want to be a hero, you have to give it your all at all times, no matter the situation. I've always seen you as a strong woman, so don't disappoint me now. Katsumi stared at him, surprised, but at the same time, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled. Thinking, Katsumi blushed. He saw me that way? I can't believe it. Izuku thought. Yes, strong and determined. Katsumi said, I'm sorry, Izuku-kun. I don't know what I was thinking. She put on a determined smile. All right then, let's do this. In the stands, All Might thought, wow, young Midoriya, I see you care a lot about your friends. Back to the fight. Here I come, Izuku-kun. Katsumi shouted as she charged toward Izuku. Then the ash-blonde girl extended her hand to shoot an explosion at him. However, Izuku ducked to dodge the blast, and with a quick spin, he positioned himself beside her while preparing his fist. Katsumi reached out to launch another explosion, but Izuku ducked again to evade it. In a swift motion, he closed in and delivered a punch to her stomach, causing Katsumi to stagger back. Katsumi tried to regain her composure, but in an instant, Izuku moved in front of her and elbowed her in the chest, causing her to stumble further back. But then, the ash-blonde girl smiled and said, Got you. Chapter end. Ingenium was patrolling an alleyway. Ingenium thought, crime has been on the rise these days. He let out a long sigh. I wish I could go see Tenya. He put on a big smile. I don't think I should worry, after all, I'm sure he'll give it his all. Suddenly, he felt someone land behind him. Ingenium turned cautiously and saw him. He got into a fighting stance. I didn't expect to find you here. Stain. Today, you will die, false hero. Stain lunged at the hero, and Ingenium attempted to kick him. However, Stain managed to dodge and immediately tried to slash the hero. Ingenium evaded and then delivered a powerful kick that slammed Stain against a wall. I won't make it easy for you. Suddenly, Stain grinned sinisterly, causing the hero to worry. Stain liked his katana, and suddenly Ingenium collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. Ingenium tried to get up unsuccessfully. Stain walked slowly until he was above the hero, and then with a swift motion of his katana, he cut off Ingenium's legs. Ah, you monster! Ingenium screamed in pain. Stain, here ends your path, false hero. Suddenly, a strong pressure filled the area, causing both Ingenium and Stain to turn and see a sinister figure watching them. Stain, wow, I didn't expect to find you here. Genesis. Genesis, Izuku, what a coincidence. Hero killer Stain. Ingenium watched with a hint of fear as the two criminals loomed threateningly before him. Stain, and now I ask, what do you want here? Well, I came for that, Genesis, Izuku replied, pointing at the hero lying on the floor. Stain stared at him for a few moments, then smirked. Stain, I thought you were a vigilante who only attacks villains. Izuku sighed and replied, and I thought you only attacked false heroes. Stain glared at him with anger. Stain, mind your own business. Genesis, Izuku, you know, I don't want to kill you because you could be useful to me so. Stain couldn't hold back any longer and charged at Izuku, aiming to cut him. However, the vigilante raised his hand and said, Elo. Elo allows the user to control the wind. A gust of wind shot from Izuku's palm, sending the villain flying. Izuku moved to shield Ingenium while the latter stared at him with wide eyes. Stain got back up, glaring at Izuku, but then he calmed down. Stain, it seems I won't be able to defeat you, so I'll leave. But I advise you to watch your back from now on, because when you least expect it, I'll be there. With that, Stain leaped away from building to building. Izuku turned to the fallen hero and slowly approached him. Ingenium closed his eyes, bracing for his end. Tenya, forgive me, Ingenium whispered. But he felt nothing. Then he opened his eyes and saw Genesis standing before him, holding his severed legs. Genesis, Izuku, what a shame. Ingenium, what do you mean? Genesis, Izuku, among the few heroes I consider worthy, you stand out the most. Ingenium looked at the masked figure in surprise, then smiled. Ingenium, well, it seems I won't be one anymore. Izuku looked at him and then said in a cold voice, would you be willing to accept the help of evil to continue doing good? Ingenium stared at him, confused. Ingenium, what do you mean? Izuku sighed. Izuku, I'm asking if you'd be willing to accept my help so you can continue being a hero. Ingenium thought for a few seconds, but then the masked figure said something that defined his response. Genesis, Izuku, I don't think Lita would like to see his brother in this state. Besides, this will stay between you and me. Ingenium looked at him in surprise. Ingenium, you, how? Izuku didn't respond. Ingenium then turned back to the villain with seriousness. Ingenium, all right. Izuku simply stood up and approached the severed legs of the hero, connecting them with the parts he had. Genesis, Izuku, this will hurt a bit. Suddenly, the ground around Izuku began to rot as a light shone from his hands. Ingenium felt a sharp pain out of nowhere, causing him to faint. Ingenium slowly opened his eyes and realized he was on a stretcher in a hospital. Mama? What happened? He asked, seeing a woman sitting beside him. Mrs. Lita, oh, when they found you unconscious in that alley, I was so worried. Suddenly, Tensei remembered what had happened and immediately tried to move his legs. He was surprised to find they were intact and he smiled. Tensei, I see. Just then, the door opened and Lita rushed in, looking very anxious. Lita, brother, how are you? Tensei, smiling, hi Tenya, how did the tournament go? Lita started to cry and said, this isn't the time for that. First. Tensei, calm down, I'm perfectly fine. Lita smiled through his tears, that's good. Tensei, so, how did it go? Well, I'll leave you two to talk, said Lita's mother as she exited the room. I made it to the final stage, but I didn't win, Lita said with a sad look. Tensei, I see, but don't get discouraged. You can still get stronger. Lita, thanks, brother. But what happened? Tensei's expression turned serious, and then he said, I faced the hero killer. Lita was shocked but then smiled excitedly. And you defeated him, right? Lita asked. Tensei maintained his serious gaze. Tensei, no, actually he destroyed me. I couldn't do anything, and he even cut off my legs. Lita was in shock and quickly turned to look at his brother's legs, relieved to see they were fine. Lita, but then. Tensei, he saved me. Genesis. Lita, Genesis, that infamous vigilante. Tensei, he appeared out of nowhere and offered to help me get my legs back. Tensei smiled. Tensei, so I accepted, and that's how I regained my legs. Lita, I see, but why did he help you? Tensei, I don't know, but what surprised me is that he seemed to know you. This left Lita in shock. Tensei, he had several quirks, like controlling air, and of course, The quirk he used to reattach my legs. Is there anyone in your class with those quirks? Lita thought for a moment and then replied. Lita, no, there's no one with those quirks you described. Tensei, I see. The next day, Izumi, Katsumi, and Izuku were walking to UA when they unexpectedly ran into Lita, who had a huge, unusual smile on his face. Izumi, Lita-kun. Katsumi, hey Four Eyes. Lita, hi girls. Izumi, you seem really happy. What happened? Lita told them what had happened with his brother. Izumi, wait, so Genesis really helped you? Lita, yes. Katsumi, now that you mention it, he also helped us in the battle against the Nomu. Izumi, who could he be? Izuku watched from the back, thinking, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. A little later, Izuku arrived in his classroom, and classes began until recess. Shinzo, I can't believe you withdrew from the finals. Izuku, well, I told you I'd take it easy, although it was worse for you. Shinzo, you're right, he said, shivering at the memory of Izumi. Izuku, well, if she hadn't known your quirk beforehand, you would have beaten her. Shinzo, next time I see that guy with a tail, I'll get him. Suddenly, through the classroom window that faced the hallway, Izumi and Katsumi passed by, smiling and waving at Izuku. This made Shinzo tremble in fear. Izuku looked at them seriously but was then surprised to see Shota with them. Izuku thought, since when are those three friends? Shinzo, looks like you've infected me with your immunophobia. Izuku shot him a serious look, and Shinzo returned the gaze. Izuku, it's a trauma we'll have to live with for the rest of our lives. Shinzo, you're right. Then both let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi went to get food from the cafeteria and found a secluded spot so no one could hear them. Katsumi, all right, I hereby declare this meeting open. Everyone say, present, when I call your name. Katsumi, Izumi Midoriya. Present, said the green-haired girl excitedly. Katsumi, Shota Todoroki. Present, said the bicolor-haired boy awkwardly. Shota thought, remind me why I'm here. Katsumi, well, even though we don't like it, we need reinforcements, so today we have a new member joining us. Shota, do you have anything to say? Shota, no, nothing. Shota thought, why did I join these crazy girls? Katsumi, thanks. All right then, the situation is critical. Seems Izuku isn't paying attention to us. We thought it was Shinzo's fault, but even though Izumi neutralized him during the festival, Izuku hasn't approached any of us. Does anyone have any ideas on what to do? Izumi, I do. Katsumi, go ahead, Izumi. Izumi, well, I think Oni-chan isn't interested in us because he still has trauma from what we used to do to him. Katsumi, good point. Any suggestions, Shota? Shota, why don't you just make him have a good time? Izumi, a good time? Shota, yeah, we could invite him out or something. Katsumi, that's an excellent idea. We'll do that. So to wrap up the meeting, let's say our motto. Then Izumi and Katsumi linked their pinkies, but then they looked at Shota, who was blushing. Katsumi, what's wrong? Shota, do we really have to do that? Izumi, of course, it's our motto. Shota, fine, I'll do it but reluctantly. Now or tomorrow, that broccoli will be in our bed, said Izumi and Katsumi with big smiles, but then they looked at Shota, confused, since she hadn't said anything. Shota stood up and, as she left, said, I'm not doing that, not even if you pay me. Chapter end. After a long and grueling day, the happiest hour finally arrived for Izuku, the hour when he got to go home, especially since the following week would be a break for the Hero Course and Support Course students to do their internships peacefully. Suddenly, Izumi appeared at the classroom door along with Shota and Katsumi. The green-haired girl started waving at him with a smile, and a look of annoyance crossed his face when he remembered that his mom had forced him to go home with her. Izuku, well, Shinzo. However, when he realized it, Shinzo was already running out of the classroom. Izuku thought, how did he get out so fast? Izuku let out a long sigh, then approached the green-haired girl to leave when suddenly, midnight, speaker attention, Izuku Midoriya, please report to the principal's office. Izuku thought, oh no. At that moment, Izumi saw the opportunity to show her brother that she cared about him, so she said, Izumi, Onichan, do you want me to wait for you? Izuku, no, go ahead if you want. Izumi felt a bit down and then said, all right, I'll see you at home. Then the green-haired boy walked to Nizu's office while Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota left. A few minutes later, Izuku stood in front of the door to the UA principal's office. He knocked on the door. Come in, said Nizu from inside the office. Izuku opened the door and saw that, besides Nizu, Aizawa and All Might in his muscular form were also present. Izuku looked at them suspiciously while analyzing the room. Nizu, please, have a seat. Izuku stepped forward and sat in a chair in front of Nizu's desk. Good afternoon, young Midoriya, said Nizu, smiling in his unique way. Izuku looked at him seriously and said, good afternoon, Mr. Principal. Nizu, do you know why you're here? Izuku, that's the question I'm asking myself. Nizu, I see. Well, the reason I called you is that I have some news to share. Izuku, and what is it? Nizu, the school observed your great performance at the sports festival, and we've decided to transfer you to the hero course. Izuku frowned and then said, just so you know, I don't have a quirk. Nizu, and yet you made it to the finals. Izuku, but I still refuse. Nizu, I don't know why you don't want to, or is it that you have a reason not to join the hero course? The silence hung in the air, and a cold sweat began to form on the backs of All Might and Aizawa, who were at a loss for words due to the tension. Nizu broke the stillness. Oh, I see. You must be scared, right? I understand. In recent years, several dangerous villains have emerged, especially that one. What was his name again? All Might, please remind me. All Might swallowed hard and replied, Genesis. Yes, that's it, Genesis. He hasn't been caught yet, has he? Nizu looked at Izuku, eagerly awaiting his reaction. Izuku calmly replied, you know, the reason is that I have no interest in being a hero. Nizu stared at him, a smile beginning to form on his face. I see. That's a shame. Izuku stood up from his seat, resting his hand on the back of the chair. Well, if that's all, I'll take my leave, he said as he walked out of the office. Once the door closed behind him, Aizawa spoke up. So, what do you think, Director? Nizu replied, I don't know, he didn't respond the way I expected. All Might added, I'm sure he's not interested. After all, Izumi has spoken very highly of him. Yes, I know. I hope I'm wrong, Nizu said. Meanwhile, Izuku walked down the hallway, his mind replaying everything that had happened in the UA office. Vastigo allows the user to leave a mark on a surface through which they can sever the senses of hearing and sight. Izuku's expression turned cold as he thought, wow, it seems I've underestimated you. For now, I'll leave you alone. But if you interfere in my affairs... His expression shifted to one of icy resolve before he left. 2 days passed. Currently, Izuku was sitting in his living room, reading. Although it might seem impossible, there was an almost imperceptible smile on his face. The reason? It had been a day since Izumi started her internship, and now he could completely relax without anyone bothering him. Well, that was until... Izuku, clone. Telepathy boss, there's someone who wants to talk to you. Izuku, who is it? Izuku, clone. Telepathy, well, he is. In a bar somewhere in Hosu, a light blue-haired figure sat waiting. Shigaraki sighed. Ah, Kurogyri is taking his time. I wonder who he'll bring. Suddenly, a portal opened, and Kurogyri stepped through. Shigaraki asked, so, where is he? He's waiting, but before I bring him in, I need to ask you to keep your cool, Kurogyri replied. That depends, Shigaraki said, his impatience evident. Kurogyri sighed deeply. Well, anyway, Sensei ordered me to bring him in to try to get him to join us. Kurogyri opened a portal, which Shigaraki watched intently until his eyes filled with rage at the sight of who had entered. You! Shigaraki shouted as he charged at the masked figure. Izuku simply watched the light blue-haired man rush toward him, sharpening his senses. Wait, Shigaraki, Kurogyri said as he created a circuit of portals to stop the blue-haired villain. Suddenly, a monitor flickered to life, displaying static. A sinister voice echoed through the room. Calm down, Shigaraki Tamura. Sensei, why is he here? Shigaraki asked angrily, pointing at Izuku. To avoid dragging this out with a flashback, I'll just say that one of Izuku's clones was patrolling when a portal opened beside him, and Kurojairi invited him to the League's bar for a chat. Well, I've invited him here to try to get him to join us, All for One said. Izuku watched the monitor intently. Genesis, Izuku, so, you're the leader, huh? That was obvious. After all, that idiot couldn't possibly be in charge. Shigaraki glared at him with hatred. You're right, and that's why I want you to join me, All for One continued. But Shigaraki protested. Listen closely, Shigaraki Tamura. If you want to keep improving, you'll need the help of others. So, what do you say? Izuku remained silent until he suddenly surrounded himself with black and red lightning, two protrusions starting to emerge beneath his hood. You know, All for One, you've surprised me. I thought that being the king of the criminal underworld, you'd be someone truly intelligent. Instead, you're just a complete fool. In a nearby building, All for One looked furious. In the bar, Shigaraki was enveloped in black and red lightning and immediately charged at Izuku. However, the green-haired boy swiftly grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground, then placed his foot on Shigaraki's chest. Izuku began to emit a powerful aura and said, Listen well. From now on, fear me, because when you least expect it, I will be there to take you down. After saying that, Izuku gradually became intangible until he vanished. Somewhere, All for One clicked his teeth in frustration while clenching his fists in anger. Izuku returned to his room and quickly made his costume disappear. So that's All for One. He let out a long sigh and thought he really is strong. If I go up against him, I suppose I'll have to. No, that could be dangerous. A few hours later, Izuku was having dinner with his mom. Inko said, I wonder how Izumi is doing in her internship. She called me a few minutes ago to say she was heading to Hosu. Izuku replied, I feel sorry for the hero she's interning with. Inko looked at him with a smile. You know, son, your sister loves you very much. Izuku looked at her and then said, Yes, she does. I want to ruin my life, Izuku said as he continued eating. Inko simply laughed, wondering what his reaction would be when they told him how they felt. A few minutes later, Izuku was watching a movie in his room while his mom was in the living room. Izuku muttered, Why didn't Rouse make space for Jack on the board? Suddenly, the movie cut off, and a reporter appeared on the screen. Attention, we interrupt this program to inform you that a villain attack has just begun in Hosu. We still don't know if it's related to the infamous hero killer, Stain. Currently, heroes are doing everything they can to stop these strange creatures that have appeared. Please remain calm and stay in your homes. Izuku turned off the television and headed downstairs. Mom, I'm stepping out for a moment. At this hour? Yeah, I'm going to the library to find something to read. Alright, but be careful. Izuku left his house and entered an alley. It seems we'll be seeing each other sooner than I thought, he said as he summoned his suit and vanished using his teleportation quirk. A few minutes later, Izuku was jumping from building to building, scanning the city for villains. Suddenly, he spotted a silver Nomu about to attack a couple of civilians. In an instant, he positioned himself in front of the Nomu and delivered a powerful punch charged with lightning, shattering the creature's head. You are. One civilian began. You'd better get out of here, Izuku warned. Yes, thank you. Let's go, the other civilian replied. I guess I should keep moving. Just as Izuku was about to continue, he heard a voice. Wait. He turned around to see Endeavor and an elderly man. Gran Torino and Endeavor, what an unusual duo, he remarked. Endeavor stepped forward, and they stared at each other for a few seconds, tension filling the air. There are 3 Nomus in total, including the one you defeated, Endeavor said. Yes, but what worries me is that this attack might be a cover for something else, Gran Torino added. I see. By the way, where are your sidekicks? Izuku asked. Endeavor and Gran Torino exchanged surprised glances. How do you? Gran Torino started. Know that. Endeavor finished. Izuku didn't respond. Endeavor let out a long sigh. I was with Shota when he suddenly shouted that his friend needed help, but he didn't tell me anything else. Now that you mention it, I left her on the train too. I hope she stayed there, or else she'll see what happens when I scold her, Gran Torino said. Izuku closed his eyes and said, "Sound." After a few seconds, he opened his eyes to the expectant gazes of the two heroes. "Old man, you're going to have to scold her," he said. "What do you mean by that?" Gran Torino asked. "What's going on?" Endeavor pressed. "When you're done, send reinforcements to the third alley on Tashimura Street." With that, Izuku took a great leap and moved away. A few minutes earlier, in an alley in the city, I never imagined my younger brother would intern with me. "I'm sure you received better offers," Ingenium said. "But you seemed like the best option," Lita replied. I really do have a good brother." Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. Quickly, Ingenium pushed his brother behind him. "All right, this time I'll finish what I started, and no one will save you," Stain declared. "You're Stain," Lita exclaimed. "Listen carefully, Tenya. You need to leave," Ingenium urged. "But brother." In an instant, Ingenium moved quickly to shield Lita from Stain's slash, using his own body as a shield. Tensei fell to the ground as a stream of blood poured from his chest. "Brother!" Lita cried out. "Ingenium, Tenya, run." Ingenium lost consciousness. Damn it. Lita screamed as he charged at Stain. However, Stain easily dodged the attack and then made a small cut on Lita with a dagger. Lita landed several meters away but then felt his strength fading, collapsing to the ground unable to move. As expected from the brother of a false hero, you only act out of revenge, Stain taunted. "Shut up. Tensei is a great hero who only wants to help others," Lita shouted back. "According to you? Well, there's no point in arguing about a man who's about to die," Stain said as he prepared to cut off the professional hero's head. "Stop!" Lita shouted. But then, smash! Izumi shouted as she landed a punch on the killer's face. "Lita! What are you doing here?" "Hey, Lita-kun. I saw you were in trouble, so I came to help." Izumi thought to herself, "Yeah, and I wanted to get away from that creepy old man." Nice hit," Stain said as he got back on his feet. Izumi looked at him in horror. Katsumi-chan is in another city. I guess I'll have to ask that brother thief for help," she thought as she typed on her phone. Stain charged at the green-haired girl again, but Izumi jumped to dodge. However, Stain swung his sword at her. Izumi performed a mid-air twist to avoid the attack, then landed a punch before falling behind him. "Well, it seems that old man actually helped me a bit." Stain grinned wickedly, and then Izumi collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. "What the hell is going on?" she gasped. "It looks like his quirk has something to do with paralyzing through blood, which is why he carries so many blades," Lita explained. "And you're just telling me this now?" Izumi replied, frustrated. "I guess I'll have more prey today, but first," Stain said as he walked toward the unconscious Ingenium. He had to move quickly to dodge a burst of fire. "And they keep coming one after another," he remarked. "You took your sweet time, brother thief," Izumi said, pouting on the ground. "You're not the only one who was busy," Shota retorted. The two girls exchanged smirking glances. Then Stain stood up, causing Shota's expression to shift to one of seriousness. Stain charged at Shota, but the bicolor-haired girl unleashed a blast of ice that made him stop. However, Stain managed to throw a knife that grazed her face and another that cut her leg. Shota momentarily lost focus due to the pain, and taking advantage of that, Stain appeared beside her, ready to lick the blood trickling from her cheek. However, Shota conjured flames to push the killer away. "You bstd," she spat. Suddenly, Stain began to laugh maniacally, drawing the attention of everyone present. Shota, Izumi, and Lita's eyes filled with terror as they saw Stain. Holding the dagger he had thrown at Shota's leg, now covered in her blood. Shota tried to run toward Stain, but suddenly felt her strength fading as he liked the blood off the dagger. "Ready? This is the end," Stain taunted. "And I let my guard down," Shota muttered. No, what are we going to do now? Izumi exclaimed. Stain started walking toward Ingenium again, laughing. Stay away from my brother, you monster. Lita shouted. But at that moment, it seems you're having fun. Everyone turned to see the source of the voice. Didn't it, you again? Stain growled. I guess I was wrong about you, you're just a killer, said a sinister figure as they appeared in the alleyway, clad in a vigilante suit. What did you say, you fool? Stain shouted as he charged at the hooded figure. Suddenly, red lightning surrounded Izuku, and two protrusions emerged beneath his hood. Seeing this, Stain felt fear and tried to stop, but it was too late. Izuku moved in a burst of speed, grabbing Stain by the face and slamming him to the ground. Stain spat blood as he fell unconscious, leaving everyone present in shock. Izuku let out a long sigh and then said, I guess this is over. No one could utter a single word, and then Izuku vanished again, reappearing next to Ingenium's unconscious body. Wait, what are you going to do? Lita asked. Well, I saved him once, so I don't see a problem in doing it again, Izuku replied. This impressed everyone even more, although Lita calmed down a bit because she knew what he was talking about. Izuku placed his hand on Ingenium's unconscious body, and it began to glow as blood returned to Ingenium's body, closing the wound. Alright, goodbye, Izuku said as he stood up, but… Wait, Izumi said as she slowly got up. Looks like the effect has worn off, Izuku noted. Who are you? Izumi asked. Izuku thought for a few seconds and then said, I am Genesis. And again, I told you what I want to know is your true identity, Izumi pressed. Izuku looked at her for a moment. Even with someone she doesn't know, she's just as persistent. I wonder if I should have come. Izumi was about to speak when suddenly Endeavor and Gran Torino appeared. Finally, you're here, Izuku said. The two professional heroes stared in disbelief at the scene, even more so when they saw Stain's unconscious body. What the hell happened here? Gran Torino asked. Well, Izuku began. Suddenly, a massive presence filled the alley, and everyone turned to see Stain rising to his feet. But why can't you see? All of this is to create a more just society, Stain declared. Endeavor ignited flames in his fist and prepared to attack when suddenly Stain's murderous aura intensified, and immediately everyone froze in place. Imposters! All of you are imposters. I will purge you, until only the true hero remains, Stain proclaimed. All might. After the assassin's words, no one could move until suddenly, Stain collapsed to the ground, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness after receiving a blow to the back of the neck from Genesis, who stood beside him. Endeavor thought, when did he get there? Genesis, Izuku excellent. It seems I was right about you, you truly have incredible ideals. Stain looked at him in surprise. It was the first time someone had acknowledged his beliefs. He was about to speak when suddenly, a tremendous pressure, even greater than before, emanated from the hooded figure. Genesis, Izuku, and yet, you have betrayed them, Stain. You've betrayed what you preach. What you do is not justice. It's merely your whim to eliminate the frustration you feel. That's why you can no longer continue your crusade. You are no longer worthy. Stain stared at him in shock for a few seconds before finally losing consciousness. No one could say anything. Then the pressure dissipated, and Izuku lifted his gaze to the sky. He turned to look at the heroes and, without saying a word, vanished in a burst of speed. A month had passed since the hero assassin Stain was captured and taken to Tartaros. Today was a particularly frustrating day for our green-haired protagonist. The reason? The exams were just around the corner, and this wouldn't be a problem for him if it weren't for. We see Izuku sitting in his room, poring over books for the exam. The most noticeable thing was the look of annoyance on his face. The reason? Hey, Oni-chan, how do you solve this? Izumi asked, leaning against her brother to show him a book. Izuku let out a long sigh and said, what you need to do is apply the formula I've already repeated to you. How many times was it? I've lost count. In reality, Izumi had already memorized the formula and could solve the exercise perfectly, But the reason she kept asking was that each question was an opportunity to get closer to her brother. Izuku thought, why do I have to keep doing this? Flashback. We see the Midoriya family having dinner. Inko, so the exams are starting next week. Izumi, yes, that's right, Mom. Aizawa-sensei said we should prepare well, so regarding the theoretical part, I guess I'll need help. Studying. The green-haired girl blushed and lowered her head while glancing at her brother. Inko smiled at her and then said, Izuku, I suppose you'll help your sister study, right? Izuku thought, there goes my relaxation time. Izuku, but I have to study too. Inko, come on, I'm sure that's not necessary for you. Izuku, but... Suddenly, Inko smiled sweetly, but her expression held a hint of determination. Inko, you will help her, right? Izuku looked at her resignedly and then said, fine. Izumi smiled as she looked at her brother. Flashback and Izuku let out a long sigh and continued reading. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, prompting Inko to go answer it. Izuku tensed upon hearing the voice of the person who had arrived. Katsumi, hi, Mrs. Midoriya. Izumi told me you were studying, so I came too. Inko, oh great. Please come in. Inko looked at the person accompanying the ash-blonde girl. Inko, oh, you must be Shota-chan. Izumi has told me so much about you. Thank you for being her friend. Shota, oh, thank you very much, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko, well, please come in. Katsumi and Shota entered the house, and upon seeing the green-haired boy, a slight blush appeared on their faces. Izumi got up and approached her friends. Izumi, oh, hi, Katsumi-chan, Shota-chan. It's great that you came. Katsumi, yeah, well, after all, I needed help. Shota, me too. Izumi and Katsumi shot him accusatory looks, both thinking, how dare you say that when you're among the top 3 in the class? Shota, well, how about we get to work right away? The 3 girls looked at Izuku, and an idea struck them all at once. There are 3 of us, but only 2 people can sit beside Izuku. Izumi, well, I'll go back to my spot. Shota, I guess I'll have to sit at the other end. Katsumi, don't worry, I'll take that spot. Izuku watched the 3 girls while thinking, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have stayed up so late last night. Well, I guess they'll be here for a while longer, so see you tomorrow. Izuku closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. 20 minutes later, the 3 girls were still arguing. Izumi made an annoyed face and said, fine, then the 2 fastest will get those spots. In an instant, all 3 moved quickly to claim one of the 2 spots, and then Izumi and Katsumi emerged victorious, sitting beside the green-haired boy. A look of superiority formed on their faces as they glanced at Shota, but suddenly their expressions shifted to confusion. When Shota looked at them with a teasing smile and then promptly sat on Izuku's lap. Wait. What are you doing? Izumi stammered, her face turning bright red. Katsumi simply went blank, steam practically coming out of her ears. Shota, so, shall we continue? There was no response. The 3 girls then noticed that Izuku had fallen deeply asleep, prompting them to let out a long sigh before bursting into laughter. Inko watched them from the kitchen and thought, this is getting complicated. As the days passed, the exams arrived, and our green-haired protagonist didn't even have to exert himself. Finally, after a week, vacation arrived. Currently, the green-haired boy was sitting in his armchair, reading a book, feeling grateful that the next day his sister would be going camping and, even better, that he would spend the entire day at the mall with his classmates. Izumi came down the stairs dressed for going out. Noticing her brother, the green-haired girl blushed. Izumi thought, I know. Izumi Midoriya, you must be strong. With that, Izumi began to pose, intending to catch her brother's attention, but then she froze when she realized that Izuku hadn't even turned to look at her. I'm leaving, Mom. Inko, hey, dear, be careful. Izumi was about to step out when suddenly an excellent idea struck her. By the way, Izuku was deep in thought, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Ah, poor Izuku, he mused. Who could it be? I'm sure today will be one of the worst days of my life. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait a minute. I am Izuku. Inko called from downstairs. All right, sweetheart, Izuku, go change. But, he started, but his mother shot him a look that radiated authority, compelling him to comply. Resigned, Izuku headed upstairs to his room and returned wearing his going-out clothes, a book in hand. Izumi glanced at the green-haired boy and felt herself blush again, but her attention quickly shifted to the book he was holding. With a burst of speed, she activated her full cowl, zipped over to Izuku, snatched the book from his hands, and exclaimed, "Smash!" As he tossed the book aside, Izuku sighed, having grown accustomed to such moments. "You'll have to pay me for that," he said with a disinterested look. Izumi smiled and replied, "All right, but let's go now." A few minutes later, the two green-haired friends met up with Katsumi at the mall. Izuku followed the girls as they chatted and laughed together. Suddenly, "Mina, Izumi-chan, Katsumi-chan, we're over here." "Izumi, hi, Mina-chan." The two girls made their way over to their friends. "Shota, you took your time. What were you doing?" "Katsumi, nothing." Just then, a green-haired boy joined the group of guys. "Lita, wow, you're Izuku, Izumi's brother. Let me shake your hand," Kirishima said, extending his hand. "Momo, I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm Momo Yayorozu." "Izuku, it's fine." Upon hearing those words, something clicked in Momo's mind. She recognized the person in front of her but couldn't recall from where. "Momo, excuse me, have we met before?" "Izuku, no." His response was quick and curt, yet Momo continued to stare at him. One by one, the others introduced themselves to Izuku, and soon they split into groups to shop. Naturally, Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota took Izuku along with them. After a few minutes, Izuku found himself sitting inside a women's clothing store, facing 3 fitting rooms. He stared at the ceiling, bored, thinking, at least starting tomorrow I can relax. Suddenly, the fitting rooms opened. "Izumi, so, what do you think?" "Katsumi, and more importantly, who do you think looks better?" Izuku looked at them for a few seconds before saying, "Shota." The 3 girls stared at him in shock, unable to believe he would actually choose one of them. "Izuku, Shota-san, why did you join them? I thought you weren't like this." The bicolor-haired girl blushed and quickly closed the fitting room curtain. Izumi and Katsumi exchanged teasing smiles as they watched Shota in the fitting room, but then Izuku chimed in, "And what's the point of trying on such expensive clothes if you can't afford them?" The 2 girls smiled nervously. Shota heard everything, and a smile appeared on her face. "Though I have to admit this is fun," she thought. Izuku left the store, and a few minutes later, the 3 girls emerged wearing their regular clothes. Katsumi, "This didn't work either." Izumi, "Yeah, I knew it wouldn't." Shota, "Hey, but it was your idea, remember?" Shota, "What I suggested was that we invite him out, not that we use a silly excuse." At that moment, the 3 girls imagined themselves on a date with Izuku, holding hands and smiling, and they immediately blushed. "We can't do this," they said in unison, followed by a long sigh. Meanwhile, Izuku was walking among the crowd when suddenly, "Izuku, clone, telepathy boss, the target just entered. It seems he's heading your way." "Izuku, all right, keep me updated." With that, Izuku sat down on a bench when a hooded figure sat down next to him. Hooded figure? "Oh, you're Izuku Midoriya, the student from the General Studies course who made it to the finals." "Izuku, and you must be Shigaraki Tamura, the infamous villain." Shigaraki was taken aback, realizing that Izuku recognized him. In an instant, the blue-haired villain attempted to attack, but he found himself unable to move. He noticed Izuku staring at him, his eyes glowing, a sign that he had used his psychic quirk. Shigaraki's eyes widened in shock. "You are." Izuku continued to look at him seriously, and Shigaraki put on a sinister smile. "What do you think will happen if we start fighting here? Now all these people are my hostages." Izuku's expression turned cold as he replied, "I've always believed that the end justifies the means, and if I have to eliminate these people to stop you, I would gladly do it." Shigaraki's face filled with terror upon hearing that, realizing that Izuku wasn't joking. "Izuku, So, what will you do now? Shigaraki swallowed hard, his fear escalating when suddenly, Izuku, come on, follow me. Let's go somewhere quieter. Shigaraki followed Izuku until they reached a hallway with no one around. Shigaraki, and now what? Izuku approached the blue-haired villain, and although Shigaraki tried to back away, Izuku quickly grabbed his face. Izuku, let's see if this works. At that moment, Izuku's hand began to glow green until Shigaraki collapsed unconscious. Izuku looked at his hand and sighed. As I thought, I can't steal his quirk. I guess. Then Izuku's eyes glowed a chilling green, and he surrounded his hand with black fire. Izuku, I suppose I'll have to eliminate you. Izuku attempted to strike the blue-haired villain, but Shigaraki was enveloped in a gray mass and disappeared. Izuku clicked his tongue. Damn it, I got careless. Well, at least I managed to erase his memories, so he won't know who I am. After that, Izuku met up with his sister and the others before heading home with all the shopping bags. Of course, Izumi and Katsumi forced him to carry their things. Izuku was having breakfast when Izumi came down the stairs in her uniform and quickly sat down to eat. Inko, hi, sweetheart. Are you leaving already? Izumi, yeah, Aizawa-sensei said we should arrive earlier than usual to catch the bus. Inko, I see, then hurry up. Izumi quickly finished her meal and got up to head to the door, but then paused and turned to look at her brother. Izumi, bye, Oni-chan. Wish me luck. Yeah, goodbye. Izuku replied, continuing to eat and waving her off. Izumi smiled. Thanks. Inko watched with a smile as Izumi ran out the door. Izuku, finally she's gone. Inko, I'm sure you'll miss her. I don't think so, Izuku said seriously as he continued eating. A few hours had passed since Izumi left, and Izuku was now sitting in his living room reading a book. Izuku, I haven't had this kind of peace in years. Izuku thinking, well, Mom won't be back until 7 p.m., so I have all this time to relax. Though first, I think I'll take a nap. After all, I stayed up late last night. Izuku stretched out on the couch, and after a few minutes, he fell asleep. Out of nowhere, Izuku looked around and realized he was in Deus's palace. Izuku thinking, do I really have to come here every time I fall asleep? Deus, welcome back. This time I've called you here to announce that soon new members will be joining us. They were chosen long ago, but for reasons I won't disclose, they haven't arrived yet. Shigaraki, I can't wait to confront them. Izuku simply looked at him with disgust, which the blue-haired villain noticed. However, Izuku was surprised when Shigaraki showed no reaction to him. Shigaraki thinking, I really want to confront that vigilante. Remember, the only ones who can see themselves as they are Izuku and Shigaraki, but Izuku appears in his vigilante outfit. Shigaraki thinking, well, I'll take my revenge during the operation at the camp. Izuku eyed him suspiciously. Izuku thinking, he's planning something. Deus, that's all for now. Suddenly, everything went black for Izuku, and he woke up. Izuku looked around and realized it was already night. He checked his watch and saw it was 7:30 p.m. Izuku, and the worst part is that time flies when you're having fun. Izuku walked to the kitchen, where he found his mom making dinner. Inko, oh hi, son. Izuku, hi mom. Inko, I see you had fun. Izuku, yeah, you have no idea. And thus, 2 days passed. Currently, Izuku was lying in bed while messaging Shinzo. Izuku, message so, did they accept your transfer? Shinzo, message yeah, it looks like I'll start attending the hero course after the break. Izuku, message I see, but you know who else is in that class, right? Shinzo paused writing for a few minutes, then replied. Shinzo, message I think I regret it. Izuku, message I'll attend your funeral. Shinzo, message don't worry, I won't die that soon. By the way, they shouldn't have transferred you either. After all, you made it to the finals. Izuku, message yeah well. I rejected it. Shinzo, message just as expected from you. Suddenly, Izuku received a call from his mother. Izuku, message I have a call. He answered the call. Izuku, hello mom, what's going on? Inko crying, son. Your sister's camp was attacked. And she's in the hospital. Minutes later, Izuku was running to the hospital. Izuku thought, I should have anticipated that something like this could happen. I sincerely hope they're okay. He let out a long sigh and continued to think, I hope Shota-san is alright. Besides, I guess I do appreciate that broccoli and that girl deep down. No, seriously, if something happens to mom and Itsuki-san, they would be heartbroken. They better be okay, Izuku thought as he picked up speed. After a while, he arrived at the hospital and quickly approached the receptionist. Izuku, excuse me, where is Izumi Midoriya's room? Receptionist, I need to confirm your identity first. Izuku, I'm Izuku Midoriya, her brother. He showed his ID. Receptionist, I see, it's room 18B. Izuku, thank you very much. He ran off, taking the stairs 2 at a time, and soon found his mom. Izuku, mom. Inko turned to see him and immediately ran to hug him. Izuku, how are they? Inko, Izumi is fine, but Katsumi. Izuku looked at her in confusion. Inko, you should go see your sister, she's inside with her friends from UA. Izuku entered the room, and all the students present looked at him and made way for him to see his sister. He walked over to Izumi. Upon seeing him, Izumi started to cry, and when he reached her side, she hugged him tightly. Izuku looked at her with a serious expression. Izuku's mind. Izuku, well, today is a great day to die. Izuku-B, no, we need to do something. Izuku-A, how about we use the teleportation quirk to escape? Izuku-B, are you insane? We can't reveal that we have quirks. Izuku-C, why don't we just ask what happened? Izuku-A/Izuku-B, yeah, that's a good idea. Izuku, what happened? Shota, we were at the camp when the League of Villains attacked us, and a heavy silence fell over the room. Izuku, and what else? Izumi, they took Katsumi-chan. Izuku's eyes widened, and the faces of the League of Villains flashed through his mind as he unconsciously released a small aura of intimidation that those present could feel. Izuku thought, this is my fault. It's my responsibility. Some stared in awe at the green-haired boy. Oni-chan, what's wrong? Izumi asked timidly while looking at her brother. Shota thought, I felt that aura before. At that moment, Shota's eyes widened as an image flashed through his mind. Shota thought, no, it's impossible. Izuku looked at his sister and, with a serious gaze, said, Izuku, don't worry, everything will be all right. Immediately after, he left the room. Everyone looked at him, puzzled. Upon exiting, Izuku found his mom again. Inko, son. Izuku, I'm going home, I have something to do. Inko, all right. Izuku thought, all right, League of Villains, let's see how far this goes. Hours later, in a large hall, several police officers and professional heroes were gathered, including All Might, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and other top heroes. Endeavor, I can't believe they let them take that student. All Might, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Endeavor scoffed, then Tsukachi stepped forward. Tsukachi, what's done is done, now we need to fix it. He addressed everyone. Tsukachi, first of all, thank you all for coming. Yesterday, the villains attacked UA's camp and kidnapped one of its students. Now our job is to save her. Thanks to Principal Nise's help, those villains should be completely distracted in their hideout, so today we will attack and put an end to their evil once and for all. All the heroes and police looked determined. Tsukachi, now let's move. With that, everyone began to mobilize. Meanwhile, in the villains' hideout, Katsumi was surrounded by the villains. Shigaraki, well, brat, you'll join us one way or another. Katsumi, huh? Didn't you hear what the principal said? I will never join you, scum. Shigaraki, fine, it'll be the hard way then. Katsumi thought, this is bad, I have to watch out for everyone, especially the guy in the mask. If he gets to me, it'll be the end. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Hello, we're from Pizza La Camino. Everyone froze. Smash! All Might shouted as he burst through a wall. Immediately, Kamui Woods entered through the hole created by All Might and tied up all the villains with his wood. Dabi scoffed, trying to activate his fire, but he was quickly knocked out by Gran Torino, who also took care of Kurogiri. All Might began to emit a strong aura of intimidation. All Might, all right, Shigaraki Tamura, tell me where your boss is. Shigaraki glared at him, and suddenly, red cracks began to appear in Kamui's wood. Gran Torino, no, we need to get away. Shigaraki, I will kill you all. Just then he heard a voice in his head. All for one. Wait, Shigaraki, this is a good opportunity to get rid of All Might. Shigaraki nodded, and suddenly he, along with the villains and Katsumi, were surrounded by a strange gelatinous mass. All Might tried to save his student, but she disappeared. Minute. All Might shouted. Suddenly he received a powerful blow that sent him flying into a house outside. Everyone watched in shock as a large black Nomu emerged from the hole, with more white Nomus appearing everywhere. Then they heard a sinister voice. All for one. Well, All Might, let me introduce you to my new Nomu. He's just as strong as the one from USA. He will be your opponent, but don't forget, I still have your student. With that, the Nomu jumped to attack All Might. I don't have time for this, All Might thought. The memory of when he struck the Nomu from USJ to defeat it flashed through his mind. All Might thought, I'll have to finish it in one blow. The Nomu jumped at him, and All Might charged almost all his power into his fist while shouting, Plus Ultra. I struck the Nomu, defeating it. Everyone witnessed this and felt a wave of relief. However, the situation was far from resolved. That blow had drained nearly all of All Might's remaining strength, and now he began to emit smoke. All Might thought, DMN it, that took more power than I anticipated. Hey, don't just stand there. Go save your student. Endeavor shouted. All Might looked at him and nodded, then leaped into the air to reach the villains, spitting out a large amount of blood as he did. With Katsumi, the ash-haired girl found herself surrounded by the other villains, and in front of her stood a large man wearing a mask. Who is he? His aura is overwhelming, Katsumi muttered. All for one, I appreciate you following my plan, Shigaraki said. Don't worry, sensei. What's next? Well, he'll be here soon, All for one replied. Suddenly, a massive cloud of dust rose before them, and as it dissipated, there stood the symbol of peace. Wow, I didn't think you would defeat my Nomu so quickly, All for one remarked. This time, I'll make you pay for everything, All for one. All Might shouted, filled with rage. Ha, it's a shame you don't have the power to back that up. All Might let out a battle roar and charged at All for one. The two collided, creating an enormous shockwave that sent everyone flying. Meanwhile, behind a wall, Izumi, Kirishima, Lita, Shota, and Momo watched the battle in horror. We have to do something, Kirishima exclaimed. No, we can't jump into the fight, it would be too dangerous, Lita insisted. But, Shota started. Momo is right, we'd only make things harder for All Might, Izumi added. It, if only Oni-chan were here, I'm sure he would come up with something to get us out of this situation, she thought. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, causing all the students to peek out to see what was happening. They were filled with terror when they saw All for one deliver a powerful blow to the blonde hero's stomach, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood while steam poured from his body. Out of nowhere, All Might was engulfed in an explosion of steam, and as it cleared, his true form was revealed, the image he had tried to keep hidden from the public. A news helicopter was filming the scene, and all of Japan was filled with dread at the sight of their symbol of peace. Wow, All Might, is this how you call yourself the symbol of peace? What a disappointment, the villain mocked. Well, Shigaraki, I think it's your turn, All for one said with a sinister smile as he approached the skeletal figure. Ha, who would have thought you'd be killed by a relative of your teacher? All for one laughed. All Might looked at the villain in shock as All for one continued to laugh maniacally. Come on, it's something I would do, All for one said, grinning. You be sturdy, All Might muttered. And to think you took so much effort to defeat. Well, this is where your era ends, Shigaraki declared. Shigaraki prepared to strike when suddenly, smash! Izumi shouted as she burst from her hiding place, followed by the other students. All Might was filled with terror at the sight of more of his students in danger. Well, what do we have here? The students from U.A. All for One said, eyeing them. We won't let you hurt All Might or Katsumi-chan. Izumi declared defiantly. Ha, just the one I wanted. Perfect, I'll kill you along with All Might. Shigaraki laughed. Then, dark lightning began to surround the light blue-haired villain, causing the students to panic. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose before them. Perfect, and here comes the star of the show, All for One said, laughing maniacally. Wow, I didn't think you'd be stupid enough to come out of hiding. A voice echoed as the dust dissipated, revealing a sinister figure that struck terror into the hearts of even the fiercest villains. Chapter End. Izuku was watching the fight between the symbol of evil and the symbol of good while keeping an eye on certain students to prevent them from doing something foolish. Suddenly, he noticed All Might reverting to his skeletal form, and he stood up. All right, Izuku said, determination filling his voice. I'm going to get this over with once and for all. Suddenly, he focused his attention on Izumi, who was struggling with Lita to break free. In an instant, the green-haired girl was surrounded by green lightning and tossed the black-haired boy aside before leaping to attack Shigaraki. Izuku thought, DM it. He took a great leap, landing right in the middle of the battle. Perfect, here comes the star of the show, All for One declared. Izuku looked at the group of students and said, Wow, I didn't think you were foolish enough to come out of hiding. In a burst of speed, he rushed over to Katsumi and All Might, bringing them back to the students. Katsumi-chan, are you okay? Izumi asked as she hugged her friend. Yeah, don't worry, Katsumi replied. Perfect, All Might is finished. Now it's just you left, All for One taunted. At that moment, Gran Torino arrived and moved closer to the students to protect them. Let me handle him, Shigaraki insisted. No, Shigaraki. I'll take care of him personally, so step aside, All for One commanded. But Shigaraki fell silent under All for One's piercing gaze. Then, All for One used one of his quirks to force Kurogiri to open a portal through which the villains passed. Wait! Izumi shouted as she tried to attack them, but Izuku stopped her. What are you doing? If you do that, you'll die, Izuku warned. Izumi froze at his words. If you want to help, get All Might out of here with the others, Izuku urged. But what will you do? Katsumi asked. Isn't it obvious? Izuku replied. The students nodded and, along with Gran Torino, took All Might away. As he was carried off, a painful memory of seeing his teacher for the last time flashed through All Might's mind. Looking at the vigilante who had come to rescue them, he saw his teacher in him, which gave him a bad feeling. Well, at last, we're alone, All for One said as he activated multiple quirks to empower himself. I guess I'll have to go all out from the start, Izuku declared, surrounding himself with black lightning as two protrusions grew beneath his hood. Cameras recorded the scene, and everyone watching was eagerly glued to their monitors. Izuku and All for One locked eyes for a moment when suddenly, both vanished in a burst of speed, almost immediately reappearing as they collided fists, creating a powerful shockwave. Next, All for One attempted to kick him, but Izuku jumped, dodging the attack, and then delivered a kick to his head. All for One staggered back slightly but quickly retaliated with a punch to Izuku's stomach, causing him to bend over a bit. Izuku grabbed the villain's arm and began to levitate, applying force to slam him into the ground. As Izuku landed, he saw the villain charging at him to strike, so he prepared his own fist. Their fists collided, generating a massive shockwave. All for One smirked mockingly, then Izuku enveloped his fist in black fire, starting to burn his opponent's hand. However, All for One used a pressure wave to push the masked hero away. Then the villain leaped at Izuku, unleashing a flurry of punches. Izuku covered up, blocking most of the damage. Izuku placed his hands on the ground and used them to propel himself, delivering a double kick to All for One's stomach, sending him flying. All for One halted in midair using his skywalk and quickly shielded himself from a barrage of lightning bullets raining down from below. The villain was hit by several bullets, creating a large cloud of smoke. All for One began to laugh maniacally, then quickly charged his arm and unleashed a powerful shockwave. However, Izuku created a sphere of black fire and lightning, releasing a surge of power against the villain. The two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. All for One watched the dust cloud intently when suddenly he had to dodge to avoid a chainsaw. He launched another blast of pressurized air, clearing the smoke, but he didn't see the green-haired boy. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Izuku with his fists surrounded by black fire. All for One had no time to react when Izuku shouted, "Mega Fire!" as he landed a punch squarely on his face. All for One was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a tremendous thud. Izuku descended to the ground. All for One slowly got back up and looked at Izuku with a satisfied smile on his face. He then charged at him to strike, but Izuku unleashed a strong gust of wind to deflect the villain's punch and followed up with a lightning-charged punch to All for One's stomach. All for One was sent flying again, crashing into some debris. As he got back up, All for One coughed up blood and then began to laugh. "Excellent, I knew you would give me a good fight, but—" All for One said, his sinister smile returning. "This is your limit." Izuku stared coldly at the villain, fully aware of his intentions. All for One raised both hands and snapped his fingers. Instantly, two objects crashed to the ground beside him, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Everyone watched in anticipation as the dust began to settle, revealing two purple Nomus. Genesis, Izu. Wow, I didn't think it would be 3 against 1. All for One laughed maniacally. All for One, come on, I know you can handle it. After all, you're the Genesis Watcher. But don't worry, it'll just be me, he added, placing his hands on the heads of both Nomus and exerting pressure. The Nomus remained unresponsive, even as All for One crushed their heads. Izuku, confused, expected them to attack together. He had already devised a contingency plan using his clones. However, what happened next was beyond his imagination. Suddenly, All for One's body began to assimilate the two Nomus. Gradually, his form mutated and swelled until he towered over Izuku, a 3-meter-tall giant with completely black skin and glowing red eyes. "Now, let's continue," All for One said in a sinister voice. Izuku clicked his tongue and, in a burst of speed, leaped at the villain. Their fists collided again, but this time, Izuku's punch shattered upon impact. He quickly regenerated his arm and struck again, only for it to break once more. What began as a single blow per second escalated into a flurry of 100 blows, with the cycle of breaking and repairing repeating itself. The shockwaves devastated the area, and blood from Izuku's repeatedly shattered arms painted the ground red. The spectators watched in disbelief at the brutal spectacle. Izuku ignited his fists in flames to increase his damage output, but All for One didn't flinch. After a few seconds of exchanging blows, Izuku faltered for just a moment, and the villain seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful knee strike to his stomach that sent a massive shockwave through the area behind him. The impact damaged several of Izuku's organs, causing him to vomit blood and nearly lose consciousness. Seeing the masked hero stop, All for One grasped Izuku by the head and lifted him up. "All for One, it's truly sad to see a legend fall. You know, you really annoyed me the other day when you mocked me. That deserves a punishment." With a sinister smile, he held Izuku's left arm, which offered no resistance. "All for One, well, let's get started." The villain began to pull on the arm. Horrified gasps filled the air, and mothers covered their children's eyes as a disturbing sound echoed, and the vigilante's arm was torn off. "Perfect, now let's move on to the other arm." All for One repeated the action, separating the remaining arm from its body. He brought the limp body closer and, with a mocking chuckle, said, "Well, now you're ready to apologize." Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from the vigilante's body. "Genesis, Izuku. Pu." All for One leaned closer to hear better. "Genesis, Izu, rot in hell, you be." All for One laughed maniacally, and in a fit of rage, he slammed the vigilante's body to the ground, then began to stomp on it. The vibrations could even be felt by viewers at home. From a helicopter, the reporter, on the verge of tears, narrated the scene. Reporter, the brutality of this is. This version maintains the original meaning and tone while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Though we don't know what will happen, and apparently, no hero is in a position to help. Everyone stared in shock at the screen, and soon murmurs began to circulate among the viewers. What's happening with the other heroes? What are they doing that they aren't helping? What's All Might doing? All for One lifted the body of the vigilante, now drenched in blood. Ready now? He asked, a heavy silence enveloping the atmosphere as he shook the vigilante until he stopped. Looks like he's dead. Then the villain turned to the cameras and declared, "Listen to me, citizens of Japan, your symbol of peace is finished, and this guy here can't do anything anymore. Your fates are sealed. However, as they say, if you don't see the person, you can't feel pity for them. So before I kill him, I'll reveal his true identity to the world." He glanced back at the vigilante he was holding and whispered, "I hope you have family." A sinister smile crept across his face as he brought his hand closer to the vigilante's mask. Izumi and her friends were running down the street, carrying All Might to the hospital for treatment when they suddenly passed a screen broadcasting the fight and happened to glance at it. They all stopped in shock. There he was, nearly dead and covered in blood, a completely shattered body in the hands of that monster, the boy with messy green hair. At the Bakugo household, Inko, who had gone to visit her friend to comfort her over the kidnapping of her daughter, rushed to the television and knelt before it, tears streaming down her face as she saw her son in that state. Although she was also in shock, Mitsuki quickly ran to embrace her friend. Shinzo watched in disbelief as he saw his friend. Although he had suspected something, he never imagined it would come to this. Kunimi and Futaba froze at the sight of the green-haired boy they knew so well, nearly dead. Izumi walked slowly toward the giant monitor, tears streaming down her face as she repeated over and over, "Oni-chan." Katsumi looked at the green-haired boy she loved in disbelief as tears began to fall. Shota, who also had his suspicions, was in a panic. He didn't want to lose the boy who had helped him so much and whom he now cared for deeply. Suddenly, the silence was broken by, "Wait!" shouted All Might and Gran Torino as they saw Shota clinging to Izumi, who began to be surrounded by green lightning. Izumi charged one for all in her legs and took a great leap, landing on the rooftop of a building. She then continued to jump back toward the scene of the fight, carrying Shota on her back, followed by Katsumi, who propelled herself with explosions. Everyone watched in shock, realizing that the vigilante facing that monster was no more than 15 years old. At the scene of the fight, All for One stared into the lifeless eyes of the green-haired boy in his grasp. Child. Seriously, you're just a kid? I feel like an idiot." "Well, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover." All for One pulled his arm back and charged a massive amount of energy into it. "Well, this is where your life ends." Suddenly, smash! Izumi shouted as she punched him in the face, but it had no effect. The villain then used his hand to stop a blast of ice and did the same with an explosion that hit him. "Let Izuku-kun go right now," Katsumi demanded. "Do it or you'll pay." Shota added, "Let go of my Oni-chan." Izumi screamed as she jumped to strike the villain again, but All for One caught her arm and lifted her while looking at her in surprise. "Wow, so you're his sister. You have no idea how glad I am that you're here." All for One turned to look at the green-haired boy. "Aren't you happy? You'll be going to hell with your sister." Izuku, now powerless, said, "Let them go." Izumi looked at her brother, utterly devastated, and started to cry. "Oni-chan. Ah, you monster." Katsumi screamed as she jumped to attack the villain. "You won't get away with this," shouted Shota as he launched a blast of fire. However, All for One unleashed a gust of wind that stopped their attacks and sent them flying. "Katsumi, Shota." Izumi cried as she looked at her friends. "Well, now it's your turn," said All for One, grinning sinisterly at the green-haired girl, which terrified her. But before he could do anything, he felt a light blow to his lower back and turned to see Izuku, who had managed to kick him. "So you can still fight, huh? Good then." All for One threw Izumi to the ground near the other two and then launched Izuku into the air, quickly charging at him to unleash a flurry of punches. With each impact, The sound of Izuku's body breaking could be heard, and blood began to seep from him. Meanwhile, in Deus's palace, the mysterious giant watched the fight impatiently. "Well, what will you do now?" he mused. "Back to the fight." The three girls watched in despair as the green-haired boy was beaten, and slowly they got up to help him, then ran toward the villain. But All for One turned to them with an angry expression, leaving Izuku on the floor, and unleashed another gust of air, sending them crashing into some debris. The three girls tried to get up again. "How stubborn you are. I suppose I'll have to kill you. I'll start with your sister. I'm sure you'll enjoy this." All for One began to walk slowly toward the green-haired girl. Unconscious, Izuku thought, what do I do? My body won't move." He grew more desperate until he suddenly heard a voice. "You know very well what you have to do. But if I do that, do it or you'll die. Besides, you don't have to worry, I'm sure you'll be able to come back." Izuku pondered for a moment until, "I'll have to do it. I just hope that once I do, those three don't do anything to provoke me into." At that moment, something hidden within the green-haired boy awakened. Something dark. Something evil. Something comparable to a demon. Not something that would make even the demons themselves tremble. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire city froze as a sinister breeze swept through, paralyzing the people. All for One sensed the supernatural presence and turned to look at the green-haired boy, who had risen with his face hidden behind his hair, surrounded by a dark aura. "What the hell?" All for One exclaimed. In an instant, a cocoon of darkness enveloped Izuku. All for One stared in disbelief as confusion and a hint of fear reflected on the faces of the three aspiring heroes present. Finally, the cocoon of darkness opened. And as it cleared, there it was. A being of pure evil. Black eyes and hair glowed in a chilling shade of green. Enormous white horns protruded from its head, bat-like wings sprouted from its back, and a demon tail extended from its coccyx. "What is that?" All for One gasped. All for One could do nothing as the creature appeared before him and, using its clawed hand, pierced his stomach. He coughed up a large amount of blood and then looked into the eyes of the being in front of him. In another place. "Yahoo!" shouted Deus, unable to contain his excitement at what he was witnessing. "Excellent, he finally did it," Deus said. "At last, the first of the Demon Kings has awakened." All for One jumped back, clutching his wound, and then looked at the green-haired boy in astonishment. Immediately after, All for One charged his fist with energy to strike at him. However, Izuku extended his arm and easily stopped the villain's attack. All for One stared in surprise, then pointed his palm at Izuku and shouted, "Air cannon!" Instantly, a massive shockwave shot towards Izuku, devastating a large area of the city. Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi, who were watching, were terrified. All for One began to laugh maniacally, but his laughter turned to terror when the cloud of dust cleared, revealing Izuku, who had shielded himself with his wings and stood there unscathed. Izuku vanished in a burst of speed, reappearing in front of the villain. All for One caught a glimpse of him for just a moment before a punch to his chin sent him flying upwards. Then, in another burst of speed, Izuku appeared above him and delivered a powerful axe kick that sent him crashing to the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust upon impact. Izuku descended at an incredible speed towards the villain. All for One watched as the creature approached rapidly, and a sinister smile formed on his face as he whispered, "So Shigaraki-kun will also attain this power." Izuku landed a powerful knee strike to All for One's stomach, causing the villain to vomit a significant amount of blood and finally lose consciousness. Then, the green-haired boy stood up and kicked him into some debris. Izuku was about to move again to finish off the villain when suddenly, "Oni-chan," Izumi said timidly. "Izuku-kun." Shota and Katsumi echoed. Izuku turned to look at them, and in a burst of speed he appeared in front of them, his expression monotone yet chilling, while several fire spears surrounded the three aspiring heroes. This terrified the three girls, but they managed to stand their ground. Izuku extended his hands and let out a powerful roar that echoed throughout the city. Everyone who had seen the broadcast and heard the roar froze in place when suddenly, an onlooker shouted, "Wow, that was awesome!" Immediately, more people joined in and soon everyone was cheering for the green-haired boy. Izuku stopped roaring, and a great deal of darkness began to emanate from him as he returned to his normal appearance. Once there was no trace of his demonic form, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, hovering in the distance, a silhouette of a man with horns on his head watched. So he is Greed. Well, I suppose this will be fun, he mused. Suddenly, the silhouettes of another man and a woman, also with horns on their heads, appeared behind him, nodding before disappearing. Chapter End. After the incident, the unconscious body of All for One was taken to Tartarus for imprisonment. Fortunately, there were no fatalities thanks to the rescue efforts of the heroes. However, this did not prevent his reputation from declining due to his minimal involvement in the battle against the symbol of evil. Currently, we find Izuku reflecting. Well, after what happened, it was obvious they would call us here. Despite feeling an uncontrollable rage, Izuku was slightly aware when he took on the form of the Demon King, which is why he didn't attack his sister or the other two. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Izuku looked around and saw Shigaraki, who was glaring at him with intense anger. You will pay for what you did to Sensei. Shigaraki shouted. Izuku ignored him and turned to see what truly caught his attention. This time, there were 6 people present, including him. The newcomers were 2 men and a woman, all of similar age to him. As always, I welcome you, Deus said. This time, I have the pleasure of introducing 3 new members. The first is Pride, who finally joins our meetings, and his 2 companions are Sloth and Gluttony. I hope you don't get along too well. Now, the other topic I wanted to discuss is that the first Demon King has finally awakened. Everyone turned to look at the green-haired boy. Demon King? Izuku thought. That explains a lot of things. Deus, I hope everyone can reach that level soon to witness real battles. Well, that's all for now. Suddenly, everything went black for Izuku. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital room, almost completely covered in bandages. Any slight movement caused him pain. He tried to get up, but something was holding his hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was HNDCFFS keeping him strapped to the bed. Izuku stared at the cuffs and attempted to activate one of his quirks, but nothing happened. Izuku thought, I figured as much, these are anti-quirk HNDCFFS. So this place is. He glanced out the window and saw Tartaros prison. Izuku thought, the hospital for criminals in Tartaros. With a long sigh, he muttered, well, at least I hope I get to face that deformed face again so I can keep mocking him. Suddenly, the door opened. I don't think that's possible, said Nizu, entering the room with a characteristic smile. Behind him were Tsukachi and All Might. Izuku looked at them and said, looks like you won, Mouse. Nizu chuckled, well, what did you expect? I always win. Izuku asked, so, what do you want? Tsukachi stepped in front of him, pulling out a piece of paper. Vigilante, Genesis/threat level, S+/quirk, unknown. His activity dates back over 10 years, during which he has accumulated a significant number of offenses, including damage to public property, assault on professional heroes, illegal use of quirk, and... At that moment, everyone's expressions turned somber. A total of 142 fatalities, all of whom were villains, Tsukachi continued. Izuku's expression remained unchanged as he asked, so, what are you getting at? Nizu replied, well, first of all, please look out the window. Izuku responded, yeah, I noticed I'm in Tartaros. Nizu clarified, no, I don't mean that. I want you to look towards the entrance. Izuku turned his gaze and was slightly surprised. At the entrance, several protesters were holding signs in support of him, demanding his release. Nizu walked over to stand beside Izuku. I want to propose a deal. Izuku focused his attention on Nizu. With my involvement, your sentence could be reduced from life imprisonment to house arrest. Next week, you could be home. However, the following week, your place of detention will be changed to the dorms at UA, which we will construct. Izuku replied, okay, what do you want in return? Nizu said, oh, nothing special. I just want you to SWs to the hero course. Izuku started to reject the offer when he was taken aback to see All Might kneeling. Please accept. In the 4 days you were unconscious, your mother and sister have been waiting for you. How do you think they would feel if you were sent to Tartaros? Images of Inko and Izumi flashed through Izuku's mind. His mother had always supported him, and he couldn't let her down. And Izumi? Well, she was Izumi. A faint smile appeared on Izuku's face. Alright, Mouse, I accept your deal. But don't forget, this isn't over yet. Nizu swallowed hard and smiled. Tsukachi used a key to unlock Izuku's HNDCFFS, then pulled a box from his pocket, opened it, and took out a bracelet. This is... Yeah, I know what it is. It's a monitoring device, right? Izuku replied. Yes, that's right. You'll have to wear it permanently. Izuku took the bracelet and put it on. Well, I'll go report everything, Tsukachi said as he left. Izuku stood up and asked, So, what now? Nizu responded, Before we go to your family, we need to head to UA. From now on, you'll be strictly under my orders, and we need to talk. Izuku sighed and said, Let's go. The three of them exited the building and got into a car. A few minutes later, they arrived at UA. Izuku got out of the car and saw some familiar faces. Inko, Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota. Izuku stared at them intently while they looked back at him, except for one. Among the group, a small green-haired girl his age had her gaze fixed on the floor. Suddenly, Izumi was surrounded by green lightning and, in a burst of speed, jumped toward him. Izuku braced himself for impact as Izumi collided with him, wrapping her arms around him and pressing her face against his chest. Izuku watched as Izumi began to cry. You have no idea how worried I was, she said. Izuku looked at her with his typical serious expression. Unbeknownst to him, he could be seen as Izumi and C sitting in their chairs with swirling eyes and birds circling around their heads. Izumi looked into his eyes and asked, Why do you always protect us? Even when you're the one who gets hurt? Then Izuku saw Katsumi and Shota approaching him. Izuku-kun, if something had happened to you, I don't know what I would have done, Shota said, unable to hold back any longer. He hugged Izuku tightly, tears streaming down his face. Katsumi joined in, murmuring, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Finally, his mother approached, also in tears. Son, right now. I want to tell you that. I'm proud of you. So please, from now on, keep taking care of us. But without risking your life, okay? Izuku looked at his mother and then nodded. All right, young Izuku, we have things to discuss, so please follow me to my office, Nizu said. All Might was about to scold the principal for interrupting the moment, but he paused at Nizu's serious expression. Well, you see, I have to go, Izuku replied, beginning to walk after the principal. Izumi approached All Might and asked, All Might-san, what will happen to Oni-chan? Don't worry, little one, everything will be fine, All Might reassured her. Following that, the blonde hero also followed. The principal. They arrived at the principal's office, where Aizawa was waiting. Upon entering, Nizu sat at his desk while Izuku took a seat across from him, and Aizawa and All Might settled into chairs on the sides. Izuku looked at Nizu seriously, and then Nizu spoke. You know, I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. Well, I haven't, so get to the point, Izuku replied. Nizu sighed. Fine. Among all the things I want to know, there's one question I can't figure out. What is your quirk? Everyone turned their attention to the green-haired boy. The only thing we know is that it seems you can use different quirks, so... Nizu continued. It's not all for one, if that's what you're thinking, Izuku interjected. At that comment, the tension in the room eased slightly. Then what is it? Nizu asked. A silence enveloped the room until suddenly Izuku said, Greed. That's the name of my quirk. Greed. Nizu echoed. Yes, just like the deadly sin. I can take something from another person as long as I touch it for a few seconds. This includes anything they have, any part of their body, memories, and even quirks. So that's why you could do all those things, Aizawa noted. Wow, you're lucky to have been born with a quirk like that, All Might remarked. Izuku looked up at the ceiling and then said, Actually, I was quirkless. This statement once again tensed the atmosphere. So how did you acquire that power? Nizu asked. Izuku then recounted how he had obtained that quirk. But then what was that voice that gave you that quirk? And more importantly, what was that appearance you showed in your battle against All for One? Nizu pressed. Honestly, I don't know, Izuku admitted. Then Shigaraki is just like you. Maybe that's why All for One attracted him to his ranks, All Might suggested. But if there are 6 others with quirks like yours, this is very serious, Aizawa added. Well, you saw what that crazy guy with the hands can do, or even what I can do, Izuku replied. So what do we do? The principal asked with concern. The 3 heroes felt as if the world was closing in on them at the thought of 6 people with such tremendous power, a power that rivaled, if not surpassed, All for One and One for All. Izuku looked at them and after a long sigh said, "And you guys are supposed to be heroes?" The 3 heroes didn't respond, knowing exactly what the green-haired boy meant and that he was right. Well, I don't know if you'll be interested, but I think I have a solution, Izuku suggested. With that, the 3 heroes turned their attention to him. A few minutes later, Izuku was walking alongside All Might back to the entrance of UA. Upon seeing him, Inko, Izumi, along with Shota and Katsumi, approached. The 4 women looked at him expectantly. However, Izuku simply let out a bitter sigh and walked past them with a look of complete annoyance, causing the 4 women to exchange puzzled glances and then worry. Then All Might approached them, and immediately Izumi asked desperately, "All Might, what will happen to Oni-chan? Will they send him to prison? Please, you have to stop it, they can't take him away from me." "No, they can't do that to my son," Inko exclaimed. "Yes, she's right. Izuku-kun didn't do anything," Katsumi added. "Yes, Shota began. "He is a hero." All Might looked at the 4 women watching him expectantly and then laughed. "All Might, don't worry, nothing will happen to him, he's like this for another reason." Flashback as All Might recounts what happened. Nizu, "I see, interesting. Then we will proceed with that." All Might, "You really are just as Aizawa described." Izuku, "Well, if you'll excuse me." Izuku started to walk away when suddenly, Nizu smiled in his unique way and said, "Nizu, wait, young Izuku, I think you're forgetting something." Izuku turned around with resignation, knowing what that meant. "Nizu, to sum it up, I'll just tell you that when you enter the hero course, you will be in class 1A. Izuku thinking, this is what I get for making fun of Shinzo. Izuku, couldn't you send me to another class? Nizu, I'm sorry, but this time you have no choice. Izuku finally had to resign himself to accepting it. Flashback and All Might, and that's what happened. The 4 women sighed in relief and immediately left to catch up with the green-haired boy. When they found him, Izuku was standing next to a car. All Might, all right, this car will take you home to avoid any issues. Shota, well, I have to go, after all, my dad will be worried. So, goodbye, girls. Izumi, yeah, goodbye, Shota-chan. Shota turned to look at the green-haired boy, a slight blush on his cheeks. Shota, goodbye, Izuku-kun. Izuku simply replied, goodbye. Then Shota turned to leave, but suddenly he turned back, quickly approached the green-haired boy, and, blushing deeply, hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. Eh! Izumi shouted, while Inko looked at her with a nervous smile as Shota ran away. Izuku looked at the bicolor girl with confusion. However, what caught his attention was Katsumi, as the gray-haired girl hadn't even flinched and was instead standing there with her head down. After Inko calmed Izumi down, they all got into the car to head home. After this, UA announced a week of vacation. Chapter end. A week had passed since the battle against All for One. Izuku woke up in his room. Izuku thinking, so today it begins. Well, at least something interesting happened this week. Flashback. Izuku was sitting in a chair in his living room with a monotonous expression, while Izumi and Inko sat on other chairs, both extremely nervous. The reason? All Might was in front of them. All Might, thank you for having me, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko, oh, don't worry, make yourself at home. All Might, Well, I came today to inform you that the school has decided to build dormitories so that students can stay inside, all to ensure their safety. Izuku thinking, yeah, that's a great idea, if it weren't for the fact that they'd be handing the students over to the villains on a silver platter. Izumi had a smile on her face, confident that her mother would agree, but Inko thought for a moment, then put on a serious face and said, I'm afraid I must decline. Everyone looked at the older green-haired girl in shock. Izumi, but Mom, why? Inko, in these last few months, you haven't stopped getting hurt, and now Izuku has also been involved in that. While I know he has to go, I at least want to protect my daughter. Izumi, Mom, please, I have to go. Inko, I'm sorry, Izumi. But Suddenly, Izumi ran out of the room. Inko tried to call her back, but it was in vain. Inko, I'm sorry. Izuku, I'll go get her. Izuku was about to stand up when suddenly Izumi reappeared, this time with a piece of paper in her hand. Izumi, Mom, look at this. It's a letter from a boy I saved during the villain attack at the camp. Izuku watched his sister with a serious expression, his mind racing with a single thought. You saving someone? Today is the day of the opposite. Izumi read the letter in which a boy named Kota thanked her for saving him. Suddenly, everyone was in shock when All Might stood in front of Inko. All Might, I suppose you already know that I've retired, but I'm still here. I can still help cultivate the talent of the next generation, so please, let me help your daughter become a great heroine. Inko looked at him in great surprise when suddenly, Izuku, Mom, you should let her go back. Oni-chan, Izumi said with a big smile. Izuku, after all, I think being a heroine is the best thing for her. Plus, remember, I'll be there too, and I suppose I can keep her from doing something foolish. Everyone turned to look at the older green-haired girl. Inko thought for a moment and then said, all right. Inko looked at Izumi and then said, but please promise me you'll stay safe. Izumi, I promise. Flashback and Izuku stared at the ceiling of his room. Izuku thinking, well, at least something good happened during the week. Flashback. We see Izuku lying in his room when suddenly, Inko, son, come here, someone came to visit you. Izuku, yeah, good joke, Mom. Inko, they say they're your friends from middle school. Although you're right. It's a joke. After all, you don't have friends. Inko started laughing as Izuku got up and headed down to the living room. Izuku, well, if this is a joke. Izuku stopped when he saw who it was. Kunimi, hey Midoriya. Futaba, wow, you look better than I thought. After what happened, I thought you wouldn't even be able to move. Yeah, well, said Izuku as he sat down in a chair. The silence fell until, wow, you really surprised us. We didn't think we were friends with the mysterious vigilante Genesis. Please give me your autograph, said Kunimi with a teasing smile. Futaba, Kunimi. Kunimi, oh, I'm sorry, Midoriya. It's just that I haven't joked with you in a while and… I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Izuku said, feeling a bit down. Kunimi and Futaba looked at him in surprise, unable to say anything until Kunimi spoke up. Who are you and what have you done with Midoriya? Izuku looked at him quizzically. Come on, man, it's not that big of a deal. Besides, even if you had told us, it wouldn't have changed anything. Kunimi's expression shifted to a serious one. What I said earlier is true. You were involved in the hostage rescue at Yaoyorozu's company, right? Izuku simply nodded as he looked at the brown-haired boy. Well, my dad works there, so that's why. Kunimi stood up and bowed slightly, then said, thank you very much. Izuku looked at him in surprise while Futaba smiled at him. Izuku gave a slight smile and said, thanks, guys. Then the three continued their conversation while, from the kitchen door, Izumi watched them with a hint of jealousy. Why doesn't Oni-chan act like that with me? Inko looked at her daughter with a nervous smile. Flashback and Izuku remained motionless in his bed until, wake up, Oni-chan, or we'll be late. Izumi shouted from the other side of the room. Izuku sighed heavily and then started getting ready to go to UA. A few minutes later, Izumi and Izuku walked through the entrance of UA. Everyone stared at them as comments floated around. That's him. / yeah, he's the one who faced that villain. / he doesn't look as incredible as I thought. Izuku sighed in clear annoyance while Izumi looked at him with a big smile. Both green-haired siblings entered the main building, heading toward the area where they had been told the dormitories were located. Midoriya, Izuku, please report to my office. Nizu's voice rang out. Izuku thought, not again. Well, I guess I have to go, he said. I'll see you later, Oni-chan, Izumi said as she ran off while Izuku headed to the principal's office. Upon arriving, Izuku knocked on the door, and from inside he heard, "Come in." Izuku opened the door and saw two people inside, Nizu and Shinzo. Izuku looked at the purple-haired boy seriously and took a seat while Shinzo returned the gaze. All right, young Midoriya, young Itosher, I've called you here to deliver some news that I know you'll like. Shinzo's serious expression shifted to one that clearly showed his excitement. Starting today, both of you are part of the hero course. Shinzo smiled, while boredom was evident on Izuku's face. A few minutes later, Izuku and Shinzo walked down the hallway toward the hero course dormitories, specifically Class 1A. Silence hung between them until Shinzo broke it. So, it really was you? Izuku looked at him, and before he could speak, the purple-haired boy continued, well, after all, being a vigilante is the only way to contribute to safety without drawing attention. So I guess it's not that surprising coming from you. Izuku let out a long sigh and said, well, as you already know, I don't like dealing with people. I expected that. And with that said, I'm glad you've recovered. A faint smile formed on Izuku's face. Now, the other problem we have to deal with is. Suddenly, images of a certain green-haired boy and a gray-haired girl flashed through both their minds, and they both sighed deeply. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the dormitories, the students looked very scared, especially 5 of them. The reason was Aizawa's intense gaze, amplified by his quirk. Suddenly, Aizawa looked up and saw Shinzo and Izuku approaching. Finally, you're here. Everyone turned to look at the newcomers and then fixed their gaze on the green-haired boy. Alright, now I'll explain all the changes. Although Aizawa said this, no one paid attention as all eyes were still fixed on the green-haired boy, who maintained a monotonous expression. Noticing this, Aizawa activated his quirk again, making all the students focus on him. Due to the recent incident, we've decided to increase security for all students. Because of this, everyone will now live here at UA. You have the rest of the day free to set up your rooms. You can go. All the students turned their attention back to the green-haired boy, but suddenly he surrounded himself with a blue energy and vanished, only to reappear at the entrance of the building and walk inside. Everyone looked on in surprise. That was strange. Why did he do that? Kaminari asked. Well, I guess he noticed the avalanche of questions heading his way, Shinzo replied. Yeah, that makes sense, Shota added. Izumi said, Oni-chan. Momo thought, looks like I won't be able to thank him just yet. Lita maintained a serious gaze at the door through which the green-haired boy had entered. After entering the building, Izuku walked to his room and found all his books piled on the floor. He let out a long sigh and said, well, I guess I'll have to organize all this. A few hours later, night had fallen, and Izuku finally finished tidying up his room. Well, I guess I can finally rest. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. Izuku thought, well, I can't leave this place without permission. Resigned, Izuku walked to the door and opened it, finding Izumi standing there with all the other students from his class, some of whom looked at him with apprehension. Izuku raised his gaze and saw Shinzo leaning against the wall, giving him an apologetic smile. Izuku looked back at his sister and classmates, realizing they were all watching him expectantly. He let out a long sigh and said, all right. What do you want? Izumi, well you see. Suddenly, Mina jumped in front of him. Mina, we were having a contest to see who has the best room, so now we're here to check yours out. A silence fell over the room until Izuku suddenly stepped back and closed the door, leaving everyone stunned by his reaction. They all stood frozen for a moment, but once they snapped back to reality, they knocked on the door again. Izuku opened the door once more. Shota. Come on, Izuten, it'll just be a moment. Meanwhile, Izumi signaled to the others to support the request from the bicolor girl. Lida. Please, Midoriya-kun, this will help us get to know each other better. And perform better in class. Izuku sighed and then said, Fine, but make it quick. Everyone rushed into his room, except for Shinzo, who walked over to stand beside him. Shinzo, sorry, I couldn't stop them. Izuku, well after all, who could? They all stared at Izuku's room, and a single thought crossed their minds. Is this a library? Aside from the bed and desk, everything else was filled with bookshelves. Lida. Incredible, Midoriya-kun. It's clear you're quite the reader. Shota. Wow, I remember this book. Could you lend it to me? Izuku. Sure. No problem at all. Shota beamed, which made Izumi look on with jealousy. Izumi thought, there must be a book for me around here somewhere. Izumi started searching for a book she could understand when suddenly she began to feel dizzy. Shota noticed this and approached her, giving her a light tap on the head. Shota, all right, I think this isn't a good place for you. Izumi looked at him in frustration and let out a long sigh. Izumi, yeah, you're right. Shota, well, changing the subject, where's the explosive one? Izumi's expression turned gloomy as she said, I went to call her to her room, but she didn't respond. She's been like this since the incident, and I'm worried. Izuku watched them from a distance with a serious expression. Izuku, all right, I think that's enough. Everyone began to leave the room, with Momo being the last one to give Izuku one last look before stepping out. Izuku, finally they're gone. After a few minutes, Izuku finished tidying up the mess the students had made. Izuku, now. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Izuku let out a long sigh and opened the door with annoyance. Before he could say anything, he stopped, as Katsumi stood in front of him, looking downcast. A silence enveloped them until Katsumi spoke. Katsumi, do you have time now? Izuku looked at her seriously and replied, yes. Katsumi, good, please follow me. Izuku thought, I don't think anything bad will happen, right? Izuku, all right. Katsumi led him to the academy courtyard. Izuku, so what do you want? Katsumi lifted her face, allowing Izuku to see her red, swollen eyes, clear evidence that she had been crying. Katsumi began to shed tears and then said, I always thought I was someone extremely strong. I always believed that all my plans would be a complete success. However, over the years, Izumi and we mistreated you to get your attention. I thought I had changed, that I had improved. And yet, if it hadn't been for me, All Might wouldn't have lost his powers and you wouldn't have gotten hurt and wouldn't be in this situation. Katsumi knelt down, continuing to cry. Izuku maintained an expressionless face, but in his mind, Izuku desperate. What does she mean by getting our attention? Izuku B, desperate. I don't know, maybe it's a trap. Izuku C, calmly, excuse me, but we have a more important problem now, and that is, what do we say now? Izuku B, desperate. I don't know, we've never been in this situation. Seconds passed, and the only sound was Katsumi's sobbing. Izuku A, B/C, ah. Suddenly, that's not true, Katsumi-chan, said Izumi as she walked toward her. Shota followed behind her with a serious look. Izuku thought, I never thought I'd be glad to see her. Katsumi lifted her gaze to see Izumi, who was also crying. Izumi, since we were kids, you've always been a source of inspiration for me. I've always seen you as someone strong. Katsumi, no, I'm weak. I don't deserve to be here. Izumi, you're wrong. Katsumi looked at her intently. Izumi, you've always helped me and you've stayed by my side. It's thanks to you that I've made it this far. Katsumi looked at her, and as she stood up, she began to cry even harder. Izumi! Katsumi shouted as she hugged her, who reciprocated the embrace. Don't you think you should intervene as well? Shota said, looking at Izuku with a smile. Izuku, I'm going to regret this. Izuku approached the two girls. Izuku, hey, Katsumi. Both girls turned to look at him. Izuku, you know, Izumi is right, and I told you this at the sports festival. You are a strong woman. Also, it wasn't your fault for being kidnapped, and it certainly wasn't your fault that All Might got hurt, as that's his duty as a hero and a symbol of peace. As for me, well, I had already planned to confront that guy, so sooner or later, I was going to fight him. Izumi and Katsumi smiled, and then, Katsumi, thank you so much. Really, thank you, Izuku-kun. Okay, now I'm going to sleep, said Izuku, yawning as he walked toward the entrance. Wait, said Aizawa as he appeared on the scene. Izuku, and now what? Izuku turned around and saw Aizawa, who looked very serious. Izuku thought, not again. Aizawa, don't you know there's a curfew starting at 10? Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi looked terrified as they faced their teacher. Everyone will come with me to the office, said Aizawa as he used his bindings to lead them along. Chapter end. Morning arrived, and Shota was already in his uniform walking down the hallway. Shota thought, so, the day has finally come. Although I saw his battle against that guy and also when he was a vigilante, I still haven't been able to identify his quirk. Sure, here's the clean text. I decided to take the opportunity to ask her now that we were heading to class. A smile formed on the face of the bicolor-haired girl as she quickened her pace. Moments later, Shota appeared with a look of annoyance. The camera zoomed out, revealing Katsumi and Izumi, both looking displeased, standing in front of a room with a sign that read, Izuku Midoriya. Oh, hey girls, what a coincidence to see you all here, Katsumi said with a forced smile. Shota replied, aren't you supposed to train first when you arrive? Katsumi shrugged, well, the doctors said I shouldn't push my body just yet. I see. And you, Izumi, what are you doing here? Izumi smiled sweetly and said, as his sister, it's my duty to wake up Oni-chan. Oh, that won't be necessary, I'll take care of that, Shota said. No, I'll handle it. Izumi insisted. Actually, girls, I think I should do it, Katsumi interjected. Suddenly, a strong tension filled the air, and a vein throbbed on each of their foreheads. Meanwhile, at the entrance on the first floor, Izuku stepped out. Ah, I guess waking up early isn't so bad, he thought as he began to hear various noises and shouts from the floors above. A few minutes later, we found Class 1A, where all the students had already arrived and were now looking at Aizawa. Alright, as you all know, you'll have 2 new classmates. Everyone turned to look at the 2 new students. Now, I must inform you that due to ongoing villain activity, the government, in conjunction with the Hero Association, has decided that you will also participate in the exam to obtain your provisional licenses. All the students looked at their teacher, some excited like Izumi and Katsumi, while others remained expressionless like Shota, Shinzo, and Izuku. Therefore, in order for you to achieve good results, the school has decided that from now on, you will undergo more rigorous training, starting today. So put on your hero suits and head to Field D. All the students nodded in agreement. Oh, and you too, Midoriya and Itoshir, go to the workshop to pick up your suits, they should be ready by now. Izuku and Shinzo left the classroom. Shinzo glanced at the green-haired boy and said, I assume you know where it is, right? Izuku looked at him and replied, I have no idea. Ah, just follow me. After walking for a while, Izuku spotted a door. There it is, said Shinzo, stopping just inches before the door. However, Izuku walked right up to it. If I were you, I'd move out of the way, Shinzo warned. Izuku looked at him for a moment when suddenly a loud explosion burst through the door, sending Izuku flying. Izuku glanced at Shinzo and thought, this is your revenge for what happened in the first trial of the festival, isn't it? Immediately, the green-haired boy turned to face forward and saw a pink-haired girl sitting on him. Hey, Hatsum-san, Shinzo greeted. Hatsum looked at the purple-haired boy and then stood up. Oh hi. I see you came for your suits. Hey. Yes, but... Hey. Don't worry, I made it just like you asked. Could you? You'll see, it turned out great. I understand, but could you move out of the way? Shinzo said, pointing to the spot where Hatsum was standing. The pink-haired girl looked down and realized she was standing on top of a green-haired boy, who was staring at her with a monotone expression. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice you, Hatsum said as she stepped aside. Yeah well, Alright, just give us our suits, Shinzo urged. Oh, so there are two of you. I see, that's why there was another suitcase, although it said not to make any changes. Well, follow me. The three entered the workshop, where Hatsum handed them two suitcases. A few minutes later, at Field D, Aizawa and almost all the students were gathered. Mina, Kaminari, look, it's the same place where we took our exam. Kaminari, yeah, don't remind me. Aizawa, alright, it seems we're just missing those two. Suddenly at the entrance, appeared Kirishima. Wow, dude, that looks awesome. Everyone looked at Shinzo's suit when suddenly a chill ran down each student's spine. They slowly turned their heads toward the entrance, feeling a wave of fear as a sinister figure emerged from the darkness of the tunnel that served as the entrance. Kaminari, no way, it's Genesis. Jiro, idiot, have you forgotten? Genesis is Izumi-chan's brother. Right, yeah, that's true. Aizawa, are you sure you want to wear that? Izuku removed the mask, revealing his face, and then said in a cold voice, yes, besides, I've gotten used to wearing this. Aizawa simply nodded. Aizawa, alright, remember the combat training you did with All Might? We'll do the same to see how much you've improved, but this time it will be 3 against 3. All the students nodded with determined expressions. Aizawa, alright, the first match will be between. All the matches had concluded, and only one remained. Aizawa, alright, the final match will be between Izumi Midoriya, Katsumi Bakugo, and Shota Todoroki against Shinzo Itoshir, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Izuku Midoriya. Immediately, Izumi and Katsumi surrounded Momo. Hey, Momo-san, want to WH with me? Izumi asked with a radiant smile. Katsumi chimed in, no, do it with me. The two began to bicker while Momo watched them with a hint of concern, and Shota observed from a distance with annoyance. Ah, do you really think it matters that they're on your team? During the test, you won't have time to talk to him, Shota said as he approached Momo to also ask for SW. The teams are set, Aizawa announced, activating his quirk. The three girls sighed in resignation. Aizawa, alright, take your positions. Without saying anything, Izuku began to walk, and quickly Shinzo and Momo followed him. A few minutes later, Izuku leaned against a wall while Momo, looking a bit nervous, watched him. Momo, so what will our battle strategy be? After all, we're up against the 3 strongest in the class. However, there was no response. Momo, you guys shouldn't take this so lightly. Momo noticed that the two boys were neither speaking nor doing anything. Momo, fine, come on, Momo Yaoyorozu, think about how you would defeat those 3. Suddenly, Aizawa signaled the start. Immediately, Izuku stood up and said, I'm sure they'll split up, so. Shinzo, take care of Izumi, Yaoyorozu-san, and I will handle the other 2. Shinzo, alright, this time I have a plan. Izuku, good. As they walked along, Momo hesitated. Wait, are you sure? Yeah, don't worry, Izuku replied, and Momo nodded in resignation. A few minutes later, they found themselves walking through buildings that resembled an old factory. Momo thought, I wonder if this will work. At least I know he's strong. I've seen him in action. But Itoshi-san. I'm not sure he can handle Izumi-san. Maybe it's time to thank him. Momo was about to speak when Izuku suddenly turned around and calmly said, move to your right. Confused, Momo looked at him, but before she could respond, Izuku clicked his tongue and quickly ran toward her, scooping her up and leaping aside just as a massive explosion rocked the spot where she had been standing. I thought I could take care of that nuisance easily, Katsumi said as she landed nearby. I knew you'd fail, Shota added, running up to the scene. Alright, Izuku-kun, let's keep this going. Katsumi declared. The two girls looked up to see Izuku floating while carrying Momo like a princess. That's why you didn't want to change, you little brat. Katsumi shouted in fury as a chilling air began to envelop the area. Meanwhile, Izumi was covered in green lightning, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. I wonder where he is, she mused, stopping on a rooftop with a deep blush and a smile. Oni-chan, I hope when I find you, you're alone so we can. Suddenly, she saw a massive blast of ice freezing a wide area. Izumi sighed. It looks like they found him first. I guess I'll have to go. Just as she was about to jump, Izuku called out, Izumi! She paused, her heart racing. Don't tell me this is a love confession. Since we were kids, I've seen you as a woman, not just as a sister, he said. Hearts formed in Izumi's eyes as she searched for the green-haired boy. I knew it. I knew it. So, I'm asking you. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Yes, of course I do. Izumi shouted with excitement, but then her eyes went blank as she froze in place. Seriously? I didn't think it would work. This voice-altering thing is really useful, Shinzo said, stepping out from behind a wall with a teasing smile. Shinzo glanced toward the immense iceberg that had formed in the distance. Well, now all that's left is for Midoriya to defeat those two, and we're done. Unbeknownst to Izumi, she thought, it can't be. So it was all his doing. I swear that when this test is over, I'll get you for this. Shinzo felt a chill run down his spine. Well, I guess I'll be leaving now. Back with Izuku, Momo watched from a distance as he fought against the two girls. Notably, the green-haired boy wasn't using any of his transformations or black lightning. I feel so useless, Momo thought, watching as Izuku dodged an explosion, only to have Shota's ice catch his foot, immobilizing him. Although he managed to break free, Katsumi prepared an explosion that hit him. That ice is annoying, Momo thought. Suddenly her eyes widened. That's it. She began to create something. Izuku noticed her and thought, finally she's realized. Don't get distracted, Izuku-kun. Katsumi shouted as she launched an explosion. Izuku moved quickly to dodge, but Shota yelled, don't forget about me, and shot a burst of fire at him. Izuku created a ball of black fire in response. Alright, I guess with this power, it won't be dangerous. The green-haired boy shot. A burst of black fire that collided with Shota's, neutralizing each other. Katsumi positioned herself behind him, charging a massive explosion that sent him crashing into a wall. Immediately, Shota unleashed a huge wave of ice, larger than any before, freezing Izuku from the waist down. Seriously? If it weren't me, that would be dangerous, Izuku thought. He looked at Momo, who was holding a barrel. Alright, I think she's ready. Momo thought, this barrel contains zinc sulfate. Upon contact with ice, Momo threw the barrel at the mountain of ice Shota had created. Midoriya, use your sonar, she shouted. Shota and Katsumi turned to look at her, but they didn't have time to react when the barrel hit the ice. Instantly, it broke open, and the liquid spilled onto the ice, causing it to start boiling and enveloping the area in a massive cloud of steam. Izuku fell to the ground and thought, so she still remembers the incident at the Yaoyorozu company, huh? Well then. Sonar. Immediately, Izuku pinpointed Shota and Katsumi's locations and moved quickly to position himself in front of the ash-haired girl, who didn't notice him through the steam. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch to her stomach, knocking her unconscious. He then charged at Shota, but just as he was about to strike, she created a huge wall of ice to shield herself and unleashed a massive amount of fire. Since she couldn't see anything, she shot her fire in all directions. Momo felt a wave of fire approaching her but caught a glimpse of Izuku in front of her, shielding her from the flames. The burst of fire dispersed the cloud of steam. If you apply a colossal increase in temperature to the steam, it will disperse, Shota remarked. Interesting, Shota-san, Izuku replied. Yes, but if this were a real fight and there had been civilians nearby, that would have been dangerous. I suppose he still has a bit to learn. But it's impressive that he can think quickly in critical situations, Izuku thought. Shota looked at Katsumi, who was unconscious. I guess that broccoli girl was eliminated too, so it's just me left. Well, this is the end. I give up. Aizawa announced, alright, Team B wins. Now, clear the field and let's head back to class. Shota added, well, I guess I'll take her to the infirmary. Izuku simply nodded as Shota carried Katsumi away. Okay, let's go, Izuku said. Wait! Momo called out. Izuku turned to look at her. Thank you for protecting me again, Momo said. Izuku stared at her for a moment before asking, "Do you really want to be a hero? Is it that amazing to see someone save another?" "No, that's not what I meant," Momo replied. "Well, I guess it doesn't matter then," Izuku said as he walked away. Momo let out a long sigh, thinking, that didn't go as I expected. A smile formed on her face, and she immediately started running to catch up with Izuku. That day, Shinzo made significant improvements in his physical abilities, especially in his legs, as he spent the entire afternoon running away from a green-haired demon to avoid danger. A few days had passed since the students began training for the provisional license exam. Izuku sat on the ground with a bored expression, watching the other students in Class 1A practicing their special moves. Wow, they're putting more effort into looking cool than into being effective, he thought, focusing on certain students like Kirishima, Katsumi, Shota, and a few others. Well, not everyone, he noted. Suddenly, he made a surprised face. And what the heck is she doing? Izumi was making strange movements while jumping from side to side on top of a huge rock until she noticed Izuku's gaze and stopped to greet him with a smile. "You're wondering what Izumi is doing, right?" All Might asked, appearing beside him. Izuku looked at the former #1 hero. "No, believe me, it hadn't even crossed my mind," he replied sarcastically. All Might smiled and said, "Well, she told me she needed to get stronger soon. So she asked you to tell her how to use the quirk you gave her, just like you did, right?" Izuku inquired. All Might looked at him in shock. "How do you know that?" "Come on, if I know about All for One, don't you think I know everything about your quirk too?" "I see, and yes. She did ask me that," All Might admitted. "I can imagine. Ever since we were kids, she's always admired you, but that is a weakness," Izuku said. "You're right. That's why I told her she needed to find her own fighting style," All Might replied. "I see, but then why don't you just teach her one? I'm sure you can." All Might smiled and said, "Well, I can't give her all the answers." Izuku stood up and looked at the former hero coldly. "You really are naive. Do you think we have time for that now? What we need to do is produce as many assets as we can for what's coming." All Might felt a bit down and said, "Yes, you're right. Then It doesn't matter, I'll take care of it," Izuku interrupted. After saying that, he made a great leap and instantly landed on the platform where Izumi was. "Oh, hi Oni-chan. What are you doing here?" Izumi greeted him. Everyone stopped what they were doing to focus on the two green-haired siblings. Izuku got into a fighting stance and coldly said, "Attack me with everything you've got." Izumi looked at him, then smiled determinedly. "All right." Surrounded by green lightning, she charged at her brother in an instant. Izuku watched as she approached, simultaneously wrapping her arm in flames. "I guess a feint isn't a bad idea," he thought. Izumi launched a burst of fire, which Izuku dodged. Take this, Oni-chan." "Smash!" she shouted as she tried to hit him. However, in a precise movement, Izuku caught her arm and then, using his leg, pushed her left leg, causing her to lose her balance. Immediately, he applied force with the hand holding her arm to bring it behind her back while slamming her to the ground. "Think, what could you do in this situation?" he challenged. Izumi wrapped her free arm with green lightning and tried to hit him, but Izuku prevented it by placing his foot on her arm. "And now?" he asked, fixing his gaze on her legs, which remained still. "So she's not even trying, huh?" he thought. Izuku stood up and walked away a few meters. Izumi got up, her face flushed and breathing heavily. "He was on top of me," she thought, starting to blush more and more until, "Hey, Izumi," Izuku called. "What's up?" she replied, turning to look at her brother. "What percentage of your quirk can you use?" he asked. "Well, I can currently use 20% without injuring myself," she answered. "I notice you get hurt quite often. Maybe it's because your body isn't ready to handle All Might's quirk," he suggested. Izumi looked at her brother in surprise, but before she could say anything, "If you're wondering how I know, remember who I am and who else knows about this," he added. Izumi smiled and said, "I understand. Well, aside from the principal and All Might, I think only Katsumi and Shota know." Izuku looked at her with a narrowed gaze, making her nervous. You told them to make them jealous, didn't you? I don't know what you're talking about, Izumi said, looking away. Well, then what could I do to improve? Izumi asked. Izuku sighed and said, what would happen if you injured your arms? Izumi started to think but didn't know how to respond. Oh, seriously? He thought, letting out a sigh of resignation while Izumi smiled and scratched the back of her neck. Well, if you think a little, every limb of your body is a powerful weapon you can use to cause great devastation, not just your arms. So, Izumi looked at her legs and said, it's true. My legs. This is what All Might meant by my own style. Yes. Izuku confirmed. You took your time. It's fine that you have his quirk, but you can't be him, and if you try to imitate him, it will be your downfall. Izumi gave a determined look and said, thanks, Oni-chan. I promise I'll become stronger. Izuku replied, yeah, whatever. I guess I'll go join the others now. Izumi watched as Izuku leaped away to join Shota, then puffed out her cheeks in frustration. Izumi thought, I thought that was a special deal just for me. Then she set her gaze with determination. Izumi thought, it doesn't matter. Now I need to perfect what he taught me. Several days passed, and finally, the day of the provisional license exam arrived. All the students from Class 1A had gathered at the venue, however, one was missing, someone who hadn't spent much time in that place. Excuse me, Present Mike-sensei, where is my brother? Izumi asked, a bit worried. The rockstar hero looked at the green-haired girl and said, well, for obvious reasons, Midoriya Izuku won't be able to participate in this exam. Kaminari added, and by the way, Aizawa-sensei isn't here either. Present Mike replied, well, he has other matters to attend to. Izumi looked dejected because she truly wanted her brother to see how much she had improved. Katsumi approached her friend and said, don't worry, I'm sure he's cheering us on. Shota chimed in, yeah, the Muslim girl is right. Izumi replied, yeah, you're right. After that, the students entered the complex where the exam would take place. Meanwhile, in the UA Dome, Izuku sat with his eyes closed, meditating until, All Might, are you ready? Izuku opened his eyes and saw All Might, Nizu, Endeavor, Hawks, Gran Torino, Aizawa, Ryukyu, and Edgeshot in front of him. Yeah, I guess so, Izuku replied. Hawks asked, was it really necessary for you to do all that? Nizu said, I apologize for the delay, but if I didn't calibrate your mind, what we're about to do could be dangerous. However, if something goes wrong, Aizawa, please take care of it. Aizawa simply nodded. Nizu and All Might stepped away from the field while the other heroes positioned themselves around the green-haired boy, who remained still. Nizu said, let's hope we succeed. Flashback. All Might said, so Shigaraki is just like you. Maybe that's why All for One attracted him to his ranks. Aizawa replied, but if there are 6 others with quirks like yours, this is very serious. Izuku said, yeah, well, you've seen what that crazy guy with hands can do, or even me. So what do we do? The director asked, concerned. The 3 heroes felt the weight of the world on their shoulders as they imagined 6 people with tremendous power, a power that rivaled, if not surpassed, All for One and One for All. Izuku looked at them and, after a long sigh, said, and you guys are supposed to be heroes? The 3 heroes didn't respond because they knew exactly what the green-haired boy meant, and they knew he was right. Izuku said, well, I don't know if you'll be interested, but I think I have a solution. Everyone looked at the green-haired boy attentively. Izuku continued, it's certain that a war will soon break out between us 7. Nizu replied, yes, we're aware of that, so. Izuku said, fortunately, we still have time. What we need to do is prepare. We have to stop seeing heroes as gods and start viewing them as mere cogs in society whose only purpose is to serve it. All Might interjected, but that's what they've been doing since they appeared. Izuku shot a cold look at the former number 1 hero and said, please, All Might, you know very well that most heroes don't do that. All Might replied, that's not true. Izuku interrupted, I've experienced it myself. Being abandoned by a hero. The 3 looked at the green-haired boy, who was clearly extremely upset. Then a silence fell over the room until Nizu said, "I agree with you. However, I'm sure each of them possesses a power comparable to or greater than All Might's. No matter how many heroes we gather, we will lose." Izuku replied, "Yeah, I know. However, I think you're forgetting something." The three adults thought for a moment until Nizu said, "However, young man, I don't think you can win in a 1-on-6 battle." Izuku responded, "I didn't say I would face all 6. It's evident that some of the other 6 also have hostile intentions among themselves. However, if that situation arises..." A strong aura surrounded everyone present, while Izuku's eyes glowed a chilling green. "I swear I will annihilate them." Nizu swallowed hard and then said, "I see, but from what I've seen, you're still not capable of fully controlling your power." Izuku let out a long sigh of resignation and said, "Yeah, although I don't want to, I have to accept it." Aizawa asked, "So what do we do?" Izuku replied, "Well, that's where you come in." Nizu asked, "You mean that?" Izuku said, "Yes, I'll try to control my power, but if I lose control while doing so, well, I'm sure that if we gather several heroes, they would be able to stop me." And flashback. All Might said, "All right, then let's get started." Immediately, the camera zoomed out, revealing the training dome surrounded by a massive, sinister aura. Back at the provisional license exam, the first test had already begun, and we currently see Izumi running through a rocky area. Izumi thought, "Where did everyone go? Because of that earthquake, we got separated." Suddenly, the green-haired girl jumped back to dodge several spheres coming toward her. Izumi looked up and saw several students from other academies, then smiled resolutely and said, "All right, time to give it my all. Full cowl shot style." Immediately, Izumi leaped and began striking her opponents with punches and kicks that knocked them out instantly upon contact. Meanwhile, in an area that resembled a city, Shota walked calmly until he suddenly stopped and raised his hand, creating several ice shards around him. Immediately, a rain of giant metal objects fell upon him. However, he emerged unscathed, thanks to his defense. Shota cleared the ice shards while looking at his hand in surprise. Shota thought, "Wow, increasing my reaction time and the speed at which I produce ice really worked." A smile and a slight blush appeared on the bicolor hero's face. Shota said, "Thanks, Izuku-kun." Shota looked up and saw several people dressed in Middle Eastern clothing. Shota thought, "Why are there several Katsumis here? Well, it doesn't matter, I guess I'll try something else." The bicolor girl extended her hands, and several fireballs began to form around her. The students from the other academies prepared to attack when suddenly, "Infernus rain!" shouted Shota as he unleashed a rain of fire particles that exploded upon impact, causing massive devastation and defeating everyone in an instant. "Excellent. I didn't think this way of using my fire would be so effective," Shota remarked. "We spotted a bridge where we could see Katsumi walking when, out of nowhere, she jumped to the side to dodge a strange piece of something." "What the hell is that?" Katsumi exclaimed. The ash-colored haired girl focused closely and realized that what she had just dodged was a grotesque chunk of flesh. "What the hell?" she repeated. Suddenly, in front of her stood a boy in military attire with purple hair. "My name is Seiji Shishikura from Shiketsu Academy, and I will make sure that idiots like you, who don't deserve to be here, fail the test." "Well, let's see if you can do it," Katsumi shouted in her typical explosive tone as she prepared to fight. "Okay, even if it looks ridiculous, I have to admit he's strong," Katsumi thought as she observed the various masses of flesh surrounding the boy in front of her. Flashback. Katsumi fell to the ground after receiving a kick from Izuku. "Again?" Izuku asked. Katsumi got up, looking a bit downcast. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "Well, honestly, I don't know what to do to improve," she admitted. "Your quirk is already very strong on its own, so it's hard to enhance it," Izuku explained. "Yeah, I know," Katsumi replied. "Well, I have an idea," he suggested. Katsumi fixed her attentive gaze on the green-haired boy. Flashback and "Then I'll use that," Katsumi said as she removed her gloves, boots, and socks, leaving her feet bare and her arms completely exposed. Seiji looked at her in confusion as he prepared to fight, then quickly threw several masses of flesh at her. Katsumi used her explosions to move at high speed while dodging. Once she was in front of her opponent, she attempted to strike him with an explosion. However, the purple-haired boy used a piece of flesh to shield himself. That won't be enough. Now, Seiji began. Take this. Seiji threw a chunk of flesh that managed to ensnare the arm of the ash-haired girl, and it began to expand. Looks like I win, he taunted. Katsumi struggled to break free. Well, the palms of the hands aren't the only areas where sweat glands exist, Izuku's voice echoed in her mind. Thanks, Izuku-kun, Katsumi whispered with a smile. Suddenly, Seiji watched in surprise as a small explosion erupted from Katsumi's forearm, destroying the chunk of flesh. What the hell? Seiji exclaimed, still in shock. Full-body compact explosion. Katsumi shouted as she fired explosions from the soles of her feet, propelling herself and, in an instant, reaching the purple-haired boy, who couldn't defend himself against a powerful explosion launched by Katsumi that left him unconscious. In other areas, we could see Shinzo surrounded by several students with zombie-like expressions, Momo firing compressed plastic spheres from cannons protruding from her palms, knocking out her opponents while moving with a jetpack on her back, Kirishima with his body completely hardened, Lita moving at colossal speed with a fine trail of blue fire coming from his boosters, Shuji with massive arms easily blocking opponents' attacks before knocking them out with a simple movement, Tokoyami. Surrounded by a dark shadow approximately twice his size, and Zato walking while eating a huge cube of sugar with a serious expression, surrounded by several unconscious students. And so it was for all the students in Class 1A, whose quirks had evolved in an extraordinary way. Meanwhile, the students from other schools who were falling defeated before them thought things like, it's impossible, they're monsters. They don't compare at all to the power they had at the sports festival. I knew it, I should have tried harder to get into UA. Just a few minutes into the test, all the students from Class 1A had passed, securing the top spots. All the other teachers approached Present Mike to ask for teaching advice, but he remained silent, thinking, if only they knew it wasn't us. In the waiting room, the students from Class 1A had gathered. This is amazing! Kirishima exclaimed. Yeah, my power has increased beyond my wildest dreams. Kaminari added. The training from Izuku really worked, Zato noted. He truly is a wise and mysterious person, Tokoyami said. Yes, Midoriya-chan, your brother is truly incredible, Lita agreed. This brought smiles to Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota until, I think I'll ask him to be my boyfriend, Mina announced. Don't do it. Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota shouted, glaring at the pink-haired girl. Just kidding. Mina laughed. As an extra note, the reason Tokoyami can now control Dark Shadow much better is that Izuku told him to stop seeing it as a danger that needs to be controlled and instead view it as a partner, even more like a brother. Chapter End. The students of Class 1A were in the waiting room discussing how strong they had become when suddenly, Nice to meet you, students, said a mysterious boy covered in fur, accompanied by a tall, shaved-headed boy and a blonde girl. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet people from other schools. What brings you here? Lead asked. Well, my name is Nagamasa. I wanted to ask if you happened to see a purple-haired boy with a meatball quirk, he replied. Oh, if you're talking about that guy with the flesh, I knocked him out in the last test, Katsumi said. I see. Sorry if he caused you any trouble, Nagamasa responded. Huh, the next time I see him, I'll take care of him, Katsumi declared. Okay, Katsumi, calm down, Izumi interjected. Suddenly, the tall black-haired boy approached the students. Hello, UA students. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ever since I was a child, I've admired your school. However, I thought I wasn't worthy of being in such a prestigious institution, so I joined Shiketsu instead, Inesa said. Everyone looked at him with a sweat drop on their heads. At that moment, Inesa's gaze landed on Shota. Wow, so you're Shota Todoroki, Endeavor's daughter. Inesa exclaimed. Yes, that's right, Shota replied, a bit taken aback. Wow, I've always admired your father, Endeavor, since I was a kid, Inasa continued. Suddenly, the blonde girl stepped forward. By the way, what was his name? Oh yes, Izuku Midoriya? I thought he would come with you, and I was thinking of asking him to be my boyfriend, Kemi said. Izumi's face turned to one of anger, just like Katsumi's, while Shota's expression turned cold. Kemi noticed this and quickly took the green-haired girl's hands while smiling. Ah, you're so cute. You must be his sister, Kemi said. Izumi looked at her in confusion, then her expression shifted to one of curiosity. Excuse me, are you a foreigner? Izumi asked. Yes. I was born in Syria, Kemi replied. After that comment, the faces of everyone present fell, except for one. Hey, what's wrong, guys? Kaminari asked. Jiro glared at him angrily and then pulled him by the ear, saying, Why are you so insensitive? Don't you know what's happening in Syria right now? It's okay. Yes, there may be war there now, but don't worry, I don't have any family or friends in that place, Kemi reassured them. War? Kaminari echoed, his expression shifting to concern. But because heroes can't do everything, Shota sighed in resignation and said, Heroes can't do it all, especially in places like this where international treaties have no effect. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable, Izumi replied. Oh, don't worry about it, Kemi assured her. Well, I think we should get going, Nagamasa suggested. You're right, Inasa agreed. Kemi smiled and said, All right, see you later. With that, the three Shiketsu students left. Suddenly, explosions began to echo around them. Katsumi, what did you do this time? Shota asked. Do you think every time there's an explosion it's my fault? Katsumi replied angrily. The screen in the room lit up, revealing a man whose expression resembled that of a certain jet black-haired teacher at UA. Well, it's me again, Yukumiro Mara. This time I'm here to explain the second test. The man pulled out a crumpled sheet of paper and began to read. An attack has occurred. There are many injured, and the rescue teams will be delayed, so it's the hero's duty to rescue and protect the injured until they arrive. Let's begin. The walls opened, and everyone could see that the place where they had conducted the first test was now completely destroyed. Wow, it looks awful, Kaminari remarked. And once again I ask, where does the government get so much money to do this and then just destroy it? Katsumi questioned. Lida raised his fist and said, All right, Class 1, let's go. With that, all the students quickly sprang into action, instantly dividing into groups based on the compatibility of their quirks. A few minutes later, Izumi, Achiko, Momo, and Tsuyu found themselves in a collapsed area. All right, first we'll secure everything with these beams. Then, Achiko-chan, you float the debris so Izumi can clear it away, and Tsuyu, keep watch, Momo instructed. The others nodded in agreement. Seconds later, they managed to pull out an injured person trapped under the rubble. Izumi was carrying him when suddenly, help! The students heard a cry for help and quickly turned to see another injured person a little distance away. Hang on, help is on the way, Momo shouted. But their faces turned to terror when they saw a piece of debris falling from nowhere. Oh no! Achiko exclaimed. I'll take care of it, Izumi shouted as she surrounded herself with green lightning. Isn't it dangerous for the injured person you're carrying? I'll handle it, Tsuyu yelled as she leaped into action. The little frog made a tremendous jump toward the debris and smashed it with a kick. Wow, Tsuyu-chan, you've really gotten strong, Achiko praised. Yeah, Midoriya advised me to improve my physical abilities, Tsuyu replied. The injured examiner thought. They think quickly and never put civilians at risk. I suppose that's good. All right, everyone, let's keep pushing like this, Momo encouraged. Yeah, the others shouted in agreement. Meanwhile, in the mountainous terrain, Katsumi, Kaminari, and Kirishima were working together. Thunder Sphere! Kaminari shouted as he launched a sphere of electricity, destroying some debris. Clear. Let's move on, he said, turning to see Kirishima and Katsumi carrying two injured people on their backs. Yeah, thanks, let's keep going, Kirishima replied. Wow, I'm surprised you haven't lost your patience, Bakugo-chan, he added. Do you want me to lose it? Katsumi snapped. No, no, I'm sorry. Kirishima quickly responded. You better be, Katsumi warned. Izuku, being strong is good, but a hero needs more than that. A hero must inspire hope, and while you have charisma, if you keep this up, not everyone will recognize it. Katsumi blushed slightly and whispered, You're right, Izuku. Huh, did you say something? Kirishima asked. I didn't say anything, demen it. Katsumi shouted angrily. A few minutes later, Izumi, Momo, Achiko, and Tsuyu arrived at a clear area, carrying some injured people. Hey, Izumi-chan! Katsumi shouted as she also brought in some injured alongside Kaminari and Kirishima. The two groups merged and then, I'm glad you're doing well, Izumi said. Yeah, well, I bet we'll surpass this, Katsumi replied. Suddenly, a girl with yellow hair in a light blue suit approached them. Oh, you're from UA, right? Take those injured to your classmate over there, Tatami instructed. The two girls turned to where she was pointing and saw Shota attending to some injured while directing several students from other schools. She's truly amazing, it's clear she's the daughter of the number 2 hero, Tatami remarked. Shota noticed them and looked at them with a superior expression, causing the two girls to respond with faces reflecting their frustration. Izumi whispered, It happened to us again, didn't it? Yeah, Katsumi whispered back. A silence surrounded them until, we can't fall behind. Katsumi exclaimed. You're right, Izumi agreed. With that, the two girls got to work. In the observation room, Mara commented, Wow, I'm really impressed. I suppose it's time for the real test to begin. Suddenly, several explosions were heard. A villain attack has been detected, and the heroes must confront them while continuing with the rescue operations, Mara announced through the speaker. All the students began to panic when suddenly, Attention! Shota called out. Everyone turned their attention to the bicolor-haired student. Those without combat-ready quirks should take the injured to a safe area away from where the villains appeared. The fighters will take care of the villains. Immediately, all the students followed the bicolor's instructions. I guess we're going too, Izumi said. Of course, Katsumi replied. They appeared at the south entrance, so they can't have gone far, but we need to hurry, Shuka added. I see them. They're behind that collapsed building. Inesa shouted from the air. All right, everyone get ready, Shota instructed. The students and the fake villains began to fight as soon as they made contact. Meanwhile, Shota, Izumi, and Inesa made their way to Gang Orca, who was the leader. Excellent. I thought I wouldn't have anyone to play with, Gang Orca said as he watched the 3 students approach him. We'll take care of you, Inesa declared, shooting a gust of wind at the professional hero. I won't be left behind. Izumi shouted, engulfing her hand in flames. Just as she was about to unleash her fire, Shota yelled, Wait! What's going on? Izumi asked, confused. What do you think will happen if you use your fire while Inesa uses his wind? Shota explained. Izumi thought for a moment, unsure of her answer. Shota sighed. Because you're at least half as smart as Izuku-kun. I'm smart too. Izumi pouted. Just don't use your fire if you see Inesa using his wind, okay? Shota instructed. All right, the green-haired girl said, surrounding herself with green lightning. Orca launched a sound wave at Inesa, but Shota created an ice wall to stop it. Immediately after, Izumi directed a powerful smash at him, forcing the hero to dodge. Inesa took advantage of this and unleashed a gust of wind that sent the hero flying. Orca got back up and saw a burst of fire heading his way, so he quickly used a sound blast to stop it. Izumi prepared to attack again when suddenly she had to jump to dodge several bullets of liquid cement. Boss, let's help them, Orca's subordinate urged. No, wait, Orca warned, but it was too late. Ugh, what a nuisance, Izumi shouted, unleashing a blast of pressurized air at the hero's subordinates, sending them flying and knocking them unconscious. Well done, at least you're good for something, Shota remarked. Just shut up, okay? Izumi retorted. Inesa watched the two girls with a nervous expression. Orca thought, wow, the new generation is truly incredible, Especially UA for training those two. Suddenly, the horn signaling the end of the test sounded, and then, "Alright, please withdraw. In a few minutes, we will show the results," Mara announced. A few minutes later, all the students watched a screen displaying the names of those who had passed. Izumi searched for her name anxiously until suddenly her eyes lit up. "I passed!" the green-haired girl shouted as she jumped for joy. All the students in Class 1A smiled, as each and every one of them had passed the test. "I guess that's all right," Shota said. "It was obvious we'd pass," Katsumi added. "Yeah, I can't wait to get home and show it to Oni-chan," Izumi exclaimed. Suddenly, Inesa approached them. "Congratulations, UA students. You're really amazing," he said. "Well, thanks," Izumi replied. "It's awesome, I passed too," Inesa announced. Suddenly, Nagamasa called out to his teammate. "Yeah, I'm coming," Inesa responded. Then Present Mike ordered the students to board the bus to return, while the Shiketsu students also got on their bus. "Wow, those guys are really cool," Inesa remarked. "Yeah, but you did well too," Nagamasa replied. "Thank you very much, Nagamasa-san," Inesa said. "No problem. By the way, there's something that's been intriguing me for a while," Nagamasa continued. "What is it?" Inesa asked. "Well," Nagamasa hesitated, "who was the blonde girl who was with us?" Inesa looked puzzled and then smiled, saying, "What are you talking about, Nagamasa-san? Obviously she is." Inesa stopped, realizing he didn't know the blonde girl his friend was referring to, even though she had been with them throughout the exam. Nagamasa stood up to check the bus but didn't see her anywhere. "This is strange," he said. "Yeah, you're right, Nagamasa-san," Inesa agreed. A few minutes later, on the UA bus. "Ah, I'm so glad we all passed," Achiko said with relief. "Yes, everyone, as your representative, I'm proud of you," Lita added. "Yeah, and it's all thanks to Midoriya," Mina chimed in. "I can't wait to get back and thank him," Zero said. The students spotted the academy when suddenly their eyes filled with terror at the sight of an explosion of darkness at the location. "What the hell is going on?" Katsumi exclaimed. The bus arrived at the school, and immediately everyone got off and ran toward where the explosion had occurred. As the students approached the scene, a massive figure emerged from the pillar of smoke. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the professional heroine Ryukyu in her dragon form. Everyone watched in shock as the heroine returned to her human form, revealing a multitude of injuries. Suddenly, a strong, menacing aura enveloped the area, and then a figure emerged from the cloud of smoke that paralyzed the students. With bat wings and a demon tail. Everyone looked at the green-haired boy in fear. "Oni-chan," Izumi whispered. "It's just like last time," Shota said. "But what is he?" Katsumi wondered. Izuku raised his hand and created a fireball, then launched a colossal blast of black fire at the students. However, Endeavor appeared in front of them and unleashed a colossal fire blast, much larger than any he had ever created. Finally, the clash of flames subsided, and then the hero fell unconscious. Izuku created another fireball. "And he's going to do it again," Zero shouted. "Midoriya, please stop," Lita pleaded. "Oni-chan," Izumi cried. "Izuku-kun," Shota and Katsumi shouted in unison. The fireball disappeared, and then Izuku began to scream while clutching his head. "Nizu," Aizawa said, slowly getting up. "Yes, I'll handle it," Aizawa replied, looking at the green-haired boy using his quirk. Immediately, Izuku began to expel a massive amount of darkness until finally, the green-haired boy collapsed unconscious. Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi rushed over to see how he was doing. "Calm down, he should be fine," All Might reassured them. "But why?" Izumi began, her voice filled with concern. "Nizu, for now, we'll take young Midoriya to the infirmary, and it would be best if he explains what's going on." A few minutes later, Izuku lay unconscious on a stretcher, surrounded by all the students from Class 1A. "Momo, why did Midoriya-kun act like that?" Mina, "Yeah, it's strange. He didn't seem like his usual self." Katsumi, "Well, this has happened before." Zato, "Before?" Shota. Yes, during the fight in Kamino against the villain who defeated All Might. Tsuyu. I remember that, although it was hard to see clearly during the broadcast. Achiko. But why does this happen? Izumi. We don't know. He just told us it had something to do with his quirk. Lida. But what is his quirk? Tokoyami. We've seen him move incredibly fast, be extremely strong, and unleash fire, wind, and other things, yet we don't know what his actual quirk is. Izumi. Honestly, I don't know either. True, but you're his sister. You've been with him since he was born. Izumi. Well, I only recently found out that Oni-chan had a quirk. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Momo. But Katsumi. Apparently, he's been hiding his quirk since we were kids until just recently. Shota. Yes, when I first met him, he also told me he didn't have a quirk. Suddenly, everyone stopped when they saw that the green-haired boy had opened his eyes. Oni-chan, are you okay? Izumi said as she approached her brother. Izuku looked at her and noticed how everyone else was watching him expectantly. Then he glanced at his body and realized he was a bit injured. Without saying anything, he took a plant from a pot nearby, and everyone watched in disbelief as the plant wilted while he healed until he was as good as new. Kaminari, so now he can do that too? Shota. Izuku-kun. Are you alright? Izuku. Yeah, I guess so. It seems my time limit for now is only 10 minutes. After that, I lose control. Everyone listened to his words in confusion. Well, I want to take a shower, Izuku said as he got up to leave the room, when suddenly, wait! Izumi shouted. Izuku turned to look at her with a serious expression. Izuku's mind, damn in, so she wants to take advantage of us while we're weak. What should we do? If we stay, it could be dangerous. If we leave, it's obvious she'll chase us. I guess the best option is to stay. After all, trying to run would be worse. Izuku, what do you want? Izumi, please tell me what's going on, I want to know. Momo, please, Midoriya-kun, let us help you. Everyone started talking, trying to get Izuku to explain what had happened, when they all stopped upon feeling a slight but effective aura of intimidation, especially when they saw the cold look in the green-haired boy's eyes. Then Izuku said a few words that sent a chill down the spines of all the students. A calamity is approaching. And we need to be ready. After saying that, Izuku walked away, leaving everyone present frozen in place. Meanwhile, in a certain alley in the city, Kemi walked with a determined expression. Kemi, wow, so she's his sister. A smile crept across her face. Kemi, I guess he will be pleased to know that I found one of greed's weak points. Her smile turned a bit sinister as she added, this is perfect. Suddenly, demon wings sprouted from her back, and 2 golden horns emerged from her forehead before she vanished in a burst of speed. The next day had arrived after the provisional license exam. All the students in Class 1A were already in the classroom when Izuku entered, creating a palpable tension. Noticing the atmosphere, Izuku sighed and headed to his seat. Just then, Aizawa walked into the classroom. Aizawa, alright, today we will talk about the internships you will be undertaking. Before he could finish, Lida raised his hand. Aizawa, yes, Lida, what is it? Lida, excuse me, Aizawa-sensei, could you spare us a few minutes of your class? Aizawa was about to refuse but saw the seriousness in Lida's expression. Aizawa, fine, but make it quick. Lida stepped forward, accompanied by Izumi, Shota, and Momo. Lida, after Midoriya left yesterday, we discussed things and decided that if Midoriya is going to be part of this class, he must follow our rules. Izuku focused his gaze on Lida, realizing that all his classmates were watching him. Izumi, that's right, Oni-chan. You broke an important rule, and that is. Shota, one person's problems are everyone's problems. Momo, yes, please, Midoriya-kun, trust us. Katsumi, let us help you. Izuku remained silent for a moment before looking at Aizawa, who simply nodded. He stood up from his seat and walked to the front while Lida, Izumi, Momo, and Shota returned to their seats. Izuku, alright, I suppose you won't leave me alone until I answer your questions. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Izuku took a marker and began writing on the board. Aizawa thought, If everyone does what they want now. Izuku finished and stepped aside so everyone could read what he had written. Wrath, envy, greed, sloth, lust, gluttony, pride. Everyone stared at this in confusion until. Momo, those are the 7 deadly sins, right? Izuku, yes, that's correct. Jairu, well, what does that have to do with anything? Izuku, imagine each one as a quirk. Katsumi, a quirk. Shota, don't tell me that. Izuku, yes, my quirk is one of these. Specifically, it's greed. It allows me to take anything I want from my target as long as I touch it for 5 seconds. Kaminari, wow, that's incredible. Momo, but we've seen you use other quirks besides that one. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened as they realized what that meant. Lita, don't tell me that. Izuku, yes, I can also steal quirks. Shota, I see, but where did you get them? Izuku, do you forget who I am? Everyone understood what that meant. Momo, but if you have that quirk, that means there are 6 other people with a sin quirk. Everyone looked expectantly at Izuku, who simply replied, yes. Shuji, so that war you mentioned will be against them? Kaminari, we worried for nothing. If there are only 6 of them, I'm sure the heroes will handle it. Zato, yeah, it's a relief to hear that. Shota, do you really believe that? Momo, yes, Shota-chan is right. Each of them will have a power comparable to Midoriya-kun's, so. Some faces filled with concern while others wore serious expressions. Izuku, yes, however, we still have time, and we need to make the most of it. Kaminari, but we'll never be that strong. An aura of doubt surrounded some students until. Izumi stood up from her seat and said, calm down, we can do this. Besides, we have Oni-chan. After her comment, the frightened students calmed down a bit. Izuku thought, looks like you're good for something. He returned to his seat, and then Lita stood up and said, yes, Izumi is right. We need to strengthen ourselves. Yes, shouted the entire class in response. All right, if you're done, I'll continue, said Aizawa as he stood up again, and Lita returned to his seat. Aizawa, as I said, your new internships will start soon, but these will be different from the previous ones. That's why they will explain things to you. Aizawa walked to the door to open it and said, you can come in now. Aizawa, they are the strongest at UA, even surpassing professional heroes. Then Tamaki, Nijire, and Mirio walked in. Aizawa, they are the 3 greats of UA. Everyone looked at them excitedly, especially Izumi, whose eyes sparkled. Izumi, wow, they're the 3 greats. Oni-chan, they're amazing, right? She glanced at her brother, only to see him slumped over his desk, fast asleep. Tamaki stepped to the front and suddenly released a strong aura of intimidation. Kirishima, wow, just with his presence. Kaminari, yeah, if I weren't used to it, I would have fainted. Tamaki, sorry. I can't do it. Imagine their heads were potatoes, but their bodies are still human. Nijire stepped forward while Tamaki leaned against a wall. Wow, you all are amazing, she exclaimed, approaching Shota. Why do you have 2 different colors in your hair? She asked, moving closer to Mina. Wow, are your horns real? She continued, then approached Shinzo. Why do you have those dark circles under your eyes? Mirio watched with a smile until he noticed Aizawa's gaze. All right, Nijire, I think we should get started, he said. Okay, Nijire replied, returning to the front. We have a lot to discuss, but first. Mirio focused on Izuku, who was still sleeping. Shota, sitting next to him, began to shake him awake. Izuku woke up, looking at Mirio with annoyance. All right, I'm not one for many words, so it's best if I explain through practice, Mirio said. You mean? Kaminari started. Yes, choose 3 representatives and I'll face them, Mirio confirmed. A few minutes later, everyone was in the gym. Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota had been chosen, having tried to include Izuku, but he had declined. They stood before Mirio, who was doing warm-up exercises, while the rest of the class gathered outside the battlefield to watch. Even if he's one of the top 3, I'm sure those 3 will defeat him, Kaminari said. Yeah, this is a done deal, Mina agreed. Shinzo approached Izuku, who was leaning against the wall. So, who do you think will win? Shinzo asked. I guess this will be one-sided, Izuku replied. Shinzo smiled. I see. In the arena. All right, we can start, Mirio announced. You'll regret this. Katsumi taunted. Yeah, we're going to wipe the floor with you. Izumi added. Shota remained serious as she analyzed Mirio. Begin. Aizawa commanded. Immediately, Izumi surrounded herself with green lightning and charged at Mirio to kick him. Everyone watched in astonishment as his clothes fell away. What the heck? Izumi exclaimed, her surprise growing when her leg passed through his face. Come back. Shota shouted. Izumi propelled herself back to her teammates. Why didn't your attack work? Katsumi asked. It must be because of his quirk, Izumi replied. Yeah, that's obvious, but what is it? Katsumi pressed. I'm sure it's something like intangibility, Shota suggested. I see, that's going to be tricky, Izumi acknowledged. Well, if you're not going to attack, I will, Mirio declared. With that, Mirio started running. Shota created several fire spheres and launched them at him, but they had no effect. Get ready. Katsumi shouted. Suddenly, everyone watched in surprise as Mirio disappeared. Where is he? Izumi wondered. Shota thought. He vanished so. Turning around, she saw Mirio appearing behind her. In an instant, she created an ice wall to shield herself, but he passed right through it. Shota quickly tried to jump away, but Mirio was faster. Everyone looked in disbelief as Mirio delivered a powerful punch to Shota's stomach, knocking her out. The main objective in a battle should be to target the enemy's strategic source, he said. Dimen. Katsumi shouted, launching an explosion at Mirio before retreating with Izumi. Both girls watched expectantly as the smoke cloud formed, waiting for Mirio to emerge. Suddenly he appeared behind them. Elbow blast! Katsumi shouted, unleashing an explosion from her elbow, but it merely passed through Mirio, who quickly struck her in the stomach, knocking her out as well. Izumi, filled with anger, charged at Mirio. Texas smash, she yelled, trying to hit him, but her attack passed through his face, and he punched her in the stomach. Everyone saw that the three girls were now out of the fight. Impossible, how did that happen? Kaminari exclaimed. Aizawa thought, he really went all out. Well then, are you next? Mirio asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku opened his eyes, which began to glow blue as he used his psychic quirk to lift the three girls out of the arena. So, are you coming? Mirio prompted. Izuku walked toward the field while everyone watched him. Wait, Oni-chan, are you sure? Izumi called out. Izuku placed his hand on Aizawa's shoulder. All right, let's see what you can do, he said confidently. With that he stepped into the arena. Mirio got into a fighting stance while Izuku stood still. Everyone watched expectantly when suddenly, begin! Aizawa commanded. Immediately, Mirio charged at Izuku, who simply prepared his fist. What ingenuity! I thought he would have a plan, but it seems he doesn't. Mirio thought. However, Izuku's movement was faster, and soon his fist was just inches from Mirio's face. Mirio activated his intangibility all over his body except for his fist and feet. Perfect, that punch will go right through me and then. Everyone watched in shock as Mirio was sent flying after receiving a powerful punch from Izuku to the face. Mirio slowly got up, surprise etched on his face, and everyone turned their attention to Izuku, astonished to see his hair floating and his eyes glowing red. Momo and Shota squinted as they realized what had happened. A silence hung in the air until Aizawa said, Midoriya, who gave you permission to use my quirk? Izuku looked at him calmly and replied, Don't worry, I'll give it back. Besides, after I save your life, it's the least you can do for me. Aizawa let out a long sigh and simply said, fine. Everyone looked at both of them with curiosity. Then Izuku turned to his classmates with a serious expression and said, All right, your objective is? I'm determined that everyone here should be able to defeat him in a one-on-one match, which is why I want all of you to secure a place for your internships. A determined look appeared on all the students' faces. Nijire approached Mirio. Wow, it looks like he did our job for us, she said. Yeah, it's incredible, Mirio replied, thinking to himself, I guess I'll be taking him along with his sister too. Izuku reflected, well, I suppose this will be another week of rest for me. Aizawa then addressed him, by the way, Midoriya Izuku, you'll also be doing internships. Izuku let out a resigned sigh and said, come on. Meanwhile, in an underground location, a brown-haired man wearing a crow mask walked down a hallway, accompanied by a man dressed entirely in white. So, what did those crazies from the league tell you? Overhaul asked. They want to meet with you at the warehouse in the center, Chrono replied. I see. And how is the progress on the other matter? Overhaul inquired. It's magnificent, sir. Suddenly, they stopped in front of a door. All right, let's see how it is, Overhaul said as the door opened, revealing a large room with a small white-haired girl crying in the center, surrounded by several stuffed animals. Well, I see she can at least control it now, Overhaul remarked, lowering his gaze with a sinister smile. Perfect. With this power, I'll regain the prestige the Yakuza had before those heroes showed up. His expression twisted further when he noticed that the stuffed animals were gone, replaced by something far more disturbing. The scene shifted to Twice walking through the darkness of the night, with Overhaul following behind him. Seriously, meeting in such a filthy place makes me sick, Overhaul complained. Relax, everyone inside is already sick, Twice replied as he opened the door to a warehouse. The two villains moved to the center of the warehouse, where Overhaul observed several members of the League of Villains, including Shigaraki. All right, Overhaul, what do you offer to join us? Shigaraki asked. Overhaul smiled, spreading his arms. I think you're mistaken about something. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. While it's true that All Might has retired, All for One was also taken to Tartarus. That means both Light and Shadow are without leaders. So the question is, who will be the next leader? Shigaraki stood up, asserting, you know who my anger is, so it's obvious that. You seriously think Monfish and Muscular are both top-tier materials, and what happened? You lost them to a bunch of kids. Do you really consider yourself worthy? You have a goal, but you don't have a plan. Overhaul looked at the other members of the league. I do have a plan, so join me and I'll use you well. A silence fell over the room until, shut up, stupid crow face. Magna shouted, leaping toward Overhaul and striking him on the head with the giant magnet he was carrying. However, Overhaul merely touched him with his fingers, and the magnetic villain exploded. Magna! Toga shouted in anger. Overhaul, you attacked first. Shigaraki, listen, I don't care who you are. Overhaul gestured, and immediately the wall shattered, allowing several figures wearing bird masks to enter. Shigaraki glared at them, then surrounded himself with black and red lightning as two horns sprouted from his head. Overhaul looked at him in shock and murmured, You too? Despite the fact that the Yakuza's words were almost imperceptible, Shigaraki managed to hear him and paused. Shigaraki, fine, I don't want any more casualties. That's all for now. Overhaul, yes, contact us when things are calmer. After saying that, the Yakuza left the place. Toga, Shigaraki, let me kill them. Shigaraki, no. Twice, this is my fault, I'll do it. Shigaraki, no, no one will do anything. Everyone glared at the light blue-haired man, clearly annoyed. As he walked, a sinister smile formed on Shigaraki's face. Shigaraki, you too? Ta. The next day, Mirio and Izumi walked down a street in the city. Mirio, all right, let's hurry up, Sir doesn't like tardiness. Sure, Mirio-senpai, Izumi replied, turning to look at her brother, who was following them. Let's hurry, Oni-chan, she said with a smile. Izuku observed her with an analytical expression. Izuku thinking, what happened yesterday? Flashback. Izuku walked down a hallway, lost in thought about what to eat when he suddenly turned a corner and saw Mirio entering All Might's office with a big smile. A few seconds earlier, Izumi and All Might were in a meeting in the blonde hero's office. Izumi, so, Mirio-senpai will help me go to Nitai's agency? All Might, yes I suppose. Izumi, but why don't you just introduce me to him? All Might, I'm sorry Izumi Shoujo, but as I told you, he and I don't get along very well. I understand, said the green-haired girl, looking a bit downcast. All Might, don't worry, I'm sure he'll help you. Izumi, yes, you're right. Suddenly, the door opened, and Mirio walked in. All Might, oh, hello, young Togata. It's great that you could make it. Mirio, oh, don't worry All Might, I'm always ready to help. And I see Midoriya-chan is here too. So, why did you call me? All Might, well, Izumi Shoujo wants you to introduce her to Night Eye. Mirio looked puzzled at the former #1 hero and then said, but why don't you do it? After all, you were colleagues. All Might, well, some things happened but you could help us. Mirio stroked his chin thoughtfully while Izumi and All Might watched him expectantly. Mirio, well, there's a possibility, but first, why do you want to be a heroine, Midoriya-chan? Izumi smiled and then said, well, I want to save everyone with a smile. Izuku, it's fine that you have his quirk, but you can't be him, and if you try to imitate him, it will be your downfall. Izumi gave a serious look and then said, I want to be a heroine who always wins. I want to save everyone and make the people who have done so much for me, like All Might, proud. Izumi blushed slightly. And like my brother. Mirio smiled at her and said, you really care about your brother. Izumi smiled sweetly and said, yes, I care a lot. Mirio, I see. Well, your aspiration is admirable. I think you have potential. Then you'll help me? Izumi asked excitedly. Mirio, yes, of course. Izumi, thank you really, thank you. All Might, thank you, young Togata. Suddenly, the bell rang, signaling the end of recess. Mirio, all right, I think I should get back to class. Go ahead, young Togata, said All Might, and Mirio promptly left the room. All Might, congratulations, Izumi Shoujo. Izumi, yes, thank you All Might. All Might, well, I think we should also be going. Izumi, yes. With that, the two left the office, closing the door behind them. Suddenly, Izuku became visible in the room as he deactivated his camouflage quirk. What just happened? The green-haired boy said, looking bewildered. Flashback and Izuku kept watching his sister, trying to figure out why she had said that. Izuku's mind. Izuku, it must be a trap. Izuku B, but she didn't know we were there. Izuku C, I don't know, I think there's something more behind all this. Izuku A, do you think she said that because she really cares about us? A silence hung in the air until Izuku C, well, I guess we'll have to find out. Izuku A, let the operation begin. Izumi was walking with a big smile when she suddenly turned slightly to glance at her brother. Izumi thinking, perfect. Now that Katsumi and Shoto went with Ryukyu for their internships, I'll have Oni-chan all to myself. Izumi wore a determined expression and said, I have to make the most of this time. After walking for a while, the three aspiring heroes arrived at a rather peculiar building. Mirio, all right, here we are. Mirio noticed that Izumi seemed a bit nervous. Mirio, don't worry, even if he doesn't seem like it, Sir has a great sense of humor. Izumi, really? But he always looks so serious. Mirio, well, actually, if you want to get in, you'll need to make him laugh. Izuku thinking, this seems like it's going to be more complicated than I thought. Izumi put on a determined face and said, I understand. The three students walked up to a door. Mirio, ready? Izumi, yes. Izuku, I suppose. Mirio opened the door and then, inside the room, they saw a woman with blue skin handcuffed to a machine that was tickling her continuously. Mirio, looks like your classmate made him angry. Izumi was blushing deeply as she imagined. Well, let's just say her thoughts were quite vivid. Izuku took a look and then said, all right, I think I'll leave, and promptly turned to try to exit. However, Mirio stopped him. Mirio, please Midoriya, I know it looks weird, but don't go. Izuku looked at him and, with resignation, said, fine. Night Eye turned to look at them and then walked toward them. Noticing this, Izumi snapped out of her thoughts and thought, Mirio-senpai said to make him laugh, so, oh please, let it work. Izumi lowered her head, and when she lifted it, Izuku looked at her with a monotone expression while thinking, well, it's official. I'm traumatized now. Mirio stared at her with a WF expression. Night Eye shot her a piercing glance and then said, Are you mocking All Might? Izumi took a step back and then said, No. Just me. Suddenly, Night Eye grabbed the green-haired girl's face and began to mold it. Obviously, All Might's wrinkles are 2 centimeters longer, and his smile isn't as elongated. Izumi noticed that the room was filled with All Might fan merchandise. This guy is really a fan, she thought. You're truly unpleasant, so you two can leave, Night Eye said as he walked away. Well, we came and now we're leaving, Izuku thought. He was about to turn around when suddenly, Izumi said, The accident with the vinegar. That's the smile I wanted to imitate. Night Eye turned around and replied, Yes, I know All Might rescued a child whose quirk was to change the composition of water. Yes, and because of the acidity of the vinegar, All Might had a different smile than usual, Izumi added. I see. Were you testing me? Night Eye asked. No, Since I can't talk much about this at school, I thought I could hear, Izumi explained. Well, I suppose I could reconsider. You're supposed to have 2 contracts, bring them to me. Yes. Izumi said excitedly. All right, Izuku whispered as he yawned and walked toward the desk. Night Eye sat down in his chair and said, Okay, understand that this will be different from your previous internships. You will be paid, and your work will be more rigorous. Yes, Izumi replied. Izuku remained silent. Night Eye looked at the green-haired boy and said, I don't care who you are. If you're here, you'll follow my rules. So answer when I ask something. Now, why do you think you should be part of this agency? Well, I want to become a great heroine, and for that, I need your support, Izumi said. And you? Night Eye asked, looking at Izuku. I was forced, Izuku admitted, trembling slightly as he recalled his mother's insistence that he accompany Izumi to the internship. I understand. Well then, Bubble Girl Mirio, please step out, the professional hero said as he stood up. Yes, sir, they replied. The two exited as Night Eye walked to the center of the room and then turned to face Izumi. However, I don't consider you worthy. Not only to be here but also to wield one for all. Izumi looked at him in shock. I figured as much. It seems you've walked into the lion's den, sister. What will you do now? Izuku thought. You weren't supposed to be his successor. That was meant to be Mirio. Mirio-senpai. That's why All Might didn't want me to come here, Izumi thought. I saw you during the festival, and the way you fight, you don't utilize the full potential of that power. Izumi lowered her head, feeling downcast, but then she caught a glimpse of her brother, who was looking at her with a serious expression. Izumi lifted her face and, with determination, said, I'll prove it to you. What do you mean? Night Eye asked. I'll show you that I can make this power my own. Night Eye let out a long sigh, and while pulling out a seal attached to a chain he said, All right, if you can have this in 5 minutes, I'll accept you. And don't worry about what's in this office. Come at me with everything you've got. With that, Night Eye put the chain with the seal around his neck like a necklace. Okay, Izumi said, her resolve strengthening as she surrounded herself with green lightning. All right, let's begin, Nai said. Izumi launched herself at high speed, but Night Eye made a slight move to his left and dodged her attack. So he's going to use his quirk, Izumi thought. Foreseeing the future is my quirk. If I touch someone and look them directly in the eyes, I can see their future, Night Eye explained. Seriously, should he be saying that so openly? Izuku thought. Izumi shot a burst of fire, which Night Eye dodged, and then she attacked him with a punch, but he evaded again. This is pointless, Izuku thought. A minute has passed. By the way, in 4 minutes, you'll be on the ground. 3 minutes and 30 seconds later. Izumi fell to her knees, breathing heavily. I told you, Night Eye said. No, I refuse to give up. I will become number one, Izumi declared. Izuku let out a long sigh and then said, Hey, Izumi. Izumi and Night Eye turned to look at him. Here, Izuku said, tossing something to his sister. Izumi caught it. And there you go, 5 minutes. Well, I guess we'll start today, he added. Wait, what are you talking about? Night Eye asked. Izuku looked at the professional hero and said, Well, you said she had to have it, not that she had to be the one to take it from you. Night Eye looked at Izuku in shock and then turned to Izumi. Izumi opened her hand, revealing Night Eye's seal. When did that happen? Night Eye thought. It's a shame your foresight doesn't work against so many enemies at once. Plus, you forgot that I have a psychic quirk, so I don't need to get close to take something, Izuku explained. Night Eye looked at him, a smile forming on his face. Well, I guess you tricked me. All right, I'll accept you into my agency. Izumi got up and quickly ran to Izuku to hug him. Thank you, she said, filled with gratitude. Thank you very much, Oni-chan. Mirio and Bubble Girl entered the room and felt a wave of relief upon seeing the scene. Night Eye said, All right, we don't have time to waste. Night Eye Agency, get ready to head out on patrol immediately. Yes, replied Izumi, Mirio, and Bubble Girl, while Izuku let out a resigned sigh. Everyone went to put on their hero costumes, and a few minutes later, everyone except Izuku was ready when suddenly a door swung open, revealing. Bubble Girl felt a surge of terror and quickly ran to hide behind Mirio, while Izumi and Mirio exchanged nervous smiles as they looked at the green-haired boy. Night Eye walked over to stand in front of Izuku. I know we can't interfere with our interns' costumes, but I don't approve of you wearing that in public. However, don't worry. I'm already prepared, Night Eye said as he pulled out a briefcase and handed it to Izuku. All right, put this on. Izuku eyed the briefcase with suspicion but had no choice but to comply. A few minutes later, the door to the room opened, and everyone quickly turned to look at Izuku, who had an obvious look of annoyance on his face. Wow, you look great, Oni-chan, said Izumi, her eyes sparkling. You look good, Midoriya, Mirio added. Bubble Girl couldn't hold back her laughter, and Night Eye gave a thumbs up. Izuku's outfit consisted of gray dress breathes, a matching blazer, a white shirt, and a red tie with white polka dots. That's right. The suit was identical to the one Night Eye wore. Izuku clicked his tongue and said, I'd rather not wear this in public. Then he said, Synthesis, surrounding himself with darkness, which cleared to reveal. Izumi's eyes widened with excitement, while Mirio and Bubble Girl stared at him in surprise. I guess this will do, right? Izuku asked. Well, I suppose so, Night Eye replied. All right, now I'll explain what we're going to do. Bubble Girl showed each of them photos of a brown-haired man wearing a raven mask. This is Overhaul. We have him under suspicion, so we're investigating him. However, since you two are still rookies, Mirio will show you the ropes. Understood? Once again, everyone said yes except for Izuku. Chapter end. Izumi and Izuku's first day of work had begun. And that's why I'm Lemillion, because I want to save 1,000,000 people, Mirio explained. Wow, that's really incredible, Mirio-senpai. Izumi exclaimed. So, what's your hero name? Mirio asked. Well, I'm Hope Angel because I want to bring hope to everyone, Izumi replied. Izuku thought to himself, Hope? Yeah, that's a great name too. And Midoriya, what's your hero name? Mirio inquired. Genesis, Izuku replied calmly, causing Izumi and Mirio to exchange nervous smiles. Well, it doesn't matter. Now we need to work hard to become great heroes, Mirio said. The three of them continued walking when suddenly, Izuku stopped in front of an alley, prompting Mirio and Izumi to turn and look at him. What's wrong, Oni-chan? Izumi asked. Izuku closed his eyes and whispered, Sound. Izumi and Mirio looked at him in confusion when suddenly a white-haired girl, appearing to be the same age as the green-haired boy, emerged from the alley. What stood out most was that the girl was wearing a slightly tattered white dress that was far too small for her. The girl looked at Izuku and quickly ran to hug him, causing a wave of jealousy to wash over Izumi. In that moment, Izuku felt a sensation he had experienced before, and small, imperceptible black and red sparks surrounded both him and the albino girl for a few seconds before disappearing. "Hey, you stay away from my Oni-chan," Izumi said, approaching the green-haired boy with anger on her face. However, she stopped when she noticed Izuku staring intently into the alley. Suddenly, a brown-haired man with a mask resembling a bird's beak stepped out of the darkness. At the sight of the man, the albino girl tensed up. Izumi froze, but Mirio, due to his experience, was able to move. "Oh, but it's Mr. Overhaul. It's an honor to meet you," Mirio said. Overhaul smiled politely. "Oh, it's a pleasure. Which agency do you work for?" "We're students from UA. We're currently practicing a bit," Mirio replied. "I see," said Overhaul, then turned his gaze to the albino girl. In a sinister voice, he said, "That's enough. Eri, don't you want to see your mom again?" At those words, Izuku felt the girl stop trembling, and suddenly her body began to glow white, gradually shrinking until her appearance changed completely. Izumi and Mirio were left speechless. "Please forgive my daughter. She tends to play tricks using her quirk," Overhaul explained. "Wow, that's quite an impressive quirk, isn't it, Hope Angel?" Mirio remarked. Izumi snapped out of her trance and quickly replied, Yeah, it's amazing." Overhaul smiled kindly and then said, "Thank you very much. So, Eri, shall we go?" Izumi was smiling when she suddenly noticed the multiple bandages covering the little girl's body and exclaimed, "Wait a moment, why does she have all those bandages?" "Well, she can be a bit mischievous," Overhaul replied. "Still," Izumi said, concerned. "I don't want to explain," said the Yakuza, becoming a bit more serious as he removed his gloves and stared intently at the albino girl. "However, we can't just let this go," Izumi insisted. Overhaul let out a long sigh and said, "Well, we're putting on quite a show here, so why don't you just follow me?" Overhaul was about to turn and speak when suddenly, "No, that won't be necessary. We'll take the girl right now," Izuku said in a cold voice. Izumi looked at him and said, "But Oni-chan." "Izumi, please be quiet," Izuku interrupted. "But..." Izumi stopped when she noticed the burning look in her brother's eyes. Izuku moved the girl away from him. She was a bit calmer now but still seemed scared. Then the girl ran to the side of the Yakuza. "Thank you, heroes," Overhaul said. Overhaul looked at each of the aspiring heroes present when suddenly he felt a strong chill run down his spine at the sight of Izuku's cold, penetrating gaze. "I think we'll be going," Overhaul said hurriedly. Mirio let out a sigh of relief. "Thanks, Izuku, for handling the situation." "It's nothing," Izuku replied. Izumi, who had been silent, looked reproachfully at her brother and said, "Oni-chan, why didn't we save her? We could have easily done it." Izuku simply looked at her without saying anything when suddenly, "Well, Midoriya-chan, honestly, that would have been detrimental," Mirio said. "Detrimental?" Izumi echoed. "But..." Mirio, "Well, if we had shown hostility, I'm sure we would have saved that girl. However, that would have alerted the shy Hasaikai to our intentions, causing them to go into hiding, not to mention the collateral damage." Izumi, "But at least we would have that poor girl by now." Izuku let out a long, heavy sigh and said, "And what do you think would happen? Even if we had hidden ourselves, they would still continue their operations. How many people do you think would continue to suffer because of that?" Izumi looked down, feeling dejected as she glanced at her green-haired brother. "I'm sorry, Oni-chan. I didn't think of that." Izuku, "Anyway, hey, Lemillion, call Knight. We need to inform him about this, and there's something I need to tell him." The two looked at the green-haired boy in confusion. Izuku, "What are you waiting for?" Mirio, Right. I'll do it right away." A few minutes later, they all found themselves at Naitai's agency. "Naitai, so you found him?" "I'm sorry, it was my fault." Mirio, "No, it was just a coincidence." Izumi, "There was a girl with him." Knight, "A girl?" Mirio, "Yeah, he said she was his daughter." Izuku had remained silent until now. Izuku, his daughter? Please, no one would put their kids in a cell. Everyone looked at the green-haired boy in confusion. Izuku looked at them and said, "Descendant, that's one of my quirks. It allows me to leave a mark on a surface from which I can receive sensory input like sight and sound." Knight, so you marked that girl, good thinking. Izuku, yes, what we need to do now is call on several professional heroes to attack their base. Centipede, but with your power, I don't think that would be necessary. Izuku, well, if you don't mind me taking out the Yakuza or the collateral damage to civilians, then I have no problem with it. Night Eye looked at the green-haired boy seriously, then smiled. He turned to Centipede and said, "Get in touch with other agencies and ask for their help." Centipede, got it. Izuku thought, actually, that's not the problem. What worries me is that one of those guys might interfere, and if that happens, I won't be able to support the others. Izumi watched her brother with a big smile. Izuku noticed and turned to look at her. Izumi, Oni-chan, you're amazing. Izuku looked at her seriously, but in his mind. Izuku, alright, I think it's time to start saying our goodbyes. Izuku B, it was a pleasure working with you all. Izuku C, that. Izuku simply walked over to a chair and sat down. The next day, Izumi woke up and a determined look appeared on her face. Izumi thought, okay, today is the meeting with the other heroes, we'll save that girl soon. Izumi smiled as a light blush appeared on her cheeks. Izumi thought, not to mention, I'll get to be with Oni-chan today. A few minutes later, the green-haired girl walked down the hallway, followed by Izuku. As they exited the building, the green-haired girl was a bit surprised to see Katsumi, Shota, and Kirishima all leaving at the same time. Izumi thought, how strange. A few minutes later, they were all on the train. Izumi watched as Izuku chatted with Katsumi and Shota. Izumi thought, the same train, it must be a coincidence. Once again, a few minutes passed, and this time they were all walking down the same street. Izumi thought, no, it can't be. Izumi, hey girls, don't you think it's time for you to head to your own agencies? Everyone looked at her with confused expressions. Shota, don't you know? The Night Eye Agency called a meeting of several heroes, and since our mentors were summoned, we're going too. Izumi went blank. Izumi thought, no. Izumi let out a sigh of resignation and then put on a determined look. Still, I can do something, the green-haired girl thought, and then she ran to where Izuku was. A few minutes later, the group arrived at Night Eye's agency. Upon entering the room where all the professional heroes had gathered, everyone's gaze turned toward them, especially toward a certain green-haired boy, who was eyed with suspicion by many. Izuku simply walked over to sit down, and the others followed suit. Night Eye, alright, we're all here. Now I'll explain the situation. Night Eye couldn't continue because... Wait a moment, said a hero with a distinctive appearance. Night Eye, yes, Rocklock, what's going on? Rocklock, when I came here, I thought this would be a serious mission, but... The hero pointed at the interns who had entered. Rocklock, why are there kids here and especially... His gaze landed on Izuku. Rocklock, why is that boy here? At that moment, the hostile intentions of some heroes in the room intensified. Izuku's companions noticed this, causing them to become nervous until... Night Eye, I understand that you don't trust him, but I assure you that I've seen and analyzed him, and I've concluded that there's no reason to consider him a threat. Gran Torino stood up and said, he's the brother of my student. I trust both of them. Izumi smiled at her mentor's words, but... Rocklock, what I'm saying is that I don't trust him, and I'm sure none of us here want to get stabbed in the back while we fight. After that, several comments against the green-haired boy began to circulate. Izuku's companions watched this in desperation, and then Katsumi, fed up, was about to shout for them to stop when suddenly, someone yelled, "You're just a kid." And well, you know what that means. Izuku stood up as a powerful aura of intimidation erupted throughout the room. All attention focused on the green-haired boy, who was the source of it. Izuku, listen, first of all, I'm here against my will, and I have to admit that seeing all of you makes me glad I came. This way, I can make sure that reckless comments like yours don't jeopardize the operation. Rocklock swallowed hard and then stood up. Rocklock, You're just a kid. The professional hero couldn't finish his sentence because Izuku intensified his aura, causing the hero to fall back into his seat. Izuku, if you have a problem, say it to my face instead of just throwing insults. Izuku, come on, go ahead, speak. Rocklock lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Knight, please continue. Gran Torino observed the green-haired boy analytically. Gran Torino thought, that aura is the same. No, it's even greater than the one that guy had. How interesting, brother, you have quite the talent. Well, I suppose if what Niza said is true, we will need it. Night Eye looked around the room, gauging the reactions of his team. Well, I suppose no one has any objections. So as I was saying, I gathered you all here to carry out a joint operation. Ryukyu raised an eyebrow. Who are the targets? Night Eye signaled to Centipire, who immediately projected an image onto the wall. Fat Gun's eyes widened. Wow, we're going after a big one. Night Eye nodded. This is Kai Chisaki, better known as Overhaul, the leader of the Shai Hasaikai. We've been investigating them for the past few days and have evidence of their interactions with members of the League of Villains. The heroes leaned in, intrigued. Gran Torino spoke up. If that's true, we have enough to arrest them. Yes, Night Eye confirmed. Yesterday, my interns had contact with Overhaul, and most importantly, there was a girl with him who had injuries on various parts of her body. Fat Gun's expression darkened. A girl? Those beastas. Night Eye continued. According to the information we gathered, this girl is Overhaul's daughter. However, we still don't know the full truth. What we've confirmed is that she is someone very valuable to them. Ryukyu interjected, however, Shai Hasaikai has many bases all over Japan. Rocklock crossed his arms. How will we know which base to attack? Night Eye smiled confidently. That won't be a problem. Everyone looked expectantly at him. Aizawa added, Izuku Midoriya, his quirk allows him to take quirks from others and use them for himself. Among these, he has a quirk that enables him to mark surfaces from which he can sever the senses of sight and hearing. Are we using that right, Night Eye? Part of the deal Izuku made with Nizu was that he would provide a list of all the quirks he possessed, although he kept a few secret. Night Eye replied, yes, fortunately, the frame of the girl's clothes was marked, so we know where she is. Many heroes scoffed at that comment. Ryukyu asked, well, that's fortunate. So when will the operation take place? Fat Gun responded, as soon as possible, I suppose. Night Eye confirmed, yes, in fact, we'll carry it out in 2 days. Chapter end. 2 days had passed since the heroes' meeting. Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota Kirishima were walking toward the exit of UA when suddenly, wow, they finally arrived, said Mirio as he greeted them. Alongside him were Nijire, Tamaki, and Aizawa. Aizawa looked at his students seriously. So, you've made your decision? The students looked at him resolutely. Izumi declared, of course, we'll save that girl. Kirishima added, absolutely. I wouldn't be a hero if I backed down now. Aizawa said, well, I suppose we're just waiting on Izuku. A blue glow appeared, and Izuku emerged while yawning. Aizawa stated, all right, we're all here. Then everyone headed to the meeting point. A few minutes later, they arrived. Izuku stood in the middle of the street with his eyes closed. Izuku, telepathy, all right, all units report status. Clone, telepathy clear. Clone B, telepathy, all set, boss. Clone C, telepathy, same here. Clone D, telepathy, the entire building is completely surrounded. Izuku, telepathy, good, keep watching, and if you detect any presence entering or exiting, notify me immediately. Clones A, B/C/D, understood. Izuku opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the building, his expression turning cold. Izuku thought, in that place, there's someone dangerous. Meanwhile, in an underground area of the Shai Hasaikai base, Overhaul knelt with a look of fear on his face. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed. Looks like you have visitors. Overhaul lifted his gaze and saw a man completely covered in a black cloak. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, Overhaul assured. I trust you, but... the man said, reaching into his pocket, causing Overhaul to tremble. He pulled out 2 small syringes. However, if that's not enough, the man continued, plunging the syringes into his arm and surrounding both objects with red and black lightning. This contains a small part of my quirk's factor. If you inject it into someone, it will elevate their quirk to extreme levels. Use it wisely, he instructed as he handed both syringes to Overhaul. Suddenly, a blue portal opened, and another man stepped out, completely covered in black fabric. Why did you interrupt my tea ceremony? The newcomer asked. The first man looked at him and said, I want you to confront him, and I want you to make our intentions clear regarding him. The second man extended his hands and replied, you can't seriously send that idiot. I'm really busy right now, and a fight could ruin my perfect body. The first man stared at him intently, then the second sighed and said, I guess I'll have to do. I just hope I can make it to my massage session on time. With that, the first man stepped through the portal he had arrived from, and it closed behind him. Overhaul looked at the man who remained. This place is horrible. I suppose I'll wait in my world until the moment arrives. A portal appeared beneath the man, and he sank into it as it closed. Overhaul's expression shifted to one of annoyance. I swear that when I have the power, I'll kill those guys. He glanced at the syringes in his hands. But I suppose I can make good use of this. He tucked the syringes into his pocket and left the room. Back outside, Izumi stood with Katsumi, Shota, and Kirishima, all looking quite nervous. Do you think we'll make it? Katsumi asked. And now you're starting to doubt? Shota replied. Of course I'm not doubting. It's just that. Katsumi smiled a little and said, I have a bad feeling. Everyone looked at the ash-blonde girl seriously. Come on, there are plenty of professional heroes here. I'm sure we'll succeed, plus Izuku is here too, Kirishima encouraged. Yes, you're right, Izumi agreed. Thanks, guys, Katsumi said. Keep that up and you'll fail as heroes, Izuku said as he approached them alongside Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire. Come on, Midoriya, don't be so harsh, Mirio replied. No, Izuku-kun is right. We need to be able to handle things with our own power, right, guys? Shota added. Everyone nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the police chief spoke up. All right, it's time. We'll start the operation immediately. In an instant, all the heroes and police took their positions. A police officer approached the building's door and knocked. Out of nowhere, a loud crash echoed as a massive giant burst through, knocking the 2 officers near the door flying. However, Katsumi and Nijire managed to catch them in time. Immediately, several Yakuza began to emerge to fight against the heroes and police. Everyone advance. My agency and I will hold them here, Ryukyu commanded. Izuku concentrated several strength-enhancing quirks into his arm, then struck the air, generating a massive shockwave that devastated everything between them and the building's inner door, simultaneously knocking out several Yakuza. Many heroes watched this in shock. All right, we need to hurry, Night Eye urged. Immediately, several heroes and police began advancing into the building while others stayed outside. Izumi looked at her 2 friends, who gave her a thumbs up. She nodded while smiling and continued advancing with the assault group. All right, Midoriya, which way? Aizawa asked. Izuku stopped, then approached a ledge and quickly kicked it, revealing a panel of buttons underneath. He crouched down and entered a combination. Izuku could practically see everything happening around Eri, so he watched the moment Overhaul entered the correct combination on the panel. Immediately, the wall opened, revealing a staircase. This way, Izuku instructed. However, several Yakuza emerged from the stairs with hostile intentions. But Bubble Girl and Centipede quickly held them back. Go on, we'll handle this, Centipede said. The rest of the group followed Izuku up the stairs while Izumi, Mirio, and Kirishima smiled at the green-haired boy. In another location, Overhaul, Mimic, Nemoto, and Chrono, who was holding Eri, were gathered. Looks like they managed to get in, Nemoto said. All right, Mimic, take this and stop them, Overhaul instructed, handing him one of the syringes. Of course, Mimic replied as he left. And you two go as well, Overhaul said, looking at Twice and Toga, who were smiling. Of course, said the psychopathic blonde before leaving with Deadpool. The assault group advanced down the hallway. Hey, a villain, can't you use your quirk to move faster? Rocklock asked. Yeah, if you don't mind being crushed by my normal, Izuku replied. For now, the only thing we can do is keep moving, Aizawa said. Izuku stopped and signaled for the others to halt as well. He turned to his sister. Izumi, smash backward. Izumi looked at him in confusion but quickly turned around and shouted, Smash! While delivering a powerful blow that struck a concrete pillar coming toward them, Izuku smashed another one that was approaching from the front. Izumi turned to her brother with a broad smile, but her expression quickly shifted to one of shock. I've got you, said a man cloaked in black fabric, who had poked the upper half of his body through a blue portal. Beneath the cloth covering his face, a sinister smile was visible. Izuku turned to look at him. When did this happen? In an instant, the green-haired boy wrapped his hand in black flames and launched a fiery blast at the man holding him. However, a blue portal opened, completely absorbing the fire, and immediately the man began to drag Izuku away. Izuku turned to his teammates and shouted, Keep moving. I'll catch up with you later. Izumi tried to run toward her brother, but the portal closed before she could reach him. Oni-chan! Izumi cried out in desperation as she pounded the ground. Mirio, Izumi! Izumi continued to strike the ground in anger. Izumi! Mirio shouted, trying to get her attention. Izumi looked at him, and then Mirio said, Let's listen to your brother. But I'm sure he'll be fine. Izumi stood up, determination in her eyes, and said, You're right. With that, the group continued to move forward. Meanwhile, with Izuku, after being dragged by the hooded figure, they finally emerged through another portal, and the cloaked man immediately threw the green-haired boy to the ground. Haha, excellent. It seems I can finally have some fun. Izuku got up and began to examine his surroundings, quickly realizing how strange they were. The entire floor around him was made of large black and white tiles, and in the distance, he could see enormous red walls. As he noticed how high they were, Izuku realized that instead of having a ceiling, they disappeared into a vast mass of darkness floating above them. There were several giant torches hanging from the walls, and various oversized furniture scattered about, as if Izuku had shrunk, along with several enormous objects floating everywhere. Once he finished surveying the area, the green-haired boy focused on the hooded figure in front of him. Izuku thought, it seems that his quirk influences the spatial aspect of this universe. Moreover, this place, none of the laws of physics make sense here. He's probably someone else. Izuku, who are you? Oh, I'm sorry, where are my manners? I forgot to introduce myself. With that, the man ripped away the fabric covering his face, revealing his appearance. He crossed one hand over his stomach while placing the other behind his back and bowed. My name is Alexander Cambridge, and I welcome you to the dimension of gluttony. Izuku sighed and then looked to the side, saying, Well, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and... His gaze landed on the blonde. Izuku, and tell me, what do I owe the honor of meeting a member of the Welsh royalty in this place? Alexander, you don't need to treat me like that. Besides, I'm not royalty. At that moment, Izuku noticed a barely perceptible yet immense fury appear on the blonde's face. Alexander lowered his head and said, Well, at least not anymore. Alexander lifted his gaze again and said, But you must be wondering why I brought you here? Not really, Izuku replied calmly, as his hand began to glow blue, the way it does when he uses his teleportation. Quirk. Suddenly, Izuku looked on in surprise as his hand stopped glowing without anything happening. Alexander, I'm sorry, but if you want to leave, the easiest way is for me to grant you permission, and I won't be doing that for now. Izuku gave up on his attempt and looked at the blonde with annoyance. Alexander, finally, you're paying attention. Well, Izuku Midoriya, would you like to join us? Izuku stared at him in confusion. Alexander, from what we've seen, you're quite capable and besides, he is interested in you. Alexander was about to continue speaking when suddenly, Izuku let out a long sigh and looked at the blonde with a bored expression. He then said, "Look, I was in the middle of something very important just a moment ago. I'm even worried that one of those idiots might do something reckless. When you brought me to this place, I thought it would be for something significant. But it seems that's not the case." Alexander looked at him, surprised, then laughed and said, I see now why he and Deus are particularly interested in you. Well, I guess I won't be able to convince you so. Suddenly, the blonde's expression shifted to one of extreme seriousness as he began to emit a colossal aura of intimidation. Instantly, Izuku responded in kind, and in a moment, the place was filled with a clash of wills so powerful that it could crush the bravest hero or the fiercest villain. "I'm sorry, Izuku Midoriya, but for now, I can't let you go," said Alexander as he surrounded himself with black and red lightning, 2 horns sprouting from his head. Izuku cracked his neck with his hand, and horns also emerged from his head, while black and red lightning surrounded him. "Izuku, I guess this is going to be a tough one." "Alexander, then." "Izuku, may the best one win." Without hesitation, both leaped at each other, unleashing a colossal shockwave. Chapter End. At the overhaul base, the assault team continued running down one of the hallways. However, they soon realized they couldn't advance, as Mimic was reshaping the corridors to keep them trapped. "Aizawa, it's strange. His quirk is supposed to only allow him to control something the size of a refrigerator." "Rocklock, yeah, and he hasn't attacked us in a while." "Night Eye, if we keep this up, we won't get anywhere." "Mirio, we no longer have Midoriya to clear a path for us. So, I'll go ahead." "Izumi, are you sure, Mirio-senpai?" "Mirio, yes, if we waste time here, they'll take Eri." "Night Eye, alright, we'll leave it to you." Mirio nodded and began to run, phasing through the walls. Mimic watched the group. "Mimic, one of them managed to escape. I guess I'll have to take more drastic measures." After separating from the blonde, the group continued moving when suddenly, the floor opened up beneath part of the assault team, causing some of them to fall into a room where they found 3 villains. "Setsuno, hey, look at the gift we've been given." "Fat Gun, looks like we'll have to fight." "Tamaki, no, you guys keep going, I'll handle them." "Aizawa, are you sure?" The dark-haired boy simply nodded. Fat Gun placed a hand on Tamaki's shoulder. "Good luck, Sun-Eater." "Kirishima, we're counting on you." With that, the group started to run. "Setsuno, don't think we'll let you get away." The 3 villains jumped at them, but Tamaki launched a tentacle, allowing everyone to dodge. Aizawa managed to knock Tabe unconscious. Tamaki threw a punch at Setsuno to knock him out, but the criminal pulled a knife from his mask and cut Tamaki's tentacle. Hojo used his diamonds to shatter the tentacles that restrained him. This distraction caused Tamaki to falter due to the pain, which Hojo took advantage of as he charged at the dark-haired boy, aiming to punch him with his diamond-encrusted fist. However, Tamaki created octopus muscles in his hand and used it to block the villain's blow. Yet Hojo didn't stop and tried to hit him in the face, prompting Tamaki to reinforce his face with crab shells, absorbing the impact with minimal damage. Then Tamaki shouted, "Chimera Kraken," and massive tentacles began to emerge from his hands, striking all 3 villains. The villains started to retreat, but at that moment, Setsuno shouted, "Hey Tabe, wake up, it's time to eat." Instantly, the strange villain with a bag over his head woke up and lunged at Tamaki. "Delicious octopus," Tabe said as he began to devour Tamaki's tentacles. Setsuno laughed mockingly. Thanks to his quirk, he can eat anything without getting full." Tamaki thought, "That's why Eraser left him unconscious. He knew it was my weakness. But it doesn't matter." Hojo jumped at Tamaki, aiming to punch him in the face with his diamond fists. Tamaki braced himself to block with a shell. However, Setsuno used his quirk to steal the shell protecting Tamaki's face, which Hojo exploited to strike him. The villains reveled in their apparent victory, but then they noticed that Tamaki had created another shell to shield himself just before the impact. Immediately, Hojo punched him in the stomach, sending him flying. Setsuno slowly approached the student, laughing mockingly. "You wanted to fight 3 against 1? How stupid can you be?" Hojo, we were scum until Overhaul gave us a home, and for that, we're grateful, which is why we'll kill you. The three villains closed in to finish the job, but Tamaki thought, in this situation. Suddenly, the image of Mirio flashed through his mind. Mirio, you are Sun Eater. Tamaki thought, it's true, I can't give up. Tamaki looked at the three villains and then thought, first, I need to deal with that guy who steals things. The three villains were about to attack when suddenly Tamaki kicked a shard of glass that smashed into Setsuno's face, blinding him. Hojo charged at the dark-haired boy and punched him with his glass-covered fist, but the villain quickly realized that the spot he hit was completely protected by his own diamonds. Hojo, impossible! You ate my diamonds! Immediately, Tamaki transformed his foot into a chicken claw, grabbing Hojo's body. Tabe lunged to attack, but he collided with Hojo, then also hit Setsuno. The blow knocked all three villains unconscious. It's done. Now, Mirio, please save Eri, Tamaki thought before collapsing unconscious. Meanwhile, with the assault group. Kirishima, do you think Tamaki-senpai is okay? Fat Gun. Of course, he's a man. Kirishima, yeah, you're right. Izumi looked at both of them with a smile, but then lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit down. Aizawa, don't worry, I'm sure Midoriya is fine too. Izumi smiled and said, yes, you're right. Suddenly, a hole opened in a wall beside Aizawa, and from the opposite end, a concrete hand emerged to push him. Kirishima jumped to get him out of the way, but unfortunately for the red-haired boy, he ended up trapped in Fat Gun's stomach, who had also jumped, resulting in both of them being struck by the concrete hand and subsequently thrown through the hole. Aizawa, DM it. Izumi, Kirishima-kun, Fat-san. Knight, calm down, I'm sure they'll be fine. For now, we need to keep moving so their efforts aren't in vain. Immediately, the whole group nodded and continued on. With Kirishima and Fat Gun. After a few seconds, Fat Gun and Kirishima landed in another room. The hefty hero got up to survey the area when suddenly Kirishima emerged from his stomach, surprising the hero. Fat Gun, what are you doing here? Kirishima, I jumped in to save Sensei but got stuck in your body. Fat Gun smiled, I see, sorry about that. Kirishima, oh, it's not your fault. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the room. Both heroes took a combat stance. Fat Gun, get ready. Kirishima, alright, I'm ready. Suddenly, Rappa charged at the red-haired boy, who braced himself for the impact. Kirishima thought, now I'll stop him. However, the masked villain's blow shattered Kirishima's arms and sent him flying. Fat Gun looked at his pupil with concern, but he didn't have time to help when suddenly a flurry of punches rained down on him. Rappa unleashed a powerful series of blows on Fat Gun, who could do nothing but endure. Rappa stopped hitting him and then looked at the hero. I think weapons have no place in fights, real men fight with their fists. Fat Gun thought, damn, that hurt. I need to attack, if I don't, I'll lose. At that moment, Fat Gun tried to punch Rappa, but a barrier intervened. Tingai, both of you have defensive powers, it's a shame. Fat Gun thought, not only do they have powerful attacks like bullets, but also this barrier. Tingy, we're a spear and a shield, you're both shields. It's obvious who will win though. That kid can't even be called a shield. Rappa, but we can't fight like this, how lame. At that moment, Kirishima slightly lifted his head, looking at his injured arms, and began to lament his lack of power. Despite knowing he was much stronger than before, he realized he still couldn't fight against villains like the ones in front of him. He was about to give up when he remembered. Flashback. We see Izuku and Kirishima in a training area. Izuku, I see, so you want to protect everyone. Kirishima, yes, that's right. I don't want to feel afraid of anything, I always want to move forward. Izuku, if you don't feel fear, then you're dead. Kirishima, what do you mean? Izuku, fear is a great ally because it helps us recognize dangers. Kirishima, but a hero can't feel fear. Izuku, we all feel fear, and it's necessary. But the important thing is that we channel that fear and turn it into determination to keep moving forward. Kirishima looked at him in confusion. Flashback and Kirishima looked ahead and saw Fat Gun getting pummeled by Rappa. Kirishima thought. Fat-san is in trouble, I have to help him. I must protect him. Then a smile formed on his face. Kirishima thought. Now I understand, Midoriya, I get what you were trying to tell me. Fat Gun thought. This is bad. If I can't release the energy I've built up, it'll all be useless. Rappa, finish him off, I think he's planning something. Fat Gun thought. Damn it, this is over. Rappa charged to finish off the professional hero when suddenly Kirishima, no, Red Riot, leaped in to shield Fat Gun from Rappa's blows. As a result, the masked villain unleashed a powerful barrage of punches. At first, Rappa thought the red-haired boy would fly away like before, but Kirishima simply held his ground, enduring the Yakuza's blows. Rappa noticed this and became excited. Kirishima thought, now I will be a hero capable of defending, harden whatever breaks and hold on. You're amazing, I like you. Rappa shouted as he directed his fist at Kirishima. Kirishima let out a battle cry and then responded with his own punch, but just before their fists collided, a barrier appeared, shielding Rappa. Rappa, damn it, I told you that. I was going to use it, obviously. Kirishima began to fall backward, completely injured, but then he was caught by Fat Gun. It was useless. He'll fall without breaking my barrier. Fat Gun, it wasn't useless, it gave me time to prepare. Now I'm a good spear, he said as he charged a massive amount of power into his fist. Rappa, get this thing off me. Fat Gun, you lost because you underestimated us. My defense is impenetrable. Rappa, he'll break through it. Both you and I underestimated the chivalry of the hero, Red Riot. Fat Gun shouted as he unleashed all the power he had accumulated in his fist, sending both of his opponents flying, crashing into a wall and creating a massive cloud of dust. Fat Gun, in the duel between spears and shields, we won. Back with the assault group, they continued advancing. Aizawa, we must be close now. Night Eye, I hope Mirio has succeeded. Izumi, I'm sure he has. Izumi thought, and I hope you're okay, Oni-chan, I'll be waiting for you. Meanwhile, in the alternate dimension, we could see a massive explosion consuming everything in its path, sending up a towering column of smoke accompanied by deafening booms. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the smoke and collided, creating a tremendous shockwave. These were Izuku and Alexander. Without hesitation, the green-haired boy conjured a sphere of black fire surrounded by lightning and unleashed a massive blast of flames and electricity toward the blonde. However, Alexander created a portal in front of him, allowing the attack to pass through, and immediately opened another portal next to Izuku, launching his own counterattack. Izuku charged up several quirks to enhance his strength and struck in the direction of the incoming flames and lightning, generating a powerful shockwave that halted the attack. Alexander looked at the green-haired boy with a mocking smile and charged at him. Izuku quickly created several spheres of air and shot them at the blonde, but Alexander opened multiple portals through which the spheres entered, only to vanish. Frustrated, Izuku surrounded himself with black fire before charging at Alexander. A loud crash and a powerful shockwave erupted throughout the area as they collided, only to appear back-to-back moments later. Izuku turned around with an annoyed expression, clutching the spot where his right arm should have been, now only a spray of blood in its place. Meanwhile, Alexander wore a smug grin as he held the green-haired boy's arm. Alexander laughed, I think you should listen to my proposal now. Izuku glanced at him and replied, well, it's not much, but you should check your hand. The blonde looked at his hand, and his expression shifted to one of rage as he saw that it was completely burned. He then fixed a cold stare on Izuku. You're going to regret damaging my perfect body. Izuku thought to himself, this is going to get tougher from here on out. In an instant, Alexander appeared in front of Izuku and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, causing the green-haired boy to spit out saliva and bend slightly. The blonde then raised his hands above his head, bringing them down quickly to strike Izuku. However, the green-haired boy barely managed to dodge. In a flash, Izuku moved and landed a knee strike to his opponent's jaw. Yet, the blonde merely smiled and appeared beside him. Izuku created a wall of ice for protection, but Alexander pierced through it as if it were paper and then struck Izuku in the face, sending him flying. Izuku halted and saw Alexander approaching him rapidly, so he quickly launched a burst of black fire. The blonde laughed and said, "That won't work," before creating a portal that absorbed the flames. Suddenly, the blonde appeared in front of him with his leg raised, and Izuku was sent flying after receiving a kick to the side. Alexander looked up, surprised to see two copies of the green-haired boy with their arms charged with black flames. Both clones attempted to strike him, but the blonde was faster, delivering powerful blows to their stomachs, causing them to vanish. However, Alexander was taken aback when he saw the original green-haired boy standing before him, his good arm charged with black fire and lightning. Mega Fire, Electro! The blonde barely had time to cover himself before he was sent flying, crashing into a giant table that shattered completely on impact. Izuku quickly regenerated his arm while watching the blonde rise, covered in burns that were rapidly healing. Alexander looked coldly at the green-haired boy. "You know, I like that table." "Well, I guess as long as I'm here, it won't be the only thing that breaks." At that moment, Izuku felt a surge of immense fury emanating from the blonde, but, just like before, it dissipated in an instant when the blonde smiled again. "Come on, don't you think it would be bad to destroy it?" the blonde said, a sickly look crossing his face for a moment. Izuku thought, "What's wrong with this guy?" The hero assault team continued to advance when suddenly the walls, floor, and ceiling began to compress, sending chunks of concrete flying toward them. Immediately, Izumi enveloped herself in green lightning and fire, trying to smash the blocks that were being hurled at them. "What's happening?" the green-haired girl shouted as she continued to destroy the debris. Aizawa replied, "It seems like he's trying to crush us. If only I could see him for a moment." "I won't let him," Rocklock said, using his quirk to immobilize the walls and prevent them from compressing further. "Quick, let's keep moving, this won't last long." Suddenly, a concrete pillar shot toward the heroes, but smash! Izumi yelled as she kicked the pillar away just in time. The group continued moving when everything suddenly came to a halt. Night Eye observed, "Looks like it stopped." Aizawa warned, however. Suddenly, several walls fell from the ceiling, separating the group. "In it, Rocklock isn't here," Night Eye shouted as he smashed a piece of marble with a heavy seal. Aizawa urged, "We need to find him quickly, he's the only one who can stop this." Izumi tried to break down the wall that separated them, but several blocks shot toward her, preventing her from doing so. Rocklock found himself separated from the others by a wall when he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. He attempted to turn around, but there was no time to avoid a knife that pierced his back, causing him to fall to the ground as he looked at his attacker. "Toga Himiko." Just before he fainted, the hero said, I was getting bored. I'm glad I can finally play," the blonde villain exclaimed as she jumped backward. Toga glanced at her bloodied knife, a slightly queasy expression forming on her face as she liked it. Finally, Izumi managed to create a hole in the wall through which she and the other heroes entered. They quickly took up battle positions upon seeing Rocklock on the ground with Toga standing beside him. "Izumi, you're the one from the camp." Toga, "Oh, but it's Izumi-chan. I haven't seen you in ages. You have no idea how lonely I've felt without you." "Izumi, I told you not to call me that," the green-haired girl said angrily, charging at the blonde. However, Toga managed to dodge, and immediately the whole place began to shake, a sharp voice echoing through the area. "Mimic. Villain League, stop playing around and do your job." Toga lifted her gaze and with a cold look, said, "Don't give me orders, you filthy bird." Mimic let out a growl of rage as the vibrations intensified. I'll crush you all," Mimic shouted furiously, and immediately, chunks of concrete began to rain down on them. Toga jumped away to regroup with Twice. "Twice, do you think this will be okay?" "Toga, it's perfect. I'm tired of following their orders. Besides, I think this is what Shigaraki-kun really wanted." Twice, "Well, if you say so." Toga looked at a piece of concrete where an eye was visible and said, "All right, I think it's time to leave this pathetic organization." Mimic roared in anger, not noticing that the heroes had already located him. Suddenly, the Yakuza was taken aback as he watched Izumi shatter the concrete covering him with a kick, and quickly Aizawa looked at him, using his quirk, causing the Yakuza to fall and crash to the ground. Night Eye. It seems that Hasaikai and the League have finally turned against each other. Aizawa. And the worst part is that they used us in their fight. Well, that doesn't matter now, you need to keep moving, said Rocklock as he leaned against a wall. Izumi, are you sure? Rocklock. Yes, you need to save that girl. The group looked at the hero with determined expressions and then, of course, everyone said before continuing onward. Meanwhile, Mirio had already reached Overhaul and was now facing the group tasked with taking Eri away. Overhaul narrowed his eyes in anger and said, "Looks like Mimic let one slip away. Mirio, this is where it ends, Overhaul. Now give me the girl." Overhaul, I see, so despite abandoning her that day, you've come to save her, huh? Eri simply stared in terror at the blonde boy in front of her. Overhaul, I'm sorry, but you came here for nothing. The only thing you'll gain is death. Mirio focused and got into a fighting stance, then was about to charge when suddenly, with his first step, he felt extremely dizzy and had to lean against the wall for support. Mirio thought, what is happening? She's right there, now move. Suddenly, Mirio looked up and saw a strange man hanging from some pipes with a bottle in his hand. Didoro, are you drunk? The man took a swig from his bottle and then said, I am too. It must be his quirk, Mirio thought, when suddenly he quickly moved to barely dodge a bullet aimed at him. Mirio looked ahead again and saw a man dressed in black with a bird beak mask pointing a gun at him. Then the man spoke. Nemoto, what's your quirk? And as if compelled, Mirio answered. Mirio, Piantarin, it allows me to pass through anything. Mirio thought, why did I say that? Nemoto, I see, so that's how you got here so fast. Don't miss, are you drunk? Didoro said as he threw his bottle at him. Nemoto swatted it away to prevent it from hitting him and then calmly said, no, that's you. Now shut up and support me. Nemoto looked back at the blonde and again used his quirk, confession. Nemoto, well, now you found Eri, but you didn't save her, did you? Mirio, that's right. At that moment, Mirio began to fall into despair. Nemoto thought, perfect, now that Didoro has unbalanced his mind, all that's left is to unbalance his heart, and then he'll crumble. Nemoto, you just want to save her to feel better, don't you? Mirio lowered his head and then began to tremble. Nemoto, you know it's true, you're only doing it to satisfy yourself. I'm sorry, but you won't be able to save her because now you will die. Immediately, the man prepared to shoot, but Mirio lifted his face, showing a look of determination, and quickly used his quirk to enter one of the walls. Mirio emerged from the wall in front of the two Yakuza and shouted, Phantom Menace. Using his quirk along with a combo of attacks, he knocked Didoro and Nemoto unconscious. Mirio thought, it's true, because of me, Eri-chan suffered more, but now that I have her in front of me, I must save her. Mirio dove back into the wall and in an instant appeared behind Overhaul, quickly attempting to kick him, but the Yakuza dodged. Mirio didn't stop and quickly went after Chrono, kicking him in the head and knocking him unconscious while cradling Eri in his arms. Eri looked at Mirio in desperation and then, with a broken voice, said, Why? Why did you come? Mirio replied, It's okay, everything is fine now. Overhaul glared at the hero with rage, but his expression quickly shifted to a sinister smile. Eri, come here. We're close to saving your mom. If you leave now, she'll die. Eri's eyes widened in shock, and the image of an albino woman with a big smile flashed through her mind. It's true, I'm the only one who can heal Mom, Eri said, trying to wriggle free from Mirio's arms. Flashback. Eri lay on a stretcher, secured by straps, fear evident on her face when Overhaul appeared in front of her, smiling kindly. Hello, Eri-chan. How are you? He asked. The girl didn't respond. Overhaul smiled wickedly beneath his mask and said, Your mom has made a lot of progress these days. Eri looked at him and timidly asked, Really? Yes, thanks to your efforts, she is recovering. So, will you keep trying? Eri lowered her head and simply nodded. Then Overhaul stepped back and said, "All right, Nemoto, do it." Nemoto nodded and pulled a lever, immediately surrounding Eri with an electric current. She screamed while Overhaul maintained his sickly gaze. A few minutes later, Eri sat in her room, crying as she wrapped her arms around her legs. "I just want to see my mom. That's why I try so hard and endure, but I don't know if I can keep going." Suddenly, she heard a voice. "What do you want, Eri?" Eri looked up, searching for the source of the voice, and heard it again. "What do you want, Eri?" Animated images she used to watch on TV flashed through her mind, showing children cared for by their parents. "I want to be with my mom like the other kids. I want to have the life that other people have." Current motivation of the individual, longing to have what others have, result, envy. Beginning evolution based on this concept. Flashback and Eri watched as Mirio and Overhaul fought. "I swear I'll save her," Mirio shouted as he struck the Yakuza. Overhaul thought, "All the experiments I conducted to make Eri develop an extremely powerful quirk when she was little failed. But when she developed that strange power, I was thrilled. Now I just have to eliminate this brat to finish forging her into a tool." Overhaul smiled wickedly as he launched a barrage of rock spikes at the hero. However, Mirio used his quirk to avoid the damage and quickly charged at the Yakuza to kick him. But Overhaul smirked and said, "It's a shame, but you need to undo your quirk on the part you want to hit your opponent." Immediately, a spike of rock shot up from the ground, piercing Mirio's leg, and this time it managed to hit him. Mirio jumped on his good leg, watching as his other leg bled and he could barely move it due to the pain. "Him and I got careless," he thought, "but it's time to die, hero," Overhaul declared. But Mirio set his gaze with determination and shouted, "But that's no excuse to stop me." With that, the hero charged at Overhaul to strike him. Overhaul used his quirk to impale the blonde, but Mirio avoided the damage using his quirk and then struck the Yakuza again, sending him flying near Nemoto, who was also unconscious. At that moment, one of the walls shattered, and through it appeared Izumi, Night Eye, and Aizawa. Night Eye quickly approached Mirio and noticed the defeated Yakuza around them. "You did well, Mirio. You saved that girl," Night Eye said. Overhaul watched this with fury. "No, now that I'm so close, I won't stop," he thought. Then Overhaul smiled wickedly at the idea that came to him and reached into his pocket. Izumi spotted Eri, who was kneeling on the floor, and quickly started to approach her. Suddenly, "Watch out!" Aizawa shouted. Izumi looked at him, confused, but then noticed Overhaul throwing something at the albino girl. Izumi's face filled with desperation as she leaped toward Eri, but it was too late. Eri's eyes widened as she fell to the ground, revealing a syringe that had been plunged into her back. And immediately, Eri stood up and began to scream as the small horn on her head grew larger. From her back, wings made of bone erupted, creating a terrifying sight. Aizawa immediately recognized what was happening, as he had seen it before while training with Izuku. "Demenit, everyone run!" Aizawa shouted in desperation, and everyone started to flee. Izumi froze, staring at the albino girl when suddenly Aizawa scooped her up and began to run while Night Eye helped Mirio. A massive explosion rocked the place. Fortunately, everyone who had entered the building managed to escape outside. All present were paralyzed, regardless of whether they were heroes or Yakuza. None fought against the fear they felt from the supernatural presence. Izumi reached her friends, who had subdued the giant villain. Shota and Katsumi tried to ask the green-haired girl what had happened when suddenly a pillar of light appeared, creating a massive hole in the ground. The beam of white energy stopped, leaving only a column of dust rising from the hole that had been created. Everyone stared at the void until "Ag!" A powerful roar echoed, and immediately a huge, terrifying red figure emerged amidst the cloud of dust. Everyone watched in fear as suddenly two enormous wings made of bone emerged from the dust cloud and quickly flapped, dispersing the dust, revealing a sight that none of those present could have imagined floating above them. All the heroes looked up in terror at the ghastly creature hovering over them. Suddenly, one hero shouted, "What is that thing holding in its hand?" Everyone looked at the creature's hand and there they saw. Overall, the monster turned its attention to the heroes, conjuring a sphere of white light in its hand and aiming it at a group of them. It shot a beam of light, prompting the heroes to close their eyes, bracing for the worst. However, nothing happened. One hero opened his eyes in surprise, only to be struck by an immense pain coursing through his body. The others watched in shock as those hit by the light transformed into various objects: chairs, tables, stuffed animals, and more. Katsumi exclaimed, "What was that?" Izumi stared at the objects, which suddenly began to glow with a white light. She covered her mouth in horror as the objects reverted to their human forms, now lifeless. Overhaul watched this unfold, laughing maniacally. "Perfect. With this power, I can achieve my goal." Flashback. Overhaul sat at his desk, deep in thought, when Nemoto entered the room. "Do we have information on what his quirk does?" Overhaul asked. "Yes, the analysis has concluded," Nemoto replied. Chapter end. Izuku moved quickly, carrying Eri and dodging blows from the enormous monster. "I guess it can't be that easy," he thought. Eri's eyes filled with terror as she recognized the monster. "I knew it. Anyone who gets close to me gets hurt." Izuku began to run, pursued by the monster. "Please, let me go and run," Eri pleaded. "I won't do that," Izuku replied, determined. "I can't use any of my quirks, but it seems that thing can't either. Its size is its only advantage." The beast picked up speed. "Minute, if this keeps up, it will catch us. I guess I'll have to lighten the load. Let's see." "Never. They'll kill me if I don't save her. Please, please, let me go and escape. I don't want anyone else to get hurt," Eri cried. "Listen, this is your mind. You have control here," Izuku encouraged. Suddenly, the beast hurled debris at them. Izuku quickly threw Eri forward to prevent her from being crushed. Eri watched in horror as the lower half of Izuku's body was pinned, blood spilling from his mouth. She rushed to try to save him. Eri began to move the rocks trapping. "Izuku, that won't work. You need to use your power," he urged. "But if I do, I could hurt you," Eri protested. Izuku smiled faintly, stroking her head, causing a blush to appear on her cheeks. "You just need to control it. I know you can." Then he collapsed, unconscious. Eri stood up, concentrating on her power. Each attempt overflowed uncontrollably. "Please, please, please, work," she begged, desperation growing as the monster drew closer. "Please," she cried. The beast raised its giant hand to crush them. Everything fell silent until the beast's hand began to rise, a white glow growing beneath it. In an instant, the beast was blasted away by a beam of white energy. Slowly, the beast began to rise and saw Eri had transformed into her demon king form, appearing as a girl the same age as Izuku. The white-haired girl soared into the air, carrying Izuku on her back. "Thank you, now I'll take care of this," she declared. The beast charged at her again. Eri looked at it defiantly. "It's your end." With that, she unleashed a colossal beam of white energy at the monster, completely disintegrating it. Outside, the clones watched as the monster's body cracked with white fissures. "Looks like the boss did it," Clone A remarked. "Yeah, just as expected from him," Clone B replied. Suddenly, the monster's body exploded, revealing Izuku and Eri in their normal forms. Two clones rushed to help them, preventing their fall to the ground as they lay unconscious. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was in a hospital room. "Ah, here again. Ever since that rat forced me to accept his deal, I've developed a phobia of hospitals," he muttered. He sat up and noticed his mother, Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi sleeping around him, except for Inko, who had awakened. Inko looked at her son, tears filling her eyes. "Son," she cried, embracing him. The noise woke the others, who instantly hugged Izuku as well. "I'm so glad you're okay, Izuku-kun," Katsumi exclaimed. "You have no idea how worried we were," Shota added. "Oni-chan, I'm so glad you woke up," Izumi said. Izuku looked at the ceiling. So, what happened after I passed out? The four women recounted the events that followed. Izuku sighed. Well, at least my efforts weren't in vain. Yes, now Eri-chan is resting, Izumi replied. Suddenly, the door opened, and All Might and Mirio entered. Oh Midoriya, I'm so glad you're okay. Mirio said. I guess so, Lemillion, Izuku replied calmly. Come on, now that we're civilians, just call me Mirio, he insisted. All Might stepped forward. Once again, thank you very much, young Midoriya. Yeah, whatever. When can I leave this place? Izuku asked. Well, actually, the doctors said your body regenerated incredibly fast, and you just needed to wake up to go home, Inko explained. Well. Then, synthesis. Izuku found himself surrounded by darkness, which dissipated to reveal that he was now wearing his new hero costume. Suddenly, Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi left the room without saying a word, their faces hidden behind their hair. All Might and Mirio exchanged confused glances, while Inko wore a broad smile. Well, I'll go join them, said the older green-haired woman before exiting the room. All right, if you'll excuse me, I'll head back to my dorm, Izuku said. He was about to teleport when... Wait please, young Midoriya. All Might called out. Izuku stopped and asked, What's up? Well, Eri-chan has been asking about you this whole time, so we thought maybe you could go see her, Mirio explained. Izuku sighed and replied, Do I have a choice? At this, the two blondes smiled nervously. A few minutes later, Izuku, Mirio, and All Might stood in front of Eri's room. All right, let's go, Mirio said as he opened the door. Hello, Midoriya. I see you've recovered, Aizawa said from inside the room. It's a relief to see you're all right, Naida added, looking at the green-haired boy. Yeah, I won't ask for a single cent from your agency for my recovery, Izuku replied. Come on, Midoriya, sir didn't mean it that way, Mirio said with a nervous smile. Night Eye chuckled softly, surprising everyone. That was good, Night Eye said. Okay, where is she? I want to get out of this hospital as soon as possible, Izuku said. Aizawa pointed to a curtain that divided the room in two. Izuku walked toward the curtain, followed by the others. Eri, who was sitting on the bed, looked at the green-haired boy and quickly tried to run toward him. However, Izuku was faster and reached her to prevent her from jumping off the bed. Eri hugged him tightly and began to cry until she eventually fell asleep. Well, I guess that's okay. After all, even if you're one of the Demon Kings, you're still just a child, Izuku said. A look of confusion crossed Mirio's face while the eyes of the three adults widened in shock. Demon Kings? Mirio asked. Aizawa, don't tell me she's also. Izuku looked at them seriously and said, Do you think someone normal would have such power? Besides, you all saw her appearance. Yeah, you're right, Night Eye admitted. Excuse me, what's going on? Mirio asked, looking puzzled. Everyone turned to the blonde. I guess it would be good for him to know too. After all, he'll be an important asset in the war, Izuku said. The green-haired boy's comment only deepened Mirio's confusion. Yeah, you're right, All Might agreed. Well, you see, Mirio. Then Sir explained everything that was happening to the blonde student. I see, that's serious, Mirio said, looking at Izuku with a smile. Thank you, Midoriya, for caring about us like that. Izuku simply sighed and said, Whatever, I should really get going. Just as he was about to stand up, Eri woke up. Are you leaving? Please don't go, stay with me, she pleaded. Come on, Eri-chan, he has to go, Mirio said gently. Eri looked a bit sad as Izuku stood up, but then she asked, Promise me you'll come back? Of course Yes, he will, Aizawa interrupted. Yeah, he'll come to see you whenever you want, Mirio added. Izuku shot an annoyed look at the blonde and the dark-haired man. Eri looked at the green-haired boy and softly asked, Really? Izuku sighed and said, I guess I'll come back if you smile. Eri then started to move her face with her hands, trying to smile but failing miserably. She became disheartened while everyone watched her with sympathy. Well, I suppose that's all right for now. Don't worry, I'll come to see you, Izuku reassured her. Eri looked at him with shining eyes. Just then, as the green-haired boy was about to leave, Eri called out, "Wait, I wanted to ask you. What's your name?" Izuku glanced at her and replied, "Izuku Midoriya, that's my name." With that, the green-haired boy exited the room alongside Mirio. Once outside, Izuku paused and said, "She hasn't been saved yet, at least not completely." Mirio nodded seriously. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi sat in silence with their heads down when suddenly, "Katsumi, girls, emergency meeting." Izumi, "Seriously, Oni-chan looks so vulnerable." Shota shot her a confused look. "Shota, how can you talk about your brother like that?" Katsumi, "Come on, Shota, don't tell me you didn't feel the same way when you saw him in that suit." Shota looked down, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. "Shota, well, I guess I felt the same way." Katsumi, "All right then, I suppose we'll have to move on to the next phase." The three girls exchanged serious looks and then simply nodded. Meanwhile, Izuku was walking down a hallway when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. A few hours later, all the students who had participated in the operation returned to their dorm, where the rest of their classmates were waiting for them. The girls quickly ran to Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi, while the boys congratulated Kirishima and Izuku. After that, everyone spent quality time together, celebrating that they had all returned safe and sound. Meanwhile, in an unknown room, Kemi sat around a table, facing a hooded figure. Suddenly, a blue portal appeared, and Alexander stepped through. "Ah, you're finally back," Kemi said. "Well?" the hooded figure asked. Alexander's expression shifted to one of anger as he said, "That person mocked me. Not only did he hurt my appealing body, but he also dared to destroy my perfect space and left without my permission. He truly is infuriating." Kemi laughed, which only fueled Alexander's anger. "What are you laughing at, you witch?" he snapped. "It's just that you place so much value on your possessions," Kemi replied. "I don't care about the things. What matters is that all those things suited someone like me perfectly," Alexander insisted. You're just addicted to glamour and comfort," Kemi teased. "Think what you want," he shot back. "All right, enough," the hooded figure interjected. Kemi and Alexander both apologized. "And so, Alexander, what did greed tell you?" the figure asked. "Well, he completely rejected us," Alexander replied. "I see. I guess I'll have to eliminate him after all. But first, there's someone we need to see," the hooded figure said. "Are you referring to?" Chapter End. After an hour of celebration, Izuku finally made his way to his room to rest. It was nighttime, and the green-haired boy lay on his bed, lost in thought. Izuku pondered, "That guy." He recalled the battle he had with Alexander. Izuku thought, his power was immense, and he even spoke of someone superior to him. "I suppose we have no choice but to use Ares' power. What worries me now is what that idiot with the hands is doing. It's been a while since Deus called us to a meeting, and I haven't been able to see him." Izuku sighed and said, "Well, I guess I'll sleep now." Just as the green-haired boy was getting ready for bed, someone knocked on his door. Not now," he thought. He opened the door to find Shinzo standing there. "Hey, Midoriya," Shinzo said. "What do you want at this hour?" Izuku replied, "Well, during my internship I practiced a new move, and I wanted you to see it and tell me what you think," Shinzo explained. "And you couldn't wait until tomorrow?" Izuku asked. "Sorry, it's urgent," Shinzo insisted. Fine," Izuku relented. A few minutes later, Izuku and Shinzo were walking through the courtyard toward an open area for Shinzo to demonstrate his move. "Okay, this spot is good," Shinzo said. "All right, go ahead," Izuku encouraged. "Okay, but first, I need you to show me your hand, please," Shinzo requested. Izuku looked at him, a bit confused but still serious. "It's part of my move," Shinzo clarified. Izuku sighed and said, Fine." He extended his hand, and Shinzo slowly took it, quickly putting anti-Quirk HNDCFFS on him. Izuku shot a cold glare at Shinzo just as two figures completely covered in black appeared behind him and subdued him. "Traitor," Izuku said. Shinzo wore a guilty expression and said, "I'm sorry, Midoriya. They forced me." Suddenly, another figure appeared in front of Izuku wielding a giant wooden hammer, which they promptly used to knock him unconscious. Izuku woke up to find himself tied to a chair. He couldn't see anything in the darkness, and he couldn't use any of his quirks because he still had the anti-quirk HNDCFFS on. Alright, I've been through worse, he thought. Suddenly, several spotlights illuminated a section of the room, revealing a figure draped in black. The figure quickly removed the cloth, revealing Mina. Welcome, dear audience. Today is a special day. Today they will fight, and we will decide who will accompany him for the rest of his days. So, who will be our lucky winner? Stay tuned to find out. Hey, Ishido. What's going on? Izuku asked. Just shut up and enjoy, Mina replied. The entire place lit up, revealing that they were in the gym. Alright, let's introduce our first participant, Mina announced. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black stepped in front of Izuku. She is very close to our host today. They even share blood ties. Better known as the Green Hope. With that, the figure removed the cloth covering her. Mina, Izumi Midoriya. Izumi stood there dressed in a maid outfit. Wow, look at that. It seems she's going to serve him like a maid at a cafe. Mina exclaimed. Izumi approached the green-haired boy, who looked at her with a confused expression while she blushed deeply. Alright, Oni-chan, what would you like? Something to drink? Something to eat? Or maybe, do you want me? Wow, how cute. Our first participant is off to a great start. Mina said. Izuku thought, honestly, I just want to get out of here. This is seriously scaring me. First the kidnapping and now this. He noticed his sister, who, upon catching his gaze, lowered her head in embarrassment. Well, I guess I'll play along while I figure out how to escape, Izuku thought. I'd like something to eat, he said. Izumi smiled and replied, At your service, Oni-chan. Immediately, she set a table in front of him and pulled out a container from a box, opening it to reveal Katsudon. Izuku thought, wow, she even thought of that. Well, now I know how I'll escape. Well, as you can see, if you don't uncuff my hands, I won't be able to eat, he said. Oh, that's right, Izumi said, moving closer to unlock the cuffs. However, wait a minute. It's against the rules to take off the HNCFFS. Mina interrupted. Minute, Izuku thought. Well then. Izumi said, holding the container while using chopsticks to bring a portion to Izuku's mouth. Say, Oni-chan, Izumi said with a big smile. Izuku thought, I can't create a clone to taste the food. He closed his eyes and thought, I guess I'll have to take the risk. Then, the green-haired boy tried the food and was surprised to find it tasted perfectly fine. How was it? Izumi asked expectantly. Izuku sighed and said, I suppose. Thanks for the food. Izumi beamed with joy, bouncing in excitement. Great. Do you want something to drink? She asked. Sure, he replied. Izumi then pulled a bottle from the box she had prepared, immediately uncapped it, and offered it to him. Izuku thought, it's orange juice. I guess she calculated everything. Did you like it, Oni-chan? Izumi asked. He looked at her and simply said, yes, which made her smile even wider. Alright, time's up. Now let's move on to our next participant. Mina announced. Goodbye, Oni-chan, Izumi said as she left. Once again, everything went dark, with the spotlights only illuminating the area where Mina stood and a section of the stage where another hooded figure appeared. Now, let's move on to our second participant. Always advancing to achieve her goals, willing to do anything to win his heart. The figure removed the fabric covering her. Mina, Katsumi Bakugu. Wow, what a striking outfit. Mina exclaimed. Izuku thought, what is she doing? Katsumi smiled confidently. I know there are many ways to express feelings, but I believe the best way is through music. Mina clapped her hands together. So, our second participant will show us her singing skills. Alright, Izuku, get ready to receive my feelings. Katsumi declared. Began to sing. I didn't hear you leave. I wonder how I'm still here. And I don't want to move a thing. It might change my memory. Oh, I am what I am. I'll do what I want. But I can't hide. I need to stop staying up so late so often. Izuku closed his eyes again, but after a few seconds, he opened them once more. He thought to himself, I have to admit, that was a very realistic dream, and now I can't feel my body because of the pain. With a blank expression, he muttered, I just hope I wasn't violated. He then closed his eyes again, trying to drift back to sleep. Meanwhile, in the common room of the dormitory, Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi sat around a table. Shota said, that was pointless. Izumi responded, stupid Oni-chan. Katsumi added, ugh, I can't believe we did all that for nothing. Izumi chimed in, yeah, we even threatened Shinzo and Mina. Katsumi reassured them, relax, we'll have another chance. Shota replied, I hope so. A few days had passed since the operation at the Shai Hasaikai base, and as Izuku had promised, he had been visiting Eri at the hospital. He had to get permission from Nizu and the police since he was under house arrest. During that time, a ceremony was held to honor all the heroes and police officers who lost their lives during the operation. Naturally, none of this reached Eri's ears to prevent her from feeling guilty and worsening her already serious condition. A lot had happened since the raid, however, we now see Izuku sitting in the back of a car, looking extremely annoyed. In it, Aizawa, why do I have to do this? He exclaimed. Aizawa replied, come on, you need to understand that it's necessary for school. Izuku let out a heavy sigh of resignation. Flashback. Class 1A stood in front of Aizawa. First, let me congratulate you all. I didn't think everyone would actually secure a place for their internships, Aizawa said. The students smiled at their teacher's words. That said, I don't want you to relax. Exams are coming up soon, and this time I want absolutely everyone to pass, understood? Of course, the entire class shouted in response. Good, now there's one more thing I need to communicate. Everyone has taken their provisional license exam. However, there's one person who hasn't. This caught the attention of a certain green-haired boy who was looking out the window. It's necessary for everyone to have it, so. Izuku Midoriya, you'll also need to get yours. Izuku stood up from his seat and shouted, you must be joking. I'm sorry, but you don't have another option. Flashback and Izuku thought, damn it, why are they forcing me to do this? I don't even want to be a hero. He sighed and said, well, how bad can it be? A few minutes later, he looked on in disbelief as he watched several small children playing. What the hell is going on here? Suddenly, Mara, the man in charge of the provisional license program, approached him. All right, you must be Izuku Midoriya, Mara said. Izuku simply stared at him. Since we're conducting a new test for students who didn't pass the previous one, UA requested that you also be considered. However, due to your history, we've decided that you'll first need to undergo another test to see if you're qualified to become a hero. Izuku asked, so you're telling me that? Yes. You need to get these kids to listen to you. Izuku looked at the kids with a pained expression and slowly approached them. However, the kids glanced at him for a moment and then ignored him. Haha, you'll never get them to listen to you like that, said a boy leaning against a wall with a mocking smile. Izuku shot a cold look at the boy, which intimidated him somewhat. He sat down on the floor, thinking, I never liked books on this topic because I found them useless, but I read them anyway because I knew I'd use that knowledge someday. And I think that day has come. Parenting Guide, Chapter 3, page 28. The first step is to gain their trust. Alright, now how the hell do I do that? Lost in his thoughts, Izuku suddenly felt someone nudging him. He opened his eyes to find several girls surrounding him. Excuse me, what's your name? One of them asked timidly. Well, I guess I know what to do now. He stood up and said, I'm Izuku Midoriya. The girls looked at him with confused expressions. I guess I'll have to try harder. Then the green-haired boy smiled slightly, however, his smile went unnoticed, which only added to the girls' confusion. But, the minute I can't do this, I know. Immediately, Izuku created several clones of himself, astonishing the girls. Through telepathy, he instructed, all right, everyone take care of it. At your command, boss. The clones responded in unison. They bowed their heads, and when they lifted them, a bright glow appeared on the faces of all the girls as their cheeks flushed. The mocking smile of the boy leaning against the wall turned into one of astonishment. He then looked at his male friends and shouted, "You guys! Let's just let him do whatever he wants, right?" The boys immediately prepared to use their quirks while the green-haired boy stood in front of them. The teacher watched this with fear. "Oh no, this is dangerous," the teacher muttered. "Calm down, just watch," Aizawa replied. The teacher looked at the green-haired boy with curiosity. Suddenly, one of the boys with a cannon in his mouth fired a cannonball at Izuku, but he used a strength-enhancing quirk in his arm to easily stop the projectile. The kids were surprised, but they quickly reverted to their hostile attitudes. The boy leaning against the wall looked at Izuku with a mocking smile again, thinking, "What will you do now? If you're weak, they'll crush you, and if you use violence, you'll never get their attention. Adults really are stupid." Izuku thought, "Alright, I guess I'll have to use a different approach with you guys." Synthesis. The children paused cautiously as they watched the green-haired boy enveloped in darkness. When the shadows dissipated, a sinister figure emerged, heightening the teacher's concern. The children stood frozen until one of them timidly asked, "Are you Genesis?" "That's me," Izuku replied calmly. The kids exchanged glances, and suddenly, huge smiles spread across their faces as they rushed toward the hooded figure. The boy leaning against the wall watched in astonishment, even more surprised when he saw Izuku become visible beside him. The Genesis with the children is just another clone. This one is the original. "Why? How did you do that?" the boy asked. Izuku responded, "What's your name?" The boy looked at him in awe before shyly answering, "My name is Ryota Fuki." "I see. If you're wondering how I did it, I noticed that each of them has some accessory related to that vigilante somewhere on their body." Ryota glanced at his classmates and then realized that they all had a hat, a shirt, a bracelet, or briefs with a design connected to Genesis. "You noticed that?" Ryota said, incredulous. "Yeah. If you want to manipulate someone, you first have to know them perfectly." The boy's expression shifted to one of admiration for the green-haired boy. "You know, you shouldn't isolate yourself from society. Don't become a recluse, it will make life difficult. Well, now go join them." Ryota nodded and quickly ran off to join his friends. Izuku lifted his gaze and said, "Don't become someone like me." Suddenly, Aizawa leaned against the wall next to the green-haired boy and said, "Wow, you did a great job. It wasn't a coincidence that you helped me with my niece." Izuku replied, "So, will I finally get my provisional license or whatever so I can leave?" Aizawa looked at him curiously and said, "What are you talking about? This is your first class. The course will last at least 2 months." Izuku didn't say anything, but Aizawa could clearly see a depressive aura forming around the green-haired boy. After that, the green-haired boy returned to UA with Aizawa. A few hours later, All Might was talking on the phone from a rooftop. All Might on the phone. "So, how did the mission go that you mentioned?" "Gran Torino, on the phone, we managed to capture Kurogyri." All Might on the phone. "Wow, that's excellent news." Gran Torino, on the phone, however. All Might paused, noticing the worried tone in his former mentor's voice. "Gran Torino, on the phone, we also saw him." All Might on the phone, him? Gran Torino was about to speak when suddenly, Izuku appeared behind the blonde hero while holding a cake in his hand. "Ah, you must be talking about Gigantomachia," Izuku said. All Might jumped in surprise and nearly dropped his phone. "What are you doing here, young Midoriya?" All Might asked. "I just came out to relax," Izuku replied. Gran Torino, on the phone. "Huh, I'm not even surprised that you know about him, Midoriya." All Might, "Who is Gigantomachia?" Izuku leaned against the railing and said, "I'm not sure. In fact, I've never seen him. I know about him because when I was investigating All for One, I managed to sneak into one of his abandoned labs, and there I found some files that mentioned him. According to the description." Izuku's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as All Might swallowed hard. "That guy is a walking calamity," Izuku stated. Gran Torino, on the phone. "Yeah, you should have seen him, he leveled an entire mountain." All Might, Do you think we could defeat him? Izuku replied. He was pushed to his physical limits to become the ultimate weapon of evil. I'd even dare to say he has surpassed his MSTR. I think he's on par with one of us. Gran Torino, on the phone, it seems what we're dealing with is more difficult than we thought. I'll keep investigating. All Might on the phone, good luck. After that, the call ended. All Might looked at the green-haired boy and smiled, saying, I'm glad you agreed to help us. Izuku replied, yeah, whatever. All Might, so, how did the provisional license exam go? Immediately, a wave of depression surrounded the green-haired boy as he left the area, while All Might watched him with a nervous smile. Days passed, and the green-haired boy gradually adjusted to his daily routine, returning to his typical, expressionless state. Currently, all the students in Class 1A were attentively watching their teacher, who was about to make an announcement. Aizawa, in a few days the cultural festival will take place, and of course, you will all participate. Kirishima? A festival? Don't you think it's too dangerous given the situation we're in? Izuku thought, wow, looks like you're not just a muscle-bound punk anymore. Aizawa, in fact, this will demonstrate that despite everything that has happened, UA's safety and influence remain unshaken. Plus, it will serve as a way to relieve stress. Kirishima, I see, so I guess it will be beneficial. Aizawa, yes, choose what you will do and… Alright, take care of it, Aizawa said as he prepared to leave the classroom. Suddenly, he stopped and turned his gaze to a certain green-haired student in the room. By the way, everyone will participate, he added before exiting. Izuku let out a resigned sigh. Immediately, Ida stepped forward and said, okay, everyone, let's take this seriously. What do you propose we do? After a lengthy discussion, everyone finally agreed to hold a concert. Meanwhile, Izuku and Izumi decided to step out. Over the past few days, a certain blonde who could walk through walls had been pestering Izuku. After much insistence, he had agreed to visit Eri that day, and Izumi had offered to accompany him. The two green-haired students walked to the entrance of UA, where Mirio and Aizawa were waiting for them. You're late, Midoriya, Mirio said with a big smile. Oh, hello, Mirio-senpai. We were just deciding what to do for the cultural festival, which is why we took so long, Izumi replied. Right, the festival is coming up soon, Mirio acknowledged. Okay, the sooner we go, the sooner we'll be back, so let's get moving, Izuku said. He hopped into the car, followed by the others. Aizawa started the engine and quickly drove toward the hospital. A few minutes later, in a hospital room, Eri was sitting on her bed. I hope Mirio keeps his promise and brings them today. Eri thought, her eyes fixed on the door. Suddenly, it swung open and in walked Mirio, striking a silly pose, while Aizawa mimicked him from the other side. Izumi knelt between them, stretching her arms out to the sides. Guess who's here? Mirio exclaimed with a big smile, causing Eri's eyes to sparkle slightly. However, nothing happened. I said, guess who's here? Mirio repeated. Just then Izuku entered, saying, I'm coming, I'm coming. Izuku Oni-chan. Eri exclaimed with excitement as she rushed to hug him. Izumi watched this with a big smile, but instinctively, a small sinister aura surrounded her as she thought, well, she's just a child, there's nothing to worry about. Hello, Eri-chan. I see you've recovered quickly, Izuku said. Eri looked at him for a moment before her expression turned determined, and she clenched her tiny fists. Izuku looked at her in confusion as the little albino began to shape her face with her hands until she finally managed to create a smile. Mirio, Izumi, and Aizawa smiled at the burst of joy that Eri's actions had brought. Eri shyly glanced at the green-haired boy and asked, So, what did you think? Izuku sighed and sat down on the bed next to her. How do I say this? I've got it, he thought. Eri watched him intently. You know, Eri, a smile isn't appealing because of the expression on someone's face. It's appealing because of the feelings they have when they make it. So, did you feel different, or did your stress lessen when you made that smile? Izuku explained. Eri lowered her head slightly and replied, I don't think so. An awkward silence lingered until Izumi suddenly said, I know. I have an idea to help Eri relieve her stress and smile. How about we take her to the cultural festival? Mirio looked at her, smiling. Wow, what an excellent idea, Midoriya-chan. Without anyone noticing, Izuku pulled a small eraser from his pocket and let it drop. Then, Aizawa-sensei, could we take Eri-chan to the cultural festival? Mirio asked. I suppose if I talk to the principal and we get the necessary permissions, we could take her, Aizawa replied. Yeah, that's great. Izumi exclaimed. What's a cultural festival? Eri asked. It's a fun activity that our school holds. Mirio quickly answered, cutting off Izuku, who was about to say something else. Eri lowered her head for a moment, then lifted it to look at Izuku. Izuku Oni-chan, will you participate too? Izuku looked at her without answering until Aizawa chimed in with a teasing smile. Of course he will, right, Midoriya? Izuku glanced at the dark-haired teacher and thought, you know, sometimes I regret saving you. He let out a resigned sigh and said, I guess I will. All right then, I'll go. Eri declared. Yeah, you'll see, you'll have fun. Izumi encouraged. Days passed, and finally the cultural festival was upon them. All the students were energetically putting the finishing touches on their presentations, and Class 1A was no exception. Everyone in Class 1A was busy with the last-minute preparations for the stage where their band would perform. Katsumi was in charge of delivering wood to anyone who needed it. Ah, we're taking too long, Katsumi thought. Suddenly, her gaze landed on Izumi, who was kneeling a bit apart from the others. Hey, Izumi, come help me with this, will you? Katsumi called. Yeah, I'm coming, the green-haired girl replied nervously. Shota approached, noticing the odd interaction. Hey, Izumi, what's going on? Nothing, Izumi said, trying to hide something from the bicolor-haired boy. Izumi, what's happening? Shota asked, his voice tinged with a hint of annoyance. An uncomfortable silence hung in the air until Izumi turned to reveal that her eyes were slightly teary. It's just, the rope I was going to use to tie Aoyama-kun, it broke, she said, holding up the frayed rope. Shota looked at her with disappointment evident in his expression. What's going on? Izuku asked as he approached the two. Before either could respond, he noticed the broken rope, and his own expression shifted to one of disappointment. Don't look at me like that, it wasn't my fault. Izumi protested. Obviously, the rope was going to wear out with use. You should have anticipated that, Shota replied. I didn't expect anything from you, and yet you still managed to disappoint me, Izuku added. I'm sorry, Izumi said, her voice low. Suddenly, Izumi lifted her face with a big smile. I know. There's a store on Ajashi Street. I think if I hurry, I can buy a new one and come back. Sure. Here's the clean version of the text. If that's the case. Izumi took off running in a flash of green. Shota and Izuku watched as the green-haired girl disappeared into the distance. Do you think we should have told her we could just ask Yaoyorozu-san to create a new one? Shota asked. Nah, she'll be fine, Izuku replied. A few minutes later, Izumi had already bought a new rope and was on her way back. Izumi thought, when I get back, I'm sure Oni-chan will congratulate me. An image flashed through her mind of Izuku hugging her while Katsumi and Shota looked on with jealousy. Izumi blushed, lost in her fantasies, and didn't notice when she suddenly bumped into a man, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Izumi got up and looked at the man she had knocked over, who was being helped by a girl with red hair peeking out from under a mask and hat. She quickly rushed over to assist him. Are you okay, sir? Izumi asked. The man stood up and replied, Yes, don't worry, miss. Well, we're in a hurry, so we'll be on our way. All right, see you later, Izumi said, watching them continue on their way. She turned to glance at the duo for a moment, thinking, I feel like I've seen them before. Nah, it must be my imagination. I need to get back. Suddenly, the green-haired girl was enveloped in lightning again and took off running. A few minutes later at UA, Izuku was cutting wood with a saw. Ah, I hope I make it in time, he thought. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his mind. Boss, the first line has reported a breach of the perimeter, Clone A communicated. What's going on and in which sector? Izuku replied. It seems to be a man and a girl in Sector 27A, Clone A informed him. Got it, I'll head over there right away, Izuku said. A few minutes later, Izuku was walking through a forest when he suddenly extended his hand toward some bushes and quickly shot a blast of air. Wow, you show no mercy, said an older man carrying a red-haired girl who had barely managed to stop Izuku's attack using some strange barriers. The man looked on in surprise as several clones of Izuku surrounded him out of nowhere. Suddenly, Izuku released an aura of intimidation toward the two people in front of him, instilling fear in both. All right, gentle criminal, and his gaze landed on the girl hiding behind the older man. And you must be La Brava. I'm really busy right now and I don't want any more trouble, so whatever you want here, please leave. Gentle swallowed hard and smiled. I'm sorry, my friend, but we have a mission to complete. Izuku let out a long sigh and snapped his fingers. Gentle watched curiously as one of the clones appeared in front of him. The villain quickly tried to move away, but another clone froze his feet to prevent him from escaping. Gentle quickly created a barrier in front of him to protect himself from the first clone, but using super strength, the clone easily struck the villain, who, thanks to the ice, didn't go flying. Immediately, Gentle saw the remaining two clones charging electricity in their hands to shoot at him. He tried to break free again, but to no avail. The villain glanced at the little girl accompanying him, who was staring at him with a terrified expression. He smiled and threw her aside, and immediately he was hit by two electric shocks. The ice melted, causing the man to fall. La Brava began to cry and shouted, "Gentle, please get up." Instantly, a pink glow appeared around her. Izuku watched curiously as the villain he had just knocked out stood up, but what caught his attention the most was that the villain's muscles had increased in size. Immediately, the clone with super strength charged at the villain, but Gentle managed to stop him with his hand. Gentle saw the ice clone preparing to attack, but he threw the clone he had against it, causing both to crash and go flying. The villain ran toward the two electric clones and punched them in the stomach, sending them flying as well. Ah, boss, somehow he got stronger. Clone A exclaimed. Yeah. The girl must have some kind of quirk that boosts the strength of her target, Izuku replied. I'm sorry, young man, but as I said, I have a mission to complete, Gentle stated. Ah well. Izuku began. Gentle saw Izuku disappear in a burst of speed, only to reappear right in front of him. When did that happen? Gentle asked, surprised. The villain didn't have time to react when he was sent flying and crashed into a tree after receiving a punch to the stomach. Gentle, cried La Brava as she ran toward him. Izuku walked toward them, instilling fear in the little girl. La Brava, you need to run. Gentle urged. No, I want to stay with you. La Brava insisted. Suddenly, Izuku sat down in front of them, surprising both of them. You really are an idiot. You're doing all this for that girl, Izuku said. Gentle smiled. Well, I suppose everyone has something to fight for, and I fight for her smile. A blush formed on the cheeks of the little red-haired girl. Well, I guess this is the end, right? Gentle asked. Yeah, I suppose so, Izuku said, pointing his hand at them. La Brava hugged Gentle, and they both closed their eyes. However, nothing happened. In fact, they started to feel a bit more relieved. They opened their eyes and saw green energy emanating from Izuku's hand, which quickly healed their wounds. I guess I'm an idiot too. After all, our motivations are the same, Izuku admitted. What do you mean? Gentle asked. Izuku turned his gaze to the side. Oh, there's a girl who doesn't know how to smile, and today she's coming to the festival so she can smile. Gentle was surprised by what the green-haired boy said and lowered his head. Izuku stopped healing them and turned around as the other clones left. Go on. And keep making your videos, he said. Let me know if you need any further assistance. Watching those heroes get beaten is one of the few things that can distract me. Gentle looked at me, surprised, but then he smiled and said, All right, La Brava, let's go. But our plan? La Brava protested. Don't worry, La Brava. There's something more important to me than fame, and that's your happiness. La Brava blushed and immediately followed Gentle with a big smile. A few minutes later, we see Izuku back with the other students from Class 1A. Hey Midoriya, where did you go? Kaminari asked. I went to the bathroom, Izuku replied. Well, it doesn't matter. Help us out with this, please. A few minutes later, Izumi finally arrived, and everything was ready for the show. A few minutes later, we see Eri with Mirio. So, what do you think of the festival? Mirio asked. I like it, but I feel bad, Eri admitted. Mirio looked at her curiously and then asked, Why, Eri-chan? It's just that I'm sure you wanted to participate in the activity with your class, but you had to come with me. Mirio smiled and said, Don't worry, to me you're more important. Really? Eri asked, her eyes wide. Yes. All right, Eri-chan, now we're going to see the concert from Izuku's class. Eri nodded with a determined look. A few minutes later, we see them both at the concert venue. Mirio was carrying Eri so she could see better. There are so many people. Eri exclaimed. Yeah, everyone came to see them, Mirio replied. Suddenly, several fire orbs appeared above the crowd. Ah, it looks like it's starting, Mirio said excitedly. Then the curtain opened with an explosion from Katsumi, and Jiru said, Thank you all for coming. The dance group began their performance while the music group, with Jiru on vocals and guitar, Katsumi on drums, Momo on piano, and Kaminari and Tokoyami on guitar, took the stage. The audience was immediately swept up in the excitement while Eri watched the show in amazement. Suddenly, Izumi and Aoyama ran toward each other, with the green-haired girl surrounded by green lightning. She then launched the blonde into the air with laser beams, creating a spectacular light show. It's Izumi One-chan. Eri shouted. Yeah, she's amazing, isn't she? And what about Katsumi-chan? Mirio asked. Yes, Katsumi One-chan is incredible playing that strange instrument. Eri replied, her eyes sparkling. The dance continued as Eri kept watching intently. Suddenly, several ice particles began to rain down on the audience, and everyone looked up to see Shota creating ice, which was then shattered by Kirishima, giving it shape. Isn't it amazing, Eri-chan? Mirio asked. Yes, Eri replied, a little downcast. What's wrong, Eri-chan? Mirio inquired. It's just that he hasn't shown up. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll appear soon, Mirio reassured her. Meanwhile, standing on the roof of the stage, we see Izuku. All right, I think it's my turn, he said to himself. All the dancers raised their hands pointing upward when suddenly, out of nowhere, a black fireball appeared, exploding in such a way that fireworks shot out, and as it dissipated, Izuku appeared with black fire wings, floating. There he is! Mirio exclaimed. Eri watched the green-haired boy intently, her eyes shining. Immediately, several black flames shot from Izuku, and as they fell onto the stage, several clones of him appeared, also starting to dance. Next, the green-haired boy shot several blue lightning bolts forward, which, combined with the falling ice shards, created a magical atmosphere. Tsuyu used her tongue to carry Achiko through the crowd, who used her quirk to make them float. Izuku spread his wings, covering the entire stage while launching black fire spheres and lightning that exploded into fireworks. Eri raised her arms and then showed a big smile. Mirio watched her as he began to cry tears of joy. See, Midoriya? They all see it. This is why you all worked so hard. This is why you sacrificed yourselves. Thank you so much. Izuku saw the smile on the albino girl's face, and a slight smile formed on his own. Finally, he thought, you were able to smile for real. Congratulations, Eren. And that's how the show ended. After that, we see Izumi carrying some ice chunks when Eri and Mirio suddenly appeared. Hello, Midoriya-chan. Mirio greeted. Oh, hi, Mirio-senpai, Eri-chan. So, what did you think of the show? Izumi asked. Eri smiled and said, I liked it a lot. All those lights and sounds were amazing. At first, I was worried because I couldn't see Izuku Oniai-chan, but when he appeared, it was incredible. And by the way, where is he now? Well, he told me he had things to do, Izumi replied. I see, Eri said, a bit downcast. But don't worry, I'm sure we'll see him later, Izumi added. Yeah, you're right. Now let's go have some fun, Mirio suggested. After that, Eri spent a few hours enjoying herself with the others until it was time to leave. Alright, Eri-chan, it's time to go, Mirio said. Yes, but why didn't Izuku Oniai-chan come? Eri asked. I'm sorry, Erin, Shota said gently. Yeah, when we see him, we'll ask what happened, Katsumi added. Suddenly, Izuku arrived at the scene. Hello, Eri-chan, he said cheerfully. Izuku Oniai-chan. Eri shouted as she ran toward the green-haired boy. Look, Eri-chan, I have a big surprise for you, and that is... Izuku pulled out a caramel apple while wearing a big smile. Eri, Katsumi, Izumi, and Shota looked at him with shining eyes, but then their expressions turned blank. Wait a minute, Izumi said, puzzled. You're not Izuku Oniai-chan, Eri stated. Yeah, who are you? Katsumi asked. Where is he? Shota demanded. Izuku sighed and said, Chief, I think I've been found out. Suddenly, Izuku appeared from behind a wall, but with a monotone face. I guess that didn't work, he said. Sorry, Chief, Clone replied. Izuku took the caramel apple from his clone, which then disappeared. I'm sorry, Eri. Here, take it, he said, handing her the apple. Eri smiled and took the apple, and then her body began to glow white, transforming into... just like this, but without the horns and with a big smile. Thank you, Eri said while hugging the green-haired boy, her cheeks flushed. Izumi and Katsumi thought, she's just a little girl, she's just a little girl? Just a girl. Shota watched the scene unfold with a big smile, thinking, well, I guess today is Eri-chan's day. After that, the albino girl said her goodbyes and got into the car to head back to the hospital. A few minutes later, Izuku walked down one of the hallways when he suddenly ran into Nizu and Aizawa. Nizu, well, young Midoriya, I hope you had fun today. Izuku looked at them seriously and said, It's funny. Aizawa, what's funny? Izuku, since we saved Eri, you haven't stopped creating opportunities for her to get closer to me. A silence hung in the air until Izuku let out a big sigh. Izuku, I'm fine. I'll teach her to control her powers. Both adults bowed their heads. Nizu, thank you very much. Izuku continued on his way, leaving the two adults behind. Izuku thought, after all, the only reason she was able to control them at that moment was because we were in her subconscious. Well, I suppose we'll need her anyway. Now, the only thing I want to know is, who is the seventh, and will they be a friend or an enemy? A month had passed since the cultural festival, and we now see Izuku walking through one of the hallways of Yue's infirmary, with Eri on his back, smiling as she played with his green hair. Izuku. Eri, I told you to stop pulling my hair. Eri ignored him and kept playing. Izuku let out a long sigh and continued walking, his face showing annoyance, while behind him, Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi followed with nervous smiles. A few minutes later, they all arrived at the infirmary, where they found Mirio and Recovery Girl. Mirio looked at the green-haired boy with a smile and said, Oh, hello, young papa. I see you're taking good care of your daughter, but who is the mother? Suddenly, Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota exchanged glances, sparks flying from their eyes. Izumi, Shota, of course I am. Eri, you're mistaken, Mirio. Eri doesn't need a mom because I will be Izuku Oni-chan's wife. Mirio started laughing nervously while Izuku wore a face of disbelief. At the same time, Shota smiled, while Katsumi and Izumi looked at the albino girl, thinking, I guess we'll have to take measures against that girl. Recovery Girl, well, you fulfilled your duty of bringing her here from the hospital, so now go to class. Mirio, yes, Recovery-san. The students then said their goodbyes to Eri and left the room. Izumi, I'm so glad the hospital let Eri finish her treatment here at UA. Shota, yeah, you're right. Now she won't be as lonely as before. Mirio, yes, and now we can visit her more often. Izuku simply sighed with a hint of regret while the others looked at him with nervous smiles. A few minutes later, we see the students in their classroom, with Aizawa standing in front of them. Aizawa, well, before we start class, I have an announcement to make. Everyone looked attentively at their teacher. Aizawa, I know you're tired from the cultural festival, but we have another event coming up. The academic decathlon. Kaminari, academic decathlon? But UA has never participated in that, only regular academies do. Aizawa, I know, but as a way to promote UA's power, Principal Nizu has decided that this time at least the first years will participate. Kaminari, I see. Zato, so who will be participating? Aizawa, the principal asked me to select the 3 best students from this class to represent us. And those will be Shota Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy, who had been sleeping, sat up and said, No, 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 not this time. Aizawa, I'm sorry, but you don't have a choice. The principal added your participation to the deal he made with you as an additional condition. Izuku clenched his fists as the image of Nizu laughing while sipping coffee appeared in his mind. Izuku thought, Demon Mouse, you'll pay for this someday. Aizawa, that said, you all need to prepare, so I recommend forming a study group. Shota thought, that means I'll get to spend time alone with Izuku-kun. Well, Yaoyorozu will be there too. But that's fine. At that moment, as if they had a sixth sense, Katsumi and Izumi guessed Shota's plan and quickly began to strategize. Izuku watched them with his typical cold stare while in his mind. Izuku A? Oh no. Izuku B? I don't even want to imagine what they're planning. Izuku C? I just hope it's not like what happened that night. Please, don't even mention it, the other 2 Izukus said in unison. A few hours later, Momo, well, I guess we should start with science. What do you think, Midoriya-kun? Momo looked at the green-haired boy, and her face immediately shifted to a nervous smile. In front of him was Izuku, but curiously, Izumi and Katsumi were on either side, holding onto his arms, while Shota sat on his lap, leaning her back against his chest. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya-kun? Izuku, yeah, I agree. Let's go with that. But first, Izumi, Katsumi, can you tell me what you 2 are doing here? Izumi, well, you see, Oni-chan, I've recently noticed my grades have dropped, so I thought coming here would be good. Katsumi, yeah, me too. Izuku thought, recently? Shota, at least you 2 should stay away from Izuku so you don't distract him. The 2 girls shot a glare at the bicolor girl. Momo, well then, let's get started. And so went all the afternoons for our green-haired boy until the day of the competition finally arrived. By Aizawa's request, the entire Class 1A was allowed to attend the competition. He only did it to give them a day off. We see Katsumi and Izumi sitting next to each other on a bus, both wearing frowns. Izumi, why did Oni-chan and that girl have to travel separately? Aizawa, for the umpteenth time, it's to keep them focused. Izumi simply clicked her tongue. At the front of the bus, we can see a car with Momo, Izuku, and Shota inside, sitting in that order in the back seat. Shota rested her head on Izuku's shoulder, which strangely didn't bother him. Izuku thought, how odd, normally this would make me uncomfortable, but since that night. At that moment, the image of Shota smiling as a shimmering rain fell around her flashed through the green-haired boy's mind. Izuku thought, since that night? Where are those 3 when I need them? In Izuku's mind, a sign read, we went on vacation. Izuku kept thinking when suddenly, hey, Izuku-kun, do you think we can win? Shota asked. We prepared well, so I don't see why not, Izuku replied. With you here we can't lose. Momo added enthusiastically. Shota smiled and said, you're right, Yaoyorozu. Well, if you say so, Izuku responded. After a few more minutes, both vehicles came to a stop outside a large dome. Izuku got out of the car when suddenly a flash of green and orange burst from the bus and jumped over to him. Did they do anything to you, Izuku-kun? Katsumi asked, concern in her voice. Come and tell us. Anything. Izumi urged. Aizawa, you 3, enough already. Aizawa interjected. Izuku thought, why am I included in this? A few minutes later, the students of Class 1A were in one of the stands at the venue. Come on guys, we need to cheer them on. Leader encouraged. Ah, with Oni-chan there, victory is already assured. Izumi exclaimed. Yeah, Izuku-kun will wipe the floor with all those guys. Katsumi added confidently. You're right, Lita said, though a hint of doubt crept into his voice as he sat down, and everyone looked at him with concern. Just then, the announcer appeared. All right, the first match will be between Yue and Kamishiro. Shota, Izuku, and Momo walked through one of the doors, while on the other side, 3 boys emerged with mocking expressions. Wow, looks like we hit the jackpot. Boy A sneered. Yeah, we were among the top 4 last year. People like you will never beat us. Boy B added. This irritated the 2 girls a bit, while Izuku remained calm. You're just a bunch of idiots. Boy C shouted. That was it. Now Izuku was really angry. Izuku opened his eyes and glared at the 3 boys with an intimidating look, releasing an aura of intimidation that frightened them. They looked at the green-haired boy with a mix of fear and anger. All right, take your positions, the announcer commanded. Both teams then took their seats behind tables with huge red buttons in the center. The rules are simple. Once I start asking a question, you can press the button at any time to answer. So let's begin. Question 1. The famous Norwegian painter who? Izuku pressed the button and said, Edvard Munch. Everyone was surprised by the speed of the green-haired boy. Company correct. Question 2. The highest elevation in the solar system. Days had passed since the academic decathlon. Currently, we find ourselves at UA, specifically in Class 1. Aizawa had been lecturing for an hour, but he noticed the downcast faces of his students. Tired, he stood in front of them and said, All right, can you tell me what's wrong? Suddenly, some gazes fixed on an empty seat. Aizawa noticed this and let out a resigned sigh, thinking, it seems Midoriya has become an indispensable part of the class. What I don't understand is why the principal gave him permission for this. A few hours later, it was night, and all the students were gathered in the common room of their dormitory when suddenly the door opened, revealing a green-haired boy whose clothes were torn and several bruises were healing. Everyone looked at him with concern, but he simply walked past them. Wait, Oni-chan, Izumi said, trying to stop her brother, but he just headed for the stairs and went up to the 2nd floor to his room. An awkward silence filled the room until, what could have happened to Midoriya? Kirishima wondered. Since we went to the decathlon, he's been going out who knows where and always comes back like this, Kaminari added. Izumi lowered her head and said, Why does Oni-chan do this? And the worst part is that I can't support him. Suddenly, a few tears rolled down the green-haired girl's face. Don't worry, Izumi-chan, Katsumi said as she moved closer to hug her. Shota watched this from a distance, his face filled with great concern. He thought. He acted strange at that moment, but then he recovered. Something must have happened to him without us realizing. The next day in Class 1A, the situation was the same when suddenly, Alright, I'm tired of this. I'm going to talk to the principal to find out what Midoriya is doing, Aizawa declared. Everyone looked at their teacher in surprise when suddenly, I'll go with you. After all, he's my brother, Izumi said. I will too, Shota added. And me. Katsumi chimed in. Immediately, the entire class began to offer their support until everyone ended up going to the principal's office. All right, principal, tell me why Midoriya isn't attending classes, Aizawa demanded. Yes, what's wrong with Oni-chan? Izumi asked anxiously. Nizu put on a serious face and said, Calm down if you want to know, it's better if he tells you himself. But where is he? Aizawa pressed. He's not at UA, but we can go to where he is, though he might get upset, Nizu replied. Upset? Aizawa questioned. Yes, he asked not to be interrupted. This left everyone looking confused. A few minutes later, we see everyone aboard a bus, heading toward a secluded area somewhat far from the city. Everyone was worried when suddenly they began to hear loud explosions. All right, it's better if we go on foot from here, as it could be dangerous, Nizu advised. Aizawa nodded and ordered his students to get off. After walking for a bit, they began to see enormous explosions, which alarmed everyone. Then they spotted Izuku, who was in his Demon King mode, but But it wasn't just one, there were several Izukus, all attacking one that was the original. Izuku was dodging the blows from his clones when suddenly he sidestepped to avoid electric shocks thrown by some of them. At that moment, 3 clones created a massive sphere of black fire, electricity, and wind, and immediately launched it at the original, who didn't have time to dodge and took the full brunt of the attack. The sphere and Izuku collided with the ground, resulting in a colossal explosion. Seeing this, the entire class and Aizawa became worried and rushed toward the scene. Sure. Here's the clean text. The clones replicate 30% of Izuku's strength without using any of his quirks. If they are given a quirk, it will be at its maximum. If Izuku creates clones in his Demon King form, considering he defeated all for one in that form, then 30% of that would still surpass the former Emperor of Evil. Each clone of Izuku in his Demon King form, based solely on his physical power, is much stronger than all for one or All Might. Adding a quirk would only amplify that difference. A few minutes later, Izuku slowly opened his eyes and realized he was in Izumi's lap while all his classmates and their teacher watched him. He also noticed Nizu a little farther away. "I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but your classmates were worried. Besides, honestly, I'm against what you're doing," Nizu said with a serious expression. Izuku got up but wobbled again. Before he could fall, Shota and Katsumi caught him. Izumi stood up and positioned herself in front of her brother, tears beginning to flow. "What were you thinking when you did that? You could have died," Izumi said, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry," Izuku replied, leaving everyone present in shock, as they never would have imagined seeing the green-haired boy apologize. "Don't worry, but what happened? Why were you doing that?" Shota asked. "I need to be stronger." Izuku clenched his fist in frustration. "Come on, Midoriya, seriously? I don't think there's anyone stronger than you," Kaminari said, though some looked at Izuku with concern. "Midoriya, what happened in the decathlon?" Aizawa pressed. "And who was that guy in the final?" Shota added, and everyone looked at Izuku expectantly. That guy was another," Izuku said, his expression darkening. "Are you talking about another guy with a sin quirk?" Kirishima asked, swallowing hard. "Yes, that's right. The reason I went to the bathroom is that he wanted to contact me. So when I saw him, At that moment, the image of the tiny figure and the giant you flashed in Izuku's mind. "I felt like if he wanted to, he could kill me," he admitted, shocking everyone. Izuku had a cold look on his face. "I didn't think I would feel this. But at that moment I felt fear." Concern washed over his classmates, some even appearing terrified. Suddenly, Izuku opened his eyes when Shota, Izumi, and Katsumi hugged him tightly. "Then I get out of one danger only to fall into another," he thought. "It's okay, Oni-chan. You don't have to worry, we're all here to help you," Izumi reassured him. "We'll kick that guy's butt," Katsumi added confidently. "Please trust us too," Shota urged. "That's right, Midoriya," Lita chimed in. "When I met you, I knew you could do anything, but don't forget you have teammates who support you," Shinzo said. A slight smile formed on Izuku's face. "I see, Shinzo, but don't forget what you did the other night and also those 4 girls who are here," he said, glancing at the purple-haired boy and then at the 3 girls hugging him, causing them to tense up. Confusion spread among some, while Shinzo scratched his head with a nervous smile. Mina, Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota laughed awkwardly. "Wait a minute, guys. Did Midoriya just make a joke?" Kirishima asked, surprised. "Don't run, it's the end of the world," Zero exclaimed. At that, the whole class burst into laughter. Nizu watched from a distance with a smile, thinking, "See, young one, don't forget you still have teammates who support you. Don't forget the heroes." "I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need to get back to class," Aizawa said. Everyone looked at him with expressions that said, "Don't interrupt the moment." "Just kidding, you can take the day off," he added, prompting cheers from the students. They quickly quieted when Aizawa activated his quirk. "But don't relax," he warned. "Come on, tomorrow is the weekend." Mina protested. "Understood," Aizawa said with his red eyes fixed on them. "Yes," the students replied lethargically. "All right, now let's get back to school," Aizawa concluded. A few minutes later, the students from Class 1A were gathered in the common room of their dormitory. All right, we have the rest of the day free. What can we do? Kirishima asked. I know. Let's focus on reviewing what we learned this week, Lita suggested, earning a collective WTF expression from everyone, which made him feel down. I know. Why don't we watch a movie? Mina proposed. Yeah, good idea. Zero agreed. Well, I'm going to my room to sleep, said Izuku as he started to walk away. However, he was grabbed by Katsumi and Izumi. You're not going anywhere. Oni-chan, Izumi insisted. Come on, Izuku-kun, don't be a party pooper, Katsumi added. Ah, fine, Izuku relented. A few minutes later, everyone was watching a movie while Izuku thought, come on, if you could summon those eagles, why didn't you use them to get to the mountain and destroy the ring from the start? Suddenly, the movie cut off, and a reporter appeared with a panicked expression, bewildering everyone. We interrupt this program to report a tragic event that occurred yesterday. For some reason we still don't know, the city of Daika, is no longer there, the reporter announced. Everyone looked at the screen in shock, some covering their mouths as they saw the satellite image of what should have been the city, now replaced by a deep crater glowing ominously. Izuku stared at the screen, narrowing his eyes. So they've already started to move. Chapter end. And here I ask you, do you want me to make one? I was initially going to have Inko resent Izuku after discovering he didn't have a quirk, but then I reconsidered. It was already enough with Izumi and Katsumi. The moment Izuku received his quirk, a new girl would appear, embodying its essence. Each of the 7 would be accompanied by a girl, and in Izuku's case, her name would be Kureha. Her personality would be somewhat similar to Aqua's, and her relationship with Izuku would mirror Aqua's with Kazuma, except Kureha would genuinely have feelings for the green-haired boy. Only Izuku and those she chose would be able to see her, preventing any complications. However, I later scrapped this idea because I struggled with creating new characters and integrating them into the plot. In the chapter where Class 1A went camping, I considered including a mini-arc of 2 chapters where Izuku meets a girl who embodies lust. The idea was that she would attempt to approach him, but Izuku would defend himself and ask her why she was acting that way. Her reason would be that her mother was sick, prompting Izuku to use his quirk to help her. This would lead to another addition to the HRM, with her mother appearing younger than she actually was. I originally thought about giving All for One a Sin quirk, but I decided that would be too overpowered. I considered changing Izuku's sister's name from Izumi to Irumi or Rumi, but I realized that even though Izumi is a common name, it fits her character best. And if you haven't noticed yet, the anime that inspired this story was the slime anime. Trailer. You will never understand? You don't know what it's like to be there. To lose everything you value in an instant. To want to give everything for a moment of peace. I hate this world. I loathe it. People only think of themselves, ignoring the dreams of others. I despise this world that took my life from me. Don't you think this world is sick? You already see that I'm superior. I'm the true leader who will bring change. And once your life ends, everyone will kneel before me. Izumi, please, let us help you. Shota, will accompany you. Izuku, I'm sorry, but you can't follow me where I'm going. Katsumi, but... Izuku, by my authority, I must ask you to leave. Izumi, no, wait, Oni-chan. Shigaraki, what happened here? The city. It's gone. Toga, then he too. Consider yourself lucky, he died by my hand, and now you will too. Shigaraki, I don't care who you are, you will pay for killing him. Shota, wait Eri, you can't go anymore. Eri, no, Izuku Oni-chan gave us this task, and I won't stop until it's finished. Izuku, looks like the kid has grown. Shigaraki, I'll show you that you're wrong. I'm sorry, but you won't pass. This wall has never received a crack. Izuku, then I'll tear it to pieces. Izuku, no, this can't be. How does it feel to be treated like trash? Now bow before me or die. Your hope no longer exists. Izuku, hope doesn't end. Because I am here. All for one. Shigaraki, you know what you must do. I leave it to you. Shigaraki, Of course, Mr. That person will pay for this. Why do you fight? Izuku, to protect those who trust me. Protect them? I thought you hated this world. Izuku, I don't care who you are. If you can give me the power I need to end this situation, then do it. I don't care if I die in the process. Excellent kid, that's what I wanted to hear. That old man was useless, not even good for warming up. Once I have your sister's quirk, I will be complete. Izuku, I'm sorry, but you won't lay a finger on her. It's a shame you won't be able to return to your world. Izuku, I don't care. Everything is ready. It's time to annihilate the sins. Chapter end. A few days earlier, in a distant location from the city, a somewhat precarious house stood. Inside, all the members of the League of Villains were present, except for 2 of their members, their transport, and their information gatherer. Spiner, Shigaraki, I'm tired of living like this. When will we do something that truly matters? The blue-haired man remained silent. Frustrated, Spiner approached him and grabbed him by the neck. Spiner, damn it, I told you that. Suddenly, Shigaraki's eyes glowed red, causing Spiner to step back. In that moment, Shigaraki stood up while the others looked on. Shigaraki, unfortunately, now that Kurogiri has been captured, we find ourselves in a difficult situation. However, I believe it's time for us to move. Just then, a ringtone echoed from a cell phone. How timely, said the blue-haired man as he pulled out his phone. Everyone watched intently as the blue-haired man, oddly enough, had no hands. Shigaraki on the phone? Well, I'm tired of waiting. I think it's time to act. A sinister voice came from the phone. Yes, I agree. Shigaraki on the phone. Good, then we can go now. Of course, but you'll still have to pass another test. I think you can come now. Shigaraki on the phone. Perfect, then we'll go right now. The blue-haired man was about to hang up when the voice spoke again. However, I wouldn't be so happy if I were you, because your final test will be to tame him. Shigaraki clicked his tongue, squinting his eyes, and then hung up. Toga. Well, Shigaraki-kun, what do we do now? Shigaraki remained silent for a few seconds before finally ordering his league. Shigaraki, it's time. Get ready to move. Though he tried to hide it, a slight trace of excitement appeared on Spiner's face as he stood up to collect his scattered blades. Sitting on some crates was a black-haired man covered in patches, who let out a long sigh and stood up while stretching. Leaning against a corner of the room was a strange man dressed in a dark suit that covered him entirely. He stood up, though he seemed reluctant to leave that spot, openly expressing his longing to stay. On the other side, a masked man sat in a chair, sipping tea with his only hand that was still flesh and bone, also preparing to leave. After a few minutes, the group walked through a forest. Everyone followed the blue-haired man, who walked with a calm expression until he suddenly stopped, causing everyone to look at him attentively. Shigaraki, well, this is it. This comment sparked some anger in the lizard man present. Spiner, cut the jokes. Ignoring him, the blue-haired man bent down and began to move the dirt, revealing a hatch, which surprised the group. Shigaraki turned with a cold gaze directed especially at the lizard man who had questioned him moments ago. Shigaraki, let's go. A smile formed on the face of a certain psychopathic blonde as she walked alongside the others after the blue-haired man. After walking for a few minutes through the gloomy place, the villains finally arrived at a huge room filled with jars containing strange creatures, nothing more than gnomes in the process of formation. Everyone curiously observed the place when suddenly a sinister voice echoed throughout the room. Well, I see you arrived sooner than I thought. Everyone, except Shigaraki, looked analytically at the chubby man with a prominent mustache and glasses standing before them. Mr. Compress. Well, it may not be my place, but who are you? Twice. That doesn't matter, just tell us already. Garaki smiled and said, Oh, all right. I'll introduce myself. My name is Kudai Garaki, and I'm a doctor. Spiner. Okay, Shigaraki, what will this guy help us with? Shigaraki looked at the man and said, I'm wondering the same thing. Garaki's smile turned sinister as he said, What will you do now, Shigaraki Tamura? Your sensei is no longer here, so we can't rely on his power. So what will you do? At that moment, Garaki lowered his head while the image of a certain green-haired boy he despised crossed his mind. Then the blue-haired man lifted his face, showing a sick smile, and said, I want to be stronger than him. And then I will be the one to humiliate him. And then no one will be able to stop me. Garaki narrowed his eyes and said, Excellent answer. However, as I said, there's still a test you must pass. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed in the distance. Garaki sighed and said, Well, there you have it. It seems your test has awakened. Mr. Compress, wait, what was that supposed to be? Garaki, well, I don't want to see this place destroyed, so. Immediately, a strange being that appeared to be a Nomu emerged, even more abominable than the previous ones. Everyone stared as the creature's eyes began to glow, and suddenly a strange silver mass surrounded the League of Villains, causing them to disappear in an instant. A few seconds later, Shigaraki opened his eyes and realized they were back in the middle of the forest. He quickly turned to check on his group and felt relieved to see that everyone was fine when suddenly they sensed something approaching at high speed. More like a calamity in motion. Toga, what the hell is happening now? Dabi, I don't know, but it can't be good. Shigaraki surrounded himself with black and red lightning as two horns grew from his head. Fortunately, he could already control this form, even though he hadn't yet reached the final stage. Suddenly, the last trees in front of them were knocked down, revealing a massive figure. Gigantomachia. Everyone stared in awe at the imposing being before them. Spiner, what the hell is that thing? Suddenly, the beast focused on Shigaraki, and out of nowhere, everyone watched in disbelief as the giant began to cry inconsolably. Gigantomachia, why? Why? Why did the emissary leave such a fragile successor as this? Hey Shigaraki, what do we do now? Dabi asked with an unusual seriousness, while everyone else looked at him in terror, except for Toga, who managed to keep her composure. Isn't it obvious? Shigaraki replied, getting into a fighting stance. Mr. Compress, wait, you're not planning to? A sinister smile spread across Shigaraki's face as he said in a chilling voice, I'll show this guy who he's supposed to serve. Dabi let out a long sigh, then charged alongside Shigaraki to attack the colossal giant in front of them. Days passed. In the same forest, a massive cloud of dust erupted, sending uprooted trees flying and covering a large area. Faint red and black sparks appeared, and from the cloud emerged Shigaraki, crackling with black and red lightning. He watched the dust cloud intently when suddenly a colossal fist came crashing toward him. He barely managed to dodge the punch, and a sinister grin formed on his face as he thought, Perfect, I just need a touch. Shigaraki prepared to touch the giant's arm when a slight movement of Gigantomachia's hand generated a massive shockwave that sent him flying. He crashed into a tree and spat out some blood. Suddenly, the giant was engulfed in blue flames, distracting Twice and Spinner, who quickly lifted the injured Shigaraki and pulled him away. The flames dissipated, revealing an unscathed giant who turned to look at Shigaraki. Toga and Dabi, watching, grew concerned when the giant suddenly lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Dabi sighed in relief. Ah, finally he's back to sleep. Toga replied, Well, now we have 4 hours until he wakes up. Dabi added, I hope that's enough time for us to recover. A few minutes later, Shigaraki lay on the ground with an angry expression, the image of the green-haired boy in demon form firmly etched in his mind. Everyone turned to look at him when he slammed his fist into the ground. Why can that BSRD do that and I can't? Shigaraki exclaimed. A silence fell over the group until the sound of a phone ringing broke it. Is it that guy again? Dabi asked. No, this time it's mine, Twice replied, pulling out his phone and answering it. League of Villains, how can we help you? Everyone sighed at Twice's foolishness when a voice came through the phone. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your companion has spoken very highly of you. Immediately, Shigaraki stood up and grabbed the phone. Hey! Twice shouted in protest. Shigaraki ignored him and spoke coldly into the phone. Who the hell are you? Oh, my name is Redestro. If you're wondering why I called, I have one of your companions right here, What was his name? Oh yes, Jiren. What do you want? Shigaraki asked. Oh, nothing special. I just wanted to invite you to Daika City, my prosperous city. Suddenly, the man's voice turned icy. If you refuse to come, I'll kill your friend right here. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes in anger. And what's your answer? Redestro pressed. Shigaraki thought for a moment, then a sinister smile formed on his face as a plan began to take shape in his mind. Fine, I'll go, he said. I'll be waiting, Redestro replied. With that, Shigaraki hung up and looked at his companions. Spinner was the first to protest. Are you crazy? We're exhausted right now, besides, that thing could wake up at any moment. Shigaraki looked at him with a sinister smile that slightly unnerved Spinner. That's exactly what I want. When Gigantomachia wakes up, he'll chase us down and then destroy that BSTRD's beloved city. When that happens, I'm sure he'll be weak enough for me to subdue him in one go. Wow, that's an excellent plan, Shigaraki-kun. Toga exclaimed. Alright, then I guess we should get moving right now, Dabi said. Of course. Well then, let's go crush a BSTRD. A few minutes later, the group was just moments away from reaching the city. I really miss Kurogyri in situations like this, Mr. Compress said, showing signs of fatigue. Let him rot in prison for all I care. We need to rescue him immediately. Twice replied. Thank goodness for the villain's bipolarity, it managed to distract the group a bit. Okay, we should be close now. Suddenly, everyone was knocked back by a massive shockwave, followed by a brutal roar that threatened to shatter their eardrums. As the chaos subsided, the group slowly got back on their feet. The first to stand up, and obviously the least fortunate, was Spinner, who remained paralyzed and horrified as he stared in one direction. The rest of the group got up and immediately turned to look at him. Hey, what's wrong? Dabi asked. Spinner simply raised his hand to point in the same direction he was staring. Then everyone turned to look, and immediately Spinner's expression infected them all with dread. Before them, where the city was supposed to be, now stood a massive golden pillar. Shigaraki snapped out of his shock and hurried forward, followed closely by his group. After running a bit, they arrived at the city and were horrified by what they found. In its place was simply a colossal crater that encompassed the entire area where the city was supposed to be. Everyone stared in disbelief at the enormous hole. What the hell happened here? The city, it's gone. Shigaraki exclaimed. Tears began to well up in Toga's eyes as she thought of her companion trapped in this place. Then he too. Shigaraki clenched his fists in anger when suddenly, a figure descended before them. It was a black-haired man with a calm smile on his face. Shigaraki glared at him with rage. Consider yourself lucky, he died by my hand, now you will too, unless you want to join me. Immediately, Shigaraki prepared to fight, surrounded by black and red lightning as two horns began to grow from his head. I don't care who you are, you will pay for killing him. Shigaraki shouted. The man simply smiled in response. Shigaraki glared furiously at the black-haired figure floating in front of him and his group. Consider yourself lucky, he died by my hand. And now you will too, you taunted. Immediately, the blue-haired one prepared to fight, surrounded by black and red lightning, and two horns grew from his head. I don't care who you are, you'll pay for killing him, Shigaraki declared. You simply smiled in response and landed a few meters away from the League of Villains. Wow, don't tell me that's your best. Well, show me what you can do, he challenged. Shigaraki charged at you, trying to touch him. However, you sidestepped slightly to dodge the attack. Looks like we have a certain meddler, you remarked as he stopped a burst of blue fire from Dabi with his bare hands. Everyone watched in shock as Dabi narrowed his eyes. Shigaraki unleashed a wave of destruction toward you, but once again, you dodged and, in a burst of speed, appeared beside the blue-haired one, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying with a massive shockwave. Shigaraki began to rise slightly, his arms trembling from the effort of shielding himself. You started to advance toward the blue-haired one when suddenly Twice, Spinner, and Mr. Compress stepped in front of their leader to protect him. It seems there are some nuisances that need to be eliminated, you said. At that moment, Shigaraki stood up and walked to stand in front of his companions. "You all need to leave," he ordered. "But Shigaraki-kun," Toga protested. Shigaraki turned to glare at his group. "Leave. I don't want any distractions getting in the way of me killing that guy." Toga made a sorrowful face and simply nodded. Then, along with Spinner, Twice, and Compress, they quickly left the area. Shigaraki coldly watched as Dabi, who had stayed behind, walked up to his side. "You," Shigaraki began. "I told you I'd only follow your orders when I felt like it," Dabi replied. "Don't you see that guy?" Shigaraki started. "Besides, I knew Jiren longer than you did. And he was a great friend," Dabi interrupted. Shigaraki sighed and said, "Do whatever you want." Dabi nodded with a smile on his face, thinking, "Besides, I won't lose anyone ever again. Honestly, I would have preferred it if only Ira had stayed, but oh well. I guess it doesn't matter," Yu remarked. Dabi clicked his tongue and, in an instant, surrounded himself with blue flames. The black-haired figure with burn patches looked up to see Yu wearing a sinister smile. "I suggest you don't underestimate me," Dabi shouted as he unleashed a massive blast of blue fire at Yu. Shigaraki looked on in surprise, as it was the first time he had seen such power from his companion. Yu sidestepped to dodge, but at that moment, Shigaraki appeared beside him and tried to hit him. Yu created a golden barrier that stopped the villain's blow, but the barrier began to crack with red lines. Yu smiled and sidestepped to avoid the blue-haired one's punch. In that moment he saw several blue fire spears speeding toward him. However, Yu managed to catch all the spears and hurled them back in the same direction they came from. Dabi barely managed to dodge his own attack by mere centimeters. "Hey, Firestarter, give me better cover," Shigaraki shouted. "Shut up, you can't even hit him," Dabi retorted. Shigaraki huffed and said, "Well, now you'll see how I smash his face." He charged at Yu, who effortlessly kept dodging the punches. "Looks like that's the best you've got," Yu said before delivering a powerful knee strike to the blue-haired one's stomach, causing him to arch back. However, Yu was surprised to see the smile on the blue-haired one's face. "I can, but he can't," Shigaraki said. Then Yu turned to look at Dabi, who had created a massive sphere of blue fire. This distraction gave Shigaraki enough time to pull back, and then, Purgatory Flame. Dabi unleashed a colossal blast of blue fire, much larger than the previous one. The flames engulfed Yu, but without wasting any time, Shigaraki created a huge sphere of air surrounded by red lightning and launched it at the fireball, causing it to explode in a massive blast. Both villains allowed themselves a glimmer of hope when suddenly the smoke left behind was dissipated by a swift movement of Yu's hand. The black-haired figure looked at both villains with a smile and said, "Now I understand." Yu vanished in a burst of speed and then appeared between them. "As long as you're here, you won't be able to see his true power," he said while gesturing toward Dabi. Both villains barely managed to turn their heads when Yu flicked his hand lightly, sending Dabi crashing into some rocks. Shigaraki watched in desperation and immediately jumped to check on his companion. Dabi was injured and covered in blood. "Are you?" Shigaraki began. Dabi spat out some blood and said, "That guy really? It's hard." Then the black-haired member of the League fell unconscious. At that moment, a colossal aura surrounded Shigaraki. "This," Shigaraki began, his voice filled with determination. Shigaraki turned to look at Yu as two white wings with holes emerged from his back, and two black horns sprouted from his head. Yu smiled, finally witnessing the transformation he had come for. "You will pay for this," Shigaraki growled. In the next moment, he let out a beastly roar, his face devoid of reason as cracks began to spread around him, even without the sky-blue-haired boy having touched him. Yet, perhaps deep down, a flicker of Shigaraki's consciousness remained, as the only thing unaffected by the boy's power was the unconscious body of his companion. Shigaraki vanished in a burst of speed and reappeared next to Yu, throwing a punch. Yu, however, shielded himself with his arms, which were surrounded by a golden energy. The sheer force of the blow sent him soaring into the sky. Shigaraki moved with colossal speed to appear above Yu and struck him again, unleashing a flurry of blows from various angles, as if he were nothing more than a rag doll. Finally, Shigaraki delivered a kick to Yu's face, sending him crashing into some rocks. As Yu fell, he got back up, his body unscathed, and began to laugh. "Excellent. You really are strong." Shigaraki glared at him with rage, and in another burst of speed, he appeared next to Yu. However, his eyes widened as he spat out saliva. Without even looking at him, Yu landed a powerful punch to Shigaraki's stomach, causing him to double over. "But I'm stronger," Yu declared. In the next moment, Yu kicked him, sending Shigaraki flying. He traveled several kilometers before managing to stop himself in midair, shaking his head. Suddenly, Yu appeared in front of him, hands in his pockets. Shigaraki glared at his opponent, growling. "Come on, don't tell me you're already tired." Shigaraki let out a massive roar that generated a powerful gust of wind. He leaned forward slightly, aiming his horns at Yu, and a red sphere began to form between the protrusions, growing in size. Yu whistled in astonishment. "Wow, I didn't expect your destructive powers to increase so much. It would be great if you could control all that power. Though I guess with time, you will. But for now." At that moment, Yu extended both hands, his smile turning a bit dark. "For now, you're not useful to me." Shigaraki finished charging his attack. One of Yu's hands was surrounded by air, enveloped by golden lightning, while a golden fire sphere appeared in his other hand. Shigaraki unleashed a colossal red lightning bolt, but now behold, the power of a god. Yu brought his hands together and immediately fired a colossal blast of fire surrounded by golden lightning. The blast shot forward, advancing toward Shigaraki without pause, ultimately striking him and resulting in a massive golden explosion. As the smoke cleared, Yu descended to stand in front of Shigaraki's unconscious body, which had returned to its normal state. Yu looked at his hand with a hint of annoyance. "It seems I still can't control my power well. I reduced it too much, but I suppose it was necessary." Yu approached Shigaraki's body when suddenly a colossal beast emerged from the forest. "There it is!" Toga shouted with concern from atop Gigantomachia's back. The giant quickly swung his colossal fist at Yu, sending him flying. Dabi, who was also on the giant's back, strained to look up and check if Shigaraki was alive. Then Gigantomachia grabbed Shigaraki's body, and seeing its state, a wave of rage coursed through him. The giant was about to charge toward the spot where Yu had fallen when suddenly he felt an overwhelming aura of intimidation emanating from that direction. The villains breathed a sigh of relief as they watched Gigantomachia run away at high speed. Yu got up and simply stood there, smiling. "I guess that's fine for now. Besides..." He looked at his hand, where a strange golden mass was beginning to form. "I already got what I wanted." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Izuku lay down when suddenly something fell onto him, causing his expression to shift to annoyance as he woke up. "What the hell is going on?" The green-haired boy rubbed his eyes when suddenly, "Hello, Oni-chan. So this is where you were. You promised to take me to the pond today." Izuku's eyes flew open as he saw Izumi smiling down at him. "What the hell? What is she talking about? I didn't promise her anything." A look of shock appeared on Izuku's face as he realized he wasn't in his bed but rather lying at the foot of a tree in a vast meadow. Izumi raised an eyebrow, curious as she watched him examine his surroundings. "I get it now, I've been kidnapped." "Is something wrong, Oni-chan?" the green-haired girl asked, standing up. Izuku's surprise grew as he took a better look at her. She was wearing a light blue dress with white lace. "Izumi. Seriously, I'm scared now. What the hell is going on?" Izumi looked at him, slightly puzzled, and then said, "What are you talking about, Oni-chan? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's go to the pond like you promised," she said, pouting. Izuku was still in shock when suddenly a feminine voice spoke from behind the tree he was leaning against. "Come on, Izumi-chan, don't bother." "That our brother?" Izumi crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks. Izuku's surprise intensified, not so much because of what the woman had said, but because that voice. He had heard that voice before. Years ago, when he was just a child. When he received his power. Immediately, the green-haired boy tried to turn around, but the only thing he could faintly see was a woman slightly older than him with long green hair smiling at him. Suddenly, his vision blurred and then went completely black. Ah! Izuku screamed as he woke up in his bed. Izuku started breathing heavily when he suddenly noticed his legs. There, he saw Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota peacefully sleeping. With a blank expression, Izuku said, "Ah, no wonder I had that strange dream. I wonder if I could buy one of those doors they use in maximum security bunkers." Izuku woke up, staring monotonously at the three girls sleeping on him. This had happened several times since the sports festival. No matter how much he blocked his door, they always found a way to sneak in. In response, the green-haired boy had tried to ask others for help, but we see Inko smiling as she talks on the phone with Izuku. "Inko, son, in situations like this, you have to take the bull by the horns. Come on, I'll support you." We see Izuku in front of Aizawa, who has a thoughtful expression with his hand on his chin. "Aizawa, it doesn't matter, just don't make too much noise at night." Izuku thought, what could he have meant by that? We see Izuku in front of All Might. All Might, young Midoriya, I honestly don't have much experience in that area, but all I can say is, go beyond, plus ultra. Izuku thought, damn it, that's not even an answer. Izuku remained in his position because, as much as he wanted to, the three girls were clinging to him too tightly for him to get up. So, in Izuku's mind, we see three versions of himself, each with a suitcase. Izuku seriously, Hawaii is something else. Izuku B, well, I think it's time to get to work. Izuku C, let's see what we have today. The three of them looked over some papers on their desk, where a photo of Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota in Izuku's bed was visible. They then raised their gazes with serious expressions. Izuku B, guys, I think Egypt looks too good to pass up visiting. Izuku looked at the three girls with a depressed expression and then slowly began to move them. The first to wake up was Izumi, who smiled at him, causing Izuku to back away a little in fear while unconsciously moving his hand to protect himself. Izumi, hi, Oni-chan, did you sleep well? Izuku thought, actually, I think I'm in a nightmare now. Next, Shota and Katsumi woke up. Katsumi looked at him with a big smile, while Shota blushed slightly but also smiled. Then the three girls jumped to hug the green-haired boy. Izuku lowered his head while the three girls looked at him curiously. "Get out of my room," the green-haired boy shouted as he pushed the three girls out and then locked the door with several locks. Izuku thought, finally safe. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing Katsumi. "Katsumi, oh, by the way, since you went to do your extra classes for your provisional license yesterday, you missed the meeting we had. Aizawa-sensei asked us to tell you that tomorrow we'll be celebrating a Christmas party, and you're especially required to attend." After that, the ash-blonde girl closed the door. Izuku approached and checked how each of the locks had been opened. Izuku raised his gaze, showing a serious expression. Izuku thought, fine, I better not say anything. Izuku started getting dressed, and when he was ready, he paused for a moment before leaving, wearing a serious expression. Izuku thought, that dream. That girl. Who is she? Her voice was identical to that time. But my only sister is Izumi. The green-haired boy let out a long sigh. Izuku thought, it was just a dream. But just in case I'll ask Mom. He then left the room. Meanwhile, in Deus's palace, we see the giant watching Izuku walk down a hallway through his screen. Deus, that's cheating. Well, maybe I'll make it a little more interesting. Suddenly, the giant felt a pain in his head, so he quickly brought his hand to it. Deus, it seems it will be soon. You should hurry and choose the 7th. A few minutes later, we see all the students from Class 1A and their teacher Aizawa gathered in the training field. Aizawa, all right, since the holidays start tomorrow, today we'll have a practice combat session, 1 versus 1, to see how much you've improved your skills. This excited everyone present, as it had been a while since they had a practical training session. Suddenly, everyone fell silent when they saw Aizawa activate his quirk. Aizawa, and seriously, if I see even one of you trying to act smart, I swear I'll cancel tomorrow's party. The students simply nodded. Aizawa pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket and unfolded it. Aizawa, let's see. Wrong sheet. Aizawa quickly crumpled the sheet and put it away. Sorry, I grabbed the wrong sheet, said the dark-haired teacher as he pulled out another one, earning confused looks from his students. Aizawa cleared his throat and spoke. Aizawa, alright, I took the liberty of choosing the pairs for the fights based on your latest results, so there wouldn't be too much disparity. Of course, there's someone I didn't have to worry about that with. Everyone turned their gaze to a certain green-haired boy, praying not to be paired with him, although 3 girls wished for the opposite. Aizawa, okay, the first match will be Lida versus Tokoyami. The 2 mentioned then stepped up to the platform. In this way, one by one, the matches took place until finally, the penultimate match arrived, where Shota managed to defeat Katsumi due to his greater control over his fire side, which many observers could swear was very close to Endeavor's power. However, Katsumi was not far behind, as her power could be felt just by looking at Shota, who, despite winning, was in a deplorable state. Aizawa, alright, you can go to the infirmary. Aizawa stopped when he saw Izuku healing his 2 classmates by draining his life force into them. Aizawa thought, I just hope Recovery Girl doesn't lose her job over this. Aizawa, anyway, the last match will be between Izuku Midoriya versus Izumi Midoriya. The 2 green-haired siblings stepped into the arena. Izumi looked seriously at her brother, while he regarded her with indifference. In an instant, Izuku raised his fist, taking a fighting stance. Izumi smiled confidently, surrounding herself with green lightning and fire as she began to unleash an incredible pressure. Among the spectators, Tfuyu remarked, "Poor Izumi, she got stuck with the worst opponent." Actually, it's the other way around, Shota interjected, catching everyone's attention. Kirishima asked, "What do you mean?" Shota explained, by facing Izuku-kun, she'll be able to test all her abilities without holding back for even a second. Kaminari chimed in, "I see, so she'll get to see her full potential." "Exactly," Shota confirmed. Aizawa announced, "Alright, begin." Immediately, Izumi vanished in a burst of speed. Izuku raised his arm to block a powerful kick that unleashed a colossal sound. He turned slightly to look at her, and Izumi disappeared again, reappearing on the opposite side of her brother to deliver another kick. Izuku managed to catch her leg. However, Izumi performed a mid-air flip and struck him with a powerful punch. Yet, Izuku also caught her fist. Izumi looked at him with a smile and said, "I'm not done yet." In an instant, her entire body was engulfed in flames. Seeing this, Izuku released her and jumped back to create some distance. Izumi looked at her brother and asked, "What do you think, Oni-chan?" Izuku sighed and replied, "You're no longer weak." Izumi smiled and said, "Yes, and I'm still not finished." She clenched her fists as the lightning surrounding her intensified. "One for all, fire strike 50%. Izuku looked at her seriously, thinking, wow. I guess I can say she's really put in the effort. Izumi vanished, leaving a trail of fire behind her as a whistling sound filled the air. She then appeared in front of Izuku, ready to strike. The blow not only unleashed an incredible shockwave but also caused a powerful fiery explosion. Izuku leaped into the air and charged a black fireball to shoot at his sister. However, at an astonishing speed, Izumi disappeared again, reappearing above Izuku just as she was about to hit him. But the green-haired boy was faster. He quickly encased his hand in ice and grabbed his sister's arm, countering the colossal heat that surrounded her. A massive cloud of steam enveloped both of them. After several loud crashes, a figure descended and crashed onto the platform. As everyone focused, they realized it was Izumi, who began to rise slightly. Izuku landed in front of his sister. "You're amazing, Oni-chan," Izumi said, "but I can still keep going." She stood up and began to increase her one for all percentage even more. Suddenly, her eyes turned white for a moment, and strange black WHs emerged from her body. Izumi screamed in pain, causing concern among the onlookers. That scrawny blonde is going to have to explain himself, Izuku thought, and then he moved at incredible speed to strike the back of his sister's neck, knocking her unconscious. He picked her up and said, "All right, I'll take her to the infirmary." Aizawa simply nodded as everyone looked at the green-haired girl with worry. A few moments later, Izuku sat in the infirmary with Izumi beside him. A serious expression was etched on his face as he stared into space, but in his mind, one thought repeated itself: "Please don't wake up. Please don't wake up. Please don't wake up. Please don't wake up until someone comes." Suddenly, Izumi stirred and turned to look at Izuku. Izuku met her gaze with a serious look. "Diamante, why?" Just then, the door swung open to reveal a concerned All Might. "Thank goodness," Izuku thought. "Izumi Shoujo, what happened?" All Might asked. Izumi recounted what had transpired, with her brother helping her fill in the gaps since she didn't remember everything clearly. "So, you know something about this?" Izuku asked. All Might maintained a serious expression until he replied, "Honestly, I have no idea." "You're such a useless idiot," Izuku thought. Then, Izumi began. "What I do know is that the quirk described to me was the quirk of the fifth," All Might said. "Does that mean?" Izumi. "Yes, it's very likely that you can handle it now too. After all, it's possible that along with One for All, the other quirks were passed down as well." Izumi smiled brightly and said, "Then with this, I can become stronger." All Might smiled back and said, "Yes, that's right, young Midoriya." Both All Might and Izumi felt truly happy, but in the room, Izuku lifted his gaze and noticed two bubbles appearing above him. In one, he saw chibi versions of himself being punched by Izumi, charged with lightning, and in the other, he was getting blasted by a fire burst from his sister. Suddenly, a new bubble appeared, showing him being struck by a black WHP from Izumi. A wave of depression washed over the green-haired boy as he was curiously observed by the other two. A few minutes later, Izumi and Izuku walked back to the dorms. Once they reached the common room where their paths would diverge, Izuku quickly tried to head toward the boys' dormitory when suddenly, "Hey, Oni-chan," Izumi called. Izuku turned to look at her, surprised to see a sad expression on her face. "What's wrong?" he asked. "You still see Katsumi and me that way, don't you?" Izumi said. "What do you mean?" Izuku replied. "I'm sorry for everything we did to you." With that, Izumi lifted her head, showing a determined look. "I promise we'll make you see us differently." With that, the green-haired girl ran off toward the girls' dormitory. Izuku stood there for a moment and then sighed. All right. The happiest day of the year had finally arrived, the day when everyone rejoices, and Class 1A would hold their Christmas party. For a certain green-haired boy, however, it was also the worst day of the year. Izuku made his way down the stairs to the common room of the Class 1A dormitory. Upon reaching his destination, he saw his classmates decorating the space. He let out a long sigh. Ah, do they really think they have time for this? Well, if they get in trouble, I can say it wasn't my fault. Suddenly, Momo approached him. "Midoriya-kun, excuse me, could you go to the city market to buy a few things?" Izuku looked at her for a moment before replying, "Yarozu-san, I think you forgot the state I'm in. I can't leave the school unless it's a matter of life or death." Momo nodded. "That's true. I'm sorry." Well, since Nizu never specified which Izuku should stay here. With that, the green-haired boy extended his hand, and a clone of himself appeared in front of him. "Oh hey boss. What do you need me for?" the clone asked. "I need you to go buy a few things." "Sure, what do you need?" Momo handed him a list with several items and a bit of money. The clone examined it for a moment. "I gave you the teleportation quirk, so hurry up." "On it," said the clone before disappearing in a flash of blue light. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun. Now could you help us with a few things, please?" Momo asked. "Yeah, sure." Izuku followed Momo to start organizing some items. In the distance, Izumi and Katsumi watched them with jealous expressions. "No, I won't accept another one," Izumi said. "I agree." "Okay, you distract that girl, and then I'll get Izuku-kun to come back here," Katsumi replied. "All right, I'm in." The two girls exchanged glances and nodded at each other before moving toward Momo when suddenly, they felt something grab them by the neck. They turned around to find Shota holding them. Where do you think you're going? He asked. Can't you see? Katsumi replied. Yaoyorozu is too close to Izuku. Izumi added. Shota sighed. Listen, you two. This is a special day, and I won't let you ruin it with your nonsense. So get to work now. But, Izumi protested. I was clear. Ah, fine, the two girls said resignedly before returning to their tasks. Shota paused for a moment and then turned to look at Izuku, feeling a slight discomfort that made him blush. He let out a long sigh. Ah, I'm just like them. With that, he returned to his previous task. After a few minutes, Izuku's clone returned with all the items he had been sent to get and handed them over before disappearing. A little later, all the students looked proudly at their work. All right, everyone, as your representative, I have to say you did a great job. Now let's make the most of the time we have left until Aizawa-sensei arrives to review what we learned in the last class, Lita announced. Everyone looked gloomily at the dark-haired teacher. In response, Lita lowered his head. I'm sorry, he said, sounding downcast. Suddenly, the main door opened, and Aizawa, Eri, and Mirio walked in. Oh, they finally arrived. Izumi exclaimed. Aizawa looked around the room and said, Wow, it seems like you all put in a lot of effort. Thank you very much, sensei, Lita replied. The green-haired girl and Katsumi approached Eri. Hi, Eri-chan. You look great like this, Katsumi said. Eri blushed a little and replied, Thanks, tilting her head to look at Izuku. The two girls noticed this and exchanged blank expressions. Izumi smiled and said, Eri-chan, we haven't started yet, but would you like some chocolate? Yeah, that sounds good, Eri responded. A few minutes later, Izuku was eating a slice of cake. Wow, I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. I guess this will do. Suddenly, Eri asked, Izuku Oni-chan, how do I look? Izuku looked at her for a moment and said, You look fine. Eri stared at him. He didn't even change the expression on his face. But this isn't over yet. Shota watched the scene, thinking, Eri-chan, I hope you don't regret going after the biggest fish. Eri concentrated, making a hand gesture, and said, Transformation. Her body began to glow as she grew. In the distance, Aizawa watched with a sweat drop on his forehead. Well, I think it was a bad idea to let her watch Naruto. The light surrounding Eri dissipated, revealing her transformation. Izuku stared at her intently. Finally, Eri moved forward and hugged one of Izuku's arms. All right, Izuku-kun, what do you think? Suddenly, they were surrounded by Katsumi and Izumi, while Shota also approached. Hey, Oni-chan, now that it's Christmas, don't you think it would be great to spend time with family with me? Izumi asked. Yes, and of course, I'm part of the family. Katsumi added. Count me in. Shota chimed in. However, Izuku kept staring at Eri, causing Izumi and Katsumi to start pulling him away. Wow, those training sessions we've had really paid off. It looks like she's mastered her transformation ability. Well, it was to be expected. After all, she's almost ready to use the first form. A few minutes later, another guest arrived, Inko Midoriya. Izumi approached her mother. Hi, Mom. I'm so glad you could come. Izumi said. Hi, sweetie. Wow, this place looks so lively. Inko replied. Yeah, you're right. Izumi agreed. And where's your brother? Inko asked. Izumi pointed to a couch where Izuku could be seen sipping some juice with a bored expression. Inko smiled and said, just as expected of him. Alright, daughter, go ahead and join your friends. I'll take care of that boy, Inko said. Izumi replied, okay, Mom. With that, Inko walked over and sat down in front of her son. Hello, son. You look very lonely, Inko remarked. Izuku simply looked at her and said, wow, I didn't expect you to actually come. Well, after all, you were the one who told me to come, Inko replied. A hint of seriousness enveloped them both. I never expected you to invite me. But if you did, it must be for something important, Inko continued. Well, the thing is, I wanted to ask you, do I happen to have another sister? Izuku inquired. Inko stared at him for a second, then her face broke into a teasing smile. Isn't Izumi enough for you? You want another cute little sister? Well, for your bad luck, you and Izumi-chan are my only children. Izuku turned to look at his sister, who smiled and waved at him. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of having two of them. Forget the question. God have mercy on me if that were to happen, he said. Inko laughed. Ha, you have such wild ideas. So, was that all? Yes, that's it, Izuku confirmed. Well, shouldn't you go join the others? Inko suggested. No, I'd rather stay here, Izuku replied. Sometimes I think you didn't inherit anything from me or your father, Inko said with a sigh. Izuku simply sighed and said, I just prefer to stay here. All right, Inko said as she stood up to join the others. Izuku remained seated in silence. Meanwhile, Izumi was with her friends when she suddenly exclaimed, Oh, I forgot to invite Nizu-sensei. Mina replied, Well, there's still a lot to do. Why don't you go? Okay, Izumi said. Izuku turned to watch his sister leave, then lowered his head, wearing a cold expression. Izuku thought, so what was that dream? It felt too real to be just that. Besides, it's been a month since the Daika City incident, and the culprit still hasn't been found. I have a feeling that. We see Izumi running through the UA courtyard. I have to hurry, she said. Suddenly, the green-haired girl began to feel weak. What's happening? She wondered, her vision starting to blur. In the next moment, Izumi collapsed to the ground, completely asleep. Izuku thought, I have a feeling something bad is about to happen. With Izumi, the green-haired girl lay on the floor when suddenly a laugh echoed in the air. In front of her appeared a blonde girl with wings and golden horns. Kemi approached the green-haired girl and lifted her up. Well, I guess we have what we need. Alexander. At that moment, a blue portal opened, and a blonde figure peeked through. All right, bring her here, Alexander said. Yes, with this, we'll force him to act, Kemi replied. Kemi dropped a piece of paper with a note on the ground and then stepped into the portal while carrying the green-haired girl. The portal closed behind them without a trace. Currently, we see Nizu with several teachers, and at Nizu's request, Izuku was also in the room. It can't be happening again, All Might said. We got complacent due to the inactivity of the League, Aizawa added. Those BSers, Blad Knight muttered. Izuku said, no, it wasn't them. Everyone turned their attention to the green-haired boy. What do you mean? Nizu asked. There's a reason the League hasn't made any moves this past month, Izuku explained. And what is that? All Might pressed. Nizu added that they don't have the resources to do anything. Right, young Midoriya? Yes, that's right. Plus, considering they lost their only member with a transportation quirk, I think they're in too bad a situation to even attempt something like that, Izuku clarified. But then, who was it? Aizawa questioned. Izuku looked at his teacher and then at everyone else before letting out a long sigh. Isn't it obvious? Nizu's eyes widened in realization. But I thought we had more time. Unfortunately, the war has caught up with us, Izuku said. After that, we see Izuku walking through the halls of UA when suddenly he was surrounded by his classmates. What happened? Achiko asked. Izumi will be rescued, Katsumi said. Who was responsible? Shota inquired. It has all begun, Izuku replied. Everyone looked at him a bit fearfully, knowing what that meant. So it was them, Momo said. Yes, that's right, Izuku confirmed. With that, the green-haired boy continued on his way when he suddenly crossed paths with Shinzo. Do you think you should be so unconcerned? Shinzo asked. You know her well, Izuku replied. Shinzo swallowed hard and then smiled nervously. I pity whoever kidnapped her. Yeah, me too, Izuku said as he kept walking. Shinzo glanced at him sideways, thinking, it seems that being called an idiot isn't the only thing that bothers you. Izuku continued on, clenching his fists tightly. Now, I want to clarify something. Despite everything that has happened, Izuku does not hate either Katsumi or his sister. The reason for the apparent rejection isn't due to that, it's more like, imagine that as children they were bitten by a dog. The most normal thing that can happen is that as they grow up, they develop some sort of trauma, so that every time they see a dog, they feel a strange sense of repulsion or even fear. The same happens to Izuku with his sister and Katsumi. Meanwhile, we find ourselves in an underground location. In one of the rooms, the green-haired girl, still with her eyes closed, suddenly smiled and began to speak. Oni-chan. Wow, you're so impulsive. Well, it doesn't matter. Just remember that it's the first time, Izumi said. Suddenly, a blush appeared on her face when out of nowhere, she heard a voice say, "Wow, you really enjoy strange dreams." At that voice, the green-haired girl woke up and immediately realized she was in an unfamiliar place. She began to examine the room when she suddenly locked eyes with a blonde girl she already knew. "Kemi-chan?" the green-haired girl asked timidly. In response, the blonde girl simply smiled. "Huh, I thought about playing a prank on you with that dream. But I never thought you'd actually like it. Perverted." At this, Izumi blushed deeply. How do you know what I was dreaming about?" the green-haired girl asked desperately, waving her hands as her blush intensified. Kemi replied, "Well, what did you expect? I can do it with my quirk." "Your quirk?" In that moment, the green-haired girl couldn't help but think of multiple scenes, but she quickly shook her head to avoid dwelling on that. Then, she became a bit more serious. "Where are we?" Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and a blonde whom the green-haired girl recognized walked in. "Hey, Kemi." "Oh, I see she's awake," Alexander said. "You're the one from that time," the green-haired girl shouted angrily, enveloping herself in green lightning and fire, charging at the blonde while leaving a trail of flames. However, Alexander extended his hand towards her and created a portal through which the green-haired girl was pulled in. Immediately, another portal appeared in the ceiling, from which she emerged and crashed to the ground. Izumi slowly got up and quickly positioned herself between Kemi and Alexander. "Kemi-chan, don't be afraid. I will protect you." Alexander looked at her in confusion and then started to laugh. "Hey Kemi, wouldn't it have been better to alter her memories so she would obey us? I think with the abilities your laziness gives you, that would have been easy." Izumi turned to look at the blonde. "Kemi-chan?" Kemi let out a long sigh and then said, "You know very well that he asked us to bring her like this." Because he likes to complicate things. That's going to cost me hours of sleep." "Kemi-chan, you're with them?" Kemi looked at Izumi and then smiled. "Yes, that's right." Izumi clenched her fists and charged at the blonde, but before she could reach her, Kemi surrounded herself with black and red lightning and caught her fist, generating a shockwave. "I'm sorry, but you're going back to sleep." Immediately, the blonde blew in the green-haired girl's face and she instantly fell asleep. "Good, you wants to talk to her." A few minutes later, Izumi woke up again, but this time she found herself in a more luxurious place. She tried to move to escape but noticed golden chains binding her arms. Looking ahead, she saw a black-haired figure sitting on a golden throne, the same one she had seen at the school decathlon. "You're the one from that time." "I see. So it was you. What did you do to my Oni-chan?" You moved his hands, and a golden light surrounded his throne, which rose and then began to approach the green-haired girl until it stopped in front of her. "Me? I didn't do anything. Maybe it was just fear, don't you think?" Izumi smiled and said, "He would never be afraid of someone like you. I guess I'll have to teach you." With that, you grabbed the green-haired girl's shoulder, and in an instant, a golden light enveloped them both. Izumi opened her eyes and looked around, realizing she was floating, and Yu was beside her. Izumi glanced at the dark-haired boy, who was pointing down. She looked down and was surprised to see she was floating above a city she had never seen before. "Where are we?" "Well, welcome to Belgium. This is the city of Brussels. Now allow me." Yu stared intently at Izumi and then sighed. Seriously, the complexity of your quirk is high, especially the second part. Well, at least it's done." Then Yu extended his hands, one surrounded by golden fire while the other was enveloped in golden lightning, with golden markings appearing to cover the lightning arm. Izumi watched this in astonishment, then Yu said, "All right, I think I'll use this." With that, the fire in Yu's hand disappeared. He looked down while preparing his fist. At that moment, Izumi opened her eyes wide, knowing what was about to happen. Wait please. How was it? Oh yeah. Smash. With that, the dark-haired boy struck the air, generating a colossal wave of pressurized air that crashed into the city. As expected, massive devastation ensued. Izumi watched in shock when suddenly you touched her shoulder again, and immediately both of them vanished, only to reappear in the same spot they had been. Izumi lifted her face and shot an angry glare at the dark-haired boy. Why did you do that? Well, you wanted a demonstration. There you have it. Just for that, you harmed all those people. What does it matter? When you walk through a park, do you worry about the ants you step on? Suddenly, a strong current of air began to surge from the green-haired girl as she surrounded herself with green lightning and fire. As a result, the chains began to creak. You watched this with amusement, then extended his hand, and suddenly the green-haired girl was enveloped in an aura and became paralyzed. What is this? It's like Oni-chan's psychic quirk. Oh yes, he uses it too. It's a shame mine is better. Izumi glared at the dark-haired boy and said, "He will come, and then he'll stop you." Suddenly you started to laugh. Seriously, you're his sister? Haven't you realized why you're here? Izumi looked at him, confused. Oh, all of us are somehow connected. This means we can feel each other. And with 3 of us here, I bet he already knows about this place. So the reason you're here is to serve as bait. I want him to come, and when that happens. At that moment, a smile appeared on Yu's face. When that happens, I'll defeat him. Meanwhile, at Yude, Izuku stood in front of his classmates. Alright, those who are ready, stay. Those who aren't, leave. Izuku waited for a moment, but no one moved, so he let out a long sigh. Well, I won't interfere with your decisions, but I'd recommend you leave. Lita said, No, Midoriya. If we do that, your efforts over these months will have been in vain. That's right, Momo added. I'm going to rescue my best friend, Katsumi declared. It wouldn't be the same without her, Shota said. All right. Let's go. Meanwhile, in an underground laboratory, Garaki stood in front of a tank filled with a strange liquid. Garaki, it's ready. Suddenly, red cracks appeared on the tank, and in an instant, it exploded. Garaki shielded himself from the blast and, when he peeked out, found Shigaraki standing before him, now adorned with 2 white wings and 2 black horns. Unlike before, he was fully conscious this time. Garaki, Shigaraki-kun. Shigaraki didn't turn around. He was too busy admiring his reflection in the water pooling on the ground. Shigaraki, at last. This power is completely mine. Garaki, I see you're excited. Finally, Shigaraki turned to face the scientist. Shigaraki, yes, now I'll take care of that BS dirty. Meanwhile, in Deus's palace, the mysterious giant watched through his screen as the heroes worked to evacuate a sector of Nagoya. He waved his hand, and the vision sank into the ground, revealing an underground chamber where a green-haired figure and a black-haired figure sat on thrones. Deus, well, let's see who is more worthy. Currently, near the city of Nagoya, a green-haired figure raced through the forest, carrying another green-haired figure on his back. Izuku, clone A clear? Izuku, clone B completely. Izuku, clone A good, reported. The clone being carried placed his hand on his head and communicated telepathically. Izuku, clone B. Telepathy boss, the northern quadrant B is clear, I haven't found anything. Elsewhere, standing on a hill, the original Izuku received multiple reports from various teams of clones with quirks of power and telepathy. He gazed at the city thinking, well, it seems this time you'll be cornered, UB. With that, he moved quickly to return to the others. Izuku arrived at the camp and headed straight to where the top heroes were gathered to lead the operation. He entered the large tent and saw everyone present. After finding an empty seat, he sat down. Nizu, so, young Midoriya, how did it go? Izuku, there's no trace of anything unusual in the area. Aizawa, that's good. Suddenly, Mirko huffed and said, you're making too much of an effort. Let's just go kick their butts already. Izuku looked at the rabbit heroine and replied, this enemy is different from the ones you've faced before. If we don't prepare properly, we'll end up dead. Mirko was about to argue but then saw the seriousness in Izuku's eyes. She simply nodded, crossing her arms. Izuku turned his attention back to Nizu, noticing Endeavor staring intently at him. Nizu, all right then. For now, I ask that you go with your teams and prepare. And pray for victory. The heroes present responded affirmatively and then dispersed. As Izuku was about to leave, Endeavor suddenly stood in front of him. Izuku, thinking not again, not this guy. Endeavor looked at him for a moment and then said, "Come with me." A few minutes later, Izuku stood behind Endeavor, who gazed out at the city. Izuku, thinking well it seems. He forgot about me. I can leave. Just as he was about to slip out the door, Endeavor spoke. Endeavor, at first, when Shota told me about you, I thought you were just another wannabe, so I made a mental note. That I would kill you. Izuku, thinking well, I'm sure there are plenty of people who want to kill me. Just one more. Whatever. Endeavor, however, when I saw you at the festival, I immediately knew you were different. I could see that you were strong and could easily rise to a high position among the heroes. Endeavor smiled. You have no idea how surprised I was to learn that you were from general studies. So I said, I'll talk to him first. Izuku, yes, I remember. It was one of the strangest conversations I've ever had. Endeavor, you're right, it was strange for me too. But I immediately noticed that you might have a chance. However, at that moment, the temperature in the area began to rise as flames surrounded the hero, enveloping him in a fierce glow. Endeavor, when you quit in the finals, I wanted to destroy you. Izuku looked at the hero with a serious expression. Izuku A, this guy is intense. Izuku B, and he's still saying this with us here. Izuku C, well, we've survived worse things. Suddenly, images of a certain green-haired figure and a certain ash-colored figure flashed through their minds, and the three looked at each other. Izuku B, gentlemen, let's hope that if we are reborn, we have a guy like Endeavor as our father. Izuku A/Izuku C, amen. Endeavor finally calmed down and said, Endeavor, later, when I found out that you were Genesis, that was quite a surprise. I immediately knew you were someone strong. Even stronger than me. Then the red-haired hero turned and said, if something happens to me, I want you to protect her. Izuku looked at him for a moment and replied, you know, I'll protect you more. Endeavor looked at him and then burst into laughter. Endeavor, you never cease to amaze me. Suddenly, an unknown hero rushed into the area, slightly out of breath. Endeavor, what's going on? Hero, it's Night Eye. He's had a vision of the future. Izuku stared intently at the hero. Izuku, let's go immediately. Hero, this way. A few minutes later, Endeavor and Izuku entered a tent where several heroes were gathered, including Night Eye. Endeavor, what was the vision? Night Eye looked at the red-haired hero while holding his head slightly. Night Eye, I'm not sure. I've never seen anything so strange. Endeavor, what did you see? Night Eye, 7 stars in the sky, and in the center, one larger than the others. Nizu, 7. Do you mean the sins? Night? No. I'm not sure. A silence fell over the group until Endeavor spoke again. Endeavor, it doesn't matter. What's important is what we need to do now in the present. We have a mission. To rescue Midoriya and eliminate those threats. At this, all the heroes let out a battle cry. All Might, who was also present, approached Izuku. Nizu, young Midoriya. You will be in charge of guiding the group made up of UA students who volunteered to come, right? Yes, that's correct, Izuku replied. I see. Then please make sure to protect them. Izuku looked at him for a moment and said, okay, I will. Thank you very much. A few minutes later, they found themselves in a location near the city. There, they saw the group of UA students, which included Izuku, Shota, Katsumi, Mirio, Nijire, Tamaki, Mina, Tsuyu, Lida, Achiko, Kaminari, Kirishima, Sato, Shuji, Kyoka, Siro, Tokoyami, Momo, and Shinzo. Izuku was communicating with his clones when suddenly, Katsumi approached him. Hey, Izuku, can I talk to you for a moment? Sure, he replied. Do you think we can help with anything? Yes, Believe it or not, they've become really strong lately. Katsumi smiled. Thanks. Then let's work hard to rescue Izumi-chan. Yes. Immediately, the ash-blonde girl turned to leave but then stopped and quickly turned back. No, I'm not done yet. Izuku looked at her in confusion as she approached him, causing him to step back. However, Katsumi was quicker, and in an instant, she kissed him on the cheek. Pulling away, she blushed and said, well, now we just need to find Izumi. And then, together, the three of us can tell you that we love you. A deep blush appeared on Katsumi's face as she ran off. Izuku stood there, serious, but there's no answer. One Izuku muttered. In no language is, I love you an insult, another replied. Both were seen desperately searching when suddenly, from a pile of books, a third Izuku emerged, holding a book that shone like gold. Gentlemen, I have found what we were looking for. Immediately, the first two rushed over to see the book. They opened it and read. It is said that when a person declares their feelings of love, it implies that they will do anything for that person. The three Izukus looked at each other. Is this good? Or bad? One asked. I don't know. You tell me. In reality, Izuku suddenly turned around, feeling as if his whole world was spinning. He pulled out a notepad from his pocket and opened it to a section labeled Night Schedule, which had a list of various tasks. He searched until he found a line that read, Analysis to determine how many days I can go without sleep. He crossed that out and put his notebook away. All right, problem solved. Start now, came a voice from his communicator. It's time. Izuku shouted, grabbing the attention of all his classmates. From now on, no one is just a student, we are all heroes. Heroes who will rescue those in need. So let's do this. Yes, everyone responded in unison. All right, let's go. Immediately, everyone started running into the city. In an underground location, a green-haired girl glared angrily at the black-haired boy sitting on a throne in front of her. Well, it seems they came to rescue you, you said. You'll see that you'll lose here, Izumi retorted. Let's find out. Then, the black-haired boy snapped his fingers, and he vanished instantly. Izumi lowered her head and whispered, Oni-chan. Meanwhile, standing on a hill, Shigaraki was alongside Toga, Dabi, Spinner, Twice, and Mr. Compress. All right, I think we should move too, Dabi said. Not yet. First, we'll wait for them to tire each other out, and once that happens, we'll act, Shigaraki replied. As wicked as ever, Toga remarked. What did you expect? Shigaraki responded. With the main force led by Endeavor, the group entered a tunnel that led underground. It's strange, we haven't seen anything yet, Endeavor noted. That's better for us, Hawks replied. Suddenly, the image of Shota flashed through Endeavor's mind. Please be careful, he thought. Suddenly, the group reached a dead end. According to the map that kid gave us, it should be right ahead. Looks like he was wrong, Mirko said. This isn't the way, Endeavor stated. Then he unleashed a powerful burst of fire, creating a hole in the wall. The group entered and found themselves in an opulent room, and suddenly their eyes filled with joy. Before them stood Izumi. Quickly, Endeavor moved, wrapping his hands in flames, and cut the chains that bound the green-haired girl. Immediately, Night Eye and Gran Torino rushed to her side. Kid, are you all right? Gran Torino asked. Izumi lifted her gaze and smiled as small tears fell from her eyes. Yes, thank you for coming. I could never abandon one of my best students, Night Eye said. Izumi looked at him with a smile. You're right. All right, we have her now, we need to get out of here, Hawks urged. Then, Night Eye carried Izumi on his back, and they immediately started running back the way they came. Where is Oni-chan? Izumi asked. Don't worry, your brother is here too, Gran Torino reassured her. I hate to admit it, but with him here, it feels a bit safer, Hawks added. Izumi smiled. Yes. You're right. Endeavor maintained a serious expression. Endeavor, what's wrong? Hawks says. I don't know, that was too easy, Endeavor replied. Then the group managed to exit into the open air when suddenly, Night Eye clutched his head. What's wrong? Endeavor asked. Night Eye looked up at him, his expression showing a hint of panic. What happened? Endeavor pressed. Oh no, we've fallen into their trap. At the top of a building, you sat on his throne, flanked by Alexander and Kemi. It's honestly scary how everything always goes according to your plan, Alexander remarked. You smiled and walked to the edge of the building, raising his hand, which began to glow golden. Instantly, a massive bolt of energy shot into the sky. Upon reaching a great height, the bolt began to disperse and quickly transformed into a barrier that enveloped the entire city and its surroundings in an instant. Perfect! Now, not even with a spatial quirk can they escape. Just a little more. Next, the jet-black stone fell from his hand, and a strange golden mass began to ooze from it. The image of Twice from the League of Villains flashed through the stone's mind. Alright, let's see what happens when I use this. Immediately, the stone shot thousands of spheres made from that same mass in every direction. Somewhere in the city, a group of heroes and military personnel were running when suddenly one of the chunks of the mass crashed in front of them. Stop! Shouted the apparent leader, just as the mass began to take shape, transforming into a strange, squat creature with a single eye and blades for hands. Hero, what is that? The hero couldn't finish his sentence before the creature moved swiftly and severed his head. The others immediately prepared to fight, but terror filled them as they saw more chunks of golden mass falling around them, each starting to transform as well. From another part of the city, the students of UA watched the chaos unfold from a distance. Achiko, oh no, this is horrible. Katsumi, those villains. Mirio approached the green-haired boy. Mirio, Midoriya, what do we do? However, he was taken aback to see the green-haired boy standing still, his eyes dim. Izuku's mind. The green-haired boy suddenly found himself in a strange place. Though he had never seen it before, it felt familiar. Suddenly, through a window, he saw a bright red light, prompting him to rush over to see what was happening. As he focused, his eyes widened. Before him was a city engulfed in flames, accompanied by the sounds of people screaming. Izuku, what the hell? Then he heard a deep voice. They caught us off guard. Izuku turned to see who it was, but all he could make out was a silhouette pointing toward the sky. He lifted his gaze and saw 7 lights in the sky, with one in the center shining brighter than the rest. Suddenly, Izuku was jolted from his thoughts by Mirio's voice. Mirio, Midoriya, respond. Izuku looked at Mirio and quickly assessed the situation before turning to his classmates. Izuku, alright, change of plans. From now on, we'll move toward the location of our target to regroup with the main unit. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shota, but shouldn't we help the others? Izuku, don't worry, I'm on it. Izuku concentrated, and in an instant, he created hundreds of clones. Izuku, okay, split up and form groups where you can combine the quirks I gave you. Yes, boss. The clones replied in unison, immediately dispersing into groups before heading off. Tokoyami, that was really strange and eerie. Izuku looked at his teammates and said, all right, let's go. The green-haired clones spread throughout the city, assisting all the heroes and military personnel who were fighting. In another part of the city, a group led by Endeavor, consisting of him, Hawks, Mirko, Night Eye, and Gran Torino, along with Izumi, who had just been rescued, was currently surrounded by several golden creatures. Endeavor unleashed a massive burst of fire, taking out several of the strange creatures, but more appeared immediately after. Endeavor, demon it. Mirko, it's useless. Every time we destroy one, more show up. The rabbit heroine turned to kick one of the creatures but didn't notice another looming behind her, which quickly slashed her back, leaving a deep wound. Mirko fell to the ground, and Izumi shouted, Mirko-san, as she rushed over to help her. Endeavor growled in anger and unleashed his most powerful fire blast, but everyone was shocked to see that his attack was suddenly stopped by something. As the flames dissipated, a much larger golden creature revealed itself. Endeavor launched several fire spheres at it, but they had no effect. Night Eye threw several of his super heavy seals while Hawks unleashed a flurry of feathers, but the result was the same. Gran Torino, who was covering Izumi, analyzed the creature. Suddenly, the creature began to advance toward the heroes, prompting them to take a fighting stance when, out of nowhere, a green-haired figure descended at high speed, landing on the creature's head and driving a massive ice spear into the monster's skull. "Oni-chan!" Izumi exclaimed happily, just as several more clones appeared and attacked the creature with bursts of fire, electricity, and simple punches. Izumi watched this unfold, her expression shifting to one of boredom. Izumi, "Oh, they're just clones." Izuku clone, "Hey, that's not fair." Endeavor, "Whatever, what's the situation?" One of the clones approached the number 1 hero while another rushed to heal the rabbit heroine, and yet another began to communicate telepathically to report the situation. Izuku clone, "It's the same all over the city. Those creatures are everywhere, and the worst part is they're very strong." Endeavor, "I understand. And also..." Both of them looked up at the sky, noticing a faint golden hue. Izuku clone, "It seems that until we defeat it, we won't be able to leave or receive help." Mirko, who had recovered a bit, stood up and said, "I heard you have a spatial quirk. Can't you use it?" Izuku looked at her with a bored expression and replied, "And you think I haven't tried? Apparently, that thing blocks it too." The situation is concerning." Endeavor, "Well, that doesn't change anything. We still have our main objective." Izuku clone, "For now. The original told us that when we find them, we should take them to him immediately, so please follow us." Everyone nodded and began to follow the green-haired clones. Meanwhile, with Izuku and the others, they had just defeated a massive group of golden creatures. Katsumi, "Come on, who's next?" "Come on." Suddenly, a massive group of golden creatures began to fall from the sky. "Ah, you had to say it," Shota exclaimed. "Shut up," Katsumi shot back. "I'm already tired of this," Izuku muttered, a determined look crossing his face. In an instant, he emitted a huge purple aura, gathering a massive amount of black fire and lightning in his hands. He whispered, "Mega Fire Electro Satsi." With that, Izuku unleashed a colossal bolt of fire wrapped in blue thunder, wiping out all the creatures in an instant. His teammates smiled at the display of power. "Wow, that was incredible, Midoriya," Mirio said, approaching Izuku with a grin. However, he noticed Izuku's serious expression as he gazed up at the sky. Mirio followed his gaze, adopting a serious look as well. "I see, not even that could break through whatever is keeping us trapped here," Mirio thought. At that moment, a clone of Izuku appeared nearby. "Boss, we've secured a large part of the city. However, those creatures keep appearing. We've cornered them to prevent further advancement," the clone reported. "I see. Where is their origin?" Izuku asked. "In the central radio tower," the clone replied. "Got it. We'll attack that place. That's where they must be," Izuku decided. "Understood, boss." The clone immediately teleported to continue the assault. Izuku turned to his teammates. "Listen up, everyone. Those creatures are coming from the radio tower, so we're heading there." Suddenly, Kaminari raised his hand. "Excuse me, Midoriya, wouldn't it be better to go the other way?" Izuku let out a long sigh. "That place is where the one creating those things is located. No matter how much we hide while we're trapped here, those creatures will find us sooner or later. If we expend our energy fighting them, we'll eventually be crushed. So it's best to eliminate their source." "Understood." "Yes, of course," Kaminari agreed. "All right, let's go." A few minutes later, as everyone walked, another clone appeared in front of Izuku. "Boss, extraction and SCRT operation complete," the clone announced. "Very well." Izuku started, but he was interrupted. "Oni-chan!" Izumi shouted as she jumped to hug him. "You have no idea how scared I was. Thank you for coming." Izuku was about to respond when Katsumi chimed in. "Well, now we just need Izumi. Let's work hard to bring her back and then the three of us can tell you together that we love you." An uncomfortable look appeared on Izuku's face. "Gentlemen, the prophecy has been fulfilled," one of his clones remarked. "Yes, even though we knew the end was near, we gave it our all," Another clone added. Yeah. I really enjoyed this job, the third clone said. Izumi stepped back, looking at Izuku with confusion. All right, now go with the others. They were worried about you too, Izuku instructed. Okay, I will, she replied, moving toward her friends. Katsumi jumped to hug her, and both girls started to cry while Shota smiled, trying to calm them down. Next, Izuku approached the professional heroes who had arrived with Izumi. He walked straight up to Mirko, who, despite her injuries, was still focused. Izuku placed his hand on her back and injected a large amount of vital energy into her, completely healing her. Mirko felt relief wash over her and looked at Izuku, about to thank him when he said, I knew your overconfidence would cost you dearly. Shut up, she replied, looking away in annoyance. Izuku then turned to Endeavor. We're heading to the central radio tower. That's where the one creating the clones is, so it's best to stop him. Endeavor nodded. You're right. He glanced at his daughter, who was still with her friends. Thank you for looking after her. Don't mention it. She's strong, so I didn't have to do much, Izuku replied. Endeavor smiled. I see. He cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. As Midoriya said, those creatures originate from the central radio tower, so it's likely that the enemy is there. We'll go there and defeat him. Everyone nodded seriously. All right, let's move out. With that, the group set off toward the central radio tower. Meanwhile, at the mentioned location, you observed the direction where Izuku and the others were, flanked by Kemi and Alexander. Wow, it looks like they managed to defeat the copies, Alexander noted. I guess it's our turn now, Kemi added. You stood up, smiling. That crazy hand guy has probably started moving too. Well, go ahead and you know what to do. Both nodded and transformed into their full Demon King forms, vanishing in a burst of speed. Let's see if they can make it here, you said. In another part of the city, a golden creature with multiple red cracks suddenly crumbled. That was amazing, Shigaraki-kun. Toga exclaimed. Whatever, it's your fault we're stuck here with them, Spinner replied. No, they're stuck here with me, Shigaraki said, his tone serious. His companions looked at him for a moment, then Toga broke the silence. You know, Shigaraki-kun, that doesn't suit you. Shigaraki glared at her. Shut up, idiot. Anyway, you said they're at the radio tower, right? Dabi interjected. That's the most likely scenario, Shigaraki confirmed. Then let's get out of here and smash that idiot. Twice suggested. Yeah, if what you said is true and the only way out is to defeat that guy, I guess we have no choice but to go, Dabi added. Yes, and when the time comes, I'll kill him, Shigaraki vowed. Yeah, keep dreaming, Dabi replied, and the villains set off. Meanwhile, Izuku's group was moving quickly toward their destination when Endeavor raised his hand to signal them to stop. Izuku walked ahead and looked up with a cold gaze. So, you've come. Above them were Kemi and Alexander. All the students from Class 1A widened their eyes upon recognizing the blonde in front of them. Impossible. She's from Shiketsu. Leader exclaimed. Even worse, why is she here? Shota added. She. Izumi began, her voice trailing off as the tension in the air thickened. Kemi-chan was also with them. Everyone looked at the blonde in surprise, who simply smiled. Alexander said, I'm sorry, but you won't get past here. At that moment, Izuku activated his Demon King mode as well. I see you're motivated too, Alexander remarked. This time, I will finish you off, Izuku declared. Alexander smiled and replied, give it a try. A heavy pressure hung in the air. Izuku kept his gaze fixed, watching for any movement from his opponents so he could respond effectively. Slowly, he walked away from his companions. Oni-chan? Izumi asked worriedly, looking at her brother. Izuku-kun, we'll fight together, right? Shota added. Izuku turned to see his friends and said, I'm sorry, but you need to stay out of this. At those words, Izumi tried to run toward him, but Endeavor reached out his hand to stop her. Then Endeavor and Izuku locked eyes and nodded to each other. Following that, Izuku turned to face Kemi and Alexander. Well, first, I thank you for keeping those nuisances out of this. It would have been a real hassle to deal with them before fighting you, Alexander said. Alexander, enough, Kemi interrupted. Yeah, whatever, Alexander replied, dismissively. Suddenly, the pressure in the environment intensified as the three began to emit a powerful aura, even greater than before. In this world, there is no mercy. I assume you know that very well, Izuku stated. Kemi and Alexander continued to stare at him, their expressions unchanged. The blonde then looked up at the sky and said, I think I'm even better than you. Well, that makes things easier, Izuku responded. When this battle is over. Kemi and Alexander began. There will be fewer of us, Izuku finished. With that, the three vanished in a burst of speed. In an instant, Izuku appeared in front of the blonde and grabbed him by the throat, then moved to slam him against a building. However, Kemi appeared above Izuku and delivered a powerful axe kick to his head, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could hit the ground, a portal opened and absorbed him. Then a new portal opened next to Alexander, from which Izuku emerged. In a burst of speed, the blonde landed a powerful knee strike to Izuku's stomach, sending him flying. Izuku tried to stabilize himself, but Kemi appeared right behind him. I'm sorry, it's nothing personal, she said, delivering a powerful kick to his back, sending him soaring into the sky, where Alexander was already waiting, smiling as he prepared his fist. However, at that moment, Izuku was surrounded by black flames. That won't help you, Alexander shouted with a sinister grin. Just then, Izuku's body began to glow and exploded in a massive burst of black fire. The cloud of smoke dissipated quickly, revealing Alexander, who was slightly burned and had a look of confusion on his face when suddenly a blue glow appeared behind him, taking shape and revealing Izuku. It seems that when something stays in your dimension, you either don't notice or you're just really foolish, Izuku said. I see. At the moment you entered the portal, you swapped places with a clone, Alexander replied, smiling. Izuku prepared to fight again. It seems he's going to give us more trouble than we planned, Kemi noted. Izuku thought, well, it looks like the time Eri made me watch Naruto wasn't wasted. Well then, shall we continue? Alexander asked. Of course, Izuku said calmly as he fired several ice and lightning bullets. However, Alexander created a portal that swallowed the bullets. In that moment, Izuku moved quickly to appear above the blonde to kick him, but, You're so bad that you forgot about me, Kemi whispered in his ear, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. As he fell, Izuku looked at Kemi and said, I didn't forget. Kemi looked up and saw two clones with ice bars in each hand, which quickly tried to strike her. However, two portals appeared in front of them, swallowing the clones. What a shame, Alexander remarked. Izuku clicked his tongue as he rose again. Aeon 1. Clearly, I'm at a disadvantage. But that doesn't matter, that's no excuse, he thought. So what will you do now? Alexander asked. Why don't you let you do what he has to do? I'm sure that when he achieves his goal, you'll benefit too, Kemi suggested. I'm sorry, but I just wouldn't like to have that guy as the leader of the world, Izuku replied. Kemi let out a long sigh and said, Well, I tried. Then Izuku began to concentrate an enormous amount of black fire and lightning in his right hand while gathering wind and ice in the other. He focused, and suddenly two swords appeared in his hands. One was made of black fire surrounded by electricity, while the other was made of ice with a fine layer of air. Meian! Izuku shouted. At that his companion smiled. Izumi thought, So you completed it. You're amazing, Oni-chan. Endeavor thought, that kid never ceases to impress me. Come on, Izuku-kun, kick their butts. Katsumi cheered. Izuku extended his two swords. Huh, and you think that should impress me? Alexander scoffed. No, we need to be careful. You were right, you really must be one of the coolest kids around. Wouldn't you be interested in surrendering if I let you be my boyfriend? Kemi teased. Izuku simply remained silent while three certain girls glared at the blonde. Kemi let out a long sigh and said, I see that you won't. Well, it doesn't matter. Izuku charged at both of them, and in the next moment he and Alexander found themselves clashing swords and fists. I'll break these pieces of junk, Alexander declared, maintaining a grin until he suddenly stopped, noticing that the hand holding the ice sword was beginning to freeze. You DMN it, he shouted. Suddenly, an explosion of ice sent the blonde flying, just as Kemi appeared behind Izuku. However, Izuku turned in an instant and swung his sword, unleashing a massive burst of fire and lightning that struck Kemi and sent her crashing into a building. Almost immediately, both of them charged at Izuku again. In response, the green-haired boy used his sabers to block, but he was still sent flying. Looks like I underestimated you, but that's over now, Alexander said, creating 2 portals on either side of him. Remember I told you I could control everything within my dimension? Well, that includes creating whatever I want. If you use that here, you'll destroy the whole place, Kemi warned. I don't care, Alexander shouted, snapping his fingers. Everyone present watched in anticipation as the portals opened, and suddenly, 2 enormous missiles emerged from each one. Izuku clicked his tongue as he observed this. The missiles were launched at the green-haired boy, while Alexander laughed. Everyone looked at Izuku in desperation when suddenly a faint smile appeared on his face. He extended his ice sword and created 2 clones, which were hit by the missiles and sent flying along with the weapons, crashing into some buildings. Now everyone will die, the blonde shouted, but nothing happened. Why the hell aren't they exploding? Alexander demanded. Izuku let out a long sigh and said, First of all, do you even know how a missile works? Everyone looked at the green-haired boy in confusion. An atomic bomb detonates due to the nuclear reaction of deuterium isotopes, which are compressed and then instantly released, causing them to start vibrating. That's what triggers the explosion. In other words, if I simply prevent them from vibrating, like by freezing them, then. You saw what happened, right? Alexander had a shocked expression. He had never seen someone stop a nuclear bomb so easily. Suddenly, 2 clones emerged from between the buildings, carrying missiles. Izuku, clone, boss, what do we do with this? Izuku, take them away and secure them. I've always wanted to disarm one of those, so this is a great opportunity. From below, everyone watched the green-haired boy with a bead of sweat on his forehead. Mina, seriously, he's actually thinking about that. Izumi, well, that's just how he is. Alexander glared at the green-haired boy, filled with anger. Alexander thought, I swore I would never be humiliated again. Flashback. Cardiff, capital of Wales, United Kingdom. In the courtyard of a mansion, a small blonde boy, around 6 years old, played with his dog. Suddenly, a woman with long blonde hair called out, Alexander, it's time to eat. Alexander turned around, showing a big smile. Alexander, I'm coming, sister. Sarah, the woman, don't forget to wash your hands. She smiled and entered the mansion. Immediately, the boy turned to look at his dog. Alexander, come on, Raft. The dog barked and followed the boy. A few minutes later, the boy washed his hands at a small sink. Alexander, I wonder what they made for dinner today. Just as he was about to leave, he saw 3 men exiting the mansion, their expressions filled with hatred. Alexander stared at them for a moment before running toward the dining room. While they were eating, Alexander, hey, Dad, who were those men? Gabriel, his father, don't worry, they were just a bunch of ambitious politicians who wanted me to give up part of my land to build a weapons depot, but I didn't agree. Alexander, and why not? Gabriel, well, son, there's one of the few watering holes that supplies water to this land in that area. Losing it would be terrible. Sarah, that's right, Alexander. Mom wouldn't have liked that either. Alexander smiled and said, yeah, you're right. Then night fell, and Alexander was in his bed, still awake. Alexander thought, Dad is really amazing. Not even those men can bend him. My life is truly great. Suddenly, he heard noises and quickly got up, fearfully leaving his room. He saw men dressed in black with weapons running toward his father's room. Although they didn't see him, he felt scared but gathered his courage and started to follow them. Just as he was about to reach his father's room, he heard his father scream, followed by gunshots. Alexander froze when a hand grabbed his and pulled him away, starting to run. He looked at the person and realized it was his sister. The blonde girl was crying, with a bit of blood seeping from her shoulder. Alexander, sister, what's happening? Sarah, stay calm, I'll get you to safety. Suddenly, men appeared behind her. Man A, there they are. Man B, don't let them escape. The men began to shoot, but Alexander and Sarah managed to escape and eventually reached an old warehouse. The older blonde looked around desperately and tried to open a window that was blocked, but she had no luck. Suddenly, she heard the men approaching. Then she looked at her brother and quickly moved him inside a crate. Sarah, Alexander, listen, we're going to play hide and seek, okay? You stay here and don't come out no matter what happens. Okay, said the little boy, a bit confused. Sarah closed the crate's door, and he noticed a small hole through which he could see. Suddenly, the door swung open, and 2 armed men entered. Sarah, who are you and what do you want? The 2 men approached while smiling, causing the woman to back away slowly. Sarah, enough, stay away. Man A, look who we have here, it's Sarah von Setier. Man B, she's even more appealing up close, don't you think? Sarah, enough. Man A, it's a shame your father is dead now. At that, Alexander, who was inside the crate, opened his eyes wide. Man B, but don't worry. Sinister smiles appeared on the men's faces. Man A, we know a way to make you feel better. An hour later, the men finally left. Alexander emerged from the crate with a blank expression and walked toward his sister's lifeless body. Her clothes were torn, exposing most of her body. Tears were still visible on her cheeks, and she had bruises all over. Finally, there was a bullet wound on her forehead, which had ultimately killed her. Alexander crouched down and hugged his sister's body as he began to cry. A few days later, we see the boy in front of 2 coffins being buried. Alexander thought, why did this happen? Then he turned to look at the other people who had come and opened his eyes wide at the sight of all those malicious smiles. Alexander thought, no, that's not the real question. The question is, why didn't I realize that this world is a hellhole before? Suddenly, a tall man in a suit approached the boy. Alexander saw him and quickly opened his eyes upon noticing the 2 security guards accompanying him. These were the same men who had harmed his sister. The man looked at him and said, Man, well, kid, unfortunately, since you're still a minor and have no family from now on, you are exiled. All your father's lands will become government property. Alexander clenched his fists as he began to cry and then left the place without saying a word. 5 years later, we see Alexander lying in an alley while being beaten by 2 men. Man A, die, you BC. Alexander thought, why are they hitting me? I don't deserve this. The men finally grew tired and left. Alexander thought, I don't deserve this. I'm a noble, this shouldn't be happening. Suddenly, the boy heard a voice in his head. What is it that you longing, Alexander von Setier? Alexander, I want everything to go back to how it was before. I want to have the life I had before. I want to get all of that back. Current motivation of the individual. He wants to feel the pleasures of life again. Result, gluttony. A few days later, we see the same man who had exiled Alexander in his office when suddenly the door was flung open. The man looked at the newcomer, his eyes widening in shock. Before him stood a hooded figure, who held the lifeless body of an adult woman in one hand and the battered body of a girl, still alive, in the other. Lucia Rocio. Roberto glared angrily at the hooded figure. What have you done? I'm sorry, but I couldn't help myself with your wife. So I just killed her. But don't worry, your daughter is still here. You monster, why? Suddenly, the man threw the corpse of the older woman in front of Roberto, who bent down to embrace her, weeping, before looking up at the hooded figure. In that moment, Roberto noticed his daughter looking at him in fear. Dad, please. Help me. Rocio cried. The hooded figure glanced at her, and then a portal opened, sking in the lower half of the girl's body. Oh, how sweet you still call for your daddy. But what you don't know is that your daddy is a monster. Wait, what do you want? I want you to pay. Pay for what? Oh, so you've forgotten? Let's see if this refreshes your memory. With that, the hooded figure pulled back his hood, revealing a blond boy. Roberto's eyes widened in shock. You are. I see you remember me now, Alexander said. Roberto lowered his head, starting to plead. Please. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't do anything to her. Alexander grinned wickedly. How much do you really feel sorry? A lot. Too much. That's not enough. Then Roberto lifted his gaze, only to see the portal closing, severing his daughter in half and ending her life. He began to scream in desperation, tears streaming down his face. The blond boy turned to leave the building. Once outside, he encountered a dark-haired figure. Are you sure you want to leave him alive? You asked. Yes, now he must suffer for what he did. All right, let's go. Flashback and Alexander began to seethe with anger, having been humiliated once again. Hey, calm down. Kemi said. Shut up. You know pain too, right? So don't tell me to calm down. At those words, Kemi simply lowered his head, a sad expression crossing his face. Enough is enough, it's time for you to die. Alexander shouted. Then come and try. Izuku challenged. With that, the blonde charged at Izuku to start fighting, while Kemi remained in place when suddenly. Hey Kemi-chan, why are you doing this? You have family, right? Don't you think they would be sad? Izumi asked. Kemi looked at her and smiled. It's true, I told you I no longer had family in Syria. Yes, that's right, now they are all safe in this country. So why are you doing this? Lita pressed. Suddenly, the blonde's smile turned sinister, intimidating the green-haired girl. Yes, I told you I no longer had family in Syria, but the reason for that is not that they came here with me but that they are all dead. At that declaration, Izumi and everyone else present widened their eyes as they looked at the blonde girl. Flashback. Syria, 6 years ago. We focus on a somewhat precarious village. However, its inhabitants had managed to cope with it all. In one of these houses, we see a small blonde girl arriving with a large bottle of water. Mom, I brought the water from the well. Kemi exclaimed. Oh, thank you, dear. Now could you please go and fetch your brother? Zaida, her mother, replied. Oh, okay, Mom. That boy, at just 5 years old, thinks he can go wherever he wants. I hope he hasn't gotten into trouble, Zaida thought with concern. Don't worry, Mom, I'll bring him back. With that, the blonde girl ran off to find her brother. A few minutes later, we see Kemi arriving at the river, her gaze scanning for her brother when suddenly she spotted a group of children gathered, amidst their shouts of, Quirkless! Quirkless! Immediately, the blonde girl realized what was happening and quickly ran toward the group. Let him go, she shouted as she approached. The children saw her and scattered, revealing a small blonde boy in the middle of it all. Kemi rushed to the crying boy and knelt down to check on him. Kevin, are you okay? She asked with concern. The boy opened his eyes and, upon seeing his sister, began to cry and hugged her tightly. Sister! There, you're okay, Kemi comforted him. A few minutes later, the boy had calmed down. Sister, why were we born without a quirk? Kevin asked. That's not important. But all the kids tease me about it. Kemi took his cheeks in her hands and gently shook his head to look him in the eye. Don't worry. I will always be by your side to protect you, no matter what they say. Kevin looked at his sister and then smiled, wiping away his last tears. Thank you, little sister. All right, now let's go home. A few minutes later, we see both siblings walking through the village on their way back home. Hey Wani-chan, do you think I can still be a hero even without a quirk? Kevin asked. Of course. Yeah, you're right. And then I'll take you and Mom to our appealing place. Oh, really, Kevin? Kemi said, smiling as she hugged her little brother, causing him to blush a bit. Yeah. Kemi looked at her brother, confidence in her eyes. Suddenly she stopped, scanning the area. Kevin noticed her concern and asked, Are you okay, little sister? Just as she was about to respond, a loud siren blared, sending people around them into a panic. Little sister, what's happening? Kevin asked, fear evident in his voice. Oh no, it's a bombing. Kemi exclaimed, her heart racing. Kevin's eyes widened in shock. No, we have to go find Mom. Without hesitation he took off running. Kevin, wait. Kemi shouted, but when he didn't stop, she sprinted after him. Minutes later, explosions rocked the city, and military planes flew overhead. Many had already perished, but the siblings managed to reach their home. Just as they approached, a bomb struck, obliterating it. Mom! Kevin cried, tears streaming down his face as he rushed toward the ruins. Kemi followed, her eyes wide with disbelief. They entered their home, and Kevin dashed into the living room while Kemi headed for the kitchen. Mom? She called softly, but her heart sank as she looked in a certain direction and began to cry. Did you find Mom? Kevin asked, approaching her. Kemi quickly ran to him, blocking his path. Little sister, did you find Mom? He pressed, panic rising in his voice. Calm down, we have to get out of here, Kemi urged. But what about Mom? He protested. Seeing his determination, Kemi scooped him up and ran outside. Wait, where's Mom? He cried desperately, but she remained silent. Just a few meters away, a bomb exploded nearby, throwing them both to the ground. After a brief period of unconsciousness, Kemi awoke, feeling a sharp pain in her abdomen. She noticed a piece of wood protruding from her side and struggled to rise, each movement sending waves of agony through her. Kevin, she called weakly, but received no answer. Panic surged within her as she began to search for him. Suddenly, her heart dropped as she turned around, her eyes widening. She stumbled forward, tears streaming down her face, and fell to her knees. Before her lay the lifeless body of her little brother. Kemi pounded the ground in anguish, her cries echoing in the silence. Eventually, she collapsed beside him, exhausted and resigned to her fate. Why is this world like this? Why? Then, a voice broke through her despair. What is it that you longing, Kemi Hambib? I'm tired of this world. I just want to rest. I want to live without worries. Current motivation of the individual wants to live without worries. Result, laziness. Beginning evolution based on this concept. Suddenly, Kemi felt a surge of vitality. The wood that had pierced her was expelled as her body healed completely. She stood up and saw planes retreating. A boy with black hair appeared before her. Hi, he said. Who are you? Kemi asked, bewildered. Someone who thinks like you. Kemi studied the dark-haired boy. This world needs change to eliminate suffering, he continued. Kemi glanced at her brother's body. So what do you plan to do? I will be the leader who guides humanity. Wow, that's quite ambitious, you're just like the others. You smiled, and Kemi felt a flicker of intrigue. You're mistaken. I will be the change. I will destroy the world and then rebuild it. In that moment, Kemi sensed a powerful aura emanating from him, compelling her to follow. Minutes later, Kemi stood before two graves, then turned to face the dark-haired boy. Okay, let's go. Flashback and Izumi looked at Kemi with a sad expression, unable to fathom the pain she had endured. She had a brother, and the thought of losing him was unbearable. Suddenly, Alexander landed next to Kemi. Wow, you have it tough, Kemi remarked. Shut up, well we'll have to use that. Izuku, observing them, narrowed his eyes. Kemi sighed deeply. If we have no other choice. Both of them reached into their pockets and pulled out something. Everyone's eyes widened in recognition. It can't be, Izumi gasped. That's what happened that time. Both Alexander and Kemi held a syringe filled with blood. Now you will die, Alexander declared. Izuku tried to stop them, but he didn't have time as they both injected the blood into their arms. In the radio tower, a smile appeared on Yu's face. I told you to bring him back alive, Yu said. Back in the fight, a massive aura began to surround both blondes, while their demonic features, horns, wings, and claws, grew in size. Izuku thought this is bad. Finally, their transformations were complete. Alexander lifted his face, revealing that, like Kemi, he now had black markings on his skin. Now let's proceed with your annihilation, Alexander said. Izuku examined the two blondes, who now looked somewhat monstrous. Alexander vanished in a burst of speed and immediately appeared right behind Izuku, who barely had time to lift his ice sword to shield himself from a powerful blow that sent him flying. Suddenly, Kemi appeared in front of him, and the green-haired boy used his swords to shoot several bursts of fire and ice. However, Kemi moved in an instant, effortlessly dodging all of Izuku's attacks until they were finally face to face. "Too slow, cutie," Kemi teased, then struck Izuku in the stomach, sending him soaring into the sky. Izuku managed to maintain his focus and immediately turned his attention to Alexander, who charged at him. Izuku created a massive sphere of black fire and unleashed a colossal blast of flames toward the blonde. However, Alexander simply delivered a powerful punch forward, and the shockwave produced was enough to stop Izuku's attack. Suddenly, Kemi appeared behind Izuku, holding his arms. "Well, there you stay," Kemi said. Then, Alexander moved with incredible speed and landed a powerful blow to Izuku's stomach, causing him to double over and spit out some blood. In an instant, Alexander directed another punch to Izuku's jaw, sending it upward. "What do you have to say now?" Alexander taunted. Izuku lowered his gaze, displaying a cold but defiant look, which only enraged the blonde further as he prepared to strike again. However, Izuku unleashed a burst of fire from his entire body, forcing Kemi to let go. He then moved forward to deliver a powerful knee strike to Kemi's stomach, but Alexander blocked it with his own knee and followed up with a strong punch to Izuku's face. Izuku managed to cover up with his arm, but he felt it crack under the impact. Immediately, Izuku wrapped his other hand in fire to strike Alexander, but Kemi appeared at his side and delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Everyone watched the battle in desperation. "Wow, I think I'll deal with your friends now," Alexander said. At that moment, Izuku stood up and soared into the air to face the two blondes. "This will only end with your defeat," Izuku declared. Alexander moved at great speed and appeared next to Izuku and they collided fists, generating a massive shockwave. "Don't make me laugh," Alexander replied. Then Kemi appeared behind Izuku and charged at him. In that moment, Izuku summoned several clones behind him, but all of them were instantly destroyed by Kemi, who quickly reached him and delivered a powerful blow to his back while Alexander struck him in the stomach, then grabbed him by the neck. "It's a shame you didn't join us," Alexander said. "Come on, cutie, give this up and reconsider," Kemi urged. Izuku gave a serious look and kicked the blonde in the chest to push himself away. "This isn't over yet," Izuku insisted. "I see you want more, huh?" Alexander challenged. The green-haired boy surrounded himself with ice and shot several ice spears at his opponents. However, Alexander delivered a powerful punch to the air, creating a blast of pressurized air that destroyed the spears and struck Izuku, sending him flying. Then Kemi appeared at his side to deliver a powerful blow to his stomach, causing him to spit out some saliva. "All right, it's time to end this," Alexander said. The blonde moved quickly to strike Izuku again, slamming him into the ground and creating a deep crater. This time the blow had been too powerful, as Izuku was now nearly unconscious. "Oni-chan!" Everyone shouted desperately upon seeing Izuku's state. Izuku thought, DMN. "What do I do now?" At that moment, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and when he turned, he saw the silhouette of a woman with green hair wearing a white dress, and immediately the dream he had came to mind. "Who are you?" Izuku asked. "Calm down. Trust. Soon," she replied. Suddenly, Izuku felt himself slowly disconnecting from reality. Izuku opened his eyes and realized he was in a bed. He looked around and saw that he was in an unfamiliar place when suddenly he felt a weight on top of him. When he looked, he saw green hair rising, revealing that it was Izumi. "Hi, Oni-chan. Did you sleep well?" the green-haired girl asked while rubbing her eyes. Izuku thought, "This is one of the strangest dreams I've ever had." Izumi, "Oh, that's right. We were supposed to go to the lake today so you could help me with my training." Izuku thought, "Here we go again. I didn't promise anything." Izumi, "Come on, get up, Oni-chan." Izuku, "First of all, if you're on top of me, I can't get up, and second, what are you doing here?" Izumi, "Forget that and let's go. Besides, Dad already gave us permission to borrow that place." Izuku, I have things to do, so. Izumi puffed out her cheeks, but then she smiled and said, fine, if we can't go peacefully then. Without warning, Izumi leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Izuku's eyes went wide. Izuku thought, what just happened? Suddenly, the green-haired boy's vision went completely dark, and the last thing he saw was his sister smiling with a blush on her cheeks. Izuku opened his eyes and, upon realizing where he was, found himself lying down in front of a large lake. Izuku, how did I get here? Oh, I'm sorry, Oni-chan. I still can't control it well, said Izumi, who was standing next to him with a nervous smile. Izuku let out a long sigh and said, okay, then why did you bring me here? Then the green-haired girl approached the lake and said, look, the other day I was training with Oni-chan, and she taught me this. Izumi then conjured a giant fireball and launched it at the lake. However, the attack was so powerful that it reached the other side, igniting a tree in flames. Izumi immediately started waving her arms in panic while Izuku watched her with a monotone expression. Izuku, I don't know why, but I had a feeling this would happen. Izumi, don't worry. I'll put it out. With that, the green-haired girl extended her hands backward, and suddenly, explosions erupted from her palms, lifting her into the air. Once she was up there, she launched more explosions to get closer to the tree, then extended her hands, which were surrounded by a chilling wind, and unleashed a blast of ice that froze the tree, extinguishing the flames. Izuku blinked in surprise. It was hard to impress him, but seeing his sister do that caught him off guard. Then the green-haired girl returned to his side, and when he looked at her, Izuku was even more surprised to see 3 horns on her head. Izuku, hey, Izumi, how do you have those horns on your head? Izumi looked at him in confusion and said, Oni-chan, what are you talking about? In this realm. Don't we all have horns on our heads, remember? Everything went black for the green-haired boy, and he returned to reality, where not even a second had passed. He was still in the crater while Alexander was hitting him repeatedly. Izumi watched this in desperation when suddenly various images of her brother flashed through her mind. Then the green-haired girl felt someone hug her, and when she turned around, she saw an older version of herself. Katsumi was watching the green-haired boy in despair. She wanted to jump in and help him, and now more than ever, she cursed her weakness. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder, and when she turned, she saw the silhouette of a green-haired woman who looked like her friend, though slightly older. Shota wanted to run to help the green-haired boy, however, she knew she would only be a hindrance. She had worked hard to become stronger, but in the end, she felt she hadn't achieved anything. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder, and when she turned, she saw a green-haired woman. Izumi, Shota whispered. Suddenly, everything went black for the 3 girls, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a dark space. Izumi looked at her 2 friends and said, Girls, how did we get here? Katsumi, I don't know, I just saw a green-haired woman, and then I was here. Shota, yeah, the same thing happened to me. Suddenly, the same green-haired woman from moments ago appeared before them, and immediately the 3 girls went on guard. Izumi, who are you? Calm down. I'm here to help. Katsumi, help who? Izuku. At that, the 3 girls' eyes widened. Shota, why do you want to help Izuku-kun? The woman remained silent. Izumi, whatever, if you can help Oni-chan, tell us how. Katsumi, wait, do you trust her? Izumi lowered her head and then said, I don't know, but ever since she appeared, I felt something familiar about her. Shota, now that you mention it, I feel the same. Katsumi, I think I do too. Izumi, then how can we help? The woman extended her arms and said, What do you longing? Izumi, Shota, Katsumi, we want to save Oni-chan / Izuku-kun. Current motivation of the individuals, they want to help the person they love, result, lust. Beginning evolution based on this concept. Immediately, a light surrounded the bodies of the 3 girls. Izumi, what's happening? Calm down. You will. All the power. Total control of state. In reality, Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota opened their eyes and found themselves back in the same scene. Without saying anything, they moved to stand in front of Kemi. Endeavor, wait, it's dangerous. Shota turned to look at her father and smiled. Immediately, Endeavor felt a strange sense of confidence. Kemi, hey, what are you girls doing? You can't take on one of us. Izumi, we know. That's why. Suddenly, the three girls began to concentrate. Kemi's eyes widened in shock as she saw the three girls surrounded by black and red lightning. Kemi, impossible. Suddenly, each girl sprouted a wing from her back, and a golden horn appeared on each of their foreheads. Izumi had her horn in the center of her forehead, Shota on the right, and Katsumi on the left. Izumi, this time. Katsumi, we will save. Shota, Izuku-kun. Chapter end. Kemi was astonished as she looked at the three girls before her, who had just received one of the quirks of sin. Izumi, this time, we will save Oni-chan. Kemi, hey, Alexander, we have problems over here. Alexander heard the call and rose, leaving Izuku on the ground. When he saw Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota, he was slightly taken aback. Alexander, well, what do we have here? Well, I suppose we'll take care of you three. Katsumi smirked. We'll see who gets there but kicked first. Shota added, you'll pay for what you did to Izuku-kun. As you say, Alexander replied, slowly walking toward them, when suddenly he was sent flying after receiving a powerful punch. Everyone turned to see who was responsible, and there stood Izuku, wearing a serious expression. Oni-chan, Izumi said with a smile. Alexander picked himself up from where he had crashed. Izuku declared, did you really think our fight was over? Alexander gritted his teeth as he floated back toward Izuku. You truly are a plague. Fine. Kemi, take care of those three, I'll handle Izuku. Kemi looked concerned. Are you crazy? There are three of them. Suddenly, Alexander turned to her with a somewhat sinister smile, causing her to widen her eyes before returning the smile and nodding in agreement. As both Izuku and Alexander began to unleash their power, Izuku glanced back at his sister and friends, smiled faintly, and said, I trust you three. The three girls looked a bit surprised but then smiled determinedly as they turned to Kemi. Izumi stated, we will defeat you. Kemi smiled and replied, as expected of a heroine, if you disagree with something, you just want to eliminate it. Izumi responded, in fact, I swear I will save you from yourself. Kemi frowned and said, fine. I wasn't planning to kill you. But now. With Izuku, the green-haired boy stood before Alexander, both poised for battle. Alexander declared, your life ends now. Izuku created his swords once more and immediately took a fighting stance. For a few seconds, both began to unleash tremendous power, and then they clashed. The green-haired boy wielded his swords while Alexander used his enormous claws, transformed by used blood. Alexander smiled and created a portal next to Izuku, attempting to swallow him. However, Izuku unleashed a burst of fire and lightning to push Alexander away and quickly moved back to evade the portal. Izuku swung his swords, launching bursts of elemental energy. Alexander countered by creating multiple portals around him, from which several missiles emerged, colliding with Izuku's attacks. The clash generated loud explosions and flashes of light. Suddenly, several clones of Izuku appeared and attempted to strike Alexander. However, the blonde evaded each attack while destroying the clones. The real Izuku appeared next to Alexander and quickly kicked him in the jaw, sending him flying upward. As Alexander looked up, a clone appeared above him, charging its hand with black fire and shooting a burst of the same element. However, Alexander opened a portal that absorbed the attack. Immediately after, he charged at the clone, destroying it. At that moment, he noticed the real Izuku preparing a new attack. Mega Fire Electro Satsui. Izuku shot a massive burst of black fire and lightning. Alexander created a portal in front of him to absorb the attack. However, at that moment, Izuku appeared at his side. Mega Fire Electro. Alexander was sent flying from the powerful blow, but he managed to stabilize himself and slowly approached Izuku once again. Looking coldly at Izu, Alexander said, "It seems I underestimated you. But don't worry. From now on, your despair will begin." Meanwhile, with Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota, Kemi crossed her arms to block a powerful attack from Izumi, which sent her flying. Next to Kemi, Katsumi shouted, "Shine!" A massive explosion erupted, impacting Kemi, who remained serious as Shota appeared at her side with his fist charged with fire, landing a blow in her stomach and causing her to crash into a building. Everyone else watched the three girls happily. The surge of power they had received was truly colossal. Endeavor looked proudly at his daughter, thinking, "You truly are incredible, daughter." A smile formed on his face as he thought, "Well, the power of the sins is incredible. You still need training." Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi approached the spot where Kemi had crashed when suddenly they saw her rise, unharmed. Kemi looked at them seriously while brushing off the dust. "You know, at first, I found it curious that 3 people were chosen to be a sin. It seemed a bit unfair. However, I think rather." Kemi vanished in a burst of speed, appearing in front of the 3 girls in an instant. She grabbed Katsumi by the face and pushed her, dragging her across the ground. "Katsumi-chan!" Izumi shouted as she charged toward Kemi with Shota. Kemi remarked, "Rather, it's unfair for you, since your power is divided into 3. Katsumi extended her hand toward Kemi. You witch!" She immediately fired an explosion, pushing Kemi back slightly. Shota unleashed a massive fire blast at Kemi while Izumi checked on Katsumi. Kemi struck the air, generating a powerful shockwave that countered Shota's fire blast and charged at the bicolor girl. However, at that moment, Izumi surrounded herself with fire and lightning and charged at her. The green-haired girl reached Kemi in an instant and declared, "You won't hurt my friends." Fire smash! Izumi landed a powerful blow charged with fire, causing Kemi to arch back while spitting a bit of saliva. Breathing heavily, Izumi returned to her friends. Kemi regained her composure and looked seriously at the 3 girls. Kemi thought, although her power is certainly exponential, it could get complicated. I suppose I'll have to deal with her as quickly as possible. Kemi, all right then. Suddenly, a massive explosion lit up the sky, quickly followed by a deafening roar and a shockwave as something hurtled into the field at high speed. A few minutes earlier with Izuku, Alexander coldly regarded him and said, "It seems I underestimated you. But don't worry. Your despair will begin now." Izuku replied, "Of course." Both of them took their fighting stances, entering a state of complete seriousness. In an instant, they vanished, only to reappear, crashing their fists together and unleashing a powerful shockwave. Then, 2 portals appeared next to Izuku, from which 2 missiles emerged. In a split second, Izuku performed a flip to distance himself from Alexander and extended his hands toward the portals, firing 2 blasts of black fire that neutralized both missiles. Izuku looked up to see Alexander, who had created a massive portal, then extended his hand toward him, prompting Izuku to ready his swords. Immediately, multiple planes began to emerge from the portal, speeding toward him. However, Izuku dodged some and destroyed others when suddenly, Alexander appeared beside him and created a large portal from which a massive rocket shot out. Izuku used his swords to halt the rocket's advance while being pushed back, but at that moment, he sliced it in 2, sending both halves flying off to the sides and causing them to explode. Meanwhile, on the ground, Kemi kicked Izumi away to distance her. At that moment, Shota appeared. Behind her, her fist charged with energy, and attempted to strike Kemi. But Kemi executed a flip to evade and then grabbed Shota by the arm, throwing her toward Katsumi, who was preparing to unleash an explosion. The 2 girls collided and crashed into a building. Izumi got up and looked at her 2 friends with concern. Katsumi reassured her, "Don't worry, Izumi, we're fine." Shota added, "DMN it. Even though we have the same type of quirk as Izuku-kun, it seems, as she said, the power has divided." Kemi smirked, "That's right, now surrender." Izumi insisted, "No, Oni-chan asked us to defeat her. We can do this." At that, Shota and Katsumi exchanged smiles and quickly got to their feet to join her side. Kemi clicked her tongue and said, "You really are foolish. You should just let things take their course, and everything will reach its destination." Shota replied, "No, destiny exists. But it's also true that you can shape it at will. That's what he taught us." The three girls smiled, and then Kemi sighed and immediately got back into a fighting stance. Izumi surrounded herself with green lightning and fire, then charged at Kemi. "Smash!" shouted Izumi as she delivered a punch that Kemi blocked with her palm, unleashing a powerful shockwave in the process. Kemi squinted, thinking she's stronger than before. Katsumi called out, "Izumi? All right, let's do this." At that moment, the green-haired girl smiled and said, "One for all, 70%. Immediately, Izumi began to push back against the blonde, who had to exert more force to stop her. However, Katsumi, surrounded by black lightning, appeared in a burst alongside the blonde, causing Izumi to retreat slightly. In an instant, Katsumi unleashed a colossal explosion. Kemi jumped to dodge the ash-colored girl's attack, and then Shota appeared in front of her, emanating a massive amount of fire from her left side while a torrent of ice and freezing air flowed from her right. Kemi crossed her arms to shield herself as Shota enveloped herself in black lightning and then fired two colossal blasts of ice and fire that struck the blonde, sending her flying. Kemi turned to see where she would land and spotted Izumi, who was unleashing a torrent of green lightning. One for all, fire strike, 77%. Izumi leaped toward the blonde, leaving a trail of fire in her wake, and positioned herself in front of her. Kemi barely managed to turn around to shield herself when Izumi shouted, "Louisiana smash!" In an instant, the green-haired girl delivered a powerful blow to the blonde, surrounded by a massive explosion of fire that sent her crashing into the concrete, creating a huge crater. Izumi descended to the ground, breathing heavily, as Shota and Katsumi rushed to her side. However, Kemi rose from the hole, her clothes slightly singed but her body nearly intact. "Impossible!" Shota exclaimed. "Well, now I'll finish this," Kemi said, preparing to attack again when suddenly something crashed into the area, causing a loud bang. A few minutes earlier, in the sky, Izuku sliced through a massive airplane that was speeding toward him. Immediately, a portal opened behind the green-haired boy, and Alexander emerged, attempting to attack him. However, Izuku turned and kicked the blonde, who was now furious for being unable to defeat the green-haired boy. Izuku observed the blonde's demeanor with a serious expression. "All right, everything is going according to plan," Izuku said. "I think we could also use it against Shigaraki," Izuku added. "I told you it would work," Izuku chimed in. The other two Izukus nodded in agreement. The camera zoomed in on Izuku, who held a book titled, "How to Defeat an Idiot in 3 Simple Steps, Part 1, Make Him Angry." Alexander glared at the green-haired boy and shouted, "Ah, this time I will kill you." The blonde then began to amplify his power even further, his appearance becoming more monstrous. His muscles bulged, his teeth turned into fangs, and his head elongated, resembling that of a beast. At that moment, Izuku created a massive number of clones in front of him. Immediately, Alexander charged at the clones, destroying them in an instant. "Come out wherever you are," he yelled. Then the blonde created several portals around him, from which he fired a huge barrage of missiles that caused multiple explosions, obliterating the clones. Alexander scanned the area when suddenly he spotted a battered green-haired boy shielding another, untouched Izuku with his body. Due to the damage, the Izuku covering the other dissipated. Alexander grinned maniacally and then created a portal from which he pulled out a sword, charging at the green-haired boy, who was powerless to stop him as Alexander struck. In response, Alexander began to laugh maniacally, but his laughter turned to shock as he saw the Izuku he had just attacked dissipate. "Impossible!" The blonde began to search frantically when he looked up and saw the green-haired boy descending toward him, surrounded by a whirlwind of black fire, lightning, wind, and icy air. The blonde had no time to react when the green-haired boy shouted, "Saigai! Calamity!" Immediately, Alexander was struck by the full force of the attack, and as he spat blood and let out a primal scream, he was sent crashing to the ground. Everyone watched in awe as the cloud of dust settled, revealing Alexander. Suddenly, Izuku descended to position himself next to Izumi. Everyone looked at the green-haired boy with joy. "I knew you would win, Oni-chan," Izumi said. "That was incredible," Shota exclaimed. "Yeah, well, I see it's not over yet," Izuku replied, glancing at Kemi, who quickly approached Alexander. "Kemi," the blonde whispered, gazing at the severely injured Alexander lying on the ground. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light appeared above everyone present, and as it dissipated, it revealed you. "All right, I'm tired of waiting," you declared. Kemi looked at the dark-haired boy and felt a chill run down her spine as she saw the anger in his gaze. In an instant, the dark-haired boy vanished in a burst of speed, appearing next to both blondes. "I won't need weaklings like you in my new world," you said. "Wait!" Kemi cried out. Without hesitation, the dark-haired boy unleashed a burst of golden energy that struck Kemi, sending her flying through several buildings. Then, you looked down at the injured blonde at his feet and kicked him away. "You're a monster!" Izumi shouted in rage. You turned to face her, smiling, but this was enough to intimidate everyone. Unfortunately, this world isn't one where you can have companions. Here, everyone is a tool. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He realized that, in a way, he was similar to that guy because at one point he had thought that way too. However, dealing with his family and those who were now his friends had buried that idea deep within him. "So how do you plan to be a leader if you don't trust anyone?" Izuku asked. "It's not necessary for them to trust. There's another way to make the world follow you," you replied. Everyone looked at the blonde expectantly when suddenly Izuku said, "You're talking about fear, aren't you?" "Yes, that's right. You're truly incredible. If you bow to me now and eliminate all this trash, I'll make you my right-hand man." Izuku smiled slightly and said, "Honestly, I'm not interested. I just want to live my life as a normal person. Graduate from a good university. Well, I'll see what I do after that." At those words, everyone who knew the green-haired boy smiled, for even though he spoke with a carefree attitude, they all knew he was serious. "You have the potential. You began. What you lack is ambition. You are the complete opposite of Shigaraki. Well, I suppose I can find someone else." "Good luck with that," said the green-haired boy as he prepared to fight. You had just arrived on the battlefield and immediately showcased his power, taking Alexander and Kemi out of the fight. He simply no longer needed them. Izuku and you stood facing each other, analyzing one another. Suddenly, you burst into laughter. "Do you really think you can beat me?" you asked. "If I don't try, I'll never know," Izuku replied. "Trying. I think you've already seen what my quirk can do, and you still want to face me." Everyone turned to look at the green-haired boy. "Your quirk allows you to copy any quirk you see and improve it at the same time, right?" Izuku stated. You smiled and said, "I'm surprised you deduced that after seeing it just a few times." "Well, it's not that hard, it's actually quite obvious." "You're right, but that's not all." Izuku refocused his attention on the dark-haired boy. "While pride allows me to enhance quirks, that's not its full potential." At that moment, Izuku narrowed his eyes. "It enhances everything." "What do you mean?" Izumi asked. "It's quite simple. If you're strong, I'll be stronger. If you're fast, I'll be faster. If you're smart, I'll be smarter." At this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible then," Endeavor said. "A quirk like that shouldn't exist," Shota added. "That's just too unfair," Katsumi remarked. "I know, but that's how things are," you replied. He grew serious again as he looked at Izuku. "So tell me again. Do you want to face me?" Izuku kept his head down for a moment but then lifted it again, showing a serious expression that conveyed great determination. You smiled and said, "I see. Then let this begin." Immediately, Izumi, Katsumi, and Shota moved to stand beside the green-haired boy. "Oni-chan will help you," Izumi declared. "And this time, we won't take no for an answer," Shota added. "Besides, we're stronger now," Katsumi said. Izuku smiled slightly and nodded as the girls grinned. He then turned to look at his other teammates. This won't be like before. If you stay, you'll be in danger. But we want to help. Kirishima insisted. Go to the camps around the city. There must be several injured. They need you more than I do right now, Izuku urged. Endeavor stared intently at the green-haired boy and then nodded. All right, you heard him. Everyone glanced at the four who were staying behind for a moment before turning to head to the camp. Then the green-haired boy turned back to face you. Oh, I have to thank you for doing that. Now you can fight without worry. Of course, Izuku replied, spreading his wings and creating two swords once again. You surrounded himself with black lightning as two white horns appeared on his head. Why doesn't he go all out? Izumi wondered. Because he thinks it won't be necessary, Shota explained. That guy. I'll take him down. Katsumi exclaimed. I know you want to, but don't fall for it, Izuku cautioned. Katsumi nodded and took a deep breath to calm herself. All right then. You said. At that moment, you covered his arms with golden armor. Let's begin. In an instant, you and Izuku vanished, only to reappear facing each other, clashing fists and swords. A massive shockwave erupted around them. Izuku stepped back slightly and unleashed a powerful blast of black fire. In response, you shot a burst of golden fire, neutralizing the attack. Izuku then moved to the side while creating two clones that charged at you. However, you easily destroyed both clones and quickly appeared in front of Izuku to land a blow. The green-haired boy blocked with his swords, creating another massive shockwave. From the ground, Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi watched in awe. What power! Shota exclaimed. We won't be left behind. Katsumi declared. Let's go. Izumi urged. The three girls ascended to attack you, who was still struggling with Izuku. You noticed them and performed a flip, sending a blast toward Izuku, pushing him back, and then fired several bursts of compressed air. In response, Shota concentrated ice and fire in his hands and shot a powerful pressure blast that collided with Yu's attack, but it wasn't enough. I'll help you, Katsumi said, moving alongside Shota, who nodded. The ash-blonde girl unleashed a massive explosion to enhance Shota's attack, successfully neutralizing Yu's assault. Next, Izumi appeared in front of you, charging a large amount of fire and lightning in her hands. At that moment, you turned to see behind him, where Izuku held a sphere of black fire and lightning. Izumi directed a powerful strike at you, but he stopped her blow with just his hand without even looking at her. Izumi clicked her tongue and propelled herself back. You raised his hand and created a sphere of golden fire and golden lightning. Then both Izuku and you unleashed their attacks simultaneously. When they collided, a massive shockwave erupted. The attacks seemed evenly matched, however, slowly, Yu's attack began to gain ground. At that moment, you extended his free hand backward to create a golden barrier that stopped the attacks launched by Shota, Katsumi, and Izumi. Izuku finally had to teleport to where the three girls were to evade Yu's attack, which continued until it crashed into the ground, causing a massive explosion. Oni-chan, are you okay? Izumi asked as she approached her brother. Yeah. Don't worry, Izuku replied. Seriously, how is that guy so strong? Katsumi exclaimed. It doesn't matter. If we want to get out of here and win this, we'll have to defeat him, Shota said. Unfortunately, that won't be possible for you, you taunted. We'll see about that, Katsumi shot back. All right then. You began, but suddenly he was struck by a red energy beam. He shook it off slightly before smiling and saying, Wow, I was wondering when you would show up. Everyone turned to see where the attack had come from. At the top of a building stood Shigaraki alongside Toga, Dabi, Spinner, Twice, and Mr. Compress. It's the League! Izumi exclaimed. The green-haired girl was about to attack them when Izuku extended his hand to stop her. Then Shigaraki spread his wings and approached to position himself in front of Izuku, and the two exchanged serious looks. I see you're in trouble. You have no idea how happy it makes me to see you like this, Shigaraki said. Actually, you're trapped here with him too, Izuku replied. No, I'm not trapped here with him. Shigaraki smirked. Yes. Shut up, Shigaraki, you're not convincing anyone, Dabi shouted, boredom evident in his voice. Shigaraki turned to the dark-haired man and let out a long sigh. Whatever. All I want now is to defeat that guy. Looks like the kid has grown up, Izuku remarked. Shigaraki scoffed, shooting a cold glare at the green-haired boy. I'll show you that you're wrong. Well then, I guess we have a deal, Izuku replied. Izumi, are you sure? He asked his sister. Izumi, do you think if this guy weren't desperate, he would have asked us that? Shigaraki clicked his tongue. Shut up, I'm not desperate. Alright, I think we have a new player. I'm fine with that, you said. Shigaraki turned to the dark-haired man. Soon you'll be dead. Then you addressed his team. You all stay back. The villains began to leave, but Dabi glanced back at a two-toned figure who noticed him as well. A slight smile crossed Dabi's face as he looked forward again. Let's proceed, you commanded. Suddenly, Shigaraki was surrounded by black lightning and charged at the dark-haired man, who mirrored his movement. Their fists collided, and cracks spread across Dabi's arm while a sinister smile formed on Shigaraki's face. In that moment, you smiled and punched Shigaraki in the stomach, sending him flying as the red cracks disappeared from Yu's arm. Izuku thought it was obvious that wouldn't work as he appeared above you, his body surrounded by dark flames and blue lightning, unleashing a massive blast of both elements. But Yu extended his hand, creating a golden barrier that stopped the attack. Izumi and Katsumi appeared next to you, launching a huge fireball and a massive explosion, respectively. Yet, Yu merely extended his hands to block both attacks. At that moment, Shota appeared in front of him, ready to strike, but Yu swiftly caught Shota's punch. Yu smiled and extended his fist to hit Shota, but Izuku appeared above him, leg extended for an axe kick. Yu quickly released Shota and crossed his arms in an X to block Izuku's attack, though this didn't prevent him from descending slightly. In that instant, Shigaraki appeared beneath you with a large red sphere between his horns and unleashed a powerful bolt of the same color at the dark-haired man. However, Yu simply extended his hand to create a golden barrier that stopped the blue-haired boy's attack. Then Yu ascended again to face his opponents. I see you can at least entertain me a little. Haha, and that won't be all, Shigaraki replied. Yu smiled. All right then, how about we get serious now? Suddenly, a massive aura began to surround the dark-haired man, causing the entire area to tremble, while a strong, cold wind swirled around him. A golden dome enveloped you until everything suddenly stopped, and immense energy radiated from where he stood. It's coming, Izuku warned. The golden dome began to crack until it finally collapsed completely. Golden horns sprouted from Yu's head, and two pairs of black wings as dark as night emerged from his back. His hands transformed into less pronounced claws. This power. It feels. Izumi began. It's impossible for anyone to reach this level, Katsumi added. Huh, that doesn't impress me, Shigaraki scoffed, though his eyes revealed deep concern. Izuku thought, can we really handle this? First of all, let me tell you something. This battle ends here, from now on. You declared. In a burst of speed, you vanished. Izuku barely perceived the dark-haired man moving toward Izumi, then he shifted slightly and disappeared. Izumi, Shota, Shigaraki, and Katsumi were repelled by a shockwave. As they regained their footing, they turned around, their eyes widening in shock. From now on, it's going to be a massacre, Yu announced. Right behind them stood Yu, his hand piercing through the heart of the green-haired boy. Oni-chan. Izumi screamed, tears streaming down her face as she watched her brother's eyes go lifeless while blood poured from his mouth. Damn it! Shota and Katsumi shouted, horrified. Shigaraki stood in shock at the scene. Yu shook his hand, letting the green-haired boy drop to the ground. One less to worry about, but... Yu smiled, this time with a sinister grin. I think I'm going to have some fun with you all. In a desolate part of the city, several explosions echoed. On the ground, the green-haired boy lay bleeding, his eyes wide open. Izuku thought, how ironic that it all ends like this, huh? Do you really want that? A voice echoed. Suddenly, everything went black for the green-haired boy. Izuku opened his eyes to find himself in a dark space where there was nothing. Where am I? He whispered, trying to make out something with his gaze. I wonder that too, though I suppose this is your mental space, a voice replied. Izuku turned around and saw a silhouette of darkness. You are, he began. Immediately, the green-haired boy recalled that silhouette from a dream where he saw a devastated city and 7 lights in the sky. You're the one from that dream. Identify yourself. The silhouette turned to look at the green-haired boy. I think it will be faster and more efficient if you see it with your own eyes. Then the silhouette extended its hand toward the green-haired boy, and suddenly Izuku began to feel tired until his eyes finally closed, and everything went dark again. Izuku opened his eyes once more and realized he was in a meadow. Back here again, he murmured. Onichan, focus. The green-haired boy couldn't finish his sentence when suddenly he was hit by a powerful explosion that sent him flying into a tree. Izuku got up, rubbing the back of his neck, and saw Izumi running toward him with a worried expression. Oni-chan, are you okay? She asked. Izuku thought, wherever I am, some things never change. Why did you just stand there? Izumi exclaimed. Stand there? Izuku replied, confused. Izumi looked at him curiously and said, yes, we were training when you suddenly froze. Well, I guess that guy sent me here for a reason. At least now I know these aren't just simple dreams, Izuku thought. Hey Izumi, where are we? He asked. Izumi smiled and stepped back a little, pointing to the side. We're on the outskirts of Ingrigel, the capital of the demon realm. Izuku stood up to look where Izumi was pointing and saw a massive city with a grand castle at its center. Suddenly, something on Izuku's arm began to glow, and the expression on Izumi's face shifted to one of terror. What is this? He asked. Wait, Oni-chan, don't. Izumi warned. Izuku placed his hand over the light. Answer. Izumi urged. Then a hologram projected, revealing a woman with lead-colored hair and sky-blue horns. The woman had her eyes closed, but suddenly she opened them, and her face transformed into one of rage. At that moment, Izumi ran to hide behind her brother. Izumi-sama? Izumi peeked out to see the woman slightly. What's wrong? Raquel-san, the green-haired girl asked with a nervous smile. How many times have I told you not to take your brother like that? Raquel scolded. I'm sorry, Izumi replied sheepishly. Raquel let out a long sigh and turned to look at Izuku. Izuku-sama, you should stop indulging her like this. Now, please come back immediately. Sama? Well, I don't understand anything. I guess I'll play along, Izuku thought. Okay, let's go, he said. Izumi let out a long sigh. I suppose we have to go back. Then Izumi bent down a little, and 2 pairs of wings sprouted from her back. All right, let's go, Oni-chan, said the green-haired girl, a bit resigned. Izuku watched as she began to float away, then glanced back at his own back. Let's see, I guess. At that moment, black wings sprouted from the back of the black-haired boy, while a massive aura emanated from his body. Immediately, Izumi quickly turned around and approached her brother. Wow, Oni-chan, since when can you use the advanced state? Well, anyway, Dad said we should only use the prama of sin when necessary. Prama. I guess she's referring to the quirks of sin. Well, I suppose those wings she has aren't due to this power, Izuku thought. Following that, the green-haired boy deactivated his transformation. Izumi simply watched her brother with curiosity. Let's see, if it's not this, then it must be. Just an extra limb. Then the green-haired boy concentrated a bit, and suddenly 2 wings sprouted from his back again, but this time he didn't release the powerful aura from before. All right, let's go, he said. Yes, let's go, Oni-chan, Izumi replied with a smile. Then both green-haired individuals took to the air, and Izumi began to move. I guess I'll just follow her, Izuku thought. He started to move behind the green-haired girl. A few minutes later, both began to soar over the city. Izuku looked down and saw several people walking in the streets. Among them, those who stood out the most were the ones with horns on their heads, which were the vast majority. As he continued to analyze the place, some people began to notice them and immediately started to greet him while smiling. Izumi approached her brother. Wow, You're quite popular, Oni-chan. I hope your fame doesn't pull you away from me, she said, a hint of annoyance on her face. I guess I could never separate from you, Izuku replied, looking at her. At that, Izumi smiled. Of course, because you, Katsumi, and Shota would never let me do that, Izuku thought. A few minutes later, both green-haired individuals landed inside the castle. Izuku analyzed the place. I guess I suspected as much. Suddenly, the same girl they had spoken to moments ago appeared, running at high speed. At this, Izumi quickly ran to hide behind Izuku. You finally made it. Izumi, don't think you'll get away this time, Raquel said. I'm sorry, Izumi replied. Raquel let out a long sigh. Anyway, the king is... Raquel couldn't finish because suddenly the sound of bells began to ring. It's One-san is back, exclaimed the green-haired girl while smiling and immediately extended her wings to take off. Wait, Izumi! Raquel called, trying to stop the green-haired girl, but she was unsuccessful. Don't worry, I'll handle it, said Izuku, extending his wings to follow Izumi. Thank you, Izuku-sama, Raquel said, nodding with resignation. Izumi landed on the wall that separated the castle from the rest of the city and then ran to the edge to observe the main street, where what appeared to be a grand parade was taking place. Izuku landed behind the green-haired girl and also approached the edge to look. Both green-haired individuals stood there watching when suddenly the parade drew closer, and Izuku noticed that it was actually several soldiers arriving in the city, led by a woman with green hair. The green-haired woman was riding a somewhat spectral horse, just like some of the soldiers, but that didn't seem to bother the citizens. Wow, One-san is amazing, Izumi said, her eyes wide with admiration. Izuku looked analytically at the woman when suddenly she was right in front of the castle gates, which opened for her to pass. Well, I definitely don't know that woman. I'm pretty sure this isn't Japan. In fact, I don't think it's the land either. The green-haired boy lifted his face to the sky and saw that it displayed 2 moons. Izuku thought, and that confirms it. The woman continued walking but suddenly turned to look at both green-haired boys and smiled. A few minutes later, we see Izumi and Izuku in a room. I guess we'll wait here until my sister finishes talking to Dad, Izumi said. Izuku stood lost in thought. He thought, I'm sure that woman is the same one I saw in my dreams. But, well, now I know they weren't just dreams. Suddenly, he was pulled from his thoughts when he noticed Izumi staring at him intently. He stepped back a little and said, What's up? You were distracted again. I understand that might be normal for you, but try not to do it so often. Right, Oni-chan? Izumi said with a smile. Just then, the door opened, and in walked the same green-haired woman from earlier, followed by Raquel. Lilith One-sama. Izumi shouted as she ran to hug the woman now identified as Lilith. Lilith returned the hug and said, Hello, Izumi. Then the older green-haired woman glanced sideways at Raquel. I hope you didn't give Raquel any trouble. At this, Izumi smiled nervously. You can't imagine, my lady, Raquel replied. Lilith simply laughed and then looked at Izuku, who was still observing her analytically. And you, Izuku, aren't you going to greet your older sister? Yeah, hi, Izuku said. That attitude of yours never changes. It'll be hard for you to find a wife like that. At this, Lilith felt a slight tremor from Izumi, so she smiled and, glancing at the younger green-haired girl, said, Although I think that makes a certain someone happy. A faint blush appeared on Izumi's cheeks. Anyway, now that I'm back, Dad thought of holding a small ceremony, and of course, you both will have to attend. It will be in 10 minutes, so get ready. 10 minutes later, we see Izumi, Izuku, and Raquel arriving at the entrance of a grand hall. Izuku wore a regular suit, while Izumi was in a dress, and Raquel was in her usual maid outfit. If only Izumi-sama hadn't taken so long, we would have arrived earlier, Raquel said. Shut up, I needed the time, Izumi replied, and the white-haired girl let out a long sigh. Izuku walked calmly when he turned slightly to glance at his sister, noticing that she was also looking at him out of the corner of her eye, a blush on her cheeks. So, Oni-chan, how do I look? I guess you look good, Izuku said, turning back to face forward. Izumi smiled, shaking off her nervousness. Then the three of them reached the door where other people were gathered when suddenly a boy with black hair approached them. "Oh, it's Izuku and Izumi," he exclaimed. "Hi, Casper-san, I see you were also informed," Izumi replied. "Of course, your Majesty summoned us all," Raquel added. At that moment, Izuku glanced sideways at Raquel. He thought, "Everyone, huh? Seriously, my sister is amazing. She can create this kind of atmosphere just by arriving," Izumi said. "I wonder if—" Casper began, but Raquel smirked and said, "Casper-sama, she's already rejected you 7 times. Honestly, I don't think you have a chance." Casper let out a long sigh. You're right." Suddenly, a man in a suit appeared and announced the start of the ceremony. "Well, I think it's starting," said Casper as he stepped away. Izuku began to move forward when suddenly Izumi stopped him. "Oni-chan, what are you doing? They have to call our names for us to pass," she whispered. Izuku simply nodded. A few minutes later, they began to call them. "Enter Letitia Leviathan, bearer of the sin of envy." A woman with blue hair dressed in a white kimono walked toward the hall, but as she passed by Izuku, she winked at him. At this, Izumi let out a small grunt and immediately clung closer to Izuku. "Ah, that woman," she exclaimed. "Izumi-sama, that's not the right vocabulary for someone like you," Raquel said. "Enter August Beliot, bearer of the sin of wrath." A man with long, lead-colored hair approached the door and entered the room. "Enter Balarus Lucifer, bearer of the sin of pride." An elderly man with white hair, mustache, and beard, dressed in armor, entered the room. "Enter Casper Belzebu, bearer of the sin of gluttony." The same black-haired boy who had spoken to Izuku and Izumi a few minutes ago entered the room. "Enter Raquel Astaroth, bearer of the sin of sloth." Raquel turned to the green-haired boys, gave a slight bow, and then entered the room. "Enter Izumi Asmodeus Bon Ingrigel, bearer of the sin of lust." Izumi stepped away a bit from Izuku and smiled. "Well, I'll see you later, Oni-chan," she said before entering the hall. "Enter Izuku Belphegor Bon Ingrigel, bearer of the sin of greed." Izuku thought, "Seriously, is that my name?" "Sure, here's the clean text." Moments later, the green-haired boy entered the room, where several people were gathered, with all the sins at the center. He walked over to stand beside his sister and began to analyze the surroundings when he suddenly noticed the throne occupied by a man with green hair. 2 enormous horns protruded from his head, but for the green-haired boy, this was no longer surprising as everyone in the room had horns of various shapes and colors. Izuku kept staring at the man when he noticed a faint smile forming on the man's face as he looked back at him. Just then, the announcer spoke again. "Enter Lilith Bon Ingrigel, the commander of the realm and leader of the Order of Sins." Izuku's older sister entered the room and stood before the 7 sins. Now that all the sins were present, the announcer called for the last missing person, the protagonist of this ceremony. "Enter Lilith Bon Ingrigel, the commander of the realm and leader of the Order of Sins." Lilith stepped in and positioned herself in front of the sins. She looked at the man seated on the throne, then drew her sword, resting the tip on the floor while, like everyone else present, she knelt. Izuku immediately noticed the actions of the others and knelt as well, not wanting to appear more out of place than he already did. Then, Izuku glanced sideways at Lilith when she said, "Hail, Your Majesty Satan Bon Ingrigel, Demon King and Protector of World Peace." The man seated on the throne stood up and walked a bit closer to the older green-haired girl. "It truly pleases me to see how each and every one of you strives to make this kingdom more prosperous," Satan said. "Thank you very much, Your Majesty," Lilith replied. "Well, everyone please rise." Immediately, everyone obeyed. "Lilith, my daughter, I am truly proud of you. Your actions have contributed to maintaining order and peace in this world." "I don't deserve your words," she said. "You deserve that and much more. That's why I offer you a reward." "No, Lilith started. "I insist," Satan interrupted. Lilith smiled and said, "What even? The deserters we faced weren't a real threat. How about a fight?" Satan smiled and replied, "Very well, then." He looked at everyone present. Who wishes to face my daughter? No one responded, and the king began to laugh. It seems your fame and power are well known to all. Izuku thought, well, I guess this way I can learn more about her. Then Izuku stood up, and immediately all eyes turned to the green-haired boy. I'll do it, he declared. Satan laughed again and said, wow, son, I truly didn't expect that from you. Izumi looked at her brother and asked, Oni-chan, are you sure? Lilith smiled and said, I see. You never miss an opportunity. However, just like every time, your Oni-san will show you once again why she is the best. Very well, then we'll use the Colosseum, Satan announced. Suddenly, Casper stood up and said, Your Majesty. However, Satan gestured for him to stop. Don't worry, I'll handle the transportation. Then the older green-haired boy extended his hand, and a massive blue portal appeared, absorbing everyone. In an instant, they all found themselves in the stands of a Colosseum, except for Izuku and Lilith, who were in the center of the arena. Izuku thought that portal. At that moment, the image of Alexander flashed through the green-haired boy's mind. It was just like that guy's. All right, little brother, remind me how many we have so far, Lilith said. Izuku stared at the green-haired girl, confused. Fine, I'll say it. To date, we're 521-0 with the score in my favor. I suppose this will be the 522nd. Satan watched the fight with a broad smile, proud of his 3 children. Suddenly, Izumi approached him. Hi, Dad. Hello, daughter. Do you know what's up with your brother today? Normally, he never takes the initiative for anything. Yes, you're right, but guess what? Oni-chan woke up. Izumi exclaimed. Satan looked at his daughter in surprise, then turned back to the arena with a smile. Today, we will witness the battle between Lilith, commander of the realm, and Izuku, the bearer of greed. Begin, the announcer declared. Immediately, Lilith vanished in a burst and appeared in front of Izuku in an instant. He barely had time to dodge the kick aimed at his face, and then Lilith smiled and lowered her leg to strike the green-haired boy, slamming him into the ground. Lilith then jumped back to distance herself. Izuku thought, wow, she's strong. Suddenly, in the stands, Letitia cheered, Izuku-sama, you can do it. Izumi glared at the blue-haired girl, thinking, that snake won't leave me behind. Come on, Oni-chan, you can do it, she shouted. Then both girls exchanged fiery glances. Raquel watched the 2 girls and let out a long sigh. In a corner, Casper was crying tears of frustration. Demon green-haired lucky boy. From another point, a green-haired boy watched the fight with a smile. It looks like it'll be another victory for the princess, August said. Then Belarus, who was beside him, scoffed. No, the composure the prince is showing is impressive. I'm sure he'll become someone incredible. If you say so, August replied. In the fight, Lilith laughed. You won't disappoint them, will you? Izuku looked at the green-haired girl and then stood up. That's what I like to see, Lilith said, preparing to attack again as Izuku became surrounded by black lightning, the horns on his head glowing faintly. I see you're eager to use your full power from the start. However, that won't be enough, Lilith remarked. In an instant she charged at Izuku again, but he blocked her punch with his forearm. However, the force of Lilith's attack sent him flying across a great distance. Lilith smiled as she watched the green-haired boy. Come on, Oni-chan. Izumi urged. Lilith looked at her sister with a hint of confusion. All right, let's see if you can handle this, Izuku said, focusing intently. Suddenly, a great aura emerged from him, and a pair of wings sprouted from his back, surprising everyone present. Since when can the prince? August exclaimed. I told you, Belarus replied. Come on, Oni-chan. Izumi encouraged. You're truly amazing, Izuku-sama. Letitia added, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Both girls exchanged glances filled with anticipation. I see he's putting in some effort, Casper noted. Yeah, unlike you, who barely strutted a few months ago despite having more years of experience than him, Raquel retorted, watching the silver-haired boy curl up in a corner, drawing patterns in the ground with his finger. That's incredible. Now show me what you've got. Lilith challenged. Izuku charged at her, aiming to punch, but Lilith smiled and effortlessly stopped his punch with her hand, unleashing a massive shockwave in the process. Taken aback for a moment, Izuku quickly wrapped his other hand in black lightning and attempted to strike again. In an instant, Lilith lifted him and hurled him into the sky. He soared for a moment but quickly regained his balance and began to descend. Why is she so strong? She doesn't seem to be using a quirk, and I haven't heard that she has any sin quirk. So what is it? Izuku wondered. Let's continue, Lilith said, determination in her voice. Izuku nodded and enveloped his hands in black fire, shooting a powerful blast at her. Lilith simply struck the air, creating a massive burst of pressurized air that neutralized his attack. He fired several spheres of black fire and charged multiple strength-enhancing quirks into his arm before striking the air, sending a wave of pressurized air that amplified the fire spheres. However, Lilith dodged them with ease. Then, Izuku moved quickly to appear above her, unleashing several blue lightning bolts. Yet, she evaded those as well. In response, he created several clones, all charging at her, but she systematically destroyed them one by one. Finally, Izuku descended to stand in front of his sister. That was incredible, but it's time to end this. As a token of appreciation, I'll use it, Lilith declared. Everyone was taken aback. She only used that when her opponent had earned her respect. Lilith-sama, are you sure? Letitia asked, concern in her voice. Oni-chan could get hurt. Izumi added. No, he can handle it. Besides, I'll only use a part. You'll be fine, right, Izuku-kun? Lilith reassured him. Izuku stared intently at her, feeling uncertain. Honestly, I don't know what you're talking about, so I can't answer you. Lilith closed her eyes and raised her right arm. Suddenly, Izuku's body trembled as he felt the colossal aura emanating from her. This power, he thought, the image of you flashing through his mind. It's similar. No, it's even superior. Far superior to his. Lilith opened her eyes, which shone brightly, and declared, Deus Valkyrie arm. Immediately, a massive spectral mechanical arm appeared on her right side, quickly dissipating. Her arm was enveloped in a strong celestial light, and when it faded, it revealed celestial armor with golden accents. That arm from before. Izuku thought. Ready or not, here I come. Lilith shouted. The last thing Izuku saw was her rushing toward him at high speed before everything went black. Izuku woke up, realizing he was lying on a bed. He began to hear voices. How could you do that? Izumi asked, her tone sharp. I'm sorry, Lilith replied. Izuku-sama could have died. Letitia exclaimed. I'm sorry, Lilith repeated. Izuku opened his eyes to an unexpected sight. Lilith was being scolded by Izumi and Letitia while Satan watched with an amused smile. He noticed the green-haired boy had woken up. I forgot that when they get angry, they can overpower anyone. Anyway, Izuku is awake now, Satan said. Both Izumi and Letitia rushed to hug him. I was so worried. Izumi exclaimed. I'm so glad you're okay, Izuku-sama. Letitia added. In that moment, Izuku focused on the blue-haired girl hugging him and felt something familiar, a sensation he had experienced while interning with Mirio and his sister. Eri, he whispered, but no one heard him. Lilith approached him, smiling. Wow, you're finally awake. You have no idea how terrible these two can be when they're worried. When they're worried? I don't know. But I do know it's terrible when it comes to Izumi. Well, I'm glad you're not like her, Izuku thought. Anyway, son, I'm very proud of you for reaching your full state. With this, we can continue our sacred duty of maintaining peace in these lands, Satan said. That's right, father, Lilith agreed. Well, let's go out and let Izuku rest, Satan suggested. But I want to stay with Izuku-sama a little longer. Letitia protested. I want to stay with Oni-chan too. Izumi added. Come on, girls, he needs to rest to recover, Lilith insisted. All right, both girls said a bit dejectedly as everyone left, leaving Izuku behind. Sacred duty, huh? But, he thought, the image of a burning city flashing through his mind. The reason he had quickly realized that this city was the one from his vision. But how did it all come to this? Izuku wondered, looking out the window at the sky and remembering the 7 lights he had seen. Chapter End. 2 days had passed since Izuku arrived in this strange world. During that time, he had tried to keep a low profile while gathering as much information as he could. Currently, he sat on a bench in the castle courtyard, holding a book in his hands. Izuku closed the book and looked up at the sky. It's really funny. For some strange reason, I can understand the language of this world perfectly. Well, I won't complain. However, until now, I hadn't found anything I was looking for. At that moment, Izuku recalled the fight he had with Lilith, especially when the green-haired girl summoned that giant metallic arm. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Guess who I am? Izuku let out a long sigh. Izumi, how many times have I told you not to do that? He stood up and looked back at Izumi, who immediately pouted. And how many times have I told you not to go off somewhere without telling me? She replied. Izuku was about to leave when he suddenly felt as if he was losing control of his body. A slight smile formed on his face as he said, I'm sorry, Izumi. Izumi smiled back. Don't worry, by the way, Dad wants to see you. The serious expression returned to Izuku's face. Okay, I'm on my way. Izumi positioned herself next to him, and they both headed toward the throne room. On the way, Izuku thought, what was that? Another important thing that had happened to him during his time here was that he often felt someone else taking control of his body to do things he normally wouldn't, especially when those things involved Izumi. When they arrived at the throne room, they stood before the throne where their father was seated, alongside Lilith. Hi, Dad, Izumi greeted. Izuku simply gave a small bow. Thank you for coming, Satan said. No problem, but why did you want to see me? Izuku asked. Satan smiled. Don't be so formal. Well, getting to the point. He was interrupted by his eldest daughter. I want you to accompany me on the next raid, Lilith declared. Yes, that, Satan added. Izumi looked surprised. But don't you think it would be dangerous? Don't worry. Besides, Izuku can now use full mode, Satan reassured her. But Izumi started. Don't worry, Lilith said, smiling teasingly. I'll bring him back safe and sound. Hearing this, Izumi blushed slightly and lowered her head. Satan watched the interaction between his 2 daughters with a nervous smile. So, son, what do you say? Izuku thought, I could gather more information about this world. Besides. All right, but with one condition, he said. What? Satan asked. I want you to authorize me to enter the Forbidden Library. This caused surprise among those present. The Forbidden Library, as its name suggests, is not easily accessible. Only the wise of the realm, the king, and those he authorizes can enter, and only in exceptional cases. Satan thought about it for a moment, then smiled. All right. Good, then let's go, Izuku said. Izumi grabbed his arm, calling his attention. Oni-chan, promise me you'll come back safe. Once again, Izuku lost control of his body for a few seconds, during which he placed his hand on Izumi's head while smiling, causing her to blush a little. Suddenly, Lilith adjusted her voice to get the attention of both green-haired individuals. Sorry to interrupt your moment, but we need to leave immediately. All right, Izuku replied. A few minutes later, Lilith, Izuku, and several demonic soldiers were mounted on spectral horses. So what are we doing this time? Izuku asked. Well, this mission won't be as long as the last one. In fact, it's just to eradicate a cult of humans that has taken positions in the mountains, Lilith explained. A cult? Izuku inquired. Yes, several human groups like this have appeared in recent months. Our target is smaller than the others, but according to our informants, their quality compensates for their numbers. But relax, it will be easy. Izuku simply nodded, though a bad feeling lingered in his mind. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the mountain where the cult was hiding. Attention! Begin the exploration. If you find anything, do not act on your own. Send a signal as quickly as you can, Lilith commanded. All the soldiers nodded in response. Lilith smiled at her brother. All right, let's go. However, she couldn't continue because suddenly a great lightning bolt struck their group, taking down several soldiers. Everyone turned to see where the lightning had come from and saw one of the cult members, clearly human, revealing himself. More cult members appeared alongside him, all demonstrating they could use a quirk. Izuku prepared to fight when he noticed the shocked expressions on the faces of the soldiers, including his sister. "What's going on?" he thought. "Impossible," one soldier exclaimed. How can they use prama if they are human?" Another added. "Forget about that, we'll figure it out later." Initiate the counterattack," Lilith ordered. Immediately, the soldiers began to respond with their own abilities. The battle was relatively straightforward, as almost all the cult members succumbed to the immense power of Lilith and Izuku. A few minutes later, the soldiers finished capturing the remaining cult members who were still resisting. Izuku walked alongside Lilith, observing her as she remained deep in thought. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to one of the cult members still fighting against capture while shouting, "Soon your kingdom will fall, and you will be consumed by your sins. Filthy, wretched beasts." The cult member began to laugh maniacally, but in an instant, Lilith delivered a powerful blow, knocking him unconscious. "Take him away," she commanded. Izuku approached his sister, who was now gazing at the cave where the cult members had been hiding. Soldiers were pulling out several women who had been kidnapped, some with lifeless expressions. Lilith clenched her fists and whispered, "Who are the filthy beasts?" She turned and walked away from her brother, still clenching her fists. Izuku looked at his older sister for a moment, then raised his face to the sky. So even in this world, man can be scum. Well, I shouldn't be surprised, he thought. A few hours later, Izuku and Lilith entered the throne room when suddenly Izumi jumped to hug him. "You have no idea how worried I was," Izumi exclaimed. Izuku looked at her in surprise, but then he unconsciously moved his arms and returned the hug. Lilith watched the two with a nervous smile. "But we were only gone for a few hours." "Seriously, you're strange, Izumi-chan," Izuku thought to himself. "Finally, someone who speaks my language." Izumi blushed slightly and said, "Well, I was really worried." Lilith laughed and said, "I see. Well, let's go, Dad is waiting for us." Izumi nodded, and the three green-haired individuals walked until they stood before the throne. Satan sighed as he wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "I'm glad you all returned." Izumi was just about to. Satan couldn't finish his sentence when suddenly the door swung open violently, and a blue blur charged straight at Izuku. I'm so glad you're back," Letitia exclaimed as she hugged the green-haired boy, rubbing her cheek against his. This made Izumi glare at her in anger, and she quickly moved to push her away. As they entered through the door, they saw Casper, who was crying tears of blood. "I seriously hate you, Izuku." Suddenly, the silver-haired boy flew across the room and crashed into a wall, making way for Raquel, who hurried over to Izuku, her face filled with rage. "Izumi-sama, Letitia-sama, calm down. We're in front of His Majesty." Then the silver-haired girl turned to see Casper, who was still stuck with his head embedded in the wall while his body dangled. "And you, Casper, what are you doing there?" Izuku thought, "I think you put him there." "Just saying." Satan watched his daughter and the other two girls with a nervous smile. I hate this job." Lilith, now by his side, laughed and then looked at her brothers and friends. "All right, you four, calm down." At that, Izumi, Raquel, and Letitia stopped fighting, while Casper, who had finally freed himself, walked to stand in front of the throne. At that moment, August and Balorus entered. "His Majesty summoned us," Balorus said. "I see we're all here," August added. "Yes, thank you for coming. The reason I called you is that during your last mission, Lilith discovered something concerning," Satan explained. Everyone turned their attention to the older green-haired girl. "Humans using prama." At this, everyone present gasped, except for Izuku, who still didn't understand what was happening. "That's impossible," August said. "Exactly, there are no precedents for this," Casper added. "Actually there is," Balorus interjected. Everyone turned to the elder, who directed his gaze at the king. This can only mean one thing. At that, the faces of Ballaras and August turned serious, for they were the only ones who understood what the king was referring to. A few hours later, we find the green-haired boy in the Forbidden Library, facing a massive mountain of books. Izuku had finally finished the last of the books he had been reading. Of course, he hadn't read them thoroughly, only the parts that caught his attention, otherwise, it would have taken him much longer. Izuku leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. I think I finally have something. Now I want to know what's happening in my world while I'm here. Calm down. Once you finish here, you'll return. And when that happens, you'll know what you truly want. Izuku turned around, but he found no one there. He let out a long sigh and then rested his head on the table in front of him. Chapter end. Izuku woke up in his bed, and as usual, he felt a weight on him. Looking down, he saw Izumi and Letitia peacefully sleeping while hugging him. Izuku gazed at them with a monotone expression. Well, I don't know if the strange part is this world or that they do this every night. He then looked up at the ceiling. At that moment, Izuku recalled what he had read in the Lost Library. A long time ago, after the great creator finished his work in this world, some members of the human race made a pact with a spiritual being, which granted them certain privileges. Basically, the origin of the demonic race. Well, I guess I can't be surprised anymore. But no matter how hard Izuku searched, even in those books, he found nothing that referenced the 7 lights he had seen in the sky. He let out a long sigh and said, "All right, I think I'll go grab something to eat." Izuku looked at the 2 girls, who smiled as they tightened their arms around him. He let out a long sigh and began to gently wake them up. Suddenly, both girls opened their eyes and sat up to look at the green-haired boy. "Hi, Oni-chan. You're really comfortable," Izumi said. "Good morning, Izuku-sama. I hope you slept well," Letitia added. As always, the 2 exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Izuku looked at them and then simply got up, heading over to his wardrobe to grab some clothes. He was about to start changing when he noticed, out of the corner of his eye, that both girls had stopped and were watching him with slight blushes on their cheeks. The door to Izuku's room was suddenly flung open, and Izumi and Letitia dashed out. Inside, Izuku closed the door and began to change without saying a word. Izumi and Letitia got up, rubbing their heads a bit. "Ah, I thought Oni-chan wouldn't notice," Izumi said. "I'm sure if we go out the window," Letitia suggested. Suddenly, both girls were startled by a strong, sinister aura. When they turned around, they saw Raquel glaring at them with anger. "How many times have I told you two that it's wrong to enter other people's rooms without permission?" Raquel scolded. "Well, Raquel, it was Izumi's idea," Letitia replied. "Hey, don't lie. I found you there when I arrived." Izumi shot back. "You're both to blame," Raquel said, causing the 2 girls to lower their heads in fear. "Come on, Raquel, don't be so strict," Casper chimed in as he arrived on the scene. Raquel turned to glare at the silver-haired boy, causing him to shrink back. "You shut up, idiot," Raquel snapped. "I'm sorry," Casper said, cowering in a corner. "Anyway, breakfast is ready. Let's go," Raquel said, moving on. A few minutes later, Izuku was walking down one of the hallways when he spotted his older sister in the distance, who also noticed him. "Hi, Izuku-kun. Where are you going?" Lilith called out. "I wanted to go to the library," he started, but was interrupted by Lilith. "Haha, don't be so boring. Come on, I need your help with something." Izuku nodded and began to follow her, thinking, you're just like Izumi in that regard. But then he noticed his sister's expression turning serious. Or maybe not. As they walked through the barracks, Izuku asked, "So, what are we doing here?" "Well, I'm sure that very soon you'll be taking on real responsibilities, and it's good for you to learn everything about our history and our race. However, you shouldn't neglect the knowledge that will allow you to lead our troops," Lilith explained. That sounds interesting," Izuku replied. "Yes, you'll see it will be useful in the future." Just then, a soldier rushed up to them, looking desperate. "Commander!" he exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Lilith asked. "The sectarians we captured the other day." In the cells of the barracks, they found several corpses of the sectarians. "They're such fools," Lilith said, her expression filled with rage. "When the guard came, they were already like this." "They committed suicide," the soldier explained. "Any survivors?" Lilith inquired. "Yes, we managed to save one." "Good, bring him here." The soldier quickly left, and then Lilith looked at Izuku, who was by her side. "I'm sorry you had to see this," she said. "Don't worry," Izuku replied, maintaining a calm voice and expression. Lilith looked at him with curiosity, as anyone else would have been terrified after seeing this for the first time. Izuku thought, "Well, I've seen corpses before. Corpses of people who died by my hand." Suddenly, the soldier returned with the last sectarian, who had been screaming when they were captured. "Why did you do this?" Lilith demanded. The man lifted his face, revealing a sickly smile. "I'm not alive because I fear death, but to give you this last message. I told you, didn't I? It's near. Soon this Demed place will be judged." "Judged?" Lilith echoed. "That's right. It will be today. Prepare yourselves, your kingdom will burn." "That's enough," Lilith shouted as she struck the man. He spat out blood and then looked back at her. "You Demed ones are finished," he said, before coughing up a large amount of blood and falling lifeless. "What happened?" Lilith asked. "He probably ingested a slow-acting poison," Izuku replied. Lilith lowered her head, trembling with rage as she clenched her fists. "Sister?" Izuku said gently. Lilith raised her head and said, "Take care of the bodies." "Commander." About what he said, the soldier began. "Yes, we will probably face an attack from a large number of sectarians. Don't worry, I'll handle the defenses," Lilith assured them. One of the soldiers smiled and said, "With you here, I'm sure nothing will happen." "Yes, as long as the commander and the king are with us, we'll be fine," another soldier added. Lilith smiled and then turned to leave. Izuku watched her, noticing how her smile shifted to a look of concern, so he decided to follow her. A few seconds later, they were walking down a hallway when Lilith suddenly stopped. "Hey, Izuku, do you think we are good people?" she asked. "You know, someone asked me that before, and what I told them I think applies to you too," Izuku replied. "And what did you tell them?" she asked curiously. "Don't doubt it." Then Lilith smiled and hugged him. "You really are a good sister," Izuku said. They stayed like that for a few seconds until Lilith pulled back a bit and smiled. "Well, if Izumi saw us like this, she would get mad." "What do you mean?" Izuku asked, a bit confused. Lilith looked at him, surprised, and then started laughing. What's going on?" Izuku asked. "You haven't realized? Izumi is in love with you," she said. "Well, now we just need Izumi. Let's work hard to bring her back and then the three of us can tell you together that we love you." Izuku opened his eyes. "You really are slow to catch on, little brother," Lilith said as she walked past him. "If a woman bothers you for many years, what do you think that means?" Izuku asked. Lilith looked at him, a bit confused, and then rested her hand on her chin as she thought, before smiling. "Well, I guess it's most likely that she's crazy." "Right," Izuku replied. "Though it could also be that she wants to get your attention." Lilith added with a grin. "But why are you asking?" Izuku replied, just out of curiosity." He glanced out the window, thoughts racing. "They really are foolish. There's so much to do when I get back." Lilith said, "All right, let's go." Before she could continue, a loud crash echoed through the building. "What's happening?" Izuku asked, alarmed. Lilith approached the window and gasped at the sight of a massive pillar of fire rising in the distance. "Damn it, I didn't think it would happen so soon. Izuku, I'll lead the Sins and the army. Please, go to the castle and make sure Izumi is safe." "Of course," Izuku replied, his expression serious. He jumped out the window and took flight toward the palace. "But why do I feel this worry?" he thought as he soared through the air. A few minutes later, Izuku arrived at the palace and rushed to Izumi's room. "Izumi, are you here?" he shouted as he entered. Izumi was sitting on the floor in a corner of her room. Upon seeing him, she ran to him and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Oni-chan, what's happening? Calm down. For now, we should go to Dad, Izuku urged. Okay, Oni-chan. Taking his sister by the hand, they left the room and ran toward the throne room. Suddenly, as they passed through a hallway with windows, a powerful shockwave slammed them against the wall. After a few seconds, Izuku got up, momentarily blinded by a bright light coming through the window. He moved closer, eyes widening at the sight before him. A large part of the city had been consumed by a brilliant light falling from the sky. Damn it, Izuku muttered, grabbing Izumi's hand to keep running. Moments later, they reached the throne room, only to find it empty. Izumi, where's Dad? Izuku asked, panic rising in his voice. Calm down, he said, scanning the room. Suddenly, he spotted his father standing on the grand balcony, prompting both Izuku and Izumi to hurry toward him. The sky turned red, and 7 lights appeared, forming a circle and beginning to spin. That's... Izuku started, rushing toward his father. Before he could speak, a voice echoed throughout the palace. Justice has come to these lands. The demonic race has abandoned its mission and has fallen into wickedness. Humans, I bestow upon you the power of the Prama. Rise, only then can you be saved. Deliver justice. What was that? Izumi asked, her voice trembling. Satan looked at his children, concern etched on his face. It seems they now consider us a threat. Who? Izuku asked, confused. Satan pointed at the 7 lights. There's no time to explain. If they've come, this kingdom is finished. Izumi's eyes widened in fear, while Izuku maintained a serious expression. So what do we do? You must protect your sister. Take her to a safe place, Satan instructed. And what will you do? Izuku pressed. I am the king of this kingdom. If it falls, I must share the same fate. Besides, I can't leave your sister or the others alone. In that moment, 7 pairs of wings emerged from Satan's back, and a colossal aura radiated from him, surprising Izuku with its intensity. Satan gave Izuku one last look, smiled, and said, Son, take care. With that, Satan soared away at great speed toward the massive light in the sky. No, Dad! Izumi cried, tears streaming down her face. Izuku turned to his sister. Izumi, we need to find a safe place. But, she protested. Didn't you hear what Dad said? He urged. All right, Izumi replied, nodding. A few minutes after the attack began, Izuku and Izumi ran through the city. Izuku, don't you think it would be better if we flew? Izumi asked. No, if we do that, it'll be easier for them to find us. Yeah, you're right. Izuku noticed Izumi's downcast expression. He looked around and spotted an alley, quickly leading them there to hide for a moment. Izuku, what's wrong? Izumi asked. He turned to her, holding her by the shoulders. Listen, everything will be all right. Don't worry. Tears filled Izumi's eyes as she hugged him tightly. Oni-chan, what's going to happen to the others? To Casper-san, Letitia-chan, August-san, Ballora-san, Rachel-chan. Wani-san and Dad. They. Calm down, everything is fine. Right now, we just need to stay safe. Izumi nodded. Okay, let's go. With that, they started running again. Izuku thought, damn it. This situation couldn't be worse. I wonder if this is real? He glanced at his sister, who still looked scared. I hope it's not. Suddenly, he spotted some people walking ahead of them. It's Jack the baker and his wife. Izumi exclaimed, a smile breaking through her fear. Izuku looked at them warily as they turned and began to run toward them. Izumi, they're not the people you knew anymore, he whispered, causing her to look at him, confused. Now they want to kill us, he warned. Die! You dmed demons, shouted the man as he threw a blade of air, while his wife shot a beam of light at the 2 green-haired kids. In an instant, Izuku grabbed the light spear, deflecting the wind blade, and then threw the spear, piercing the woman's stomach. Oni-chan! Izumi cried out in desperation. Izuku turned to see more men charging toward them. He clicked his tongue and launched a sphere of black fire at the group, eliminating them instantly, then shot a thunderbolt at Jack, who also fell. Izuku approached his trembling sister. Izumi, snap out of it. What? Why did they want to kill us? Izuku asked, his voice tense. Listen, they probably believed that voice we heard a moment ago, he explained. Still, Izumi replied, worry etched on her face. We need to hurry. All right, Oni-chan, she said, nodding in agreement. As they prepared to run, Izuku suddenly froze, sensing a powerful presence behind him. Poor souls inhabiting the bodies of these creatures. I will free you from your torment, a voice echoed ominously. Izuku turned, but before he could react, a forceful blow struck him in the stomach, sending him crashing into debris. Oni-chan! Izumi screamed, panic rising in her voice. The light is my guide. Before me, all creatures of darkness shall perish, the voice continued. Struggling to rise, Izuku caught a glimpse of his attacker. Demon, that guy, he thought. I am Michael, Archangel of Moderation and Balance. I bear the virtue of temperance, and now my judgment upon you begins. Determined, Izuku stood up from the rubble and approached the Archangel. I can't let my guard down, I need to go all out from the start, he thought, focusing his energy and entering Demon King mode. O light! The plague increases. Grant me your strength to purge this land, Michael intoned. Izumi, come here now, Izuku commanded. She quickly ran to her brother's side. Listen, I'll handle this guy. Please stay back, he urged. But what if someone else comes? She asked, concern in her eyes. Izumi, you're strong, you're one of the sins for a reason. If anyone else comes, you mustn't be afraid. You have to eliminate them, he said seriously. Izumi lowered her head but then lifted it with determination. All right, Oni-chan, don't worry about me. She stepped back, ready to support him from a distance. It is time for judgment, Michael declared. With a fierce war cry, Izuku charged at the angel. Justice will come to all, Michael replied. Suddenly, Izuku felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on him, forcing him to the ground. This is gravity. He's controlling gravity, he realized. The weight is equal to your sins, Michael proclaimed. Don't mess with me, Izuku thought, mustering his strength to push himself up. He charged again, enveloping his fist in dark flames, but Michael effortlessly blocked the attack. Light, grant me strength, the Archangel said, a powerful aura radiating from him. Impossible, Izuku gasped as Michael struck him in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Oni-chan. No. Izumi cried out in desperation. Determined, Izuku focused again, flipping in the air to deliver a powerful kick surrounded by electricity. But Michael caught his leg and slammed him to the ground. Despite the pain coursing through him, Izuku refused to give up. Poor creature, I will free you from your misery, Michael said, pointing at Izuku. Instantly, the gravity intensified, pinning him down. Demon it, Izuku whispered, struggling in vain. It all ends here, Michael declared, preparing to increase the pressure. Just then, Izumi shouted, let go of my Oni-chan, as she charged at the Archangel, unleashing a massive fireball. To her shock, Michael remained unharmed. I won't let you hurt Oni-chan, she yelled, launching a series of explosions at him. Amidst the smoke, Michael's hand emerged. Izumi tried to retreat, creating an ice block for cover, but he passed through it effortlessly and seized her by the neck. Let her go! Izuku shouted, still struggling against the crushing gravity. Foolish creatures! You have killed, lied, stolen, and now it is time for justice to catch up with you, Michael said coldly. With a swift motion, he grabbed Izumi by one arm and struck her in the stomach, causing her to gasp. Tears filled her eyes as the assault continued. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the brutal scene unfolding before him, his sister being attacked by a man who preached righteousness. In that moment, a powerful emotion surged within him, one he had felt before but now was amplified, rage and a murderous instinct. Yet, he sensed that this anger was not solely his own, it came from somewhere else. What is this? Suddenly, the immense gravity that had held him down vanished, and Izuku stood up, causing the armored angel to turn and look at him in disbelief. Impossible! Michael exclaimed. Oni-chan, Izumi whispered, watching her brother rise. In an instant, Michael hurled Izuku aside and increased the gravity pressing down on him. Izuku nearly fell again but managed to stand his ground. Suddenly, a second pair of wings erupted from his back. So he has reached that level. Izuku lifted his face, revealing a cold expression. In a flash, he vanished, reappearing in front of the angel, who barely had time to shield himself before being struck hard by the green-haired boy. Michael regained his balance and saw Izuku rushing toward him again. "Demon scum, now you'll die crushed," the angel shouted, pointing his hand at Izuku and unleashing a blast of gravity that struck him. The attack caused severe damage, and Michael laughed as he watched Izuku fall slowly, surrounded by a reddish cloud of blood. But in that moment, Izuku vanished again, reappearing before the angel. Michael felt a twinge of fear as he saw Izuku's lifeless gaze fixed on him. Izuku grabbed the angel by the face and aimed to slam him into the ground. "But don't touch me, you Bisudi!" Michael shouted, breaking free from Izuku's grip. He then countered, grabbing Izuku's arm and slamming him into the ground, creating a deep crater. However, a spike of dark fire erupted from Izuku's hand, piercing the angel's stomach. Michael staggered back, spitting out blood as he healed himself. Izuku created a sphere of black fire and hurled it at the angel, who responded with a blast of gravity. But it wasn't enough to stop Izuku's attack, forcing Michael to dodge. Just then, Izuku appeared in front of the angel, ready to strike. But Michael was faster, shouting, "Holy Gravito!" A colossal wave of gravity crashed into Izuku, and his eyes went blank as his body disintegrated. As Izuku began to fall, he suddenly opened his eyes, surrounded by black fire that expanded to halt the attack. "You did it. Now please do what I couldn't." A faint whisper echoed in his mind, and he nodded before charging at the angel again. Michael unleashed several blasts of gravity, but Izuku dodged them all and finally reached him. "Why won't you fall, scum?" Michael demanded. In that moment, Izuku surrounded his fist with black fire, electricity, and wind, enhancing it with all his strength-boosting quirks. "Because I have someone to protect." Calamity impact. Izuku slammed his fist into the angel, who spat out saliva and was sent flying at great speed. Quickly, Izuku descended to where his sister lay, and she rushed to embrace him. "Izumi, listen to me. That guy hasn't been defeated yet, I just pushed him away. He'll be back soon. And I don't think I can do anything more. You need to escape on your own." "No, Oni-chan, I won't leave you," Izumi insisted. Izuku looked at her, thinking, for better or worse, you are truly stubborn. "Izumi, Izuku." Both siblings turned to see Lilith, carrying an unconscious Letitia on her shoulder. They looked extremely injured, and Lilith was even missing an arm. Izuku tried to speak when suddenly Lilith extended her arm toward them, and everything went black for Izuku. Izuku opened his eyes and found himself back in the same dark space he had been in before. He immediately saw a silhouette of darkness. They stared at each other for a moment and then, "I suppose your memories end there, right?" Izuku asked. The silhouette began to glow, and the mantle of darkness covering it disappeared, revealing another Izuku. "Yes, that's right. After that, I don't remember anything," the second Izuku replied. "I wonder." "Well, if you want to know what happened, you need to ask him." "You're right. So what now?" They looked at each other for a moment when suddenly the newly appeared Izuku raised his fist. The other looked at him in confusion, but then a slight smile appeared on his face, and he raised his fist to bump it against the other. "Now answer me, what do you want?" the second Izuku asked. "I want to be a hero. A hero for the people who truly deserve it. A hero for the people I care about." "Well said. I just ask that you protect her. So you were the one who made me do all those reckless things and the source of that rage I felt in the end." The second Izuku smirked. "Huh, don't tell me you weren't angry." In that moment, Izuku remembered facing All for One. He had truly been furious when he saw that villain harming his sister and friends. "Well, maybe a little." An aura of seriousness surrounded them both. "Well, it's time. I am you and you are me. It's time for us to become one." A bright light enveloped them, and their bodies fused together. When the light cleared, only one green-haired boy remained. Don't worry, I will follow your will. At that moment, everything began to shine, and the green-haired boy opened his eyes, finding himself in the same place where he had fallen after being attacked by you. You had just reached his final form and was now looking at his opponents with a smile. Izumi watched the dark-haired boy with concern. Izumi thought, this guy. Then the green-haired girl saw her brother, who stood firm. Izumi thought, as long as he's with Oni-chan, we can get through this. You said, well, first of all, let me tell you something. The battle ends here, starting now. You vanished in a burst of speed. The green-haired girl couldn't see anything. She only felt something push her aside, and then she was thrown back by a powerful wave of air. Izumi looked at her friends, but then she saw they were in the same situation. She turned slightly, her eyes widening in shock. You declared, from now on, it will be a massacre. Just behind them stood you, his hand piercing the heart of the green-haired boy. Oni-chan. Izumi screamed, tears streaming down her face as she watched her brother's lifeless eyes and the blood pouring from his mouth. Demon you. Shota and Katsumi shouted, equally distraught. You shook his hand, letting the green-haired boy drop, his body simply falling to the ground. All right, one less. However, you smiled, but this time it was a sinister grin. I think I'll have some fun with you all. Shigaraki clicked his tongue, truly stunned by what had just happened. Immediately, the three girls tried to descend, but they were stopped by a golden dome surrounding the spot where the green-haired boy had fallen. Oni-chan, the green-haired girl cried, pounding against the barrier in desperation. Katsumi was crying while launching explosions to try to break the dome, and Shota, in the same state, began shooting a massive amount of fire, but it was all in vain. I'm sorry, but you won't break it, you said calmly. The three girls turned to him, filled with rage. Take down that barrier. Shota shouted, and immediately he, Izumi, and Katsumi charged at the dark-haired boy. Izumi surrounded her fist with fire and green lightning, then directed a powerful punch at him. However, he stopped it with the palm of his hand. Katsumi appeared behind the blonde and unleashed a massive explosion, but the dark-haired boy turned and created a golden wall that absorbed the blast. Then Shota fired a burst of flames at him, but he stopped that too. Once the smoke from the attacks cleared, a great red glow appeared. You noticed and realized it was Shigaraki, who had finished gathering a massive sphere of red energy. Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi saw this and immediately moved away from the dark-haired boy.